In the 1980s, at a large market in a county in northeast China, many villagers from nearby areas came to sell their homegrown products, free-range chickens, eggs, wild honey, and fresh vegetables. The place was crowded with people. Many had already claimed their spots, and naturally, some arguments broke out over the best locations. A few rough-looking men were pushing and shouting at three young stall owners whose hands were calloused and skin tanned, yet they still carried a scholarly air. "What are you doing? How dare you take Brother Fei's spot? Get out of here. We came first. You can't just take it by force." "Oh, really? You've got some nerve. Brothers, let's show them what happens when someone crosses Brother Fei." A new member of the group nervously tried to stop the fight. Usually, those who dared to fight for the best spots were strong, tough villagers with weathered faces and fierce eyes, people who didn't talk much, but were definitely not to be messed with. But the young men in front of them looked thin and honest, which made the situation seem odd. The new member hesitated and asked, "Which village are you from?" The leader, Zhang, a young educated man who had come to earn some money for books after hearing his friends did well at the market, tried to stay calm and replied, "Haihei village." The leader, Fei Go, wasn't from the area. He was a well-known troublemaker from his own village and had just come to visit relatives. The nearby villages of his seventh aunt's family had names that were surprisingly unique, such as Afraid of Wife Gully, Lost Soul Village, Turtle Ridge, Big Hill Valley, Soy Sauce Jar Village, and Chive Hill Village. So, when he heard the name Very Dark Village, Fei Go didn't think much of it. But the local cousins and their friends looked terrified. They quickly grabbed the trembling Fei Go and disappeared into the crowd in a flash. Even stranger, the nearby vendors, who had been loudly calling out to customers, suddenly went quiet. The moment they heard Very Dark Village, they hurriedly moved their stalls away, leaving an empty space around them. Zhang Jiqing. "So, this is what it's like to be from a notorious village?" One word: awesome. Fei Go, being carried away by his friends, looked confused.
"Hey,
Is Very Dark Village really that scary? You can mess with any village, but not Very Dark Village. 3 years ago, a powerful person appeared there and has ruled ever since." "Yeah, right. Maybe I'll rule the universe next."
Fei Ye, I'm serious."
A girl from their village married into Afraid of Wife Gully. When her husband mistreated her, that powerful person went there alone, lifted the 180-pound man with one hand, tossed him into the air, and he landed straight into a pit. Then he warned everyone that girls are like flowers and must be treated kindly. Anyone who dares to hurt the women of their village will face serious consequences. Fei Go. Such a fierce person actually exists. And that's not all. Early morning in Very Dark Village was covered in a light mist. In the open space in front of the village committee, a group of young girls and women were already sweating as they practiced together. On the old platform stood a tall, upright figure, watching carefully to see if their movements were correct. From time to time, she called out, "Women have great strength and can hold up half the sky." The once gentle girls now stood tall, shouting the words after her. Xian Qianyun, women achieve greatness and build a harmonious society together. Respecting and protecting women is an important sign of social progress, the loud slogan echoed across the fields. The men in the village felt uneasy. The idea that men were more important than women had deep roots, but ever since the little overlord arrived, the women of the village, young and old, had completely changed. The village head and the party secretary hid in the office, looking out the window with complicated expressions. "Old Xian, you need to do something about that little overlord. If this keeps up, no one will dare to propose to our village girls anymore." Village head Xian took a drag on his cigarette and sighed. "Do something?
Who dares?"
"Not me. That girl once knocked down a man as strong as a warrior with one punch." "Sure. Our girls might not be getting married out, but women from other villages want to marry in. They say our men don't mistreat their wives and have progressive thinking. The county's women's committee even gave us an award." The party's secretary sighed helplessly. 3 years ago, a girl from the Xian family who had married into another village was mistreated by her husband. That was the first time Xian Qianyan showed her true strength. After she taught her cousin's husband a lesson for bullying his wife, word spread quickly. From then on, in nearby villages, husbands who had married local girls all became much more respectful. But that was just the beginning. She truly became famous after the water battle with the neighboring village, Sosjar village. In years with little rain, the two villages always fought over water, and their village usually lost because they were weaker. Qianyun, who had come to live with her grandparents in Haihei village, heard that the young men were preparing to fight for water. She grabbed a carrying pole, joined her cousins, and marched off with the group. Her family tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. In the end, she fought like an army all by herself. Before the young men from her village even got started, the 18-year-old girl had already defeated all the strong men from the other side. The villagers stood there in shock, watching their old rivals cry out in pain. The people from Sosjar village finally grabbed their badly beaten village head and ran away. As they retreated, their village head shouted angrily, "She's a monster. Definitely a monster." Our village head yelled back, "Be quiet. No such thing as monsters after the founding of the country." From then on, the little overlord of Haihei village became famous, turning into a local legend that everyone talked about with awe. Haihei village became a place no one dared to mess with. To be honest, the village's security had really improved. Whenever some troublemaker tried to steal or cause trouble, the next day they would be tied up under the old tree at the village entrance as a warning to others. There was no proof and no witnesses, but everyone knew exactly who did it. In the training field, the young women were practicing the moves taught by Xian Qianyan. Eye strikes and elbow hits were fine, but the sneaky tricks were what they practiced most seriously, their eyes fierce and full of energy. The village chief and the party secretary were speechless. They believed that before long, their very dark village might have to change its name to the village where no one marries. As the matchmaker said, usually if a girl has 7 or 8 brothers, most families would hesitate. If there's a disagreement, just seeing those brothers lined up would scare anyone. But in your village, one strong girl is like having a whole group of brothers behind her. Who would dare to marry such a girl? Still, a few did get married, and that was definitely true love. Xian Qianyun had no idea that because of her, the village chief and the secretary were already losing their hair from stress. She came from the era of interstellar exploration. Her real name was Qianyun Long, code name Shadow One. Gifted in combat, she had been on the front lines since turning 18. In the neighboring galaxy, artificial intelligence had destroyed its creators and taken control. At first, the two galaxies left each other alone, but the AI leader grew greedy and wanted to seize the resource planets in Qianyun's galaxy. As one of the top commanders, she led her troops and mecha soldiers into fierce battles. After 5 years, victory was near. She had already dreamed of retiring and resting for a few years, but a space storm threw her into a wormhole. During the chaos, she picked up a system from Blue Star and ended up on a planet called Xia Country. Her special ability was spatial control, and she had stored plenty of advanced interstellar technology and enough nutrient solution to last 20 years. The system she found was called Lazyfish No. 6. It had been damaged while traveling through the time-space rift, losing most of its functions. Only 2 apps remained, Daodu and Tomato Novels. The system had long given up hope and barely responded to its new host, Qianyun. However, Qianyun had fallen into a different world, a country that had been founded for just over 20 years, still in the early stages of rebuilding, surrounded by lush greenery so dense it could make anyone gasp in awe. In her home star system, a planet suitable for farming was as valuable as a high-level energy planet, and natural food was extremely expensive. Even a decorated general like her only received enough food supplies for half a year, showing just how rare such resources were. Lao Lu said that the Xia kingdom they landed in was somewhat similar to Huagua on Blue Star during the 1970s and 1980s. System. Omega, I'm salted fish No. 6. Not Lao Lu. Can't you understand system language? Landing on a planet full of natural food was like a mouse falling into a jar of rice. She lay on a thick tree branch, one leg crossed over the other, munching on wild fruit, scrolling through short videos, and reading free online novels. Wasn't this the perfect retirement life she had dreamed of? Although she had no official identity, she lived freely in the forest. One day, while searching for food, she came across an elderly couple being robbed by two bandits. As a soldier who believed in protecting the weak, she stepped in and knocked both robbers down with a single punch each. The elderly couple were deeply grateful. When they learned that the young woman was alone, they told her they were on their way to visit relatives. They decided to take her in as their granddaughter so they could travel together and help her get registered as a citizen to solve her identity problem. Lao Lu said that if this planet was a parallel version of Blue Star, then the northeastern region was rich in resources and delicious food. Although they were now living off natural ingredients, they lacked seasonings. In those villages, there would be plenty of vegetables and fruits. Just for the sake of good food, the warrior decided this was an opportunity not to be missed, and they happily agreed to travel together. From then on, the interstellar warrior Shadow Number 1 gained a new identity in the Xia Kingdom, Xian Qianyan. She also developed new hobbies, eating and watching short videos. Her side hobbies included singing, dancing, and learning fancy hand tricks from the videos. Of course, she also mastered many martial arts techniques, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and more. To stay healthy and live long, she practiced traditional exercises like the 5 animal frolics and the 8-section brocade. No matter the era, she was a truly all-around warrior. When the Xian couple were young, they had left their youngest son in their hometown and gone with their 2 older sons to work in another region. Although they earned more there than back home, life was still hard. As they grew older and could no longer work as before, they decided to return to their hometown, to rest and spend their remaining years in peace. Their hometown was called Haihei Village, and the Xian family was one of the biggest families there. Xian Qianyan was the 6th among the girls of her generation. The village head also came from their family, and she had to call him granduncle. The 5th in line was Xian Lady, the 2nd daughter of Xian Daemon, who was the 2nd son of their 4th great-uncle. According to the household records, she was 2 months older than Qianyun, so she was considered her elder cousin. At first, they only treated each other as relatives, but Lady's cooking skills turned out to be the best in the family. Qianyun, a true food lover, quickly became her biggest fan. When Qianyun first arrived in the village, she even saved Lady from falling into the river. Grateful and spending more time together, the two became inseparable, closer than real sisters. Qianyun loved to eat, was strong, and lived like a carefree tomboy. Lady, on the other hand, grew up in a family that favored boys. As the 2nd child, she was often ignored by her parents, who gave all their attention to her younger brother. Most of the housework fell on her shoulders, which made her careful, patient, and capable. Her parents wanted to keep her at home to work and take care of her brother. She was already 10 when they finally let her attend primary school, and she graduated at 15. They only allowed it because it made it easier for her to help her brother study. They never planned to let her go to middle school, but because Lady had excellent grades, among the best in her year, her teacher and the principal visited her home several times. The kind teacher even offered to pay her tuition, so her parents reluctantly agreed. Lady knew that studying was her only way to escape her suffocating home. She worked hard, studying whenever she could, and always stayed at the top of her class. But after she graduated from middle school, her mother brought a matchmaker to their house. That was when Lady finally understood. Her parents would never let her continue her studies. Just like her older sister, she would be married off as soon as she reached the right age, no matter the man's age or character, as long as the bride price was high enough. That day, Qianyun went to find her 5th sister to ask for her favorite sweet and sour dish. When she arrived at her uncle's house, she saw Lady crying in the corner, looking terrified. "What's going on?" she asked. Xian Daemon and his wife stepped back nervously when they saw the bold and outspoken Qianyun. "We're arranging a match for your sister," they said. Qianyun was shocked. "My sister's grades are amazing. Her teacher said she could even get into a top school in the capital. What are you doing?" Don't tell me you're trying to sell her for money. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The couple, feeling guilty, took another big step back. Xi and Qianyun understood everything now. She gave a cold laugh, pulled over a stool, and sat down firmly. The Women's Committee has been promoting freedom in marriage and opposing arranged marriages, but you never listen. I'll keep it short. My sister is definitely going to high school. If you dare to marry her off carelessly, don't blame me for what happens next. She picked up one of the smooth stones her little brother had collected, weighed it in her hand, then squeezed it hard. When she opened her palm, the stone had turned to powder and drifted away with the wind. Along with it went the courage of the three people watching. The matchmaker stumbled, then turned and ran for her life.
Goodness.
A year ago, this dark little village had gained a local bully who could defeat anyone, and it turned out to be a young woman. Her strength was like that of a bear. No way would she ever try to arrange a marriage for Xian Lady again. The couple wanted to run too, but there was nowhere to go. They clung to each other, trembling. Driven by fear, the husband stammered, It's not that we don't want her to study, but she's almost 20 now. People will laugh if she's not married. And the high school fees and books, we really can't afford them. Xian Qianyun brushed the dust from her hands and said calmly, I'll find a way to pay the fees. Remember this, if our family produces a college student, it will be our greatest pride. My sister has talent, and she's meant to soar high like a golden phoenix. If you dare to get in her way, well. The couple quickly cried out, No, we wouldn't dare. In Lady's eyes, her younger sister was like a hero descending from the clouds to save her. She rushed forward and hugged her tightly. The sadness she had been holding in, mixed with sudden relief and joy, spilled out in tears. Xian Qianyun gently patted her sister's back to comfort her. The two families lived next door. Qianyun had always been bold and outspoken, and she never hesitated to scold her so-called uncle and aunt when they treated her sister unfairly. Afraid of the fearless little tyrant, they no longer dared to treat their second daughter like a servant. Lady's life became much better. A few months later, Xian Qianyun found 100-year-old ginseng root, sold it for a great price in the capital city of Zicheng, and built a 6-room brick house for the family. Thinking about it, the fifth sister's family still lived in a mud brick house. To give her a better place to study, she didn't hesitate to bring her home directly. Her parents were shocked. Why didn't she bring their precious son to enjoy the big brick house instead? The couple hinted to their son to stay close to the sixth sister. Obediently, Fugue followed their advice, thinking he'd get snacks if he got along with her. He went over happily but came back crying. Fugue, did Yun hit you?
Wah.
She didn't hit me, but sixth sister said I'm the spirit of a runny nose and told me to stay away so I wouldn't get my snot on her.
Wah.
Fugue isn't a runny-nosed spirit. Mr. and Mrs. Xian. Their son cried so hard that his nose ran nonstop, sticky and messy, hanging down to his chin. When he gasped for air, he even sucked it into his mouth, making his parents frown in disgust. The morning mist had not yet lifted when a loud rooster crow broke the quiet of the village. Lydie was already up. After washing, she started the fire to cook breakfast, pulling the bellows while reciting English words. It was the weekend, and there was no school. She was now a second-year high school student, soon to be in her final year. Xiao Yun had said that if she wanted to spread her wings and escape their suffocating home, she had to work hard for her own future. After all, her sister couldn't protect her forever. There wasn't much entertainment in the countryside, so people went to bed early and got up early, except for one person. When the whole family had already gone out to work in the fields, even the little ones carrying baskets to gather pig grass, one person was still sound asleep. After finishing her chores, Lydie quietly opened the door to the room she shared with Xian Qianyun. Seeing the lump under the blanket, she smiled helplessly and fondly. She walked to the bed and gently patted her younger sister. Little lazy pig, time to get up. The sun's almost shining on your back. Xian Qianyun wriggled like a little caterpillar. She tried to resist, but the warm bed refused to let her go. Lydie knew her sister loved to sleep in, but today there was something important to do. Lazy pig, you told me to wake you at 8. It's already 8:30. At once, the girl with messy hair jumped up from the bed. Today she was going into the mountains to dig for ginseng and gather herbs. When her fifth sister got into college, she planned to follow her there. The countryside was nice, but the food in the city was even better. While there was still more than a year left, she planned to gather more wild ginseng, lingji, and other rare herbs. They could be sold for money or used to restore her strength when she felt weak. With Lao Lu's help, she didn't want to waste any time. After washing up, she found that lady had already made her a big bowl of noodle soup. Watching her younger sister eat happily, Lady smiled and began pulling off the bed sheets to wash them while she had time on the weekend. Big sis, the sheets aren't even dirty. Washing them every 3 or 6 months is enough. You wash them every month, it's too much work. How can you say that? 3 months? 6 months? While you're still at home, it's fine, but when you get married, if you wash that rarely, your in-laws will think you're lazy. Although Xiaoyan was strong and a bit rough in her habits, Lady didn't find it hard living with her. Compared to the days of endless chores at home, life with her sister felt like heaven. Since moving in, she had even gained 10 pounds. In winter, when the family washed their clothes, her younger sister always prepared plenty of firewood and hot water. While others carried firewood back one load at a time, her sister could lift a 10-meter tree in one hand and drag a pile of wood with the other, making the villagers stare in amazement. Then I'll just find a husband who does all the housework and washes the sheets every month, ha. As Lady passed by, she gently pinched her sister's cheek and said with a smile, "You and your jokes." "Oh, right, sis. Weren't you planning to change your name? I went to the provincial library and copied down a bunch of nice ones for you to look at." In truth, she had simply searched online for beautiful and meaningful girl names, and a long list appeared. She had a household robot named Dundun in her storage space. When she was younger, Dundun had helped her copy homework by imitating her handwriting. Now, she gave Dundun some paper from this era and had it copy the search results, about 20 pages in total. Looking at the stack of papers, Lady felt a warm glow in her heart. Smiling, she said, "All right, I'll pick one and let you know. I won't come back tonight, so don't worry. Just be careful, okay?" Ever since she had knocked out a bear with one punch, the family had gotten used to her spending nights in the mountains. After finishing her meal, she took the water bottle, food, and large folded sack her sister had prepared in their usual spot. With her big backpack on, she set off toward the mountains. When she passed by the river, everyone, young and old, waved to her warmly. Many villagers often went into the mountains to gather wild goods such as mushrooms, herbs, pine nuts, rare plants, and deer antlers. They were known as mountain runners. Everyone in the village knew how capable Xian Qianyan was. They all wished the little boss could lead them, since it meant better safety. But today, she was heading deep into the mountains and didn't want a long line of people following her, attracting wolves, bears, or even big golden cats. After hiking for 3 hours, Xian Qianyan entered the deep forest and called out to her partner. "Number 6, wake up. We're going to dig for ginseng. Help me search for any 1,000-year-old ginseng nearby." Lazy system number 6. Soon, a loud voice echoed in her mind, only she could hear it. "I've told you hundreds of times, my name is Lazy number 6, not Old 6. And 1,000-year-old ginseng? I just want to quietly watch you for once." Watch me for what? How can someone be so shameless? Finding one that's 100 or 200 years old would already be amazing. Do you think this place is a ginseng market? Number 6, are you having mood swings? You sound so grumpy. Number 6 didn't know what to say. He longed to return to his original time and space, but that hope was slim. Now he was stuck with a carefree, super strong, food-loving alien. The system sighed deeply. Xian Qianyan found a lingji mushroom and started digging it up. Number 6 said, "There's a pair of bears on your left and a big cat ahead." She straightened up, remembered something her fifth sister had studied recently, and shouted to the animals, "Hey, friends. Isn't it great to meet from afar?" The bear couple and the tiger were terrified. That voice was like thunder from the sky. That strange woman was back in their territory again. One of the bears was lifted high by Xi and Qianyun and then thrown in a perfect arc, landing miserably on the ground. The big cat was knocked into the air, spinning gracefully before splashing into the water. The three animals whimpered softly, realizing once again how painful it was to cross paths with her. Watching them run away as fast as the wind, Xi and Qianyun put the Lingji into a large sack in her storage space and shook her hands. Looks like they remember me. Lassie número 6. This alien's power was truly terrifying. 200 meters ahead at 3 o'clock. Dig there. Last year we found 200-year-old ginseng roots. Are you planning to keep this one or sell it? I'll keep it. Even though I can exchange the gold in my space for money, selling it gives me a proper explanation for where the money came from. In her first year here, she heard the village chief say that the national policy had changed, the planned economy had ended, and the market economy had begun. The southern city of S was the first pilot city for reform and opening up. Following number 6 analysis, she went to S City and sold 100-year-old ginseng root to a wealthy businessman from the nearby port city for 120,000 yuan. Then she bought a lot of land and houses in S City, along with trendy clothes, accessories, and electronic goods. After that, she went to the bustling coastal city, bought property and shops in the city center, and picked up some rare items. She even made a trip to the capital, Z City, where she sold the second, slightly younger ginseng root. Number 6 said that courtyard houses would become very valuable in the future, but she didn't have enough time to find a good one. Anyway, her fifth sister planned to attend university in the capital, so she could look for one later. The goods she brought back earned her another big profit. Speaking of her fifth sister, with her current grades, getting into a top university was no problem. She planned to go with her, and while still living in the village, finding 2 ginseng roots a year was just right. She pushed aside the wild grass and saw bright red berries on top of 6 compound leaves, 6-leaf ginseng. Number 6, report the age. Number 6 sighed. He seriously suspected this alien had something against him. 240 years old. By the way, a big wild boar just spotted you. This kind of bad-tempered creature attacked whenever it felt annoyed. Xi and Qianyun didn't want it to damage the ginseng, so as the boar charged, she moved with incredible speed, grabbed its hind legs, spun it around like a hammer, and sent the 600-pound beast flying. Number 6 was already used to this alien's terrifying strength. If you stay here, you could be the ruler of the mountain. All the wild animals would bow to you, and you'd have endless ginseng and mushrooms to dig. Thanks for the compliment, but I'd rather live in a city full of restaurants. That's where I belong. You really have great ambition. According to the ginseng digging steps she found online, first you shout bangchui, then tie a red string around it and start digging. This was delicate work, and the ginseng was over 100 years old. But Xi and Qianyun didn't feel tired because to her, it was like digging for gold. The first time she dug for ginseng, she even searched online. Can ginseng run away? Of course, ginseng can't run, but it can go dormant. When the environment isn't right, the part above the ground disappears. So sometimes people see it once, come back later, and wonder, where did it go? Did it run away? Number 6 said that was something new to learn. Even though she had a high-tech preservation cabinet in her space, the all-knowing Daodu also taught her how to dry ginseng properly. After digging, she never forgot to sow new seeds. She planned to grow a large patch of forest ginseng. In 10 years or so, she would have her own ginseng garden. The vast horizon is my love, where flowers bloom at the foot of the green hills. Because the 200-year-old ginseng had such long roots, Xi and Qianyun didn't return until the 3rd morning. Carrying a huge bundle, she looked full of energy, humming a song she had learned from Daodu. The bundle was 5 meters long, making her 1.75-meter height almost invisible. From afar, she looked like a walking bundle monster, one that could sing. In the whole area, only she dared to collect mountain goods without fear of wild beasts. Young girl, did you find any ginseng? Someone called out. She grinned, showing 8 bright teeth. Hey, I really did, 30 years old. Others might have been jealous, but everyone in Hay Village felt grateful to her. Ever since the new policy encouraged small businesses, this girl had been the most active one. Always exploring, always trying new things. Last year, she even found 100-year-old ginseng and sold it for a great price, earning a fortune. But instead of keeping it all, she built a 6-room brick house for her family and generously bought 2 tractors for the village. The villagers were thrilled. Because of water disputes, they used to fight with the neighboring village every few years. But Yun Girl paid to build a water channel, benefiting several nearby villages. The commune even awarded Hay Village with certificates for progress and contribution. Although she was generous and capable, people with her kind of talent often had a bit of a willful and carefree temper. She sometimes caused quite a stir, and a few people who suffered losses even went to the commune leaders to complain. But since she worked selflessly for the good of the village and never crossed the line, the leaders usually turned a blind eye. Everyone had long gotten used to her ways. When the harvest maniac came home, the happiest ones were always the children. Every time she dug up ginseng, she gave it to her grandparents. The herbs she collected, like Schisandra, Ganoderma, and others, were either sold to the commune or at the market. She kept some pine nuts and hazelnuts for the children as snacks and sold the rest. While others could only carry 1 sack of pine cones at a time, Xian Qianyun could carry 10. The wild fruits she picked didn't keep long, so she gave them all to the kids. Since the 3rd branch of the Xian family came to the village with Xian Qianyun, the younger generation's happiness had skyrocketed. There was always more than enough to eat, really more than enough. Her uncle and aunt couldn't stop smiling. Yun was generous. Half of the money from sales went to support the grandparents, and the other half was for household expenses. There was meat at almost every meal, and life felt wonderful. When Xian lady saw her sister return, she carefully checked to make sure she wasn't hurt. That evening, she cooked a delicious meal to help her recover. At night, 2 light bulbs were turned on at once. Quite a luxury so that the 5th sister could study without straining her eyes. Xiaoyan, I've chosen a new name, Xian Shujin. What do you think? Since moving in with her 6th sister, the once thin and sallow girl had completely changed. Her skin was fairer, she had filled out, and her bright, delicate face had become even more beautiful. Salty Fish Number 6 quickly explained the lovely meaning behind the name to the alien. Xian Qianyun nodded. Very nice. When we have time, let's take the household register and change it. It sounds much better than lady. As someone with exceptional genes and a strong, determined nature, Xian Qianyun's knowledge far surpassed that of most people in this era, though her understanding of local history and literature still lagged behind. Her life plan was simple: earn more money, buy more houses, collect rent, and enjoy good food for the rest of her life. She never even thought about going back to school. However, Xian Shujin thought that since her younger sister would move to a big city to find a job, having a higher diploma would definitely help. Even if she didn't need it for business, having one meant she could have more choices. Under her constant reminders, her sister gave up on college but decided to at least get a high school diploma. She was busy running around making money and didn't have time to attend school regularly. Thanks to the 2 tractors she had helped the village with, the village chief was happy to ask around and found out she could just take the final exams. If she passed, she could get her certificate. The result was great. With the help of Lazy Fish Number 6, Xian Qianyun passed every subject and got her diploma. The village chief said she was really lucky, but only she knew that if her scores were too high, the school might have picked her as a top student, which would have been troublesome. One afternoon, her sister's classmates came over to do homework. Because Xian Qianyun had bought a tape recorder and English tapes to help her sister study, her sister's classmates were full of envy. The girls chatted excitedly about their English homework for the week, choosing an English name. Classmate Xiaofeng, Lucy. Classmate Xiaoying, Alice. Xian Shujin, I plan to be called Rose. Classmate Xiaotsue, I looked it up in the dictionary. Bernice sounds nice. Classmate Dahong, Doris. They looked at Xian Qianyun, who was eating corn on the side, and asked curiously, Yunmei, Why don't you pick an English name too? When you go to college with your sister, it'll sound fancy. Xin Qianyun thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. I've decided. My English name will be fish-flavored shredded pork. Her sister, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. The other girls froze for a second, then burst into laughter. Everyone laughed so hard they could barely breathe. Yunmei really lived up to her foodie reputation. Did you misunderstand? English names don't all end with SI, like Lily or Annie. Xin Qianyun waved her hand. I think fish-flavored shredded pork sounds great. It matches my sister's name perfectly. Don't try to change my mind. Cold cucumber salad, garlic vermicelli, braised bamboo shoots. None of them sound as good as fish-flavored shredded pork. Shujin. How did my elegant rose turn into shredded pork? Everyone else. Lazy fish number 6 sighed to the sky. An alien from a land without good food. She doesn't care about English or Chinese, only about whether the dish tastes good. Soon, everyone in Haihei village knew that the little troublemaker had an English name, Yuxiang Rousey. But Yuxiang Rousey was clearly the name of a Chinese dish, so how could it be a foreign name? It had to be fake. System number 6. So smart. You all deserve a thumbs up. Having traveled far and seen much, Xin Qianyun realized how important a driver's license was. She planned to ask the commune leaders to recommend her to the city's transport team to learn driving. She was sure she would buy a car one day, so it was better to get a license early, even though the training was for large Liberation brand trucks. Getting a recommendation was easy, but passing the tests was hard. Driving school required at least 3 months of study, sometimes even half a year. Students had to learn traffic rules, mechanical knowledge, and basic repairs before taking a strict final exam. Although Xin Qianyun was a young woman, the leaders didn't make things difficult for her. They had seen her skills and confidence, and since she had made great contributions to the commune's economy, they quickly approved her recommendation. She collected information about cars and maintenance from libraries in different cities and shared it generously with her fellow trainees from the commune when she arrived at the city's transport training center. People from nearby villages all knew about the fierce girl from Haihei village. They were both grateful and a little afraid of her, treating her with great respect, which made others from different communes look on in surprise. After 3 months, the first test took place. Only 3 people passed, and of course, the top score belonged to the little boss. Her driving was smooth and confident, like that of an experienced driver. She could fix car problems easily, thanks to system number SIX's help. Xin Qianyun brushed back her short hair with flair, thinking proudly, back in the day, I piloted mechas. This is nothing. After getting a license, most new drivers would first practice short routes with a mentor before being allowed to drive long distances. But the very next day, the little boss went straight to the transport team leader and asked to drive long-distance routes. The leader was stunned, ready to scold her for being reckless, but the deputy captain, who knew the commune leaders, quickly whispered about Xin Qianyun's legendary performance during the 2-village water battle, where she had faced overwhelming odds and still won. The leader's expression changed several times as he looked at the bold young woman who seemed more like a tough guy than a girl. Seeing her top exam results, he finally said, all right then. The veteran drivers of the transport team were completely shocked. A trainee who had just finished 3 months of training was already going on long-distance trips? Xin Qianyun's mentor was her clansman from the same village. The other drivers were secretly relieved. They thought training a girl would be tiring since women usually didn't have the same strength as men. Their route was the farthest from the coastal cities. Although smuggling goods back from there brought higher profits, it also meant greater danger. Even though the country was developing quickly, some areas still had poor security. Trucks carrying goods often became targets for robbers on remote roads. The men drove in constant fear. When Xin Qianyun asked to take the most profitable route, everyone thought she was crazy. Her mentor, who knew her well, stayed calm. This girl was not only strong and skilled in martial arts, but also an excellent shooter. The village chief had once recommended her to join the local militia. After she joined, her strong sense of justice and impressive ability helped make the area safer than ever before. Because the village had become so peaceful, Xi and Qianyan decided it was more meaningful to earn money and help her hometown grow. Even after leaving the militia, her reputation remained powerful. Those troublemakers, men who bullied their families or treated women unfairly, became as quiet as quails whenever they heard her name. With her by his side and a gun in hand, the old driver felt much calmer about this long trip. A week after departure, they entered a remote mountain road where several robberies had recently happened. Xi and Qianghua began to feel uneasy. Yun, hold your gun tight. If something feels wrong, we'll drive straight through, he said. Her AI assistant, number 6, was already awake and scanning the surroundings. Xi and Qianyan wasn't as nervous as her uncle. Then number 6's voice sounded in her mind. There's an ambush 1 kilometer ahead. 15 people in total. 5 have guns, and there are obstacles placed in the middle of the road. Qianyan turned and asked, Uncle, what should we do if there are obstacles on the road? Xi and Qianghua's face darkened. That was the worst situation. If there's no blockage, we'll rush through. But if there is, we'll have to abandon the goods. The nearby villagers often work with the robbers and help them hide. Don't fight them. Our lives come first. Xi and Qianyan quietly switched to another gun. Her uncle's heart skipped a beat. Why are you carrying a gun too? She replied calmly, Well, our village is near the mountains. We often run into bears and wildcats. The commune had some tranquilizer guns, so I brought a few back. In the interstellar era, her opponents had been artificial intelligences, not living beings. That instinctive sniper reflex was deeply ingrained in her blood. To be safe, she chose to use a tranquilizer gun. Xi and Qianghua looked at the girl's serious face and felt uneasy. Did you find something? Uncle, I saw someone on the mountain. Just focus on driving, but slow down a bit to be safe. Xi and Qianghua had always lived in the city. Although the young girl was strong, he had never seen her in action, and his nerves were on edge. Xi and Qianyan took a night camouflage suit from her bag, opened the car window, and swiftly climbed onto the roof. The truck's exterior was covered with dark green waterproof fabric, blending perfectly into the shadowy mountain night. Her tranquilizer gun had been modified for long range and near silence. As the truck approached the ambush site, the lookouts hiding above came into range. She fired twice in quick succession, taking them down before they could react. A few minutes later, the headlights illuminated 2 large rocks and tree branches blocking the road. Xi and Qianghua, alone in the driver's seat, felt his heart leap into his throat. 2 armed lookouts were down, but 3 more remained. According to number SIX's warning, 1 was ahead, and 2 were hiding in the grass on the right. Perhaps to make moving the goods easier, only 1 person was stationed in front, while the rest gathered on the right. Her next target was the one ahead. Because of her warning, the truck was moving slowly, avoiding any sudden stops. The bandits in the grass were a bit suspicious, but didn't think much of it. Their attention stayed on the truck, unaware that their companion in front had already been taken down. When the truck was forced to stop, a group of dark figures rushed forward, banging on the door and shouting for the driver to get out. In such a situation, there was no choice but to give up the cargo. He raised his hands, ready to step out, when suddenly a dark shape rolled down from the top of the truck, startling the bandits. In the pitch-black wilderness, the atmosphere was tense and chilling. The dark figure moved even faster, snatching the 2 guns in an instant and tossing them to Uncle Xian before kicking the open car door shut again. By the time the robbers realized what was happening, 3 of their companions were already knocked out on the ground. They weren't ghosts, so what were they afraid of? Skinny monkey, what's taking so long? Someone shouted impatiently. They hated dealing with people who didn't know their place. A minute later, all the robbers were lying on the ground. This wasn't a normal person, more like a mountain spirit. How could any human move that fast? Uncle Xian. No wonder she was known as the toughest person in their commune. With 1 move per person, she knocked them all down. Uncle Xian got out of the car, nervously waving his gun around. Uncle, it's over. Have some tea and rest. I'll go bring down the robbers from the hill. He was left standing there awkwardly. 15 robbers were soon lined up neatly on the ground. When Xian Qianyan came over carrying a rope, Uncle Xian thought she wanted help tying them up. But she asked him a surprising question. Uncle, can our truck carry 15 more people? You mean to take them straight to the police? The truck's already full. We can't tie them to the roof, can we? Under the car lights, the girl's eyes lit up as she looked at him with full agreement. Uncle Xian, tying them to the roof would be too easy for them. Our truck has side rails. Let's tie them to the sides. He was starting to understand why the local crime rate had dropped so much since she arrived. 10 minutes later, Uncle Xian tied the robbers securely below, while the girl on the roof easily pulled them up to the railings and tied them tightly, 7 on one side, 8 on the other, neat as corn cobs. She even wanted to borrow her uncle's socks, but he couldn't bear to part with them. They were pure cotton and worth a few yuan. Besides, there weren't enough for everyone. So Xian Qianyan grabbed some wild grass from the roadside and stuffed a handful into each robber's mouth. Uncle Xian had only heard stories about the little powerhouse of their hometown, but now he was seeing it for himself. He stood frozen as she shouted, then smashed a huge rock with her bare hands and tossed the pieces aside like skipping stones into the weeds by the road. In just a couple of minutes, the road was completely clean. Uncle Xian. Even after they continued on their way, with the girl now driving, the old man still looked dazed and couldn't recover for a long time. When Sang Biao took action, it was truly extraordinary. The nearest county police station was 3 hours away, and the city police station would take 5. Xian Qianyan decided to go straight to the city. Halfway there, the robbers woke up. It was like a thunderclap on a clear day. They were tied up and hanging awkwardly, faces full of dirt and grass, wind blowing hard against them, eyes stinging, and hearts filled with despair. With half the journey still ahead, the truck had already become the most eye-catching and bizarre sight on the road. One of the robbers spat out the grass in his mouth and shouted for help, hoping to meet a kind passerby who might save them. They had to pass through busy areas to eat or use the restroom. When curious and justice-loving people asked questions, Xian Qianyan patiently explained several times that these men were robbers being taken to the police. After all, if they were the bad ones, would she really tie them up so openly? Eventually, Sang Biao got tired of explaining. He took some dried mushrooms from his bag, bought a bucket, a ladle, and a pot of hot water from a roadside vendor. He threw the mushrooms in, poured the water, and stirred. When the water cooled, he climbed up a ladder and went to the tied-up robbers. One by one, he forced them to drink it. Xian Qianghua knew the girl wasn't a bad person, but he had heard about her reckless nature. The mushrooms looked strangely familiar. What did you give them? He asked. After the rain, the mountain was full of mushrooms. My 5th sister and I went to pick some. Aunt Swansai warned us not to touch the poisonous ones. This kind is called the laughing mushroom. Eat one, and you'll laugh for an hour or 2. Some call it the forget-worry mushroom or the smiling madness mushroom. Eat too many, and you might laugh your way to heaven. Everyone, including the robbers, was speechless. This girl was unbelievable. I dried them just to see if they really make people laugh, she added. As expected, 5 minutes later, wild laughter and strange cries filled the air. The robbers laughed uncontrollably, their faces twisted, tears streaming down as their hearts broke. If they had known this would happen, they would never have caused trouble in the first place. The robbers whimpered, "When will we get to the police station? Please, someone save us." Then the Liberation brand truck hit the road like a city sprinkler truck, complete with its own background music, leaving pedestrians and nearby drivers stunned. After attracting countless stares along the way, Uncle Xian felt uneasy and said softly, "Girl, isn't this a bit too flashy?" Xian Qianyan drove skillfully and waved her hand. "Uncle, you should be glad it's daytime. If it were last night on that dark mountain road, with a truck full of creepy laughter, just imagine that." Hee hee. The image was so eerie that no one dared to think about it too much. Xian Qianghua once again understood why his cousin, the village chief, had such mixed feelings about this little troublemaker. When they finally reached the nearest police station in the city, strange laughter filled the air at the entrance. Several officers came out to look, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. 15 strong men of all shapes and sizes were tied tightly to the sides of the truck, their faces streaked with tears, grimacing in pain yet laughing uncontrollably. Everyone, did this truck take a wrong turn? Shouldn't it be heading to a mental hospital? Xi and Xianyan jumped off the truck and shouted, "Officers, we caught the robbers. Is there a reward?" Salty Fish number 6 covered his face helplessly. Ever since this alien had sung "I found a coin by the roadside" and gave it to the police officer 50 times, every male officer, young or old, had become officer uncle. They still had deliveries to make, so they didn't waste time. Leaving the men tied up, the two of them went inside to explain everything clearly. The officers were first amazed by their mysterious strength. Then Officer Jia asked, "Were those men frightened or something? Why are they laughing like that?" Xian Songbiao hadn't explained that part yet. Xian Qianyun waved her hand. "We couldn't keep them quiet with grass in their mouths. On the way, they kept shouting nonsense to confuse people, pretending to be the victims. So I gave them some forget-worry water, made from our mountain's laughing mushrooms. Works like a charm. Everyone, that laughing mushrooms? That name sounds suspicious. Probably poisonous. Isn't that basically poisoning them? Poisonous mushrooms can be deadly." "Comrade Xian, please don't do that again," one officer said seriously. Though she had done a good deed, her methods still needed correction. Xian Qianyan pouted and replied flatly, "Oh, she had definitely controlled her strength, but if she said that out loud, she would probably get lectured again." The carjackers looked miserable after being caught. Xiao Yi grabbed a rag and roughly wiped the dirt off their faces, then compared each of them with the wanted photos. What a surprise. Out of 15 people, 3 were wanted criminals with long records. The reward was 2,000 yuan. One of the men's eyes lit up instantly. After they told everything they knew, the rest was up to the police to question the robbers. Since they still had goods to deliver and would pass by again later, the police allowed them to leave first. They were from the B City Logistics team in J Province, a public company, so it was easy to contact them. 10 days later, when they returned, the case was almost settled. According to the robbers, that young woman in her 20s was like a walking powerhouse. They even wanted to recruit her. Catching 3 major wanted criminals and solving a large armed robbery case were 2 huge achievements. The police chief gave special instructions. When the 2 heroes returned, he must be informed. He wanted to personally present their awards. Xian Qianyan looked at the stack of cash with a delighted smile that was almost silly, while her uncle stood there confused. After all, his niece had done all the work. He was just along for the ride. After receiving the reward, Xian Qianyan quickly put the money into her bag, rubbed her hands together, and said to her uncle with a grin, "The money is mine, but how about the certificate says it's awarded to the B City Logistics team for their brave actions?" They both knew it was better to stay low-key. So when the head of the B City Logistics team suddenly received a call from higher authorities praising their outstanding contribution to road safety, he was stunned for a long time after hanging up, feeling as if he were walking on air. 2 people catching 15 robbers. Was this even real? He immediately called in the team leader to ask about the drivers on that route. When he learned it was a young girl who had just gotten her license paired with a middle-aged driver with a big belly and no muscles, the head was speechless. The team leader saw his boss's strange expression and asked what was going on. After hearing the story, he became excited. The deputy team leader was right, he said. She really is the toughest person in the whole village. After saying goodbye to the men in hats, Xian Qianyun and her uncle got into the car. She took out 200 yuan and handed it to the driver. "Uncle, this is for you." Xian Xianghua immediately refused. He hadn't done anything to help, so he felt embarrassed to take the money. But Xian Qianyun insisted, pushing the money into the large pocket on his chest. "This is to calm your nerves. The village chief told me to take care of everyone's mental well-being. As the saying goes, giving money is the most sincere way to show care. Please don't refuse my kindness." Number 6. She learned that line from a video online. Xian Qianghua was speechless. On the way back, they had to transport cotton from another village, so they didn't take the same route. When they passed the spot where the robbery had happened before, Xian Qianghua's feelings became complicated. He saw the same fallen tree and scattered stones blocking the road, along with an old van. That familiar feeling returned.
Girl.
This time, Xian Qianyun was driving. She slowed down steadily, parked, told her uncle to stay in the locked car, and got out to move the large tree, which was about 5 or 6 meters long. Number 6 had already warned her that this group didn't have guns. The robbers jumped out, holding large knives that glinted coldly under the headlights. But when they saw the short-haired young woman easily lift the heavy tree, they froze, forgetting what they were supposed to say. Then fear spread across their faces as the thick tree trunk came crashing toward them. The robbers scattered like frightened mice.
Bang.
A loud crash echoed as their van was smashed in.
Ah.
Weapons clattered to the ground, and sharp screams filled the night air, mixing with the sound of insects. They had run into someone they couldn't handle. Time to run. But Sang Biao wasn't about to let them escape. He grabbed some stones from the roadside and threw them at the robbers' legs. A few dull thuds followed as they fell to the ground. Xian Qianghua looked at the scene of fallen bodies again, his heart already numb. The corn strings appeared once more on both sides of the truck, fluttering in the wind like decorations. To stay alert, Sang Biao asked if he could drink some no-worry water, but his uncle firmly refused. Surrounded by dark mountains and trees under a moonless sky, he didn't want to experience anything that felt like a ghost story. When they passed the nearby police station, a strange truck filled with laughter drove in. Inside was another walking coin, a wanted person worth a 500 yuan reward. The interrogation didn't happen right away. They left their work address and contact information, then set off again. The head of the transport team received another congratulatory call the day before Sang Biao returned. He hung up with a blank face, closed the doors and windows, clenched his fists, and silently shouted into the air. This year's Outstanding Unit Award was in the bag. Please allow me to celebrate in silence. The H City Public Security Bureau had called to say that the young woman only wanted the cash reward and that the certificate and honor should go to her unit. The team leader was moved to tears. What a selfless and practical young comrade. He immediately decided to issue the bonus upon her return. During Sang Biao's year with the transport team, she achieved remarkable results. The team often traveled along several national highways, and public safety in those areas improved greatly. The troublemakers who used to cause problems had almost disappeared, afraid of being caught all at once. Even years after she left, the license plates of the J Province transport team remained a nightmare for those highway pests. The reason she left early was that her cousin's true identity had been exposed. Qian Xiaoqiao absolutely disliked the girl next door, nicknamed Little Overlord. Ever since she arrived, she had taken away their second daughter, leaving all the housework and farm chores to Xiaoqiao. But because Little Overlord was clever and had helped the village start mushroom and herbal planting businesses, and even worked with a machinery factory to design a convenient wheat harvester, donating 2 machines to the village, their once poorest village had become the richest in the commune. The villagers' incomes kept rising. Because of that, Xiaocao's complaints about her had lessened. One day, Qian Xiaoqiao happily took her monthly salary to the county to buy sports shoes for her son. Unexpectedly, she ran into her most successful cousin, Su Wenlan, who worked as an obstetrician at the county hospital.
Xiaoqiao. It's really you, Wenlan.
After a brief chat, Wenlan pulled her cousin aside with a mysterious look. Xiaoqiao, I was just thinking of contacting you recently. I didn't expect to meet you today. Is something wrong, Wenlan? The two cousins rarely met except during New Year visits to their grandmother, sometimes not even once a year. So Xiaoqiao was puzzled about what her cousin wanted. Xiaoqiao, does your daughter Lai Di look like you and your husband? She instinctively thought her cousin was trying to find a match for the girl, so she quickly replied, no way, she's so fair and smooth-skinned. Her father and I are both dark, but the elders say this girl takes after her great-grandmother. Her skin stays fair no matter how much sun she gets. Our lady has such a good figure, a pretty face, and a fine education. Of course, the bride price should be high. Her cousin, who always preferred sons over daughters, still wanted to use her daughter to get a large bride price. But her cousin's words made her heart skip a beat. Listen, she said, 5 days ago, the hospital got a call from the capital. 20 years ago, a pregnant official came to our county for a women's committee event. She went into labor a month early and gave birth at our county hospital. Recently, that official, now back in the capital, found out that her daughter isn't biologically related to them. They contacted our hospital because there was a power outage the night she gave birth. There were 6 mothers in the same ward, and 3 of them, including you, had baby girls. We searched all the old records, but nothing from 20 years ago could be found. So we started asking the doctors and nurses who were there at the time. I was just an intern back then, but I still remember you coming to the hospital after your water broke while you were out shopping. I was the one who helped you with the paperwork, so the information was overwhelming. Qian Xiaoqiao felt her mind go blank. She asked in confusion, "What? What do you mean?" When Lan anxiously patted her hand. "It means the 3 baby girls might have been switched. It's possible that your lady was one of them. The hospital director has already contacted the capital. I heard that the official's family is on their way here, and they'll definitely come to see you." Qian Xiaocao's voice suddenly rose. "Sister, what do you mean? Are you saying my lady might not be my daughter?" When Lan quickly covered her mouth as people nearby turned to look.
Keep your voice down.
"Nothing's certain yet. I'm telling you this today so you can be prepared. The official's family will definitely bring lady for a blood test to check her blood type and appearance." Qian Xiaoqiao didn't even know how she got home. Her beloved son, after school, rushed in like a little calf, excited because his mother had gone to the county early that morning to buy the sports shoes he had been asking for. But when he saw her sitting alone on the wooden chair in the yard, empty-handed and staring blankly like a statue, he froze.
"Mom,
"Where are my shoes?" He shook her hard, but Qian Xiaoqiao didn't respond, still lost in thought. Just then, Xian Damon came back from the fields. "Fuguei, wife, I'm home." Xian Fuguei shouted, "Dad, something's wrong. Mom's soul is gone." "What nonsense are you talking about?" But when he came closer and saw his wife's dazed look, he panicked. His usually strong and lively wife looked completely broken. "Wife, what happened? Did someone steal your money?" Hearing his voice, Qian Xiaoqiao suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. In her mind, the image of Lady's thin, yellowish face from childhood kept mixing with the bright, beautiful face she had now. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. They didn't look alike at all. Her eyebrows, her eyes, her nose. None of them resembled her or her husband. The terrible truth made her tremble. What she couldn't accept even more was that the real daughter, who had lived a comfortable life in a wealthy official's family for 20 years, might suddenly fall into hardship. How could they afford to raise her? How could they face this? When she told her husband what her cousin had said, even though it was only a guess, they both knew it might be true. Their younger daughter's striking looks were hard to ignore. One person lost in shock became 2, and neither noticed their son running off. "Great-grandpa, please come help my parents. They've lost their souls." "What happened to your parents, Fuguei?" "Mom said my second sister was switched at birth, that she's not their real daughter." Mom's crying, and Dad's just staring blankly. With a loud crash, Xian Shujin, who had just come in carrying a basin of washed vegetables, dropped it to the ground. Her whole body went weak. She was switched at birth. She wasn't really part of the Xian family. How could that be? How could that possibly be? That night, no one in the Xian family slept. The next morning, a call came directly from the capital to the village committee. The Liu family was already on their way, hoping to give the child some time to prepare mentally. When Xian Shujin finally came to her senses, she cried out, "Granduncle, please contact Xiaoyun for me. I need Xiaoyun." Only then did everyone remember that Shujin's close friend, Qianyun, who was like a sister to her, had to be there. Qianyun had planned to attend the same university as Shujin after the college entrance exams, but now that something serious had happened, she was the one Shujin needed most. No one realized that in just 2 short years, Xi and Qianyun had already become the pillar of the entire family. Fortunately, when the call reached the city transport team, Xi and Qianyun had just finished her route and was about to hand over her shift before heading home to rest. A coworker called her to the office to take the phone. Her colleagues only heard her exclaim, "What?" Then, the youngest and most capable member of their team rushed to the supervisor's office, asked for leave, and left so quickly she didn't even have time to wash her face before catching the next bus back to the county. Her swift actions made it clear that something serious had happened at home. When they learned that Xiaoyan would be back the next morning, Xi and Shujin, who had been tossing and turning all night, finally relaxed and fell asleep. After such a big incident, she couldn't focus at school anyway, so she decided to take a leave of absence. Xi and Qianyun caught the earliest bus back from the county. Thanks to her efforts, the village now had a modified diesel-powered three-wheeler for transport. It was used to carry villagers to and from the county and to transport grain during harvest season. The fare was higher than a bull cart, but now that people had more money, they didn't mind. Qianyun had even paid out of her own pocket to help repair the village road, making nearby villages envious. If it weren't for a certain strong-willed man guarding her village, they might have tried to borrow her away. Such a capable young woman. Why couldn't she have joined their village instead? Because of all this, Qianyun, who was supposed to arrive in the afternoon, reached Haihei village by 10:30 in the morning. "I'm home," she called out. Her uncle and aunt were out working in the fields. The first to hear her voice was Xi and Shujin. When she saw her younger sister, the joy on her face was quickly replaced by a wave of sadness. She ran forward and hugged Qianyun tightly. She wasn't really a child of the Xian family, which meant she was no longer Qianyun's fifth sister. With that bond gone, she felt uneasy. When the real Xian family daughter returned, would Qianyun still treat her as an older sister? Xi and Qianyun said, "Sis, why are you crying? If this is true, you're actually a high-ranking official's daughter. Your life has completely changed. Shouldn't that be a good thing?" Shujin replied quietly, "You said if I did well on the college entrance exam, you'd go to university with me. But now that I'm not your sister, would you still go with a stranger?" She wasn't just saying that. The truth was, the daughter of another woman who gave birth in the same hospital room had been found. That girl looked exactly like her parents, so it was almost certain that Xi and Shujin had been switched at birth. On the household record, one was listed as the older sister and the other as the younger one, but in reality, their identities were reversed. To Xi and Qianyun, she had raised a thin, timid girl into someone bright and beautiful. That gave her a strong sense of pride. Whether out of gratitude or affection, her fifth sister had always treated her with great kindness. Only the grandparents and the village had knew about the adoption. No one else did. So when the real daughter returned, it had nothing to do with her. "Sis, our bond is stronger than anything. Don't overthink it. I don't even know that other girl. You're the one I care about. Don't cry, okay? I'll go to college with you, and even after you get married, I'll still visit often for your cooking. You're not allowed to get tired of me." Shujin couldn't help but laugh at her foodie sister's words. Seeing how Qianyun had rushed back in such a hurry, she quickly wiped her tears. "Are you hungry? Lunch is still a while away. I'll make you something to eat first." "Perfect. Sis, I want pickled vegetable soup. The food on the road was so bad I've been dreaming about your cooking." Uncle Xian said if I didn't wake up soon, I'd flood the driver's seat with drool. Shujin laughed. "Looks like my future brother-in-law will need to be a great cook too." Xi and Qianyun thought that after living in another world, her taste had become too picky. She used to be fine with nutrition packs, but now even fresh ingredients didn't always satisfy her. Whether her future partner could cook or not, one thing was certain. She'd have to live near a great chef. Originally, the family had planned to sit down and talk things through. But when the village had heard the news, he hurried over too. He couldn't bear to see the young woman who had helped their village prosper leave so soon. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the Xian family finally held their first official family meeting. Mr. and Mrs. Xian Damon didn't come, because the main focus today was Shujin. Xi and Qianyan took out the Longjing tea she had bought on the way in her sports car and brewed a big pot. The village chief, who knew a little about tea, felt a pang in his heart. This kind of tea was perfect for entertaining important guests or giving as a gift. It wasn't that they didn't deserve to drink it, but it was such a waste not to use it to its full value. Xi and Qianyan held a large porcelain bowl, took a sip, exhaled softly, and her posture looked exactly like her grandfather's when he drank wine. The village chief's heart ached, like feeding fine flowers to a cow. Xi and Qianyan asked village chief, "You've been the one talking on the phone. What's the situation over there?" "They definitely want to take the fifth girl back," he said. "Otherwise, why make such a big deal and come all this way to find their daughter?" Xi and Qianyan sighed. Why didn't they find out earlier? The child is already 20. If they had known 10 years ago, my fifth sister wouldn't have had such a hard life. At 20, most people have already built the foundation for their future. My fifth sister is still in high school because of her family situation. The other girl, who grew up in a well-off family, must have already graduated and started working or is in college. Even if the truth comes out, with her education, she'll have a good job and a good life ahead. Things won't be too bad for her. Grandmother asked, "Will that girl really come back? Would she be willing to give up her comfortable life?" Xi and Qianyan replied, "Grandma, she's an adult now, not a child. She can keep living in the capital if she wants. If she's already working, she can even support her parents. The one who suffers the most is my fifth sister. Because of one accident, she and someone else lived each other's lives for 20 years. She gently held Shujin's rough, calloused hand, feeling sorry for her. Her sister was meant to be a delicate flower in a garden, but fate had turned her into a wild plant in the countryside." Shujin shook her head. "If Grandpa and Grandma hadn't brought you here, maybe I would have felt angry and bitter. Life at home used to be hard. But now I live in a bright, spacious house, have enough to eat and wear, and can go to school. My teachers and classmates respect me. I'm very happy with my life now." The elders present were comforted by her strength and contentment. Every time Xi and Qianyan went to the city, she brought back many gifts for her sister: hair accessories, pretty dresses, books, and more. Shujin's eyes always went straight to the books. When she wasn't doing chores, she loved to sit under the grape arbor and read. She was so absorbed that she wouldn't even hear when people called her. Shujin had an excellent memory and a natural gift for studying. Xi and Qianyan often browsed short videos and learned many short dance routines. To balance work and rest, she often pulled her fifth sister to practice hand movements with her. She loved energetic street dance and even learned a few moves of robot dance. When she was with her sister, they practiced classical dance together. Her sister had long limbs and a graceful face. Once she started dancing, her elegant movements completely charmed the younger kids at home, who all called her the most beautiful girl in the village. Not long ago, Qianyan became interested in Latin dance. She and her sister practiced in their yard with great enthusiasm. Their grandmother laughed and said they moved like flexible snakes. With Qianyan's help, her sister might not be any less talented than the so-called real daughter. But the 20 years of lost family connection could never truly be replaced. Everyone felt uneasy. The girl they had raised for so many years turned out not to be their own. Shujin finally spoke her mind. "If my biological parents want to take me back, I want to bring Qianyan with me." She paused. "I don't mean letting Qianyan rent a place in the same city. I hope my biological parents can accept her too." "Big sister." Qianyan's eyes filled with tears. Her fifth sister wanted her parents to also protect Qianyan a little. Whether it would happen or not was another matter, but the thought itself was deeply touching. Qianyan said, "Sister, going back is good. The college entrance exam uses the same test nationwide, but teachers in the capital are better than those in our county. You can improve your score in the next few months. Plus, with a city household registration, you'll have an advantage when applying for universities." Shujin, however, was firm. Wherever Qianyan was, that was where she belonged. Even if she had found her real parents, the 20 years of absence had left a gap that only Qianyan's companionship could fill. The village had looked troubled. Your parents have high status, but getting a city household registration and a job for someone without family ties isn't easy. Qianyan quickly said, I can handle the registration and job myself. If I buy a house, I can get a city ID. With today's market economy, getting a small business license is simple. But for living arrangements, it's safest to stay with my sister. Then she suddenly remembered the online novels she used to read, those stories about real and fake daughters. Blind and foolish parents, a biased and confused older brother, a cruel and scheming fake daughter, and the real daughter who is framed and mistreated countless times. She almost forgot about her fiancé, who only loved the fake one. What a tragic fate. Lazy Fish number 6 looked at the host's increasingly unstable state of mind. Host, calm down. Don't let paranoia take over. Old 6. That's not the point. The fake daughter lived a good life for 20 years. Now that her dream is shattered, she's bitter and turning dark. My sister is about to be brought back home. It's dangerous. I have to stay close and protect her. I'll be her bodyguard. Lazy Fish number 6 sighed. A bodyguard doesn't suit you. In stories about real and fake daughters, you'd make a better final boss. Thanks for the compliment. Lazy Fish number 6. Shoukukojima. Does this alien not understand sarcasm? The Liu family arrived earlier than expected. The morning after the family meeting, a rare black car drove along the newly built road. Under the curious eyes of the villagers, it stopped in front of the tallest building in the village, the committee office. A middle-aged couple stepped out, followed by a young man who looked very much like them, and then a pretty young woman in a floral shirt and jeans. When the village head came out and saw the young woman's face, he froze in shock. She looked exactly like a younger version of Qian Xiaoqiao. When he turned to the young man, his cigarette almost fell from his hand. He looked just like the male version of Wu Yatu. Heavens! Like father, like son, there was no need for a blood test. Their faces said it all. After some communication between both families, the village had looked at the nervous and uneasy couple and sighed helplessly over the mistake made 20 years ago that had switched two girls' lives. Follow me. The Liu family followed, each lost in thought. Especially Liu Xiaoji, who had enjoyed 20 years of a life that was never meant to be hers. As she looked around at the dusty roads, the weathered farmers, the low houses, the barefoot children running around, the old ox swatting flies with its tail, and the scattered dirt everywhere, her face turned pale. This was the life that truly belonged to her. Fear and confusion slowly crept through her heart. A wicked and cruel voice kept whispering in her ear, saying, "Why can't this mistake just go on forever?" She was now a college student. Even though she was no longer the daughter of Liu Jingwei's family, her future after graduation looked bright, and her life wouldn't be bad. Yet, she still felt fear. The support she had received from her parents for 20 years actually belonged to another girl. She had taken everything from that girl, who was trapped in her own muddy world. Xu Jin lived in a small brick house, but the village chief and Liu's family went to Xian Damon's old, dilapidated house. Before Shaoran arrived, Waya was living like this. They had to understand how unfair it was for Waya to have her life swapped. When Xiejin stepped into the messy, dirty yard, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and turn to run outside. She leaned against a big tree nearby, quietly crying. Liu Xiaoji, as her daughter, immediately went to comfort her. Seeing Xiaoji go, Aigwa suppressed the sour feeling in his chest and told the truth openly. Xian Damon and Qian Xiaoqiao hesitated and came out. The village chief brought out a greasy little wooden table from a nearby shed, telling them to quickly bring a stool. Aunt San ran over to inform Qian Yun and the others. The people from next door immediately gathered to support. Xiejin tidied her emotions and, when she returned with Liu Xiaoji, she bumped into Xu Jin and the others at the door. Everyone stared in shock. The Xian family saw the young Qian Xiaoqiao, and Xiejin saw another, son. He had deep eyes and a high nose like old Liu, and his mouth resembled her own. His overall features were identical to her brother's. Liu Xiaoji's fear instantly turned into a wild beast, swallowing her whole. The girl in front of her was her biological child, her own parents' child. When Aigwa heard the noise, he turned around and looked at both sides, frozen in place. A man doesn't shed tears easily, but when he saw the girl's face, he couldn't help but wipe his tears desperately. She was his flesh and blood, lost outside for 20 years. Once everyone calmed down, a large group finally sat down to discuss the two children. Liu Aigwa and his wife had a simple idea. Their biological daughter must be brought back, and they wanted to make up for the lost 20 years. Liu Xiaoji was already an adult, a college student with a bright future. After raising her for 20 years, the deep bond of family couldn't be cut off easily. Xiaoji was developing in the capital, and her adoptive parents would continue to look after her. Their meaning is that the mistake made years ago was an accident, a coincidence, and both families are innocent. Now everything has been corrected, and the two families can have friendly relations. After all, seeing their own daughter, tall and healthy with a bright face and good grades, Liu family couple subconsciously think that Xi and Damon's couple also love their daughter as much as they do, especially since she was raised with great care. This can also be seen from her name. In the countryside, girls are usually given names like Jia, Lai, or Pan, or names like Little Flower, Little Grass, or Wheat. Xu Jin, they learn from the village chief that her academic performance is excellent. It's clear that Xi and Damon's couple are not ordinary illiterate farmers. They do not favor boys over girls and have high hopes for their daughter's future, wishing her to succeed. Qian Qianyan feels a bit speechless. She turns her gaze to Qian Xiaoqiao. She is secretly watching Liu Xiaoji, feeling very lucky that the mistake was made back then. Her own daughter grew up in a wealthy family, well-educated, and will likely get a good job and high salary in the future. Their family, with such a sister, doesn't need to worry about support. When her precious son finishes school, she plans to let him get close to his sister. When the son goes to the capital, they can also move there and live like city folks. Qian Xiaoqiao only recently found out that Xu Jin is not her biological sister, so she knows that the treatment of her own biological daughter over 20 years is obviously not as good. Her family has always told her that daughters are not valuable. Even if Liu Xiaoji recognizes her, she doesn't think much of her daughter, only that her daughter can bring help to her son. After Liu Aigwa finished speaking, everyone except Xi and Damon's couple showed expressions of discomfort. Qian Qianyun's mind once again recalled stories about fake and real daughters. Xu Jin lowered her head and thought deeply, wondering if she should just keep things as they are. Liu Dongliang secretly looked at his own sister, sighing that when they leave, no one would believe they are not biological siblings. Her eldest sister was the first child, so her uncle and aunt were a bit more caring. The second child was a girl, and they were very disappointed. They gave her all the dirty and tiring chores at home. When her aunt had a precious son, even the responsibility of caring for her younger brother was placed on her. That's why fifth sister is 20 and still in high school. Her aunt and uncle kept her at home to take care of the boy. She started primary school at age 10, mainly so she could help tutor Fugue later. Middle school was out of the question. If the teachers hadn't been kind and willing to pay her tuition, my sister would have been married off long ago. Don't forget, fifth sister is excellent in her studies, far better than the second place, but she still does all the chores at home. During summer vacation, while other kids helped a little, my sister worked day and night. She was so exhausted she looked like charcoal, and only the village had scolded her uncle and aunt to let her rest a bit. Don't think she's now rosy-cheeked and a bit plump. That's because I raised her, not because her uncle and aunt showed mercy. Despite such harsh conditions, my sister still ranked first in her exams. TSK. Her brother Fugue often scores only 6 points, and her uncle and aunt sometimes can't even figure out their accounts. I used to think my sister's genes had suddenly changed. Now I see, sure enough, a phoenix has fallen into a chicken coop. The three relatives of the Liu family looked pale. Their daughter, the younger sister, was living such a hard life. It's like they were stabbing their own hearts. Liu Xiaoji was scared and guilty. As her life got worse, she wondered if her parents would start to hate her. Do you think that's the end? Fifth sister hasn't even finished middle school, but she was directly accepted early into a key high school. With such a good talent, she might even have a chance to compete for the top university in the summer country. Our village might really see a golden phoenix fly out. Guess what my extremely low-minded aunt and uncle did this time? Qian Xiaoqiao desperately wanted to cover the little troublemaker's mouth but didn't dare. This fierce person could be dealt with just one finger. She slowly moved back, ready to slip away. She came back with a matchmaker, planning to exchange fifth sister for bride price. Xiejin started crying and covering her mouth again, while Lu Aigua clenched his fists, glaring angrily at Xi and Damon, because Qian Xiaoqiao ran away. Lu Dongliang was incredulous and heartbroken. If his sister hadn't been swapped at birth, how could she have suffered all this? Lu Xiaoji was cherished and raised like a precious gem by their family. Lu Dongliang gritted his teeth and asked, "And then what?" "My family lives next door, and I happened to meet and stop her. Later, we built a new house. To give my sister a good learning environment, I let her stay with us. My sister used to look bad because she was hungry and cold, malnourished and very thin. In summer, she was dark, and in the other 3 seasons, she looked yellow and sickly. She was a little poor girl. Now she eats well and stays warm, and she looks very pretty and lovely. My uncle and aunt favor boys over girls and are very harsh on girls. Look at their own daughter. They raised her so well, with good manners, and she even became a college student. Compared to my fifth sister, she's like heaven and earth." She pretended to be sad, holding her chest and wiping her eyes with her hand to make the Lu family feel more guilty about fifth sister. Lu Xiaoji shrank back, not daring to look at the Lu family's reaction. The village chief took a sip of tea from a big jar and nodded, saying, "Yunyao's words are all true." Xu Jin looked up, gathered her courage, and looked into her biological parents' eyes. "Do you really want to take me back?" Xiejin couldn't speak clearly and was crying, but suddenly nodded. She wanted to make up for her child, who she carried for 10 months. Lu Aigua's mood was heavy, and his tone was very firm. "It's our fault that you've suffered for 20 years. Xu Jin, come back to your parents. We will never let you suffer again." Xu Jin should now be called Lu Xu Jin. "If you want to take me back, I have only one request. Take Xiao Yun with me. 3 years ago, in winter, because of marriage, my mother scolded me for being disobedient. She made me wash clothes by the river in the cold winter. The stones were covered with frost, and the ice wasn't thick. I fell and was thrown into the icy river. Xiao Yun saved me. She is my lifesaver. Later, she supported me with food and shelter, helping me stay away from my chaotic family and giving me a good place to study. She likes to run around and collect many learning materials for me. Most of my grades are thanks to her. We promised that once I got into college, we would go to the capital together and create our own bright future. I won't break my promise. If you really want to take me back and make up for me, I want to bring Xiao Yun along." This was their plan. Xiao Qianyun immediately added, "Just let me and fifth sister live together. I can handle the household registration and work myself." The Lu family was surprised. This girl looked about the same age as their daughter, so where did she get the confidence to say she could solve the household registration and work issues in the capital? The village chief said kindly, "Yun girl works for the city transportation team. She has a driver's license and was once a skilled marksman in the militia. She is an active and outstanding member of the commune and has received the Best Economic Contribution Award. Let her work with Wu girl. You won't lose out," the Lu family thought. Why would such a talented person be willing to stay in the countryside? Actually, just because she saved their daughter, they would definitely accept her. She is so excellent. It's a happy surprise. The village chief secretly thought, this girl has more than these honors. I heard from the commune leaders that since Yun girl joined the transportation team, she has been rewarded endlessly. The top leaders dream about her smiling. The police around the national roads she often travels are all her fans. Several police leaders have been promoted because of her achievements. They even gave her a nickname, the Bounty Hunter King. I heard the village's road repair costs are paid for by her running errands and earning bonuses. Her strength is unknown and terrifying. The village chief knew that too much power could be dangerous, so he decided not to mention her formidable abilities to avoid frightening the Lu family and making them hesitant to accept her. Lu Igwa said, "My wife and I can support another child with our salaries. You are Shujin's savior, so don't worry. We can help you with work and household registration. Just come to our home without worries." Shujin smiled genuinely for the first time when facing the Lu family. The Lu couple looked on with mixed feelings. They had lost 20 years, and their status was no match for the love and care her sister gave her. Lu Igwa initially felt guilty that Xiaoji stayed in the capital and couldn't show filial piety to the Xian couple. Hearing about her treatment there, he felt even more guilty. Not hitting her twice was already a sign of his good manners. At the same time, Lu Xiaoji sensed her father's sudden distant attitude. Thinking about it, she understood. Comparing her treatment with Shujin's, it was always a thorn in her heart. Lu Igwa stood up, planning to visit Shujin's current place. Xia Zhen patted Xiaoji's hand, looked coldly at Xian Damon, then took her son and left with her husband. Xiaoji felt a mix of emotions inside. She didn't think she was suitable to go with them now, and Xian Damon was her biological parent. She wanted to leave space for them to be alone. When she was at her home in the capital, she said she would stay because she grew up there. However, this did not affect her relationship with her biological parents. She has the ability and will do her duty to support them, since the mistake of adoption was not malicious. But now, she feels uncertain about whether her relationship with Lu's family can remain the same. She feels lost. Lu Igwa carefully moved closer to his daughter.
Shuyin, I'm sorry.
I can't even say Xiaoji is innocent. She enjoyed the life that was originally yours. She stays at school during the week and at home on weekends. After she graduates and finds a job in 3 years, we'll let her move out, and our relationship will gradually become distant. He had planned to raise both daughters together, but after hearing Shujin's story, he couldn't do it. Supporting that child in the future, or relying on her for marriage, would only cause more pain. Moving out after graduation would end 20 years of family ties. Xian Xiaoyan and Xinyu No. 6 were secretly talking. Why is this different from the story of the real and fake daughters? Old Lu's behavior is pretty good. Xinyu No. 6 was speechless. Your thoughts are just too exaggerated. Shujin nodded. She stood with the girl, one a village girl, the other from the city. Their temperaments were completely different. She felt like a duckling, knowing her biological parents had high status and worried they might dislike her. But with Xiaoyan by her side, she was unafraid of any storm. Now, seeing her parents' longing and pitying looks, her buried worries in her heart gradually disappeared. Looking at the clear, bright house and the clean, tidy yard, her pain eased a little. She looked at Xian Qianyun with gratitude. They stayed at a guest house in the county. On the way back, Xia Zhen looked longingly at the distant village, reluctant to leave. The Lu family father and son said nothing, their expressions serious. For the first time, Xiaoji felt a sense of distance and indifference from her family. Her heart sank to the bottom today. Some people and things can never go back to how they were. Throughout the journey, the four of them seemed to be in their own worlds, cut off from everything around them. The Lu family wanted to leave immediately with their daughter, but they still needed to handle school transfers and household registration. After discussion, they decided to leave for Beijing in 5 days. Xian Qianyun also needed to return to the city to handle her resignation. Meanwhile, Aunt Niu hurriedly came to find Qianyun, holding a letter, excited and eager. My family's Xiaolan went into labor early. Yunya, let's hurry and buy tickets. Xian Qianyun slapped her forehead. Oh no, how did I forget about this? Uncle Neo-san is serving in the J City Military District. He got married 3 years ago, and 2 years ago he gained military privileges, so his wife went with him. Last year, they received the good news of pregnancy. Aunt Neo planned to finish the autumn harvest before going to stay with her daughter-in-law for childbirth and postpartum care. Since she can't read or write and has never traveled far, her daughter-in-law asked Xian Qianyun to take her there. After all, She's the only person in the village who's traveled far and wide. Xian Qianyan quickly went to talk with Lu's family and fifth sister about this. Coincidentally, the train to Jie City passes through the capital. They suggested everyone travel together for safety. Then, Qianyun would take Aunt Neo to her son's place, and on the way back to the capital. Considering the girl would be traveling alone on the train, they planned for Lu Dongliang to ask for leave and pick her up. Lu Dongliang graduated from military school and was promoted to second lieutenant. In half a year, he would be promoted to first lieutenant and serve in the same military district as his father as a platoon leader. Lu's family appreciated this caring arrangement, and Qianyun understood their kindness. She had traveled all over the country alone before, so she didn't think it was necessary for Lu Ge to take leave just to accompany her. With the village chief's approval, Lu's family agreed. This girl's strength shouldn't be underestimated. As a military family member, Qianyun took the money Aunt Neo gave her for a hard seat ticket and bought a soft sleeper instead, so everyone could travel together. When Aunt Neo felt embarrassed, she hugged her and said, "Brother Ing Chao is defending our country. Don't worry about these small things." "Are you rejecting my sincere feelings?" Aunt Neo laughed and gently patted her head. "Come to my house tonight for chicken stew with mushrooms. I'll bring you 10 smoked meat pancakes. You must finish them." Qianyun stood straight and saluted. "Yes, ma'am." Lu's family almost cleaned out the county supply store, bringing everything to Qianyun's home to show their love and gratitude. Xu Jin was deeply moved. Zhan Zhen tentatively took her daughter's hand. She was no longer as shy as before. Though her voice was soft as a mosquito's buzz, she whispered, "Mom," which brought tears to Zhan Zhen's eyes. They said little Jean didn't need to bring much. Everything would be replaced after they got home, so the girl didn't go shopping in the county with Sixth Sister and Aunt Neo. Go buy some brown sugar, red dates, soft cotton cloth, and millet. The millet is at home. Should I bring a chicken along? Aunt Neo kept talking to herself on the way. Xian Qianyun mentally listed the things to buy. When she heard Aunt Neo wanted to bring a chicken on the train, she pursed her lips but still advised, "Aunt, don't bring the chicken. Buy one when you get there. She doesn't like the smell of chicken droppings." "That's fine, Xiaoyun. You're strong. Can you help Aunt carry more millet? During the postpartum period, she needs to eat millet porridge. They say the grain supply in the city isn't as good as in the countryside. Of course, I can handle this small task. 200 Jean is very light for me." "Good. You're really a lovely girl." "Hee. Maybe when the time comes, let Brother Ing Chao introduce a match for you. He has many comrades in arms. I'll pick the strongest and most handsome one." "Sounds good. I like someone strong and good-looking." Haha. Holding hands, they first went to the post office to send a telegram to Brother Ing Chao, informing him of their arrival time. Aunt Neo took out money to pay for the fee, feeling tender-hearted. Always sharp and alert, Xian Qianyun noticed that after they left the post office, a woman wearing a headscarf kept walking behind them, hesitating as she approached. Qianyun didn't sense any ill intent. She stopped and greeted her directly. "Big sister, is there something you need?" Seeing someone take the initiative to ask, the woman stepped forward. Half her face was visible, showing dark skin, with a nervous and anxious look in her eyes. Looking closely at her figure, she was very thin, reminding her of her fifth sister's past appearance. "Hello. I just heard you at the post office say you're going to the southwest district of Jie Province. I'm from Little Stone Village. I wonder if I could trouble you for something?" Little Stone Village isn't in the same commune as them. It's quite far away. The autumn sun was still hot. Xian Qianyun pointed to a large tree nearby. "Let's go over there and talk." "Big sister, are you also a military wife?" Song Miao took off her headscarf and nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. She originally wanted to send a letter but happened to overhear the aunt and the telegram officer talking about going to visit her daughter-in-law during her postpartum period and sending a telegram to inform her of the time. Out of curiosity, she followed. Since last year, her husband hadn't sent her a single letter. If there are villagers going to the same military district, it's easier to learn the truth than waiting for letters. Seeing her nervous look, Aunt Neo kindly said, "Are you missing your husband? If you want to send a message, it's no trouble at all. Chenyan Xian. I can help by bringing some things. Soldiers are great, and as the woman behind them, it's not easy. She has strength, and now she is serving the people. Xinyu number 6. Host, after these 2 years of experience, your thinking has improved a lot. Chenyan Xian. I am a soldier, after all. Song Miao's eyes reddened. She was so lucky. She finally found an excuse to go out and happened to meet such a kind-hearted person. She made up her mind and no longer cared about family shame. My husband is named Wang Qianjin. We had a wedding 4 years ago. He has actually been in the army for 8 years. During these 4 years, we've been apart often. I handle everything at home. No, my mother-in-law controls the money and I do all the work. She had been holding back for too long and couldn't keep it in anymore. Tears rolled down her rough cheeks, as if tiny cracks in her skin were being soaked and stinging. Take your time, girl.
No rush, Aunt Nyo said gently.
She could see that despite her tired, gaunt appearance from hard work, the woman was still young. Although he's often away, he performs well in the army. He's one of the most promising young men in the village. I thought no matter how hard life gets, I'll endure a few more years. Once I qualify to be with the troops, I'll have a better life. She began to tell the story of her troubles. Last month, Song Miao went out to work in the fields. On her way back, she remembered she forgot her water bottle. When she returned, she overheard her in-laws talking in the kitchen. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but as she was leaving, she heard her father-in-law say, "Keep your voice down." Her mother-in-law immediately replied, "What's there to be afraid of? No one's home. Our son is trying to climb higher." Luckily, they're not married yet. If it weren't for the arranged marriage when they were kids, how could they be a match? Our future son-in-law is a high-ranking officer, and his mother is a senior official. Our grandson will be a child of high status. At that moment, Song Miao felt like the sky was falling. Her vision blurred, and the words echoed in her ears like a noose, suffocating her. With her timid personality, she keeps causing trouble. Her family's 3 small, simple houses haven't changed in 4 years. During this time, her brother has had 2 children and her older brother's family of 5 lives with her parents. There are 11 people in her family, so there must be enough space for her to stay. She can't go back to her family. Leaving us means she has no home. She's been causing trouble for 4 years. She's tried to return 3 times but couldn't settle down or have children. It's better for her to stay here, work hard, and eat with us. We should be thankful for that. Old Wang looks at his daughter-in-law, who's been working hard at home for 4 years, and feels a bit sorry for her. Miao is still young. She can marry again.
You shouldn't push her too hard.
If you do, she might get angry and cause trouble with the army. Let's just have her come back this year. Now, they say they oppose arranged marriages and support free love. Let them decide for themselves. Whether her family takes her back is their own business. We shouldn't let this affect our work. You're so confused, old man. Hong Yan and Jiafeng haven't even finished school yet. Who will do all the chores at home? Our son is smarter. He said in his letter that if the family is too busy, we should keep this a secret. He won't come back, and Miao can't leave either. After Hong Yan's college entrance exam, everything will be settled. Even if Miao causes trouble, it won't make a big wave. By the way, he said to burn all the letters about this matter. No evidence should be left. Old Wang thought for a moment, sighed deeply, and agreed with his wife. After all, they are old, and having more workers at home makes things easier. Since his daughter-in-law married into their family, the old couple rarely helped with chores, only doing some farm work. Moreover, Song Miao had nowhere to go. They took her in, giving her shelter from the wind and rain. She stayed at home to take care of the family as her way of repaying them. Although they weren't officially married, everyone in the village saw her as his wife. If Wang Qianjin didn't want her, he would have divorced her, and it would be hard for her to remarry. Her reputation would suffer, so staying here was the best choice. Huddled in the corner, Song Miao listened carefully and was already crying. She wished she could rush in and curse the Wang family for their heartlessness. Wang Qianjin, this bastard, was only thinking about his own benefit. He looked down on her, abandoned her to climb higher, and his parents wanted to squeeze everything out of her. She had been blind to marry into such a family. Aunt Nyo and Qian Yun, standing nearby, were furious. When she reached her breaking point, Song Miao covered her face and sobbed. Aunt Nyo gently patted her back, feeling heartbroken. "Why can't you come out? If this matter reaches his troops, he will face serious consequences." Song Miao choked up and said, "The village chief is his uncle. I can't get a recommendation letter. I don't know what to do next." Boo-hoo. Today I went to the post office to send him a letter, hoping he would be willing to come back and get a marriage certificate with me. You may think I'm stupid, but I just want a clear answer. And now I hear you're all going to the same district. Letters are just letters. If I want to see him in person at the military headquarters, I will definitely choose the latter. Seeing him face to face is the only way to truly end all hope of luck. Qian Yun took out a small notebook and pen from her bag. "Sister, don't cry. We will definitely help you. Now there are many people with the same name and surname. Please tell me in detail about your man, his hometown, height, appearance, distinctive features, any moles or scars, his parents' names. We will go there and find out carefully. We won't let a good person be wronged, nor will we let a bad person go." Song Miao sniffed and nodded. After Qian Yun finished recording everything, Aunt Nyo asked worriedly, "If this Wang Qianjin really climbs up the social ladder and abandons his wife, what will you do, girl?" Tears started falling heavily from Song Miao's eyes again. Her husband's family was a wolf's den, and her own family had limited resources and couldn't help her. Her only thought now was that, even if it meant breaking everything, she would never let anyone fool her like a fool. "Destroy my life. I won't let the Wang family get away with it." Her eyes shone with determination. They could faintly hear the urge to fight to the end. Qian Yun spoke seriously. "Sister Miao, don't risk your life because of scum. Why not come to our village? We have set up a craft workshop specifically to help women like you who face difficulties and have no one to support them. We can give you an advance for 3 months' accommodation and meals. Once you get the hang of the work, you can pay it back slowly. We also hold evening classes, literacy courses, sewing machine training, legal education, and more. Even if you leave the workshop later, you'll have a skill to make a living." Song Miao felt her anger instantly fade away. She excitedly held Qian Yun's hand. Such a good place. As long as she had a backup plan, she would live well and show these scumbags that she could live happily without them. Aunt Nyo slapped her thigh hard. "How did I forget about this?" Xi and Qian Yun carefully planned for her. "Don't cause trouble or alert anyone for now. Once we reach June District, we will verify this matter immediately. I will call the village committee directly and ask our villagers to come find you. If the news is good, that's best. If it's bad, since you haven't registered your marriage, just pack your things and leave. Follow us back to Heihe Village for safety. I will arrange for you to work at the craft workshop." Song Miao tightly held Xi and Qian Yun's hand. "Thank you, little sister. I have no backup plan, so I'm very scared. I worry that the ones responsible are confident and safe, while I might be driven out like a stray dog. Thank you all. Really, thank you for helping me." Xi and Qian Yun said, "If you're worried, I can have someone go and give you a secret signal. Say, 'King of Heaven covers the earth, little chicken stews mushrooms. Pagoda calms the river monster, mushrooms with chili.' Do you remember?" Song Miao replied, "Yes. Most likely it will be my third aunt going. She has a round face and 2 dimples when she smiles. Remember that." The two felt sad as they said goodbye to Song Miao, lamenting the unkindness of the Wang family and the hardships women face. Xi and Qian Yun didn't go back with Aunt Nyo. She needed to go to the city to resign from her job at the transport team. The head of the transport team looked at the wall covered with awards. When he heard the news, he was shocked and heartbroken. That year, their transport team became famous for fighting bandits. Without those road pests, they suffered no extra losses. Their profits were very good. Plus, the young girl's car repair skills were better than experienced mechanics. She was generous and careful. Over the past year, she recorded all problems, causes, and repair methods, even printing a booklet for the team. Thanks to her, The team had a low scrap rate and won the Progress Award. Xian Qianyun became the team's favorite. Because of her outstanding contributions over the year, her position was sure to be promoted this year. Xian Qianyun was like a ladder, helping him rise straight to the top. She was truly her benefactor. Everyone was reluctant to see her leave, but it was impossible. The young girl had long said she wanted to go to the capital, and now the plan was moving up by more than half a year. That night, Qianyun did not go home. She stayed behind with the transport team to attend a farewell party. A group of grown men and young apprentices looked at each other with tears in their eyes, speechless and choked with emotion. They all felt reluctant to part, especially with the team's beloved mascot, a talented and brave figure who is now famous on the national highway as Invincible. Those who didn't have work in the afternoon went out to buy farewell gifts for the mascot to show their feelings. So, the next day, Xian Qianyun returned to the village directly in the transport team leader's private car, filled with gifts in the back seat and trunk. Since Minister Chen came, he stayed for a little while at the village committee. He gently said, "Xiao Xian, when you go to the capital, you can't just do whatever you want. There are many officials there." The village chief nodded in agreement. This girl sometimes loses control when she encounters difficult people. "Minister Chen, I heard that Yunyun is getting along well with her colleagues in the transport team. She probably didn't do anything wrong, right?" Minister Chen looked complicated and replied, "It's not with our colleagues, but with the manager's child from the neighboring department store. There was a small conflict with her colleague Xiao Zhang, and he came directly to cause trouble." The village chief asked weakly, "What did Yunyun do?" Minister Chen sighed. "She's over 25, young and energetic, and from a good family. She's a bit of a troublemaker in the family compound. She blocked someone at the transport team's gate over a girl. It looked like fists might fly." Xiao Xian happened to pass by quickly, and before anyone could react, he grabbed the person and threw her onto a big tree. He really protects his friends fiercely, and he can be reckless too. The force and angle were perfect. He pinned her to the branches, making her unable to move. The boy waved his limbs and shouted loudly, scaring passers-by, who then called the firefighters to rescue her. When the young troublemaker shouted about reporting the incident and catching the person, he said he was thrown onto the tree by someone from the transport team. He didn't see clearly what he looked like, only felt his clothes being grabbed and spun around, then suddenly found himself on the tree. The firefighter looked helpless. "This guy isn't drunk, is he?" A young man weighing over 100 Gene being thrown onto a tree. He probably thought he was a little mouse. The transport team members joked, "Maybe the wind was strong today and blew him up there." Has this matter been resolved? No. After a day of being a spoiled brat, he planned to call his friends to teach Xiao Zhang a lesson. But things went wrong, and he was caught in an alley with a sack and a black stick. Rumor has it that his pig-like face took half a month to recover. When the department store manager received an anonymous letter, Xiao Wankue, who had just regained her beauty, was sent back to her hometown. Faced with the village chief's curious eyes, Qianyun ate a tasty tea egg and said, "That flying man used his father's position to secretly sell defective stock. This could be a big or small problem. His father still wants to be a stable department store manager, so he can't keep his troublesome son around." Lao Lu was still very useful. Minister Chen clapped his hands and said, "Look at this. If this girl hadn't been so skilled and the transport team hadn't worked together, they might have been caught and taken to the police station for questioning. The water in the capital is even deeper, so you should be careful. She is still staying in the military district today, young girl. Don't think it's the same as in the village." She was enjoying her tea egg and nodded perfunctorily. When the senior leader left, he said, "Xiao Xian, uncle is moving to Haishur. If you go there, you must visit uncle." Xian Qianyun waved goodbye and called out, "Got it, Uncle Chen. Take your time driving." After finishing everything, the day to leave arrived. The Lu family didn't have many belongings. Xu Jin brought her textbooks and clothes. The most exaggerated were Aunt Nyo and Qianyun. Qianyun carried a huge bag almost 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide, taller than she was. Most of the contents were leftover supplies for her daughter-in-law's postpartum period, along with her local specialties and snacks. and her storage in her space was even more full. Aunt Neo carried a large cloth bag, and she and Xianyun had big scallions and soy sauce hanging around their necks. They wore the most worn-out cotton clothes from home, with dusty headscarves, like people fleeing from danger. The Liu family. Xu Jin kindly explained. Xiaoyun said, "When you're outside, you must be low-key." Everyone looked at the huge rectangular luggage that drew attention, and then at the two women dressed very simply. It felt like a mix of showing off and being modest, high-profile and low-profile at the same time, a strange contrast. Since they were traveling in soft sleeper cars, they didn't rush onto the train with the crowd. They smoothly reached their carriage, which had 4 beds. There were 7 of them, so the room arrangement was a bit awkward. It is not appropriate for the real and fake daughters to be together. Liu Xiaoji knows that her foster parents are feeling very guilty about their biological daughter right now. She thoughtfully moves to the next carriage, leaving space for the family. Qianyun also plans to do the same. Liu's parents are officials, and she and Aunt Neo are used to chatting loudly and dipping scallions in soy sauce. They like to show off, but in front of refined people, they feel shy. So this arrangement is the best. She needs to watch out for the fake daughter, fearing she might be a sneaky villain from a novel. The long luggage is tightly packed under the bed. Liu Xiaoji and the two are not familiar, so they climb to the upper bunk and quietly read famous world classics. Qianyun and Aunt Neo sit on the same bed, take off their shoes, sit cross-legged, nibbling on scallions, and talk about funny stories. This train is not a super fast one. It takes 30 hours to reach the capital, and 3 more hours from the capital to J City. Liu Xiaoji is on Aunt Neo's upper bunk. Xian Qianyun's upper bunk is still empty, so she can see the city's young lady leaning against the window with a pillow behind her back, her long braids hanging in front of her chest. She is focused on her book, looking peaceful and beautiful. Xian Qianyun has cut her hair into a boyish style. Her dark skin doesn't hide her stunning features. At first glance, she looks black, but closer, she's quite pretty. If she wore men's clothes, she would look like a lively, spirited young man. Her eyes are especially striking, like shining black pearls, big and bright, full of energy. Her eyes flicked around and she said, "Liu Xiaoji, Liu Xiaoji." Liu Xiaoji frowned in confusion and looked up. Even though they had met many times, they had never spoken before. Today was the first time. "Are you calling me? What's up?" "I'm just curious. Do you have an arranged marriage?" Qianyun thought to herself, don't let it be a childhood sweetheart fiancé, only to crash into walls for the fake daughter and face various schemes from her 5th sister. Liu Aiji's eyebrows furrowed even more, and memories long forgotten resurfaced. Qianyun was surprised, but it's been cancelled. The country promotes marriage freedom. Old-fashioned arranged marriages should be eliminated. My mother still works at the Women's Committee, so she naturally follows the national policies and responds to the call. The two families have a complicated history, which later caused some trouble. However, she didn't mention these matters, as she had no standing to speak about them, especially since she was a fake. Did the two families break up? Liu Xiaoji shook her head. Our family doesn't have much contact with them, but my grandfather's family is quite close to theirs. Xian Qianyun sighed in relief. It seemed that the story about the fake daughter and the perfect fiancé in the novel was not real. Qianyun number 6 was speechless. This alien was so influenced by the novel that it was suspicious of everyone. So, the two families peacefully ended their engagement. Since they still had contact, it showed that everyone was quite progressive in their thinking. Liu Xiaoji didn't want to cause trouble with Liu Shujin and the others. On the contrary, the fewer grudges Shujin held against her, the better her life in this family would be. The other family has a very high social status. We are trying to reach up, but in ancient times, princes often fought for the throne, and in big families like this, conflicts were unavoidable. Hearing this, someone's spirit was suddenly lifted, and her gossip-loving ears perked up. My parents are very good to me. They wouldn't risk their daughter's safety just for power or status. My mother even hopes this marriage will be called off. It seems that ending it would also be good for the other side. They can find someone more suitable and equal. Liu Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Xian Xianyan wanted to ask more questions, but just then, the car door was pushed open. Two pretty girls pushed their suitcases inside.
Wow.
Beautiful girls. Xian Qianyan, who loved looks, stared at the taller girl's face with admiration, then happily took a big garlic clove and bit into it. Aunt Nyo. In the past, she used to go to the village flower or village grass's house, or the youth camp for meals, because there were one or two stunning beauties. Xian Qianyan purely enjoyed looking at their faces while eating. Of course, she didn't do it for free. She brought lots of good food and meat, and those handsome families never refused. Mainly, Xian Qianyan gave a lot, just for admiration. Xinyu number 6 commented, "She's both greedy and lecherous." At this moment, the shorter girl shyly smiled and hesitantly spoke, "There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. It's my first time going out, and I want to go with my cousin, but I couldn't get tickets for the same train. My carriage is on the second one to the left, very close to here. If you're willing to switch, I can give you a bottle of pearl moisturizing cream from Run's Hall. My dear, that jar of pearl cream costs 34 yuan. Aunt Nyo patted her thigh. This girl is too wasteful, spending dozens of yuan on gifts. Without considering clothing, anyone who can afford a soft sleeper train must be well off. But the girl's shy reaction doesn't seem like she just wants to be with familiar people. Is there something wrong with your carriage? When the girl heard this, she blushed and quickly waved her hands. No, it's just. The big brother in the carriage has such a strong aura, it's a bit intimidating. How intimidating could it be? A village bully plans to check it out. Why don't you let me feel it too? If I can, I'll swap with you. Although the decision wasn't made immediately, the girl was happy someone was willing to exchange carriages with her. Lu Xiaoji didn't agree. When outside, safety comes first. There's no need to split up just for a jar of pearl cream. The girl living in the countryside, related to her by blood, has a narrow view and is too petty. Aunt Nyo remained calm. When our village bully appears, no one can beat her. Who's scaring whom? When Xian Qianyan followed the girl to her carriage, she immediately understood why the girl wanted to switch. The carriage was full. On the upper bunk on the left side, there was a man. His clothes looked expensive, and he had a light scarf covering most of his face. He was tall and slender, lying on a newspaper at the foot of the bed. He hadn't taken off his shoes, and his feet stretched out beyond the bed's edge, even though the bed was only about 1.9 meters long. His body proportions were excellent, long legs caught the eye. The lower bunk was the real shocker for the girl. The man was broad and muscular, with a sturdy build and tattoos on his arms that looked fierce. The small space couldn't contain him. Even in this season, some people wore short sleeves from heat, but even if he wore long sleeves, the thin fabric couldn't hide the powerful muscles and fierce tattoos. Not only the girl, but Xian Qianyan could tell from his eyes that he was involved in some kind of underground work. The girl's bed was the lower right bunk. The person sitting by the window reading was a refined middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses. His books were in a foreign language, clearly an educated person. But the strange part was, he was sitting on the lower bunk of the tattooed big brother, which made their pairing seem a bit odd. The young girl hid behind Qianyun, shyly smiling and worried that the short-haired girl might see her brother's tattoo.
She didn't want to switch seats.
Xian Qianyan took a quick look and then said, "Let's swap cars. Which station are you getting off at?" "I'll get off at J Province." The girl immediately brightened up, "At the capital station. I'll get off there." This meant Qian Yun could return to her original carriage once they reached the capital station. Qian Yun kindly helped the girl pull her suitcase out from under the bed. "Sister, let me do it. I'd be grateful if you'd swap with me." "You're so kind. It's no trouble. I have a lot of strength," Qian Yun replied. The tattooed man scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed about his intimidating appearance. The carriage was full of men, and there was only one girl. No wonder the girl wanted to switch seats immediately. But she only swapped with a country girl who wasn't afraid of him at all. They arrived at the original carriage. The girl took a box of chocolates and some pearl cream from her bag and handed them to Qian Yun. "Sister. Thank you so much." Old Six, the salty fish, exclaimed, "Wow, chocolates. Those aren't cheap. Qianyun couldn't resist the temptation of food. She smiled brightly and accepted the gifts. The sweet taste was silky and delightful, like first love. Old Six asked, "Have you ever had your first love?" Qianyun snapped, "Get lost." She carried the cream and chocolates to Xu Jin's carriage. Her sister was immersed in her books. "Uncle, auntie, big brother, sister, I swapped carriages with a girl. We're not far apart, just 2 carriages away. Don't worry about me." Xu Jin put down her book. Seeing the chocolates and cream in her sister's hand, she pinched her sister's cheek. "You're almost 21, still acting like a kid, always craving snacks. I know you're capable, but you're in a new place. Try to stay close to family. I know, I just like helping others." The girl was grateful for the gift I gave her. "I'll leave some here. Half the chocolates for me, the rest for you." Hee, they're imported and really tasty. Xu Jin rolled her eyes. This girl was possessive about her food. If she was willing to leave half, she definitely trusted her. She helped Qianyun fix her hair. "Let your brother go over there and you stay here with us." Lu Dongliang eagerly agreed. Although the village chief's words hinted that his sister was impressive, the Lu family believed girls should be well cared for. Qianyun waved her hand, feeling curious about the strange group in that carriage. After over 30 hours of travel, she thought it would be fun to find something new and interesting. She had planned to chat with Aunt Neo until evening and then go to sleep, but her curiosity got the better of her. She grabbed her snack bag and happily went over to join them. "Lulu, what is that big uncle reading?" "What's it about?" "It's about aerodynamics. The content is quite advanced." "Uncle, are you a university professor?" The man sleeping on the upper bunk suddenly opened his eyes. His narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes looked sharp and alert. Seeing the curious little girl with dark skin and patched, faded clothes, the elegant man in the bunk didn't show any disdain or contempt. He smiled and said, "Yes, I work at a university." Seeing this lively girl peering at the book in his hand, he asked out of curiosity, "Little girl, do you understand English?" "Of course. I have a high school diploma, and I also have a nice English name." The lazy fish number 6 wanted to die. This alien kept showing off its fancy fake English name every day. He already expected the embarrassing scene to come. Looking at the lively and adorable younger girl, Professor Gao kindly continued, "Oh, what's your English name?"
"I'm Gao."
"When I studied abroad, I was called Charles." Qianyun, who learned from the village aunties, suddenly clapped her thigh and exclaimed, "I knew it. Hello, Charles. My name is Fish Fragrant Pork." 2 surprised voices sounded, one from the tall guy on the upper bunk and one from the muscular tattooed man. Professor Gao was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into loud laughter that filled the entire carriage. Qianyun didn't mind and said casually, "What's so funny? You also have a string, I have a string, they're all strings." Not to mention Professor Gao, who was laughing even harder, the other 2 couldn't help but smile. "This girl is really funny, Fish Fragrant Pork. Who would have thought of that?" "All right, Miss Fish Fragrant Pork, hello." Professor Gao reached out his hand, and Qianyun also reached out to shake it. The tattooed guy couldn't help but interrupt. "How are your English grades?" He genuinely thought her grades weren't great, but with that name, she could easily become a headache for English teachers. "Not bad. I scored 60 points. Just passing." With a flick of her hair, she looked confident and proud. The 3 of them. Sure enough, it was higher than they expected. She even passed. Equals. The young girl took out some chocolate, put it in her mouth, and enjoyed the sweet, smooth taste, closing her eyes happily. The man with the tattoo looked at her simple clothes but held expensive imported chocolate and started to think. Professor Gao didn't think much and said cheerfully, "This brand of chocolate has a rich, strong flavor. The young girls all love it. Hee, the girl just now thanked me for swapping seats with her. She gave me this. It's a pity it's hard to buy in the country. I'd stock up if I could." Hearing this, the tattooed man's doubts eased a lot. Of course, a small girl from the countryside couldn't afford such chocolate. Little did he know this person was not only wealthy but also had a lot of gold mines in her space. Xi and Xianyan also noticed that the tattooed man was very respectful to the professor. He seemed like a bodyguard. The professor was reading a book, and the sturdy man was curled up on the other side of the bed, occasionally glancing at the newspaper. This country was still recovering, eager for talented people to help rebuild. But the reactionaries didn't want this sleeping nation to wake up again, and used all means to block it. She seemed to understand the situation in this carriage. Professor Gao, how about we switch seats? You sleep downstairs, and I'll sleep upstairs. Thank you for your kindness, but it's okay. It's more convenient for you to read downstairs, and if you want to rest, just do so. I mostly chat with my aunt in the next carriage, and I only come over at night to sleep. Professor Gao thought for a moment and accepted the kind offer from the cheerful girl. Climbing up and down was inconvenient, and since he was on the lower bunk, reading wouldn't disturb the sturdy man's rest. He opened his bag and took out a brand new high school English textbook, originally meant to send to a younger family member in the capital. The girl was friendly, and he was happy to give it as a gift. To thank you, he said, this book is for you. When Xi and Xianyan saw it was a textbook, her expression softened, and she reached out with both hands to accept it. Since the upper and lower bunks cost different, she didn't want to refuse the professor's kindness. The tattooed man looked puzzled and asked, "Hey, little girl, why do you look unhappy about that?" It was obvious she was just like him, someone who didn't enjoy reading. Xinqianyan pursed her lips and seriously said to the professor, "Professor, let me tell you honestly, if you meet someone like me who is a poor student in the future, don't give them textbooks, test papers, or study materials. It's like repaying kindness with enmity," long-legged brother muttered to himself. "You really dare to say that? However, I am still very happy with this gift because my sister is a top student." This definitely touched her heart. "Thank you for the study materials. On behalf of my sister, I sincerely thank you." Professor Gao awkwardly chuckled. He had never met such a lively child before. Salted fish number 6. This straight-laced girl. She's hopeless. Xinqianyan skillfully climbed onto the top bunk with her bag. The tall guy opposite her turned his head at the sound and looked at her. Just one glance made the handsome guy's heart race.
Wow.
Such beautiful phoenix eyes, deep and mysterious, with long eyelashes like fluttering butterfly wings. Even though her lower face was covered with a thin scarf, her high nose bridge was visible. Could she be a handsome guy? Qin Yizhen's first thought when he saw Xinqianyan was, "Oh wow, she's a little black girl." Then, her unabashed gaze admiring beauty made him frown. He thought, it's incredible that his parents gifted him such a stunning face. He covered most of his face, yet she still attracted so much attention. This little black girl is too shameless. Xinqianyan just opened her mouth but was immediately stopped by number 6.
Host.
You wouldn't want her to take off her scarf and show her face, right? We really have a telepathic connection. Hee hee. No, you can scan his face, old 6. Tell me, is the person next to me a stunning, tall, handsome guy? Unless it's an important matter, I won't act like a little hooligan. And you're not in the mood for a crush right now. What do you mean? The third carriage ahead is a regular sleeper and there's a bomb there. Are you trying to scare me? It's probably a reactionary element targeting the scientists and scholars on this train. They want to bring the explosives to the soft sleeper area. Be careful, I'm going to destroy the bomb now. Salted fish number 6. Are your people invincible against guns and swords? Xinqianyan rolled her eyes. Use space explosion. Suddenly, the voice of salted fish number 6 collapsed in panic. No! Let me go. If I stay in my space, I will be blown up.
Ah.
Are you crazy? Who said I should stay in my space? Our interstellar era has advanced technology, with special devices to handle bombs. When a bomb explodes inside, the energy produced can be collected and turned into power. But what if the bomb suddenly disappears? Wouldn't that cause chaos? What do you want to do? Analyze the ingredients of the explosive. I learned how to make explosives in the village militia. There are discarded materials in space. Maybe I can replace it with a dummy charge. When she learned there was tear gas inside, she cursed the cruel rebels. Thinking of the compressed biscuits in space, She came up with a clever idea and grinned mischievously. Salted fish number 6. She did a quick backflip without even using a ladder and jumped down, startling everyone in the carriage. Her agility was incredible. The tattooed man and the tall man kept a wary eye on the little girl's playful moves. The military had already received intelligence that the rebels might target the recently returned scientists. Usually, scientists arrive in Beijing by express train to confuse enemies. They arranged for guards to wait on the express, while the real scientists took regular trains. To hide their identity, the protectors disguised themselves as ordinary passengers. The tattooed man came from a port city. Professor Gao's cousin, who has been rooted there for years, sent him to protect the scientist. Qin Yizhen was on vacation, returning home. As a fierce soldier king from a certain military district, the organization arranged for him and Professor Gao to be in the same carriage for extra safety. Xian Xianyan was worried her family might come looking for her and called out, "If my family comes, just say I went to the dining car to see if there's anything tasty." Then she hurriedly left. The three of them. Seeing the bag hanging around her neck with a leak and a strong smell of sauce, after eating half a box of chocolates, she was rushing to the dining car. The little girl was still a foodie. Lulu. What's the situation in that carriage? All four are accomplices. They plan to sneak into the sleeper car and set off an explosion after everyone is asleep tonight. It's mealtime now, so two of them went to eat. Xian Xianyan found a quiet corner, took out her interstellar disguise device, changed her appearance to look like an ordinary middle-aged man, and then confidently headed to the restroom. Upon entering the bathroom, she immediately entered a different space. According to number 6 description, she used compressed biscuits to make a fake bomb. Number 6 was amazed at how clever the host's idea was. Then she took out a tiny mechanical spider filled with sleep gas. Number 6, it would be great if you could pick things up from a distance. Just keeping quiet and reading free online stories is enough. Don't be so greedy. Passing by a train carriage, she noticed that soft sleeper cars have doors, but hard sleeper cars do not. She quickly looked around to see no one was watching, then leaned in and asked, "Comrades, would you mind swapping beds with me?" The two people immediately became alert when she approached, but in the next second, they suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Xian Xianyan got straight to the point. The bomb was hidden inside a folded blanket. She quickly swapped the bomb with a new one and restored everything to its original state. Number 6 was making noise, so she immediately searched both people thoroughly. Cash, valuable items, watches, pens, all were taken. She also searched their luggage, taking everything without leaving a trace. She even took clothes that looked nice, leaving only an old tank top and underwear. Number 6 thought this alien is a bit crazy. Just as she was rummaging through the second person's clothes, she was reminded that someone was approaching. She quickened her pace. Surprisingly, that person's tank top was brand new. Number 6 looked at the person left only in underwear and fell into deep thought. Had this alien lived a very poor life before? That's too harsh. Xian Xianyan activated her invisibility device on her wrist. The fabric instantly covered her entire body. She used her gecko claws to leap, sticking herself to the ceiling. Like a giant gecko, she used her hands and feet to crawl confidently across the roof of the train car. Her physical strength was truly impressive. Number 6 asked, "You've never stolen before, right?" Xian Xianyan replied, "I think throwing bombs at you in space is pretty good." She was jokingly insulting the highly accomplished mech warrior from Alpha Planet. Number 6 quickly covered her mouth and said, "Boss, my mouth is too loose. You are so tall and mighty, fighting for the people. My admiration for you is endless like a flowing river." Xian Xianyan responded, Soon after, a loud scream was heard behind her. She moved as fast as lightning. When she approached the dining car, she slipped away in a quiet corner, took off her disguise, and returned to her original look. She stormed into the train carriage and ordered 3 servings of sweet and sour pork ribs. Not far away, someone shouted, "There's a thief. Catch the thief." On the bad guy's side, everything seemed to fall apart. When her companions entered the carriage, they saw her lying coolly on her bed, her luggage torn apart violently, like a thunderbolt struck them. They quickly climbed onto the middle bunk, pulled back the blanket, and saw the explosives still there. They breathed a sigh of relief. But then they turned to see her, wearing only underwear, which was shocking and made their blood boil. What kind of thief is this? So perverted. They even stripped her clothes. They hurried to shake her awake. When she woke up, she was shivering from the cold, looking confused. When she realized what had happened, she was furious and started scolding loudly. This incident quickly attracted the train attendant and police. According to witnesses, a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man came over to ask if he could change seats, and then everything went blank for them. Everyone thought this testimony might not be very useful, but the police still checked each carriage. These days, a thief daring enough to strip clothes off people is truly crazy. At this moment, Qianyun was walking back and forth, rubbing her round belly. She had ordered 3 servings of sweet and sour pork ribs and 4 bowls of rice. She couldn't hold it and let out a loud burp. Are country girls this bold, ignoring their image? The taste is so, not as good as my sister's cooking. On the train, you just have to make do, she talked to herself as she threw her bag onto the upper bunk. The 3 of them, it make do? That's why your belly is so round. Professor Gao. Girl, I heard there was a thief up front. You should stay in the carriage and not run around. Professor, I heard about it too. That thief was so fierce. He didn't just steal valuables. He didn't even leave clothes. Only a pair of underwear. Tattooed brother. Could this be a personal grudge? Such cruelty. Xi and Qianyun supported her waist and said seriously, you haven't seen poor families. In the city, 1 piece of clothing can feed a whole family for half a year. So, when you're outside, she proudly touched the torn patches on her clothes and the faded cuffs. With this kind of outfit, even thieves wouldn't bother to look. Lao Lu. Thieves only dare to look because they think they have a long life. 3 people. This person doesn't seem like a poor, honest commoner. There's a sneaky feeling about him. Although there is lazy fish no. 6. Xi and Qianyun kept a small mechanical spider. The rebels' conversations are all under her control. The 2 who were stripped of their clothes also had their luggage stolen. The companions could only spend money to buy 2 pieces of clothing from other passengers to cover themselves. No need to think about finding proper clothes. They're either too big and look like costumes, or the pants are cut short, showing leg hair and leather shoes, which looks very funny. For tonight's task, they had to swallow their anger, suppress their frustration, and curse the thief loudly. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting a bright glow. The sky is a dreamy blue dotted with tiny stars. The train under the moon rushes along the tracks, clattering day and night, carrying passengers toward the distance. Xi and Qianyun was awakened by Lao Lu. They're about to start their plan. She suddenly opened her eyes, turned on her mini player, which was playing the sound of her stomach growling when she was bored, and recorded it herself. Lazy fish number 6. Why do I feel embarrassed? Professor Gao couldn't sleep well on the train, so he was always lightly asleep. The 2 protecting him kept alert. Suddenly, they heard a gurgle sound. 3 people. This person's round belly is so full, yet it's already digested? The lively, vivid sound of eating in the dark, confined space makes it hard to ignore. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, others will feel embarrassed instead. They saw someone on the upper bunk get up and mutter, I'm hungry again. It's late at night. I need to ask sister for some chocolate to settle my stomach. Then she tiptoed down the bunk and gently pushed open the carriage door to go outside. 3 people. Is there anyone else sneaking out to forage in the middle of the night? But soon, Xi and Qianyun's voice rang out, not too loud or too soft. Comrade. Comrade ahead. You dropped your bag. The rebel number 1 was panicked. In the middle of the night, only lazy donkeys do their business. Why is this one so good at seeing in the dark? The bomb-placed bag was on a small foldable stool by the window. Rebel member number 1. Look at me, I've fallen asleep. He had no choice but to turn back first. Once this person entered the carriage, Xi and Qianyun's calm voice sounded. Big brother, Why are you glaring at me? Everyone else probably took their things and left. I was just kindly reminding you, and now you're glaring at me. You really don't know how to appreciate good people. Rebel member number 1. In this pitch-dark darkness, are you an owl in disguise? When did I glare at you? The rebel made a big move.
There were 2 bombs in his bag.
One had already been placed in the first soft sleeper carriage about 10 meters away from here. Rebel number 2 was returning and heard the argument. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. They just needed to retreat to a safe spot, press the detonation button, and the mission would be complete. Xi and Qianyun looked ahead again. What's going on with you two? There's also a bag dropped over there. The 2 of them. Why? Is this person a super night vision expert? Behind her, 2 tall figures silently stood. Qin Yizhen, hearing someone's bag drop, became suspicious. Now there were 2 people. Like a swift black panther, he jumped off the bed and moved to the corridor, followed closely by the tattooed big brother. Rebel number 1's eyes flashed with hostility. He was ready to go all out and shut this girl up. A silver light flashed in the night, and in the next second, clang, 2 legs, one long and one short, stopped midair. Rebel number 1 was counterattacked instantly, smashing the carriage wall into a dent. A cold-looking dagger fell to the ground. Qin Yizhen was stunned. This little black girl was surprisingly strong and quick, no less than him. He lunged toward another person. Rebel number 2 was a bit farther away. He grabbed a black bag and threw it at Qin Yizhen, then turned to try to open the nearby carriage, planning to take a hostage. Unexpectedly, Xi and Qianyun, like a crawling insect, bent her waist and swiftly darted past. When he opened the carriage, she knocked the person down. She was fearless with mechanical soldiers, but here, she could only take a detour. Her small hands desperately rubbed the person's face. Rebel number 2 felt a stabbing pain in his eyes and nostrils, like a knife slicing through. The pain quickly spread across his entire face, as if his whole face was being roasted in flames. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. The lights in the carriage gradually brightened, attracting the attention of the police. Qin Yizhen sniffed the strong smell of chili in the air and fell into deep thought. The little black girl was also very fierce, rubbing chili juice on her face. Who would think of such a poisonous trick? The Liu family, awakened by the noise, opened the carriage door and saw their beloved Yunmei frantically mixing on a stranger's face. Liu Shujin immediately woke up. Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Applying a chili mask, our village's strongest chili, the Chao Tianjiao. He wanted to attack your carriage. Number 2 was crying loudly. If he had known it would be like this, he would have chosen another carriage. Sniff. During a break when the villain paused, Number 2 shouted, "Let them all die. Let Xiaogua never rise." Qin Yizhen protected the nearby Qianyun, shouting, "Get down, there's a bomb," while throwing her bag out the window. But there was still another black bag. The rebel number 3, hiding far away like a mouse, watched his comrades sacrifice themselves with tears in his eyes. He pressed the button, but even with his hand cramping, the black bag showed no reaction. After a few minutes of life-and-death struggle, everyone narrowly survived, experiencing various emotional journeys.
Then,
nothing happened, except for someone who was filled with the fresh scent of lemon at the tip of his nose, listening to his pounding heart, and muttered, "Brother Chongtue is so manly." Salted fish number 6. Host. It's so late, and you still have the mood to be distracted. Old 6, this is a fake bomb. There's no real danger. That's right. Not only the passengers, but also rebel numbers 3 and 4 were stunned. They had bought a fake. At $% and %, they cursed loudly in their minds. Retreat first. They quickly abandoned their companions and moved to the back carriage, unaware that undercover agents among the passengers had already noticed their abnormal behavior. The soft bedding was evacuated to the rear carriage in an emergency, and the train stopped. After capturing numbers 3 and 4, they confiscated the detonator, and local bomb experts arrived. When the bomb was disarmed, the experts were shocked, confused, stunned, and incredulous. During the interrogation of the rebels, They faced a bunch of bewildered looks. Where did you get this bomb? We know we've been tricked, but don't expect us to give any information. Good. Selling more of these bombs would be beneficial for our safety. What do you mean? Inside, the snot was replaced with compressed biscuits. An awkward silence fell, as if everyone was dead silent. The rebellious person went crazy, banging their head against the table. That darn explosive dealer. I want to get rid of him. Equals 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 equals. The train continued smoothly along the track. Professor Gao gave a thumbs up to Qianyun. Little Yun, you're amazing. It looked like the girl's nose was about to poke through the roof of the train. She puffed up her chest proudly. Hey, I'm still the top fighter in our village militia. Friends with wild boars on the mountain, and a nightmare for second-rate troublemakers when I come down. Not worth mentioning. Seeing her proud look, the train friends found it funny. Even wild boars respect her. She's so lively with just a little sunshine. Deep in the dark village mountains, the wild boars say, yes, Sister Yun's face must be respected. Otherwise, she'll make life miserable for us. If I weren't so hungry, I might have noticed them earlier. Do you think we'll get a big bonus this time? The three of them. They're greedy for food and money. By the way, Brother Longlegs, why are you still wearing a mask? My benefactor, show me your true face. Salted fish number 6. The host has already let go of their inhibitions. Brother Longlegs has very beautiful eyes, a high nose bridge. The little mountain behind his mask looks like a small hill. He doesn't seem like an ugly guy at all. That lemon-scented body wash must be high-end. Looks like Brother Longlegs comes from a good family. If I were single, I might consider introducing myself and finding a match. After sitting for a while, Shu Jin, who wanted to visit her sister, overheard this shameless talk. She awkwardly smiled at everyone and immediately pulled her little sister away. You see someone good-looking and can't stop? You need to change that. He's a soldier of the people. Be serious. Sister, I'm a face-obsessed person. I love beautiful faces. Respect my preferences.
Ah.
It's awkward. It hurts. It hurts. Qin Yizhen and the others. Having such a sister is enough to worry about. Which girl said she's a dog? Sister, that's just a joke, a joke. People without partners are called single dogs or single little dogs. The two single dogs in the carriage instantly looked unhappy. Little black girl really has no filter. Qianyun returned to her original carriage and happily feasted with Annyeong. The train started to slow down and gradually entered the East Station in the capital. The girl who swapped parking spots with her thanked Qianyun again. She happily packed her luggage with her friends, preparing to leave the car. The Lu family also got off at the East Station. Since the eldest brother was there, he didn't let Qianyun help with the luggage. Her close friends hug her. Xiao Yun, after sending Annyeong to the military area, comes straight to the capital. Be careful outside. When you buy your train ticket, call me. I'll ask my brother to pick you up. Okay, sister. Everything will go smoothly. Lu Shujin kept looking back, making her own mother feel a little jealous. Soon, the train let out a loud whistle. Qianyun returned to her carriage. Now she could go back to her original bed. She fiddled with her big luggage, then carried her small, bulging bag to the professor's carriage. They all got off at the West Station in the capital. It takes less than an hour to go from East to West Station. Qianyun took out a small cloth bag the size of a honeydew melon from her bag, giving one to each of them. Meeting is fate. These are our village's special chestnuts and pine nuts. Very fragrant. I promise you'll want more after tasting. The three didn't refuse the enthusiastic and lively young train friends. Professor Gao said, Xiao Yun, I work at Summer University. My daughter is about your age. When you have time, come visit the family courtyard. I believe you'll become good friends. No problem. The tattooed big brother took out a glasses case. Little sister, these are the latest sunglasses from Hong Kong. I think they suit your style. Very cool and powerful. He was especially impressed by the kick he shared with Commander Qin. This was definitely a top-tier person. Isn't this too valuable? She opened the case and put on the sunglasses. So stylish. Super cool. It's not expensive, just a small gift. Haha, very suitable for you. Thanks, Brother Tai. She then approached Qin Yizhen. The man, about 1.87 meters tall, was looking down at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, his gaze fixed on her lively little face. His eyes sparkled with intelligence and a hint of cunning. Benefactor, if you let me see your face, I'll give you 2 bags of pine nuts. Qin Yizhen's forehead darkened. He said helplessly, 1 bag is enough, little black girl. Qianyun immediately bristled. Who are you calling little black girl? As the village's boss, who dared to tease her in front of her? I may be black, but I'm a beautiful little black girl. By then, the train had stopped. Qin Yizhen chuckled softly, picked up his simple bag, and sidestepped past her. Bathed in sunlight, it fell on the strong figure with a short haircut and hair tips that looked like they were wrapped in gold silk. He turned his head, and his sharp features, along with the play of light and shadow, created perfect lines. See you again, little black girl. Xian Qianyun rolled her eyes in frustration. I think you must secretly be a rough guy who picks his nose. Qin Yizhen staggered, then turned back, but the figure of the little black girl was gone. He chuckled softly. Last night, when the train carriage opened, he saw familiar faces. Uncle Liu and Aunt Xia from his grandfather's military compound. As a 28-year-old single man, no, a young man who is still unmarried, he was misled by what the little black girl said. The kind aunt from the military compound kept trying to introduce him to girls every time she saw him. He was afraid and avoided them. Aunt Xia was the main one pushing for it. When talking to his grandfather, he learned the most exciting news. Uncle Liu's daughter was mistakenly adopted. Her real daughter was in a rural area in the northeast. From their chat, he found out that the little black girl was actually her younger sister, and they wanted to take care of her, so they brought her to live in the capital. Compared to his own home, he preferred staying at his grandfather's house. To spend more time with the elderly, he usually took leave to visit his grandfather's place. So, he knew they would meet again someday. That mischievous girl even called him a rough guy who picks his nose. As the top handsome soldier in the military district, the Soldier King felt deeply hurt. The next stop was where Aunt Nyo and Xian Qianyun were headed. Xian Qianyun pulled her large luggage out from under the bed, easily lifting the straps and holding them in front of her chest. She was the first to arrive at the car door, waiting with Aunt Nyo. To other passengers, Xian Qianyun looked like she was carrying a big cotton ball because she seemed so light and delicate. She was a bit scared to go out alone, since she only knew a few numbers and Chinese characters. Luckily, a high school girl named Xiao Yun, who could read, was with her, so she didn't have to worry. Aunt Nyo and her son had called, and the army would send a special car to pick up the family members. After walking about 20 meters, they saw 2 strong soldiers standing straight, holding many signs. The most eye-catching sign read Nyo Dama from Hay Village. Xian Qianyun said, "Who would have thought of such a good idea? It's so easy to find us. This is really convenient." Only the 2 most adorable people attracted the attention of many passengers, who looked at them curiously, giggled secretly, and teased with playful expressions. Those with shy personalities felt a bit embarrassed. Sai, the hometown name of Captain Yo's village, is very eye-catching. The team leader said to write the village name, and the family members immediately recognized it. It turned out to be true. Aunt Nyo was the first family member to arrive. There was a young man named Xiao Chun and another named Xiao Su. After they checked the introduction letter, they wanted to take the luggage. They borrowed a cart from the railway staff to carry it, but Aunt Nyo's luggage needed to be transported first. Seeing Xian Qianyun casually carry a huge bag as if it were a walk in the park, the young soldiers couldn't believe they were weaker than a young girl. He supported the luggage, planning to move it onto the cart. He tried to push, then pushed harder, and again and again. Finally, he used all his strength, blushing as he lifted the luggage onto the cart. He felt a bit doubtful about himself. That girl was definitely very strong. Once all the family members arrived, a green military truck carried everyone and their luggage steadily toward the military district. The truck was full of family members from all over the country, each with different accents. They started shyly greeting each other. After a few warm introductions and conversations from some familiar older women, everyone gradually became more lively and friendly. They were most curious about the eye-catching luggage. One older woman asked, "Sister, what did you pack? You look like you can't carry much." Aunt Nyo happily smiled and said, "My daughter-in-law just gave birth, so I brought some millet I grew myself to help her recover. The fertile black soil of northeast China produces very tasty grains." She was a bit shy at first, but Xi and Qianyan said she didn't mind carrying 200 or 300 jin of grain. The two of them carried the food over together. Many people looked at them with envy. In some places where food was scarce, the northeast was very different. Judging by their appearance, Aunt Nyo and Qianyan looked like poor families. "Is this your daughter? She looks very spirited." Among the family members, there were also 3 or 4 young women. Usually, young women coming to the military district had obvious reasons, and everyone understood. As fellow matchmakers, many would compare and size each other up. Because inside the tent, the light was dim, and Qianyan's skin was very dark. Only her big, bright eyes and white teeth were visible. Her beautiful facial features were hidden. The most beautiful girl couldn't help but straighten her chest, and Xi and Qianyan occasionally stole a glance. Beautiful things always bring joy to the heart. An elderly woman sitting beside Xi and Qianyan couldn't help but praise, "Your girl is really charming, Mrs." Huang looked at Qianyan beside her, thinking she was from a wealthy family. Her mind quickly turned, and after a few seconds, she responded, "Your child is also very good. She looks like someone who will be good at managing life." In their village, they often use gentle words to describe children who are not very attractive. The elderly woman smiled warmly and waved her hand. "I'm just here to see the children. My son Igua is 24 and has received a third-class merit. The leaders value him a lot." "How old is your girl?" A local bully and some gossipers immediately perked up their ears.
Wow.
"The elderly lady is quite impressive. Is she trying to get ahead of everyone?" Mrs. Huang's eyes sparkled as she politely replied, "My daughter Tingting is 20. After high school, she stayed at home for a few years. Her brother says there are few girls with high school diplomas in the countryside, and there's not much room for development. Coming to the big city might be better. She could work in an office and earn a steady income." In their minds, a scene from a popular game flashed. First blood. The elderly woman's face tightened, her lips pressed together. With her appearance, figure, and education, she seemed destined for a military officer's path. A common soldier wouldn't even be considered. Other young women present for matchmaking seemed more reserved and shy. Nowadays, only a few girls make it to high school. Comparing oneself to others can be discouraging. Most of them are illiterate and feel too inferior to speak. The train carriage fell into a brief silence. Aunt Nyo broke the quiet, saying, "My niece also graduated from high school. It's great these days. When we were young, only boys could attend private schools. Everyone else was secretly surprised. 2 high school graduates. How come they didn't come earlier? Aren't they just background characters?" The elderly woman felt uncomfortable. "High school students have high standards. Young lady, is your suitor a military officer?" Xi and Qianyan was rummaging in her pocket for chestnuts. "Ah, Annie, this is her first time traveling far. I came with her, not for matchmaking. Regarding military drivers, there's a saying, pulling pigs makes them vomit, pulling vegetables spoils them, but my comrades, with iron will, can fall and get back up on their own." However, the soldier didn't perform wild stunts like jump starts, quick shifts, drifting, or tail sliding. Finally, he gained the courage to pull people along. Since Xiao Su joined the army, only when pulling family members has he felt the strong yet gentle bond among the soldiers. When the military vehicle slowly entered the military area, everyone who could come was there to pick up their loved ones, aside from the mission at hand. Brother Nyo was in a meeting. Hearing that his mother had a lot of luggage, he specially sent 4 young soldiers to help. Qian Yun and the stunning Huang Tingting tried to get close, but they soon saw her huge luggage being carried away by 2 soldiers, one after the other. Aunt Nyo said, "Seeing how beautiful she is, she looks just like when she was in the village. Yun girl, hurry up and follow." A certain handsome soldier eagerly arrived. Everyone headed to the family quarters. Before reaching the family area, many groups of family members traveled together for a long way. Xian Qianyun suddenly asked, "Comrades in the People's Liberation Army, I want to ask which company Commander Wang Jingjin is in? His family knows we came to visit the military area, and they asked us to check on him. There are several Wang Jingjin in the entire military district. Do you have more details?" Xian Qianyun shared the information given by Song Miao. One young soldier clapped his hands loudly. "That's platoon leader Wang from the 11th Company. Next month is his wedding day. He said his family couldn't come. Are you here on his behalf to attend the wedding?" The faces of the hard-working duo, Neo Xian and others, instantly darkened. "Sure enough, he's a scoundrel who abandoned his wife." Qianyun shouted loudly. "Impossible. Wang Jingjin married his wife in the village 4 years ago. They had a wedding banquet, and everyone in the village knows. His wife is my friend. She asked me to check if her husband is doing well. After all, he hasn't sent her a single word or a letter this year." The main troop immediately fell into a deathly silence, but inside, they were boiling with anger. Their curiosity burned fiercely. "Oh no! If the person is the right one, isn't he just like Chin Shimi in the stories? I didn't expect to encounter such a shocking scandal right away." The young soldier who just answered became nervous, scratching his head, and said, Maybe I remembered wrong." "How could you be wrong? His hometown, age, and enlistment date all match. Teske. No wonder his wife asked him to come back and get the marriage certificate. He's been dragging it out for years. Turns out he's been playing with that poor girl. I am going to find the political officer. His wife takes care of her parents in the village, raises her grown-up younger sister and younger brother, and handles all the laundry and clothing herself. She works in the fields and manages household chores. The young woman, in her prime years, has become very thin and frail. It's outrageous. She's secretly married in the army by exploiting legal loopholes, while here, they keep the girl working as a servant for their family. This is too much. Where is the political officer's office? Take me there immediately." While everyone quickly processed this shocking news, they also confirmed one thing. This dark-skinned girl is definitely a difficult troublemaker. Whenever a family member arrives, they travel for days on a train without rest, then immediately go to complain to the political officer. Some soldiers who disapprove of Wang Qianjin's behavior volunteered to take Xian Qianyun to see the political officer. Aunt Neo knows Xian Qianyun's strong sense of justice well. Now, it's impossible to send her back to the family quarters, so she advised Xiao Yun, "Do you want to bring some food just in case you get hungry later? I have enough stuff in my bag." Other family members are eager to go along and find out what's happening, but they have to return to the family quarters to reunite with their loved ones. Still, everyone quickened their pace. Sharing the news is better than keeping it to oneself. On the way, Xian Qianyun asked a soldier, "Comrade, where can I make a phone call? Can I make a call now?" "Sure, I'll take you there." After a long-distance call transfer, Xian Qianyun contacted the village committee of Heihe Village. Since the village has many workshops, someone is always watching the phone. It's second sister. "Please tell the village chief that I have good news about the matter I asked him to handle. Wang Qianjin is a scoundrel. He abandoned his wife and married someone else. Tell him to hurry and pick up the person from Zayashita village." The operator nearby is probably the most curious person in the entire military district. In recent years, many young people have returned to their villages, revealing many who held banquets but never registered their marriages, abandoning their wives and children or husbands and wives. The military district has also seen people exploiting loopholes, abandoning their wives in rural areas and finding new wives or daughters of leaders within the system. Some of these things are kept secret, but once exposed, the military cannot tolerate immoral behavior. Those involved could face severe punishment or even discharge. Wang Qianjin from Company 11 is supposed to marry the daughter of the regimental commander next month, but it turns out he's not a good person at all. In Heihe village, Xian Qianyun's authority is greater than the village chief's. Second sister doesn't dare delay even a second and immediately runs off to call someone. Then, a small truck speeds away into the distance. Stone Village is very far from Hay Village, but luckily it is not at the foot of the mountain. The small truck can still drive to the village entrance. This was all planned in advance by Xi and Qianyun, who asked Song Miao to do some homework. 2 hours later, the loudspeaker at the village committee announced, "Forward, wife. Forward, wife. Hurry to the village committee. Someone is looking for you." The Wang family looked confused, but Song Miao knew clearly that Aunt Nio and Qianyun had received news. The Wang family followed and arrived at the village committee. They saw a well-fed, energetic auntie waiting eagerly.
Who are you?
"We've never seen you before. Why are you looking for Song Miao?" Aunt Xian-san stepped forward and held Song Miao's hand. "Girl, are you mistaken about the time? I told you today is the full moon celebration. I asked you to come earlier, but you haven't shown up yet. Xiaolan is rushing to pick you up." "Are they your in-laws?" Xiaolan and Miao Miao are good friends. When they were girls, they agreed to be each other's child's godmother. "Don't waste time, let's go." "Sorry, Annie. I thought it was the day after tomorrow." "Wait for me. I'll change my clothes quickly." Song Miao's heart was boiling like magma. Coming to pick someone up was obvious. Grandma Wang followed her daughter-in-law and asked, "Why have I never heard you mention the full moon celebration?" "Mom, I was so busy I forgot the date." "I probably told you, but you didn't pay attention. I'm staying at a friend's house tonight." Grandma Wang pouted. They didn't really take Song Miao seriously. Sometimes, what the daughter-in-law said was ignored. "Staying another night? What about the chores at home? Are you just lazily going to someone else's full moon celebration?" Since Song Miao got married, Grandma Wang hadn't washed a single piece of clothing. Song Miao looked angry, but said nothing. Aunt Xian-san, who was behind, said bluntly, "Your family only has the daughter-in-law working. I heard you have a son and a daughter too. Are they all rich kids from noble families? It's the modern age, so why is your family still arguing over the daughter-in-law? Your thinking is dangerous." "Bah. Nonsense.
What are you talking about?"
"My son is in the army, and my daughter-in-law is at home taking care of the elders." "Where are you from? Are you a scammer?" Seeing Song Miao enter the house, third aunt also stopped, straightened her chest, and said to the person, "I come from Heihe Village. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's the top-ranked village in the Red Flag Commune, an advanced economic village, the best contributor, and an outstanding dedication village." Her proud expression was quite annoying, but Heihe Village's reputation was indeed well known. No wonder she came in a small truck. It's a place that makes others envious and jealous. Song Miao had already packed her belongings. She had no dowry, only a cotton quilt, a set of new clothes bought by Wang Qianjin during their first year, and a little bit of savings she had secretly saved. She had to give up the quilt, packed her bag, and looked back at the house she had lived in for 4 years. A wave of nausea rose in her heart. She knew her parents had shamelessly used her to exchange for a high bride price, taking advantage of their past kindness. She couldn't stop them. Feeling guilty, she planned to live well with Wang Qianjin, being kind to his family. She had poured her heart out to them, only to find out they were ruthless wolves who ate without leaving bones. She spat and slapped her face to regain her composure, then hurriedly walked out. "Auntie, let's go quickly. If we leave early, I might still be able to help." Miao, since they have a car anyway, why not finish the meal and come back in the evening? There's a lot of work at home." Hong Yan and Jiefeng are busy preparing for the college entrance exam. Her mother-in-law still wasn't willing to give up, calling after her. Neighbors couldn't help but mock. "Oh, your Hong Yan and Jiefeng are already 17 or 18, and even their underwear needs to be washed by their sister-in-law. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Jinkai, shut up. You're ruining the reputation of my 2 kids. Your daughter is ugly, jealous of our Hong Yan, and she studies well too." Pfft. An 18-year-old girl still expects her sister-in-law to wash her underwear? Even my 10-year-old heir Dan is better. And jealous? Look at which family would marry a girl who treats her sister-in-law like a servant. Old Lady Wang was furious inside. Damn Song Miao. Her personal clothes were usually washed at home. It was just that Hong Yan had used all the water and didn't know how to fetch more. She went to the river to wash her clothes, and the village women saw her. When she returned tomorrow, she would carefully deal with this useless daughter-in-law who caused trouble and did nothing right. Song Miao clenched her bag tightly, throwing all conflicts behind her. She was finally leaving this den of wolves. A stranger she had only met once was willing to reach out with warmth, while she had dedicated herself to caring for her family for 4 years, only to be exploited greedily. Life was truly ridiculous. The third aunt could see that the girl was trembling slightly. She reached out and gently held her to comfort her, saying, "Don't be afraid. Once we get to our very dark village, no one can hurt you. Don't worry about work either. Xiaoyan has already been told in advance. From now on, rely on yourself. You don't need others. Build your own future. There are plenty of men. If you want to find someone, take your time and find someone with good character. If you don't want to find anyone, that's fine too. As long as you have the skills, you can enjoy life and make your own decisions." Both men and women can be the masters of their own lives. Song Miao didn't want to lose her composure. Her emotions threatened to overwhelm her, but she forced herself to hold back tears and nodded firmly. She had to sell herself again when she returned home, but from now on, she would rely on herself. She heard that Qianyan was an excellent driver for the city transport team. She believed she could also find her own path and create a home for herself. After they got into the small truck, Aunt Xian suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, I forgot the secret code. This awkward secret code. King of Heaven covers the earth tiger. Little chicken stews mushrooms. Pagoda suppresses the river demon. Mushrooms with chili." They finished reciting the code, both blushing a little. Such a strange code. Shaoran must have made it up somewhere. Xian Qianyun, looking angry and determined, followed the young soldier to the political commissar's office. They just came out of a meeting and happened to meet Niuing Chao. Niuing Chao had met her during a family visit. Although she was dark-skinned, her features were incredibly beautiful and distinctive. "Xiaoyan, why are you here? Why didn't you go to the family residence? Where's my mom?" "Brother Ing Chao. I was sent by my sisters to check on her husband. I went. That bastard only held a banquet in the village, but never registered their marriage. Now he's taking advantage of this loophole to climb the ranks at the military district. That despicable scoundrel. I want to ask your political commissar to help my sister get justice." Her loud voice and chatter drew everyone's attention nearby, mostly officers who had just finished their meetings. Niuing Chao thought to himself that their village bully still loves to cause trouble as always. He had heard many stories about her from his family. She was quite a troublemaker. He felt it was safer to stay close and watch out for her. "I'll go with you." "Great. Brother Ing Chao, you have to support me." Niuing Chao felt nervous inside. After all, this little troublemaker could take on a strong man from the neighboring village and hold her own. When Wang Qianjin was called over, he was already very nervous. His comrades said that a relative of his rural wife had come. He had only gone home 3 or 4 times over the years. He didn't really know if Song Miao had any relatives. He only told his parents about the marriage, and he had someone outside send the letter to them so they could watch over Song Miao. He couldn't help but blame his parents. He repeatedly warned them not to leak any news when he married the daughter of the chief of staff. They didn't tell him anything about the family, and now people from the military district were looking for trouble, catching him off guard. He hurriedly arrived at the office, feeling overwhelmed. Looking at the so-called good friend of Song Miao in front of him, he searched his mind several times but couldn't recognize this person. The political commissar looked serious. If this matter was true, Wang Qianjin's character would be questionable, and it would have a bad influence. "Wang Qianjin, have you abandoned your wife in the countryside and married someone else?" He hurriedly explained. "That's not legal. The marriage law opposes arranged marriages and promotes freedom of marriage. Song Miao and I were childhood sweethearts arranged by our grandfathers. I hadn't joined the army back then. Our family was poor. The Song family's eldest daughter was about my age. My parents mentioned the childhood engagement, but the Song family looked down on us because we were poor and didn't acknowledge it. After I joined the army, our family situation improved greatly. The Song family then started to push me to marry Song Miao, demanding a bride price of 200 yuan. My grandfather was still alive then and remembered the original agreement, so he forced me to marry her. I had no real feelings for her. We never even registered the marriage. It was just a village celebration. It wasn't really a marriage. One leader nodded in understanding. Arranged marriages can cause a lot of trouble. Wang Qianjin also had his hardships. Xian Qianyun rolled her eyes. You say it's an arranged marriage and you don't like her, but it didn't stop you from sleeping with her. The leaders immediately reacted with shock. Niu Yingchao coughed violently and warned the young village bully. A girl like her, how can you talk so harshly? Wang Qianjin's face turned red. Damn Song Miao. He told others about their intimate relationship. How shameless. Qianyun kindly asked, Brother, did you choke on your saliva? Want some water? Everyone else was silent. Niu Yingchao felt a headache coming on. He said tactfully, Speak properly and be more reserved. Be reserved? I didn't say anything wrong. He clearly dislikes her, but still slept with her. Luckily, Song Miao's sister didn't get pregnant, or it would be worse. Since he doesn't admit Song Miao as his wife, then sleeping with her is just being a scoundrel. He should be arrested immediately. You. Wang Qianjin pointed at the black coal in front of him. If that big pot fell, it would surely kill someone.
Who are you?
Just climbing higher on the social ladder isn't enough. Now you want to hide things from her. Let her keep working as a nanny for your family while you enjoy a carefree life with your new lover in the army. You're draining her completely, making her serve your parents and your younger siblings who don't even wash their underwear. That's shameless. You're a real troublemaker in the army, and with such character, you don't deserve to wear that uniform. You're spreading lies. Nonsense. I've never had such thoughts. Inside, he was extremely upset. Such secret matters. What are Dad and Mom up to? Are they trying to hurt him? Xian Qianyun's big eyes rolled around confidently. She said, Who's spreading lies? All your evil plans are written in the letters you sent to your parents, and they burned them. Unfortunately, Sister Song Miao got hold of them first. Wang Qianjin's face instantly turned pale. It was as if someone was choking his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. If it was just about a marriage arranged without love, he could handle it. But if he was abandoning his rural wife and still thinking of using her, he would definitely be expelled from the army. All his 8 years of hard work would become a joke. Every leader present was experienced and sharp. Seeing Wang Qianjin's reaction, they believed what the girl said was mostly true. It was terrible. The daughter of the military officer's family had already registered her marriage with Wang Qianjin 3 days ago. They felt like they had picked up a pile of trash, completely fooled. Another leader spoke up. This comrade isn't the person involved. All matters need evidence. It's only fair that Song Miao herself comes forward. Xian Qianyun shrugged. Comrade leader, it's not that Sister Song Miao doesn't want to come, but the village chief is Wang Qianjin's uncle. To help their successful family, he's supporting them. Do you think Sister Song Miao can get a letter of introduction? The leaders looked at each other. Then, let's have Sister Song Miao make a phone call. Once they contacted the person involved, they would send someone to investigate. As the victim, Song Miao was the key person in this matter. That's fine. To prevent her from being threatened by Wang's family, I've brought her to our village, Heihe village. When it's convenient for a call, I'll contact our village chief to set a time. Wang Qianjin looked very worried. If Song Miao was still in Shirtu village, he might have a chance. But now everyone had been taken away, and if that letter was exposed, his future would be completely ruined. Even though he was surrounded by contemptful looks, he moved through the office like a walking corpse, not knowing how he left. After Xian Qianyun left, her feet stayed still. The political officer saw she still had more to say and asked, Comrade, is there anything else you want to report? I lied to him. The letter has already been burned. Sister Song Miao accidentally heard her in-laws talking and discovered this ugly truth. But you also saw Wang Qianjin's reaction. He didn't slander him. The political officer was speechless. There is evidence. He might be discharged early because of this. After all, He betrayed someone and maliciously used the situation. If there was no such letter, it would be a different matter. He would just get a serious punishment. They didn't even register their marriage legally, so they aren't officially a married couple. Sister Song Miao definitely won't continue living with such a heartless person. Besides, he's already married. We just hope she can get the proper compensation afterward. In rural areas, old-fashioned ideas are common, and women who are abandoned face a lot of discrimination. You elders would understand what she faced after leaving the Wang family. This girl was clever and straightforward, getting straight to the point. But her request wasn't unreasonable. The political officer, also from the countryside, felt especially sympathetic towards Song Miao. After we talk with Comrade Song Miao tomorrow, we will discuss everything carefully. Niu Chao returned to the staff compound with the village bully from his hometown. Seeing the 300 gene of millet, he was stunned for a few minutes. What kind of human-shaped transport was this? He was also very grateful, knowing it was for his wife's postpartum care. He had an appointment with a political officer at 9 o'clock the next morning at the office. He had tasks to do and couldn't stay with Qianyun. He kept reminding his little ancestor to speak politely and not to make trouble. This was the military, not their village. Hurting someone could cause big problems. Xian Qianyun said she wasn't stupid and wouldn't make trouble. But she definitely wanted to give Wang Qianjin a hard scratch to make up for Sister Song Miao's hurt. Commander Wang is also restless tonight. The news spread quickly because it's a big scandal with lots of details. Some of the leaders who are friendly with him also secretly went to his house after dark. They told him about Xian Qianyun tricking Wang Qianjin. If this son-in-law still wants to stay, they need to fix the problem early to minimize the impact and punishment. Commander Wang scolded his daughter harshly. Wang Hongmei sat on the sofa crying. She is an older daughter and usually very obedient. Her mother comforted her with care. There are so many good men in the army. Why did you choose such a troublemaker? Old Wang, this isn't entirely her fault. Who knew Wang Qianjin was so sneaky? He held a banquet in the countryside without telling anyone. Even now, you still defend her. I asked Wang Qianjin this afternoon. He already told Mimi about his situation in the countryside. But she kept it a secret from the family. Now, his original wife's relatives are coming to demand answers. I am so ashamed. Dad, isn't it good that the woman from the countryside stays at her parents' house to take care of the elderly? You can't expect me to go live in the countryside to take care of them. Wang Qianjin said her family can't keep her. It's better for her to stay at home and be filial to her parents. She has food and shelter. Why cause trouble? She's such a fool. Hearing such ridiculous words, Commander Wang was so angry he threw a teacup at her feet. He hated not having time to discipline his children, leaving it to the elders, which made them spoiled and unruly. You're talking nonsense outside, and your words could ruin our family. It's all because of your stubbornness and arrogance. You broke the marriage alliance with a good family. Those good families don't want to marry into us anymore. We hoped you'd find someone from a less prominent family, with potential. If only your father could help, maybe they'd tolerate your bad temper. I liked the simple girl Zhang from the start. If I had listened to me back then, none of this would have happened. I don't like Zhang. He's broad-shouldered and looks like a bear. He's not handsome. I like brother Qianjin. We already have the marriage certificate. No one can separate us. You. Seeing her daughter, who looks like her, say she's ugly, how can she have the face to criticize others' looks? Stop arguing, both of you. The most important thing now is to solve the problem. Commander Wang took a few deep breaths. Just now, Luo Xianqi was transferred here as an instructor. Wang Qianjin is also under him. Tomorrow, I'll ask him to handle the negotiations. Although they knew their daughter and son-in-law's actions were wrong, they still wanted to protect their family reputation. The Wang family had helped the Luo family in the past, and the two families often interacted as close relatives. Wang Hongmei's grandparents lived next door to the Luo family. As one of the 8 major families, the Luo family had a strong background. Luo Xianjun, the young master, graduated from military school and was transferred here. He grew up with Wang Mei and always considered Wang Hongmei like a sister. They heard that dealing with a rural girl who came to complain was difficult. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of clever tricks to confuse the reckless Wang Qianjin. They could only rely on him to minimize the impact tomorrow. The next day, even though Aunt Neo knew Qianyan wouldn't suffer any loss, she still wanted to go with her. She brought some eggs and a bag of egg cakes to ask a neighbor aunt to help take care of her daughter-in-law. The two went to the office together. They saw Wang Qianjin standing with a young man who was handsome but looked at people with a proud attitude. This made the village bully, who cared about appearances, think less of him. It was unclear whether he was an enemy or a friend. The political officer introduced everyone. "This is Wang Qianjin's instructor, Comrade Luo." Qianyan said, "Brother Ingchao has a task today. Aunt Neo is with me." They sat quietly at the meeting table. The political officer made a phone call. After a few minutes, the phone rang. On the other end was one of the main people involved in the incident, Song Miao. "Hello. Is this Comrade Song Miao? We are from the Jie Province Military District. We want to ask you about Wang Qianjin." They had received a notice yesterday. The village's think tank had prepared a report explaining the details of the incident clearly and logically. When Song Miao accused Wang Qianjin of not only abandoning his wife to marry another but also using the excuse of not leaving home to make her work hard for the Wang family, Wang Qianjin immediately denied it. He said he had no such intention, and it was all Song Miao's imagination. Song Miao angrily said, "I heard your parents' words myself. And you told them to burn the letter." Luo Xinqi said calmly, "Comrade Song Miao, everything needs evidence. Do you have any other letters or witnesses?" Song Miao was stunned. "The evidence was destroyed by them. I forgot to take my things and turn back. I only heard their conversation. They wouldn't admit it for their son's future." Luo Xinqi asked, "I heard that the wedding was forced by elders and the Song family also demanded a high bride price. Do you have good feelings for each other?" Qianyan Xian looked at Wang Qianjin's calm face today. "Officer Luo seems fair, but his words have a different meaning now." Song Miao said, "In the first year, he was indeed unhappy. My family asked for a high bride price, but they didn't give me a penny for my brother's marriage, only a quilt as dowry. Because of this, I felt guilty towards their family. At that time, my father-in-law accidentally hurt his leg, and I tried my best to lighten the family's burden. I did all the farm work and chores I could. Maybe because of this, when he came home during the holidays the second year, he saw my efforts for the Wang family and treated me much better. Our wedding night was a year later. He even took me to the county to buy new clothes. Over the next 2 years, he wrote letters home, which his parents received, but he always included a private note for me. During these 4 years, all the financial support sent home was given to my in-laws. I never handled a single cent. Even so, I was very happy. When he got promoted and could join the army, I could live a good life with him. 2 years ago, the college entrance exams reopened, and his salary increased a bit. Our family became more comfortable financially. Last year, my younger brother-in-law, who turned 19, and my younger sister-in-law, who is 17, prepared for the exams. Since I was strong and often scored full marks, I used to help a little. Now, all the farm chores are on my shoulders. My kind mother-in-law even asked me to do all the chores for my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. They only need to study, eat, and sleep. I even wash their clothes. Do you think they see me as a sister-in-law? I mentioned it was not right, but my mother-in-law said I was bought with 200 yuan bride price, and my stingy family didn't give me a penny. Doing such small chores, I still complain? Maybe I can't even get enough food at my own home. Marrying into our family is a blessing for 8 generations. My sister-in-law and brother-in-law are now college students. As a sister-in-law, I feel proud. Doing a little for them is nothing to complain about. Wang Qianjin also stopped writing me a letter a year ago. I asked my in-laws, and they said Qianjin was busy with his duties, and since he was about to be promoted, I should not bother him. On the phone, Song Miao sneered. I guess he must have met the daughter of the local leader at that time, planning to keep me, a rural woman who can't stand on stage or help him, in the Wang family to serve as a servant. His high-status wife probably wouldn't come to the countryside to take care of his parents either. What a clever plan. Even though Wang Qianjin had already discussed how to handle today's situation, his face was strained and tense when his shame was exposed. Xian Qianyan quickly responded, "So, Officer Luo, do you think Song Miao and Wang Qianjin's relationship is good or bad? Or is someone being unfaithful for personal gain, ignoring kindness?" Over these 4 years, Song Miao has contributed far more to the Wang family than just the 200 yuan bride price. Officer Luo remained calm and said, "The problem with arranged marriages is that there's no real emotional connection. I don't deny that Wang Qianjin is mainly responsible for this. But does the Song family have no fault? Selling a daughter like that, why didn't you call the local women's committee back then?" Song Miao really endured a lot, possibly accepting her parents' actions because of Wang Qianjin's conditions. Song Miao clenched her phone, trembling with anger. Xian Qianyan was about to speak, "You Wang," but was stopped by Aunt Nyo covering her mouth. The political commissar looked displeased and said, "Xiao Luo, you're from the city. You don't understand that many girls in remote villages still suffer under patriarchal and feudal ideas. Be careful with your words. No matter what, the person who was hurt the most in this whole event is Comrade Song Miao. You're just maliciously speculating." The commissar disdainfully glanced at the colleagues present yesterday. It seemed that someone had leaked the story about Wang Qianjin's scheme, which was unethical. Luo Xinqi should spend more time in the countryside to learn. These young masters really don't understand the hardships of life. They act recklessly. Aunt Nyo said, "The soldiers are supposed to serve the people. Is Luo some kind of accomplice to Wang Qianjin? The girl worked as a servant for 4 years for nothing, and now she's in such a state. How can he still stab her in the back? The young man knows that holding a wedding banquet means they're married. Wang Qianjin doesn't want her in the village, which is like a divorce. Women who divorce in the village are often scorned and bullied. It's truly heartless to say such things." Luo Xinqi, faced with the spitting and anger of the elderly woman, stepped back in disgust. He hadn't lived in the countryside, and no matter what Wang Qianjin said, he had registered his marriage with Mei Mei. He had to protect his brother-in-law. Luckily, those letters had been burned or torn apart. Xinqianyan could tell that these two had different plans. Anyway, the political officer knew Wang Zhazha's character well. Even if they couldn't get him to retire, it wasn't easy to take advantage of the situation anymore. Their main goal was to get the biggest benefit for Song Miao. All right, Sister Song Miao, as the biggest victim, shouldn't Wang Qianjin pay her for emotional damages? And he should also arrange her living situation after she leaves the Wang family. Luo Xinqi had no objections. The final decision they made last night was to spend money to buy peace. To avoid busy signals, Song Miao said she would leave all her matters to Xinqianyan and then hung up. The culprit, Wang Qianjin, finally spoke. "I am willing to pay 500 yuan to compensate for the harm to Song Miao." The political officer's forehead veins bulged. He was really not a good person. Wang Qianjin awkwardly turned his head. He knew this amount was too little, but he was sure the other side would bargain, so he planned to gradually increase it. Xinqianyan and Aunt Nyo rolled their eyes to the sky. Qianyan crossed her arms and said, 3,000 yuan. Bargaining usually involves starting with a high price and then lowering it step by step. Not to mention others. Even Aunt Nyo almost split her pants from listening. For her teammates, she forced herself to look confident and justified. Her heart was pounding. Yun Girl truly was the village boss. The political officer gave her a subtle look. "Girl, enough already." Luo Xinqi chuckled angrily. "Comrade, do you know how to write the words asking for a sky-high price?" Xinqianyan replied, "Isn't this compensation amount quite reasonable? Sister Miao leaving the Wang family is seen as a divorce in the village. Can she still live in Shirtu village? If she goes back to her parents' home, she might be sold again. So Wang Qianjin must arrange her future life. The 3,000 yuan can be used to buy a house and find a job. With an income, Sister Miao's life will be more secure. Wang Qianjin has been living off others, and Sister Miao is starting a new life. Isn't that a peaceful parting and everyone happy? Everyone, do you really know how to cut deep?" Aunt Nyo, "Well said." Wang Qianjin, furious, shouted, "You brat, Who do you think is living off others? You've even married the daughter of the chief of staff. Isn't that just to live off others? Or is it to eat soft rice and hard work? You, Luo Xinqi. Comrade, may I ask, who are you to Song Miao? Although she said she fully entrusted you to handle this, do you realize how outrageous the amount you proposed is? Or are you trying to benefit from this? Who do you think you are? When the time comes, the compensation will be paid directly to Song Miao's name via bank transfer, and she will receive it herself. No one else can take it, right? Lu Xinqi, Song Miao authorized you to negotiate this matter, not to cause trouble. Wang Qianjin angrily said, even if I sell everything, I don't have that much money. You're not worth that much, but you found a good match for marriage, right? Just borrow some money. You. Wang Qianjin felt like this woman was constantly tearing down his self-esteem. It was so hateful. The political officer was worried that this girl would say more unreasonable things, so he quickly stepped in to mediate. In the end, the compensation was set at 1,200 yuan, which was far beyond Wang Qianjin's mental price of 700 yuan, more than 500 yuan. His heart was bleeding. Xi and Qianyan knew Wang Qianjin couldn't come up with that much money all at once. The political officer was worried that if they argued further, it would get messy. So he suggested Wang Qianjin borrow some money to settle things with Song Miao, and he would slowly pay back his own debts. Wang Qianjin felt cold inside, like he had gone back to the days of liberation. Xi and Qianyan had planned to buy a train ticket in the afternoon to go to the capital and find her beloved fifth sister. But in the corridor, she ran into Luo Xinqi again. Xi and Qianyan planned to buy a train ticket in the afternoon to visit her beloved fifth sister in the capital. However, she encountered Luo Xinqi again in the corridor. As members of two big factions, they naturally looked at each other with dislike. Luo Xinqi snorted as he passed by, even a faint sound caught by Xi and Qianyan. His eyes showed anger, because this village girl had insulted Wang Qianjin for being a kept man. Wang Qianjin had no face to go to the Wang family, and in the end, the money was borrowed from him. Although the Wang family would secretly repay him, he still felt uncomfortable. When he left, the political officer also kept him behind, criticizing him openly and secretly. Faced with this annoying rural girl, he naturally looked displeased. Xi and Qianyan also glared back fiercely. Luo Xinqi felt even more uncomfortable, with a cold and suspicious tone. You come from Haihei village, which is far from Shirtu village. Wang Qianjin and Song Miao are from neighboring villages, and they have contact. Song Miao only went to elementary school for a few years before dropping out. They're from different communes and schools. How do you know her? Can your feelings be so deep that you come all this way to the military district to seek justice for her? Thinking about it carefully, it's hard to believe. You're so eager to fight for her compensation. I suspect you have other motives. Qian Yun sneered and said, You suspect me of wanting money? Why don't you ask young Master Luo to personally deliver 1,200 yuan to Sister Song Miao? He wore an expensive imported watch, and his shirt pocket held a similarly imported pen. This guy comes from a wealthy family. From his words and actions, it's clear he's a spoiled young master who hasn't experienced hardship or the ways of the world. He even maliciously guesses that Sister Song Miao married into the Wang family voluntarily to boost Wang Qianjin's potential. Does he know whether Song Miao has the right to choose her marriage? He's really clueless. If he were just a second-rate village troublemaker, a simple sack would teach him that flowers can bloom in many colors. Luo Xinqi was surprised by the term, young master. He had just been transferred here, and besides a few leaders from the military district and some elders from his family, no one else knew his identity. How did this girl know? He frowned and thought carefully. This dark-skinned village girl, though spirited in appearance, wore patched clothes with cuffs that had turned white from wear. She clearly lives a hard life. She couldn't possibly recognize an imported watch. Such a scheming and sharp-tongued girl. His eyes grew more disdainful. Women who pursued him were countless, using all kinds of tricks. He had even met some eccentric types who showed disdain to attract his interest. Of course, he hadn't lost his senses enough to say, "Woman, Are you playing hard to get? Such narcissistic words. He could only vaguely use deeply scheming. Salted fish number 6. Congratulations, host, for meeting someone brave enough to label you. Qian Yun. Calm down, calm down. Personal flaws shouldn't affect the bigger picture. She studied her mood and replied, how can you slander a kind-hearted, well-behaved common person who is loved by everyone and has high moral character? Luo Xinqi. Seeing this tough-skinned girl turn and walk away, Luo Xinqi spat out, shameless. Qian Yun was not a patient person. She didn't move her body, but slowly turned her head, glancing at the young man from the corner of her eye. As a soldier, how can you defend a scumbag? I really doubt how your ideological education classes went. You're even a squad leader. This is just nonsense. Tsk. Her disdainful tone echoed the criticism from the political commissar, which made Luo Xinqi, who is usually smooth-sailing, furious. Young and reckless. You should learn to speak carefully so you don't drag others down. Salted fish number 6 squealed. This person is doomed. She's poked at the bottom line of a crazy alien. Xi and Qianyan suddenly stopped walking. The only familiar person here was Brother Niu. Where there are people, there is the world of the martial arts. Some small favors can be openly given to others. She lowered her eyes silently, her calm appearance making Fishy 6 feel uneasy. The crazy alien 6 was not afraid, but was worried about her calm and deep host. This was definitely a sign that a storm was coming. After Luo Xinqi finished speaking, he left. Xi and Qianyan had planned to call in the afternoon, pack her bags, buy tickets in the city, and stay overnight, then leave the next day. She changed direction, not going to the communication room, but directly returning to the family compound. If this trouble wasn't resolved, it might affect Brother Ing Chao. She needed to think carefully about what to do. Aunt Niu saw such a serious little girl for the first time. Qianyan, what's wrong? She took the baby from Aunt Niu's arms and skillfully held him. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Are you going to the city? I know, I'll stay a few more days. Aunt Niu felt something was off, but Yun's decision was usually firm, so she gave up. In the afternoon, Aunt Niu took the baby out. Xi and Qianyan was alone in her room. Fishy 6 trembled as she watched her host calmly wipe her photon cannon rocket launcher from the interstellar era. Host, please don't do anything reckless. Once this thing appears, your identity can't be explained. Why are you thinking nonsense? I'm just pondering some problems. She reached for her weapon, which helped her stay calm. 6. As expected of a tough person, with such a scary hobby. At this moment, a member of the family committee knocked on the door with a form in hand. It turned out they were preparing to celebrate the upcoming National Day with a party. Usually, there would be a performance slot for family members, but most military wives in this era had low education levels. Many talented and brave enough to perform on stage were usually from art troupes or highly educated. In previous years, only a few people participated. This year, the committee planned to visit each family and encourage others to join. It was a worry. They had already started mobilizing a month ago, but they still needed 2 more performances. Hearing the noise, Xi and Qianyan put away her weapon and peeked out. The staff saw her clearly. The young person was full of vitality, brave, and full of hope. Young girl, there's a party in a week. Do you want to sign up? You could sing a mountain song, it would be lively. If you're not yet engaged, maybe a handsome young man will notice you, and you could find a good match. It's not that she wants to be a matchmaker, but she feels excited about young girls coming to visit their relatives and looking for a good partner. Aunt Niu didn't think much. She knew Qianyan was talented in the village. She could sing and dance easily. Although her songs and dances were new and a bit strange, they had a strong rhythm. Qianyan told her she was singing and dancing a local DJ style, very energetic. The older villagers danced a type of square dance in one area, while the young people found another spot to dance their own version of the DJ square dance. Our girl Qianyan has a loud voice. She sings really well. Aunt Niu is proud of her village's talent. At this moment, Xi and Qianyan suddenly had an idea. She quickly went to the community committee member, her eyes shining, and said, I want to sign up. I want to sign up, The committee member was very happy finally a spot was taken. Young lady, you want to sing, right? What's the song called? Do you have music for it? I need to note it down. If not, I'll have to check with the arts troupe. Yes, I want to sing. The song is called Secret Love. I have the music. Should I give it to you later? Salty fish number 6 was confused. Since they bonded, they had never heard the song, and it wasn't on Dodo either. What is the host up to? Great. No rush. Just bring it a couple of days before the party. Make sure to practice well. There will be leaders and soldiers watching, so don't be nervous. Good luck. After sending off the committee member, Xian Qianyun's face, which was dark as coal, lit up with happiness. She couldn't hide her joy. She even hummed a song. Salty fish number 6. Something's wrong. Very wrong. She started packing her bags. Brother Ing Chao's house wasn't big, so she planned to go to the city for a few days. Aunt Neo saw her and said, "Girl, you're going to the party and staying here for a week. Why are you packing to go somewhere? I'm going to the city guest house. Please take good care of my sister-in-law and the baby. I need to buy some things, so I won't be able to come often." Aunt Neo didn't stop her. She reminded her to be careful outside. For those who don't see clearly, be more tolerant. Use words, not fists. When Qian Yun carried a small bag of luggage out, a kind neighbor asked, "Yun girl, are you going back now?" "Not yet. I'm going to the city to buy some things. Since I disturbed Aunt Neo's place, I'll stay at the guest house. You two are so close. Why not stay a few more days? Staying at the guest house is expensive. Think about what's worth it. Saving a penny is saving a penny. Aunt Neo and I are from the same village, but we're not that close. I'm here to help a friend with some matters, and Aunt Neo is visiting her family. It's just a coincidence that I'm passing by." Just then, Neo Ing Chao, who had finished training, came back. Hearing this, he felt a bit uncomfortable, as if Qian Yun was deliberately distancing herself from them. His mother always said she treated her granddaughter and this girl equally, so if she said they weren't close, it felt like a stab to his mother's heart. At home, Aunt Neo, who overheard everything, quickly pushed open the door and shouted, "Yun girl, come back. You dropped something." Qian Yun had no choice but to turn around. Just as Neo Ing Chao stepped over the threshold, his mother pulled him inside, closed the door, and ignored him. Aunt Neo lowered her voice, holding Qian Yun's arms with a worried look, and said, "Little ancestor, how big of a fuss are you making? You've already distanced yourselves. This isn't our village. Please don't do anything reckless." The laid-back person, Lulu number 6, gave a thumbs up to Aunt Neo's sharpness. 6. Toolman Ing Chao and some gloomy guy. Neo Ing Chao thought, what trouble could this girl cause in a place full of tough guys? He felt his mother's worries were exaggerated. Some gloomy guy, worried, touched his face and said, "Is it that obvious?" Aunt Neo, feeling tired, shot him a look that said, "You just want to cause trouble, I know." Qian Yun didn't want to add to their worries. She didn't mention the provocation from that Luo guy or how it involved Neo Ing Chao. She only said, "I understand, you can rest assured." And then, with her bag over her shoulder, she left the military area confidently. Aunt Neo was worried. Not to mention her. Even the village chief couldn't stop Yun girl. God bless. She hoped nothing bad would happen. After arriving in the city, Qian Yun immediately bought a train ticket for the next day's evening show to the capital, the earliest train at 8 a.m. Then she called Lu's military district based on the address she had. Fifth sister was already at school, arranged by her parents, so she wasn't home. Qian Yun only told them her arrival date, not the train schedule, to avoid bothering them with a big fuss. Mother Lu sighed, feeling that the girl was too independent and sensible. Xian Qianyun took out some goods she bought from Mingzhu City from her space, made a profit, and also inquired about buying or selling houses in the area she liked. In just 4 days, another 2 properties were added to her real estate portfolio. In the last 2 days, she canceled her stay at the city's guest house and took a bus to a guest house near the military area. There are villages nearby, and many military wives go to buy poultry and local specialties. When she first arrived, she didn't let Aunt Neo bring chickens. The chickens she had during her confinement were bought from the nearby village. J City is quite developed economically, and the villages around the city have roads. There is a small truck in the village, and she went straight there with cigarettes and alcohol. She asked the village chief if she could borrow the small truck at 5 a.m. the day after the party ended to go to the train station. The price was much higher than just the fuel, and he also kindly gave her a vegetable and fruit planting encyclopedia. The village chief was very pleased with the book, smiling happily, and agreed without hesitation. After planning her escape route, Exai and Qianyun hummed a song. The vast sky is my love, under the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming, and rode a village ox cart back to the military area slowly, because today was the day to submit her music tape. When she first left the village, only a very bold and unruly voice could be heard on the ox cart. By the time they reached the military area, the older women on the cart had let go of their shyness and sang along with Exai and Qianyun's rhythm. The vast sky is my love, under the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming. Even the ox pulling the cart seemed to sway its head and wag its tail to the beat. When this music-filled ox cart arrived at the military area gate, the soldiers on duty were stunned. As Exai and Qianyun got off, her pockets were full of snacks and small treats given by the women. When she left, the women looked at her with reluctance, calling her to visit the village when she had time. Salted fish number 6. This alien is really a social butterfly. To improve the party's effect, a rehearsal was held. When Exai and Qianyun handed in her music tape, she was just in time to be asked to show her singing voice. The song was ready-made, but she wrote the lyrics herself. The lyrics were straightforward and positive, mainly because Exai and Qianyun's voice was high and powerful, very infectious. The school committee staff were very satisfied. After the rehearsal, Exai and Qianyun approached the event staff and asked if her performance could be scheduled earlier, as hers was second to last. The staff patiently explained, the order of performances is carefully arranged based on the content, so it can't be changed easily. He also praised the young girl's good singing voice and suggested she consider joining the arts troupe if she had the chance. Exai and Qianyun politely responded and then asked another question. If I don't perform well, and it's near the end, and the soldiers leave early, I might get nervous. The staff explained, this is the military. There is discipline. Family members can leave early, but soldiers must stay until the event ends. Don't worry, it's like a regular cinema. People leave in an orderly way. Some family members might leave early and get home before the event ends, and soldiers might already be home. Exai and Qianyun was silent. That wasn't good news, but she decided to go with the flow. After the rehearsal, the family members returning to the family compound met Aunt Nyo, who praised Exai and Qianyun highly. She said the girl had many good qualities except for a few flaws and even considered playing matchmaker. Aunt Nyo repeatedly confirmed that the girl's song performance was perfect, which made her even more eager. Back home, Nyo Chao saw his mother looking distracted and confused. He asked, Son, do you believe that the song Exai performed at the rehearsal is different from the one she'll sing at the actual show? Nyo Chao, could she be that fierce? Inside, Aunt Nyo thought, she's a little tyrant with titles like Village Boss, Troublemaker, Dark Horse, and Village War Hero. There's nothing she can't do. Exai and Qianyun came to visit them. Before Aunt Nyo could speak kindly, she quickly left. Finally, the day of the event arrived. Before heading to the performance venue, Exai and Qianyun rested at Aunt Nyo's house and took out an envelope. Aunt Nyo wanted to open it, but Exai and Qianyun stopped her. Auntie, after the event, I'll go straight to the guest house. I'll leave early tomorrow morning for the train station, so I won't have time to say goodbye. I just wanted to tell you now, this envelope is from Brother Ing Chao. When I return, remember to open it. Ing Chao's. Why did he give you an envelope? It's not from him. I framed him to use it. You'll find out when you open it tonight. After a moment of silence, Aunt Nyo weakly asked, Must you cause trouble? Qianyun nodded. If she stayed here long-term, she wouldn't need to plan so much. After all, she was going to the capital, and she felt uneasy about not causing trouble for the bad little Wang and the naughty little Luo. Qianyun number 6. Shouldn't they be the ones feeling uneasy? Qianyun put on new clothes, styled her hair, and carried a large foldable box measuring 2 meters by 2 meters to the performance venue. Comrade Xian, what is this? Report. This is my performance prop. The on-site commander looked at the thick stack of paper hanging inside the box. He flipped through it and saw drawings of household items. They looked quite realistic. Although his head was a bit confused, he didn't think it was a big problem and left. The final program of the evening was a chorus performed by 10 girls from the cultural troupe, led by Xiao Lili. Xian Xianyan approached the girls, bowed deeply, and handed over a gift box tied with a bow. Hello, comrades. My program is the second last. I prepared a gift so it wouldn't disturb you. Xiao Lili knew that family members performed, but their skills couldn't compare to the professionals.
Still, it wasn't that bad.
She quickly waved her hand to refuse. Comrade Xian, right? We heard your song during rehearsal. It was very good. Please don't worry about us. We don't take a penny from the common people. Xian Qianyan responded within, oh, then secretly placed the box in the corner of the cultural troupe's restroom. The evening show began. The audience was divided into soldiers' area and family area, with leaders sitting in the front row. When it was Xian Qianyun's turn to perform, Aunt Nyo in the audience held her breath. She requested a minute or two before singing to speak. A confident person holding the microphone stepped to the center of the stage, and his clear, loud voice filled the entire venue. Thank you very much to the organization for giving me this rare opportunity to stand here. Regarding the inspiration for this song, I must mention 2 soldiers, Wang Qianjin from Company 11 and Instructor Luo Xianqi from Company 11. Especially Instructor Luo Xianqi, who taught me to speak carefully and not to involve those around me. I am deeply touched. This song is dedicated to you. Thank you. His sincere and serious expression showed his gratitude clearly. Niuing Chao. He finally understands my feelings. The audience below instinctively clapped. Some people who didn't know the background were confused, but the political commissar, who was handling the matter, immediately looked angry. Wasn't Luo's words just a blatant threat? This young man is really embarrassing the military district. And this girl is not easy either. Her way of fighting back is so impulsive and reckless. After the party, these 2 must be brought in for a serious talk. The political commissar was shouting silently in his mind, while Wang Qianjin and Luo Xianqi were stunned on the spot. Especially Luo Xianqi.
How dare she? How dare she?
Is this rural girl crazy? As expected, Aunt Nyo's song, Secret Love, remained unchanged, but the lyrics were completely different from the rehearsal. Nothing like before. What was she singing? It was a secret way to hide money, like a special trick. There was a large painting, 2 meters by 2 meters, showing a mop on the surface. It seemed to hide a secret. When you flip the paper, there's a detailed diagram. For example, the top of an old bamboo mop handle, the anti-slip cloth strip, can be opened to hide money inside. Several married soldiers shivered. A loud, confident voice kept reminding everyone that any hollow pillar or pipe at home could hide money, maybe even hidden treasures. The audience below trembled even more. For example, those with globes in their homes, most are made of 2 connected circles, and the big round belly is a good place to hide money. The biggest leader in the military district was sweating coldly from behind. For example, shorter military wives could look at the top of cabinets, or behind posters. Maybe there are hidden pockets filled with eye-catching unity symbols. Xian Qianyan passionately performed on stage how to raid married men's small treasure chests. The wives' eyes gleamed like hungry wolves, eager to memorize all the lyrics, while the married soldiers were sweating profusely, their faces pale like neon lights flickering. A big shot in the front row couldn't sit still. He called his subordinates, "Stop. Quickly make her stop. Go backstage immediately. This program can't continue. I authorize you to cut the line." The subordinate obeyed, rushing over like a whirlwind, then came back. "Chief of Staff, it's bad. Most of the people responsible for the evening party are women. When they heard I wanted to stop this program, they immediately threw me out." The Chief of Staff was heartbroken, completely defeated. It was over. His wife was right there in the audience. The person sitting next to the political commissar was his rival. The rival chuckled slyly. Old who? Do you need to go to the bathroom? There was still a thorn in my butt, and I was twisting and turning, even having trouble breathing. I remember your old Uncle Chen sitting in the third row. My sister-in-law got up and left. TSK, it's a pity my wife is on a business trip. Hee. I immediately transferred my secret stash when I got home, waiting for my wife to return, successfully avoiding disaster. For the political officer, killing someone emotionally is just like that. The political officer was already on the verge of breaking down. Don't blame him for being rude when someone shameless comes knocking. He directly grabbed a few of the only plants on the Mediterranean Sea.
I am Daniel.
Dare to challenge me one-on-one. Let go of my heart. You shameless scoundrel. They not only argued but also fought. Commander, aren't you going to stop them? The commander, I have no time to manage these two rough guys. I feel a bit unwell. I'll leave first. My globe, wait for me to save it. Wang Qianjin and his fiancée Luo Xinqi watched the village girl on stage perform such shocking, mind-blowing acts, while their married comrades around them were boiling with anger and tension, like oil on fire, caught in a storm. Even the commander was like an ant on a hot pan. They are about to become the top enemies of the entire military district's married comrades and secret stash money team. They trembled, shivered, and their backs instantly soaked with sweat. This woman was so crazy, so ruthless and vicious that it was shocking. Xian Qianyun's song was nearing the end. The educated military wife couldn't wait to turn into a centipede spirit, frantically taking notes. Xian Qianyun, my great sisters-in-law, the final act is coming up. You must seize the opportunity. Don't miss it. Time is running out. Thanks again to Wang Qianjin from the 11th Company and the instructor Luo Xinqi from the 11th Company. Finally, thank you all, the scumbag Wang and bad Luo. She wants us to die. The military wives, she is truly their little angel. The married treasure vault army cursed loudly. This is a heartless demon. The unmarried rookie soldiers' eyes were clear but foolish, while the married ones were caught in a storm, heartache like a knife. They are not leaders and must obey discipline until the end of the party. Oh heavens! Why would anyone come up with such perverted shows? And they even passed the rehearsal.
Boo-hoo.
Niu Yingqiao was trembling with fear. First, he had a secret stash of his own. Second, he finally saw the destructive power of their village bully. Aunt Niu, I'm really done for. Why did I have to provoke their village's tough guy? This girl, I can't stop her. Really unstoppable. Xian Qianyun made a perfect exit, leaving the residential area empty. Most of the soldiers in the audience's section were sitting in place, fidgeting anxiously, like magma beneath a volcano, surging wildly. The host, told to finish quickly, was sweating profusely. Her small mouth moved rapidly, but it couldn't hide the darkening scene below. A loud voice shouted, "Girls,
Go."
men are usually strong from training, and there's still time for another show. Run. Girls, don't let them catch up. Married soldiers' bodies were restrained by discipline, but their spirits were twisting. Is a terrible tragedy about to happen? The army wives were running with all their might, fierce expressions full of anticipation and madness. The army wives' army swept past, even dropping a few shoes, but no one stopped to pick them up. The teacher responsible for the last act had already delegated to her assistant. She herself hurried toward the residential area like a whirlwind. The girls from the cultural troupe looked confused. They seemed to understand Xian's words and were worried about affecting them. But it was more than that. The person in charge of the previous performance was Zhang, a married man with 10 years of fame, who was conducting the show. He waved the baton faster and faster. A majestic song praising the scenery of the frontier was turned into a fierce tune about attacking enemies. He wasn't doing this for his own benefit, but was obeying orders from above. The girls' voices were almost burning out. What was originally a 10-minute song was cut to about 7 or 8 minutes. The host nervously announced, "The evening party is over." There was supposed to be a speech from the leader at the end, but everyone who was supposed to speak had already left. This was the fastest, cleanest, and most decisive end to a party since the military district was established. The regiment commander, battalion commander, company commander, and platoon leader worked together efficiently, quickly arranging for the soldiers to leave the venue.
Go.
Hurry and catch up with your wife. If you can't catch your wife, then just wait and drink the northwest wind.
Go. Go.
Whether you're beaten or not. Even if your wife hits you, you'll get at least a little benefit.
Go. Comrades. Comrades.
This is the most critical moment. Fight for your private money.
Go.
The wind roared, horses neigh, married soldiers roared, and they shouted loudly. Unmarried young soldiers watched with clear eyes as their comrades performed a life-and-death relay. Little Jia said, "Wow. The squad leader's speed is breaking records." Little E, how much secret savings did he hide? He's leaving after images. Little San, I bet the team leader will be injured tomorrow. Little Ding, if too many people take leave, can we rest then? If my wife wants to teach the squad leader a lesson, I'd happily offer a durian. The comrades gave a fierce look. Tonight promises to be a sleepless night at J Province Military District. The family compound is brightly lit, filled with shouting, begging, being hit, and martial arts competitions. The military wives tonight transform into martial arts masters, performing moves like 9 in white bone claw, 18 dragon subduing palms, 6 meridians feather duster, dog beat man stick technique, soul despair palm, shadowless leg, and more. It's said that the worst case involved a wife chasing her husband with scissors, running 3 laps around the playground, and finally injuring his backside, then rushing him to the clinic. The clinic stays open all night. The whole military district is chaotic and lively. The wives are full of joy and anger. They hold real money in their hands, but are furious that the men have secret savings. It's unforgivable. Aunt Nyo holds 300 yuan in an envelope and shouts angrily, "Nyoing Chow, confess honestly, Nyoing Chow, that I only saved 100 yuan. Why is there 300? Where did these extra 200 come from?" Seeing his guilty expression, Aunt Nyo quickly blocks his wife's view and whispers, "Yunya tricked you into this. You have to admit it, Nyoing Chow. How could this happen to me?" It's so unreasonable. But in the next second, his mind suddenly clears. The one who caused the big trouble is Qian Yun, but she's not even in the military district. The second biggest culprits are Wang Qianjin and Luo Xianqi, tied for first. The third is his fellow villager, Nyoing Chow. Why isn't it his mother? Because her activities are limited to the family compound. Since the wives earned a lot tonight, she will be the new goddess of the family compound. The favorite of the group, no less. And only he bears the brunt of his comrades' anger. The 300 yuan that Qianyun falsely accused him of stealing was clearly an act of loyalty, a big gesture. Such a large amount of money might soften his comrades' anger with some sympathy.
Brilliant.
So clever. And the mastermind behind all this plotting? After Xian Qianyun finished her show, she immediately left the military area, greeted the young soldier on guard, and went into the guest house. She took a quick shower and went to sleep. At 5 o'clock, the sky was still faintly light. The small truck to pick her up was slowly arriving. She was already dressed, carrying a small bag, and with a carefree toss of her head and a wave of her sleeve, she left without taking a single cloud with her. Number 6 of the salted fish. Is that leaving without a cloud? It's leaving behind a situation where others' lives are ignored. The fierce fighter from the Black Village once again gained fame. Number 6 of the salted fish. Are you not planning to come to this military area anymore? Xian Qianyan. Of course. I'm not stupid. In the future, when I introduce potential matches, the soldiers here will have to painfully refuse. Number 6 of the salted fish. It's a miracle if you can get married. Xian Qianyan. Are you secretly mocking me? Number 6 of the salted fish. No. Absolutely not. No matter how dark the night before dawn, a new day begins as the morning sun breaks through the thick clouds, shining brightly. On the training ground, the comrades who had experienced a wild night, now with battered bodies and faces scratched and bruised, some with colorful bruises, red mixed with blue, blue with purple. Today, even the commander wore a mask when going out. The chief of staff's one eye was swollen and dark. Niu Chao was sore all over. To avoid being beaten up on the training ground, he made his mother pinch him hard for half an hour. When the political commissar found out that the small treasury had lost over 1,000 yuan, he angrily asked his subordinates, "Where is that daring, reckless girl who's been causing trouble?" The answer was that, according to the entry and exit records, after Xian Qianyan finished her show, she didn't delay even a minute. She kept her luggage with her in the backstage lounge and left immediately. He was 100% sure this was a premeditated conspiracy. "Tell the guard post to put Xian Qianyan on our military area's blacklist. She's not allowed to step foot here ever again." The roar could be heard from afar. "Yes, Commissar." The old man took a sip of chrysanthemum tea, calmed his mind, and asked again, "What about Wang Qianjin and Luo Xinqi?" The subordinate hesitated, looking sympathetic. Xian Qianyan had already said at the start that her show's inspiration came from Wang Qianjin and Luo Xinqi. Since the singer ran away, the one who provided the inspiration had to bear the wrath of many married comrades. In just 1 month, Wang Qianjin felt the loving iron fist from his comrades, almost showing his face like a pig's head. After 3 months, he couldn't take it anymore and asked his father-in-law to help transfer him to another military region. Because of Song Miao's matter, although he was not forcibly discharged, he was punished. He had no hope for promotion in recent years, but here, at least, his father-in-law's invisible protection helped. Moving to another region would definitely be harder. However, Wang Qianjin was already overwhelmed by the anger of his fellow soldiers. Although everyone's restless emotions would eventually calm down over time, no one knew how long that would take. Half a year? A year? He couldn't stand it anymore. Plus, his new wife was also very worried. Her father couldn't do anything, so they decided to fulfill the young couple's wish. Meanwhile, Luo Xinqi, a graduate of the military academy, still held the position of instructor. He hadn't experienced the trial of a martial contest, but the political commissar already knew about his threat to Xian Qianyan. After the evening event, Luo was transferred to a new company, which was heading to the most difficult outdoor training area. In the desolate wilderness, especially when nature called, people would just dig a hole with a small shovel and take care of it on the spot. And that was just the beginning. After everyone left, the mosquito bites covered his buttocks. When Luo was swatting mosquitoes, he almost touched his strawberry tower. There was no water in the wild, and he hadn't showered for 3 days and nights. The smell of sweaty feet in the tent at night made him wonder if he would still be alive the next day. Worse, at night, a strong wind blew, and the tent was blown away. He and his comrades, all in their underwear, chased after the flying tent, running 6 kilometers. If he could turn back time, he would definitely not be so rude. As a fellow villager, Niu Chao was so unlucky that his small treasury was among the top 10 in losses. It was so fierce that Comrade Xian, wanting to vent his anger, didn't even inform his fellow villagers beforehand and launched a surprise attack. Well, the comrades then let go of their shared misery with Niu Chao. After the final performance, the girls from the art troupe looked at the director with anger, unable to speak. But they only saw the back of his head, as he had already hurriedly chased after his wife. Then, a sharp-eyed girl found a gift box left secretly by Xian Qianyan. This girl dares to be so reckless. Who knows what she left as an apology? The girls opened it and found only a few sheets of paper, which turned out to be the sheet music for a song. "Tomorrow will be better?" Have you all heard this song? No, she's just giving us a new sheet of music to apologize? The girls gather around, looking at the lyrics. The words are hard to read, like a dog crawling across the page, making it difficult to understand. After struggling to read it, they find the lyrics are positive and uplifting. The first part has calm, gentle music, like softly sharing hopes and wishes for a better world. The second part has a strong, grand melody that lifts the theme higher, expressing a deep longing for a bright future. It encourages people to stay confident, face challenges bravely, and pursue a better tomorrow. Many girls start humming the song softly. If they practice well, it will surely impress everyone. This gift is wonderful. All their bad feelings about the program being disrupted disappear. They excitedly gather, chatting about giving the music to the teacher tomorrow and planning their practice. Salted fish number 6. Host, why is your handwriting so terrible? Xian Qianyun, you don't understand. In my time, no one writes by hand anymore. Voice-to-text is common, and those with strong mental power can even convert thoughts directly. Only the upper class learn calligraphy, claiming it's good for self-cultivation. As a soldier, I was busy fighting mechanical armies and didn't have time to practice calligraphy. 3 months later, major military districts held a cultural exchange performance in the capital. The art troupe from J Province brought 10 talented children from the family housing area, singing with pure, lively voices. They performed "Tomorrow Will Be Better" together with energetic young adults. The song helped them jump from their usual 5th place straight to 1st, becoming the most surprising dark horse. The song's positive message made it very popular and widely spread. Xian Qianyun, who had been staying in the capital with her family, was stunned when she heard a charming neighbor girl humming the song. She learned it from Dodo, a popular app. She also asked Lao Lu, who said the song was very famous in his original world, called the strongest charity single. He confirmed that in this world, the song didn't exist, so Xian Qianyun dared to use it. Since it was popular in the capital, she thought she hadn't sent the wrong song. The girls would probably forgive her. Half a month later, Xian Qianyun received a huge package from the J Province Military District, so big it was taller than she was. At first, I suspected it was a bomb, a cruel joke from men who had returned to a time before liberation. But when I opened it, I was overwhelmed by love. The girls from the art troupe sent high-quality creams, scarves, and beautiful clothes. The women from the family compound gave clean, dried local specialties, dried vegetables, homemade pickles, tofu, hand-knit sweaters, scarves, gloves, and adorable pig-shaped slippers knitted by Sister Wang from next door. This reminded me of when I saw Sister Wang knitting piggy shoes for a newborn and wished I could have some, only to be teased by Aunt Neo. The talented Sister Wang was right there at the time. Xian Qianyun felt a warm wave wash over her, and her eyes started to water. Sigh. She truly is a treasure loved by everyone. Fish number 6. Host, do you have no shame? Inside the package was also a letter from Aunt Neo. The girls from the art troupe won the gold medal at the cultural performance using the songs she provided. The military leaders praised them highly. These were their heartfelt gifts. The women from the family compound benefited from her book, 81 Ways to Save Pocket Money. That night, they raided with great enthusiasm and joy. The package expressed their small love. They hoped she would visit often, promising to spoil her to the fullest. After all, 81 Ways to Save Pocket Money can be passed down through generations. For daughters, a full purse. For sons, avoiding risks. Fish number 6. Ridiculous. Xian Qianyun. And the even more unbelievable part was still to come. The soldiers who hated Xian Qianyun so much that their wives hurt them financially and physically, and the main culprit escaped without a trace. They felt frustrated and had no outlet, so they trained like crazy every day, practicing to death, working like beasts. Yet this year, at the military district martial arts competitions, they suddenly turned fierce and aggressive, making a shocking comeback. Although they didn't win first place, they achieved their best result ever, second place. The art troupe took first place. The martial arts competition also broke previous records, earning a new ranking. The soldiers performed outstandingly on the field, brave and fierce. The commander was privately praised by the chairman, who said he was exceptionally capable and had cultivated many outstanding talents for the country. Everyone else smiled like spring flowers, but the commander simply smiled like spring itself. After returning from the capital, he walked lightly, as if strolling on clouds. That naughty girl. Oh no, what was her name again? Xian something? Report to the commander. Her name is Xian Qianyun. Did old who put her on the blacklist? Although she's fierce, she accidentally helped us improve the military district. We shouldn't fuss over her. Let's take her off the blacklist. Thinking of the big globe, his heart still ached a lot, but compared to the honor of the military district, these private savings didn't matter much. The guard muttered to himself, "Why does your expression look a bit clenched?" However, after the party, the military district announced a new rule. All performances must match the rehearsals. Anyone secretly scheming or plotting will be directly reprimanded. So, every strange rule must have a strange story behind it. When Xian Qianyun was blacklisted and forbidden from entering, Aunt Neo didn't dare tell her, afraid she would get angry. Now that the leader said she could come back, she happily wrote a letter to share the good news. Sin Qiani Win. Sorry, even if she agreed to let her in, she wouldn't step inside. After all, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. And she definitely wouldn't look for a soldier from this military district for a blind date. The day after Song Miao left, Queen Mother started to feel a bit uncomfortable. She had to wake up early to prepare breakfast for the whole family, do laundry, feed the chickens and pigs, and plow the fields for pigweed. By the end of the day, she was exhausted. She had worked hard for decades, but after Song Miao got married, she relaxed for a few years. Now that she took over again, it was especially tough. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go back from luxury to frugal. That day, she said she would stay just one day and then return. In the afternoon, Queen Mother grew impatient. She didn't wait for Song Miao but instead received a call from her son. She learned that Song Miao had gone directly to the military district to cause trouble, which not only ruined Wang Qianjin's chance for promotion but also cost them 1,200 yuan. Queen Mother was completely shattered. This wicked girl. Turns out she went to the full-month celebration just to deceive them. 1,200 yuan. What does that even mean? They worked themselves to death in the fields all year for just a few hundred yuan. This shameless woman. How dare she ask her son for compensation? Wang Qianjin also said he borrowed money to make up for the compensation, and after being disciplined, he lost his bonus. This year, he will send less money home. Queen Mother's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from anger. When the person woke up, they sat on the ground, crying loudly and hysterically. After all the Wang family members gathered, the matriarch cried and shouted, "That shameless girl Song Miao ran away, and she even took the 1,200 silver dollars that belonged to our son." The villagers, who usually worked quietly like old oxen, were shocked to hear that Song Miao could do such a thing secretly. Their first thought was that it couldn't be true. Neighbors whispered among themselves, saying, "Isn't it because the Wang family is not honest? Old Wang's leg is fully healed, and they have so many workers at home, but the daughter-in-law is doing everything alone. When a rabbit is cornered, it bites." However, the 1,200 silver dollars were tempting. Since she left her exploitative family and still got so much money, some people even envied Song Miao. The matriarch said, "Was that woman a scammer from Hihei village? Old man, call the eldest and second brothers and uncles. Bring that shameless girl back." As the village head, he didn't believe the matriarch's words. He privately asked the third son, "What's the story with that $1,200? Our family can't have that much money. Even Wang Qianjin can't give so much at once." They went to Hihei village to find her. As the younger brother, the village head would definitely go along. Wang's father couldn't hide the truth anymore. He had already married Wang Qianjin to the daughter of the chief of staff, making them legally married. Since Song Miao held a wedding banquet, she should stay at her hometown to take care of them. Anyway, the Wang family provided food and lodging. He didn't understand what she was thinking, running away with outsiders and causing trouble at the military district. The village head cursed loudly. "Fool! Isn't he just like a modern-day traitor?" A good girl was working as a housekeeper for them, and they had such audacity. Youngest son, that's the daughter of the chief of staff. With her father-in-law's support, Wang Qianjin will surely have a bright future. Song Miao is just a rural girl and hasn't helped Wang Qianjin at all. Anyone would know how to choose. You guys are so stupid. Either hide this forever or properly comfort Song Miao so she doesn't cause trouble. Look at your situation now. Wang Qianjin's future is affected. You tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice. How can I even talk to you? There's no point in talking now. Hurry and go to Hihei village to bring her back. If she doesn't come back, forget it. That $1,200 belongs to our Wang family. How can we leave it to a woman who abandoned her family? Hihei village has been lucky these past few years, developing rapidly. It's the top village in the neighboring commune and even has a name among the leaders. If they try to protect Song Miao, this could be a problem. Why wouldn't they? We didn't tell Song Miao to leave, but she is still our Wang family's daughter-in-law. In our countryside, women who get divorced are often looked down upon and spat on. No one dares to take her in because of the bad reputation. The villagers are not fools. They wouldn't want to host her unless they were after her money. We need to get our money back quickly, or others might take advantage of us. The village chief also thought this made sense. With such a large amount of money involved, it was better to recover it than let Song Miao be tricked. In the end, 30 strong men from the Wang family gathered and headed angrily to Hihei village. They didn't have small trucks, so they rode horses and looked impressive. After an hour of walking, they took an ox cart to the bus station. Then, they took a bumpy minibus for 2 hours before reaching Hihei village station. Their presence was already less intimidating. On the minibus, there were people from other villages. Curious, someone asked why they were going to catch their daughter-in-law who ran away. A villager from Ihunjin village near Hihei village said, "Are you guys trying to find your daughter-in-law? Did she run to Hihei village?" Wang Mu, the wife, angrily said, "You're talking nonsense." Seeing her guilty look, the villager understood. A villager from Dapaigo village said, "Probably so. Last year, their village opened a handmade workshop that helps women who are being bullied and have nowhere to go. Everyone around knows about it. The local leaders even praise them. I suggest you go home and reflect. Not only the men of Hihei village, but even the women there are skilled fighters. Their troublemakers either change for the better or leave on their own after getting beaten. You won't get her back easily." The Wang family members were not convinced. They had 30 strong men. How could they not bring back a woman? She's the daughter-in-law I paid 200 yuan in bride price for. Why should they hold her? If they don't release her, I'll call the police. The village chief frowned but said nothing. His third sister-in-law was fierce and aggressive. He had attended a legal education class, so he wondered. Song Miao and Wang Qianjin weren't officially married yet, so how could they be considered a couple? He decided to wait and see. A villager from the Jiangkong Zhuang didn't speak but muttered to himself, annoyed that anyone would dare go to Ba Wang village to take someone. A woman from Zhoukai Tua Zizhuang looked on with a gossiping gleam in her eyes, full of curiosity. Haihei village was known in the area as a powerful place, not because its people were unreasonable, but because they were strong and fearless. They often took in those who had nowhere else to go, usually people who had trouble with their families. She had planned to get off at the next stop, but out of curiosity, she paid a few extra coins to ride all the way to Haihei village. Thanks to the new road built by Haihei village, the nearby villages had also grown more prosperous, so she didn't mind spending a little more on the fare. 30 strong men holding wooden sticks came over with fierce expressions. The village must have already heard the news, because not long after they entered, they were stopped. The village chief, wearing a traditional jacket, stood calmly with a group of men behind him carrying old hunting rifles. The Wang family members. Their legs began to tremble. Muscle and guns, there was no comparison. Village chief Xian asked, "What brings you all to our village?" Mrs. Wang was pushed forward nervously. I'm looking for my daughter-in-law, Song Miao." Xian and Qianyun had already warned that once Song Miao was taken in, the Wang family would surely come to cause trouble. Seeing this group, the chief already understood what was happening. The Wang family had arrived proudly, but soon they were led, like timid birds, into the newly built village office. They sat in the bright, spacious hall, feeling both envious and uneasy. The wealth of Haihei village was far beyond what they had imagined. Could they really take her back? 10 minutes later, Song Miao entered the hall with her aunt. She wore a clean new work uniform. Her face was still pale and thin, but her eyes shone with a light that no one in the Wang family had ever seen before. Song Miao, how dare you deceive us? Come home with us right now. Mrs. Wang's eyes turned red as she thought of the money she had spent, her anger rising. In the past, Song Miao had endured the Wang family's treatment because she had no one to rely on. But now, things were different. Go home? Mrs. Wang, you must be dreaming in broad daylight. I, Song Miao, have nothing to do with your family anymore. You were married into our family for 200 yuan. You ungrateful woman. Not only did you harm my son, but now you want more money from us? How heartless can you be? I have worked at your house as a servant for 4 years. These 200 yuan are not enough for my wages. Wang Qianjin has a bad moral character, is shameless, looks down on rural wives, and is like a traitor. Your family is both mean and worthless. You, a person at the bottom of the family, suddenly stood up. This act of rebellion made Mother Wang lose her temper. She reached out her claws to scratch Song Miao's face. The strong security guard immediately stepped forward, holding her up. Mother Wang was lifted into the air. The Wang family. Without mentioning the gun, one security guard can handle 3 people. He can carry Wang Saixiang like a chicken. The village chief of Shitu village quickly came out to calm everyone down. Everyone stay calm. We came here to talk. Please don't get too excited. You were the first to make a move, someone said. After Mother Wang calmed down, the security guard put her down. She reluctantly stepped back. Village chief Wang asked, Song Miao, are you not planning to go back? Facing the village chief who was trying to smooth things over, Song Miao firmly told him, Wang Qianjin can marry the daughter of a military officer because we didn't register our marriage. I have nothing to do with Wang Qianjin. In that family, I was just a servant. Here, I work for wages, learn new things, be respected and cared for. If you were in my place, village chief, what would you choose? The third brother's family had warned Song Miao about this. At first, Wang Qianjin seemed more reliable, but now it's clear that the leadership is corrupt. The village chief sighed. In that case, we won't force you to go back. But that 1,200 yuan. Song Miao sneered. That was negotiated by Wang Qianjin with the military leaders. There are 3 agreements. Mine is still on its way by mail. I feel good about accepting this money. If not, I'll keep protesting. I'll protest until he retires and takes that young lady back to the countryside to farm. Let's see if the pampered young lady still wants him then. You shameless woman. That's my son's money. You, a heartless thing, at least you have food, clothes, and shelter in our family. Your mother's family once planned to sell you to a cripple who beat his wife. If you hadn't targeted my son, you wouldn't be standing here safely. Give the money back to us. Aunt Xian softly said, What good can your Wang family do? This girl is at her prime. Look at her, after a few years in your family, she's as thin as a skeleton. A gust of wind could blow her over. The old Chinese doctor said Song Miao's health must be carefully cared for. If she's injured at the root, it's all over. Your family is just a den of wolves and tigers, all the same. Mother Wang didn't care about these things. Her face was fierce, and her son had said that to pay back the money, their living expenses had been cut in half. They had finally enjoyed a few good years, and she couldn't bear to give it up. Song Miao remembered the past, and her emotions boiled like flowing lava, impossible to hold back. Because of this, over the years, no matter how harshly you treated me, I never complained. In the 2nd year of our marriage, Wang Qianjin said he would treat me well, let me stay in my hometown to be filial to his parents and care for my younger siblings. He promised that once he had a military transfer, he would take me to the military district, have children, and build a family. He clearly promised to treat me well. But what happened? Just 2 years later, he changed his mind. The 2 families had been old friends, with contact since childhood. 11-year-old Wang Qianjin was a kind and innocent boy. When he saw her being scolded and beaten by her mother for valuing boys over girls, he would pull her away to run, and make small animals out of dog-tail grass to make her happy. Later, their families had a falling out. As she grew up, she still appreciated the warmth that little brother had given her in her memories. What changed? Power? Interests? Now, everything was different. Third aunt quickly, gently patted her back. It was already lunchtime, and the workers in the workshop had finished work. Fellow workers, worried, came over to check on her. Song Miao looked at the Wang family members and said angrily, "I gave my heart, but he chose to weigh benefits and disadvantages. If he had the guts, he should have come straight to me and told me he wanted a divorce and to marry a woman who would help his future. He should have admitted it openly. But why is he so mean, trying to treat me like an old ox, tying me to your Wang family for life, serving you all?" Meanwhile, he happily embraces his young wife and moves forward with his plans. I suffer all the hardships, and he enjoys all the happiness. I am a person, a living person, not a stepping stone or tool for someone else's happiness. Who does he think he is to decide my life? Most of her co-workers were women who had been rescued from suffering. They had also been treated and trampled on mercilessly by those closest to them. They rushed forward, holding Song Miao tenderly and choking back tears. Village head Xian looked at Mother Wang's face, full of resentment and anger, and stepped in front of village head Wang. "Don't bother with this money anymore. Since the military district leaders agree, and there's a mediation letter with Wang Qianjin's signature, that heartless guy shouldn't cause trouble himself. He incited you to cause trouble. Everyone knows what's going on. Comrade Song Miao has already used this money to buy a shop in the county. The remittance won't arrive so quickly." Song Miao smiled, glad to have her think tank behind her. "I borrowed 1,200 yuan from the village to buy a shop, then rented it to the Heihe Village Committee for 10 years, in exchange for living in Heihe Village. When Wang Qianjin's remittance arrives, this money must be repaid to the village chief. The rental contract clearly states that if I change my mind halfway, I must pay the village committee 100 times the rent as a penalty." Wang's mother rolled her eyes, feeling faint again. Village head Wang let out a sigh. This move was really harsh. The money was in Song Miao's hands, so the Wang family could keep coming to cause trouble. Plus, her own family wouldn't believe that such a large sum wouldn't tempt them. Even if she bought a house and her family came to live there as a daughter, she couldn't just refuse. It would be considered a family matter, and the police wouldn't interfere. But since the shop was rented to Heihe Village, at least in this area, who would dare to challenge this powerful entity? Song Miao wiped the tears from her eyes, excited. "If you want to go back, you can pay the penalty to the village committee. I can send you off myself." "Ha ha ha, 100 times the penalty isn't just 1,000 yuan. They are crazy to give others watermelons while picking up sesame seeds. Besides, they can't even afford a big watermelon. This plan could prevent future trouble." If it weren't for the opposition, he would even want to say, "Brilliant. Little brother-in-law, what does she mean? What does she really mean?" Wang's mother collapsed to the ground, crying out loud. Village head Wang felt exhausted. Looking at the row of security guards in Heihe Village, all muscular and holding guns, he shook his head. Go back, go back. If they didn't have the strength, they should just accept their fate." This move was actually thought up by Xian Qianyan to stop these oddballs from causing trouble. Regarding the household registration, on the day Song Miao arrived, she also went to her mother's house to get her household book and Qianjin's marriage certificate. It went smoothly. The village committee bought a row of shops in the county and allocated one to Song Miao. The transfer procedures were completed in the morning, and her household registration was settled. She was so excited, holding the property certificate and a brand new household book, tears of joy in her eyes. Her previously dark and hopeless life seemed to have a shining light called hope, dispelling her fears and illuminating the unknown future. Song Miao's family also came to visit a few times after hearing the news. Seeing the huge obstacle of Heihe Village blocking their way and unable to gain any benefit, they eventually calmed down. She was here, along with her fellow companions who had also endured hardships. They learned more words, gained legal knowledge to better protect their rights, and acquired skills like sewing clothes, knitting sweaters, and cooking. The wind of reform swept across the land, and they cheerfully worked with their hard-working hands toward a new future. The story goes back to the day Xian Qianyan left the military district. It only took 3 hours to travel from Jie province to Zicheng. She got off the train, carried her small bag, and took several buses based on the address until she reached the gate of the military family compound. The soldier on duty looked at her identification letter and immediately contacted Lu Jingwei's family. When the Lu family learned that Qianyan had arrived today, Xiezhen took leave from work and stayed at home. Soon, Xiezhen hurried over with a smile. Seeing the energetic and spirited girl waving her hand and calling out, "Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun!" When Lu Shujin first returned to the compound, she caused a big stir. Her face was just like Lu Jingwei's, and it turned out she had been adopted by mistake. Now they had finally found their biological daughter. As they led Qianyan along, many neighbors were curious. Who was this tall, black girl with short hair that looked like a boy? Her worn, patched clothes clearly came from a poor rural area. Since they already had an auntie, it was unlikely they would call for another. Plus, Xiezhen was a native of Zicheng. Was she a distant relative coming to take advantage? Someone familiar asked, and Xiezhen held Qianyan's hand to explain. "Oh, she's my daughter's foster sister. The girls are very close and no one wants to be apart. So, she's come to live in the capital with us. From now on, Xiao Yun is like a half-daughter to our Lu family." The neighbors couldn't help but feel grateful for the Lu family's generosity. Raising another child meant more burden. At this age, finding a job or a partner was already exhausting enough. And this was a child with no blood relation. Some others secretly muttered, "They're just pretending to be kind, coming to take advantage. It's all fake." They called her a half-daughter, but I don't believe it. Would they really be so foolish as to genuinely find her a job or a partner? The village girl, though dark, had very good features. Maybe she was just a pawn to help their own family. Indeed, in the compound, there had been cases where relatives used the beauty of their children to attract promising young men. But unfortunately, her family didn't have any pretty girls. Otherwise, all the talented young men in the compound would be their perfect matches. The houses outside the military district compound are all single-story homes, with about 20 small Western-style buildings in the central area. The closer you get to the center, the greener the environment becomes, with rows of trees and a peaceful, pleasant atmosphere. Lu's father is now a political officer at the division level, living in a 2-story small Western-style house on the edge of the area, with a front and backyard. Xian Qianyan walked along and saw some 10 small single-story houses, each only about 20 square meters, crowded with several family members. Looking at her biological parents' house, it was a world apart, much simpler and smaller. Compared to the most central, uniquely designed, old-fashioned Western-style mansions, those houses seemed modest. The yards could fit several small houses, with vegetable gardens and flower beds. The spacious balcony on the second floor offered a view of flowers and greenery. Xiezhen saw the girl's gaze fixed on the best Western-style house and explained, "The houses in the family compound are linked to military rank and position. Uncle Lu moved here step by step from a simple house. The best houses are usually for marshals and generals. The closest big villa belongs to Marshal Qin. His daughter-in-law is my close friend. His grandson, Qin Yizhen, is quite talented, handsome, and capable. He's already a company commander at a young age. It's a pity he just left yesterday to visit his grandfather, or I'd introduce you to." She made a decision in her heart. If Zheng comes back for the new year and Xiaoyan doesn't have a suitable partner, she would try to match them up. Xian Qianyan looked excited. Men come so easily. "Zhen Andy, is he a good cook?" Xiezhen chuckled. "What are you thinking? A Zhen is a soldier who handles guns. If he's not in the army, he's a young master who doesn't do chores. I don't think he's much of a cook." Salted fish number 6. Host, your dream of a 6-pack chef is too hard. Most chefs are round and big-bellied. Xian Qianyan. Everyone should have dreams. Maybe one day, it will come true. Salted fish number 6. Just fool yourself. Xian Qianyun and Auntie Xia happily arrived home. When they pushed open the iron gate in front of the small yard, they saw it was very tidy, with a vegetable patch growing bok choy, scallions, peppers, and more. Against the wall, a row of roses was blooming beautifully, filling the air with a faint, fresh scent. Aunt Luo came out wearing an apron. "Comrade Xia, this is Xiao Yun, right? She looks really sturdy." "Xiao Yun, this is Aunt Luo, who helps out at home." After greeting each other, Xia Zhen led Qianyun to the second floor. She, Old Lu, and Aunt Luo all lived on the first floor. The second floor has 4 rooms, a study, 2 bedrooms, each for 1 child, and a room that was originally used by Lu Aiji for practicing piano and dancing. Now it has been turned into a brand new bedroom. The furniture in both rooms is brand new. The pink peony and sky blue daisy bed linens clearly indicate they are for girls. Xia Zhen took her to the sky blue themed room. "Xiao Yun, from now on, think of this as your home." The bed sheets and curtains were chosen by Xiao Jin. "Annie doesn't know what you like, so I kept it simple. Rest well today. Tomorrow, I'll take you and Xiao Jin to the department store for a walk." Qianyun felt a tickling sensation like a cat's paw. She really wanted to ask, where does Lu Xiaoji live? Having stayed in this world for a few years, she understood some social manners. She couldn't ask that question now. When the family decided to bring Qianyun to the capital, Lu Aigua had already made plans. Aiji had been with the Lu family for 20 years, carefully raised and nurtured by the couple. They didn't owe Xiaoji anything. They had no regrets towards anyone except their own daughter. Now they wanted to make up for that. Having been together for 20 years, cutting off all feelings was impossible. He asked his wife to move Xiaoji's belongings to the guest room. His wife, soft-hearted, couldn't help but feel some attachment. He repeatedly emphasized to the family that Xiaoji would only be a guest of the Lu family. Even if she married and visited her adoptive parents' home, she should still stay in the guest room. The only room left for their daughter was for Xiao Jin. Qianyun, who had protected her daughter all these years, was grateful and sincerely hoped her child could stay and develop in the capital. When Xu Jin returned from school, she saw her beloved Yunmei watering the flowers in the yard from afar. Excited, she shouted, startling her older brother. Seeing her run wildly, the 2 girls hugged and shouted happily. It felt like they had been apart for a long time, and their reunion was as joyful as a spring of clear water flowing happily. That cheerful laughter touched everyone present. In the evening, the fiery sunset painted the sky with deep colors. The warmth of the setting sun spread across the whole world. Tonight, the 2 sisters didn't sleep apart. They snuggled in the same quilt, whispering softly. Suddenly, Xu Jin suddenly pulled back the blanket. "You actually did that." What happened next? Qianyun rested her head on her hand and said casually, "Who knows? Yesterday, I finished burying the thunder and had to leave quickly. Aunt Neo couldn't call me at the military area, so she probably sent a letter. When I get it, I'll know what happened to those 2 things. Hee. A signature mischievous laugh was essential. The anger of married soldiers in the entire military district who had their secret savings raided was not easy to bear. Xu Jin helplessly poked at Qianyun's round face. "No matter who you offend, you can't offend you. But those 2 are really bad." Yeah, that's right, but you've almost offended the whole military district. Don't keep fighting and hurting yourself. I've told you many times, you can't be so reckless, but I can't swallow this anger. Anyway, I won't go there anymore. By the way, sister, are Uncle and Annie good to you? And Lu Xiaoji? Why didn't I see her? The room we're in now was probably hers before. She goes to university and lives on campus most of the time. On weekends, she comes home. Dad made the decision to move her room to the guest room. Whether she comes back on weekends depends on her.
But she didn't come back last weekend.
When she was moving rooms, and I saw her deliberately hiding in the yard to tend flowers, looking so sad and upset, I couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Xu Jin couldn't clearly explain this complex emotion. Thinking back to the days when she was just 4 or 5 and had to do chores on a small bench, and then looking at the environment of their new home in the capital, Her anger burst out like a seed breaking through the ground. But Lu Xiaoji's apology and sadness when she saw them made her rational mind tell her to treat her as a stranger, without hatred or resentment. That day after dinner, she packed a big suitcase and went to school. Dad specifically called me to the study and told me not to hate her. After all, it was an accident. He couldn't expect me to pretend nothing happened and get along with her. Moving her room to the guest room was a clear sign. Just see her as someone I know. After graduation in 2 years, they won't support her financially anymore. Our relationship will only grow more distant. People live with resentment and hatred or happily. He probably hopes his daughter will choose happiness. After 20 years of missing her, as parents, they will do their best to make up for it. Xi and Qianyun gave a thumbs up. Uncles and aunts really didn't disappoint. She was finally able to let go of the shadow from the story of the fake and real daughter. Xu Jin nodded. Mom, Dad, and brother treat me really well. This past week, I felt like I was dreaming. The family I always dreamed of actually belongs to me. Are you adjusting well at school? Does anyone bully you for being so old and still in high school? In my hometown high school, there are always some students with bad intentions. Sister Wu is pretty, kind, and good at studying, but she is very jealous. Later, Xi and Qianyun taught her a lesson to warn her, so no one dared to bother Lu Shujin at school. Of course, she also cut off many innocent little crushes. My younger sister-in-law, who is like a dinosaur, scared away the young boys with crushes. It's going well. Our neighbor, Chen Junli and Yi Chunxue from Aunt Ye's family, are my classmates. They take good care of me, and no one bullies me. You can rest assured. That's good. The two sisters chattered until late at night before gradually falling asleep. Inue quietly hid behind the clouds and took a nap. The night breeze was cool, blowing softly through the leaves, whispering peacefully. The next day was the weekend. Xiaozhen happened to have a day off, so she took the two girls shopping at the department store. Qianyun picked out her things, and when Xiaozhen reached for her wallet, Qianyun stopped her with her hand. Aunt Shun, I can pay myself. No, you saved Xiaozhen's life. You're our family's benefactor. It's not right for the benefactor to pay. While they tugged and pulled, Lu Dongliang calmly finished paying at the cashier, then stood with Lu Shujin nearby, each holding a caramel candy, watching them with interest as they kept pushing each other. Little sister, does this remind you of when relatives give red envelopes during New Year? Lu Shujin thought for a moment. No, my little auntie keeps saying she doesn't need it, but her pocket is wide open. Lu Dongliang. He really wanted to experience that kind of insincere politeness. He was even willing to act it out. Finally, with the cooperation of the Lu family, Xi and Qianyun's big unity was firmly sealed inside her bag. On the way home, Xi and Qianyun cast a resentful look at her sister Wu. Lu Shujin covered her mouth to hide her smile. Back home, Qianyun slapped 1,000 yuan on the table. Xiaozhen took a deep breath. Aunt Shin, don't say anything first. I have a big appetite. This is for the meal. If you don't accept it, I'll go eat at someone else's house. Lu Shujin remembered the past and looked sad. When Xiaoran first came to the village, she helped a lot. One time, she went to Xiaoyun's house for a meal, and after seeing Lu Mei's big appetite, her dream was to find a high-paying job after graduating from college, so she could support her sister. Later, Xiaoyun dug up ginseng, sold it to help build the village, and then got a stable job at the city transport team, earning enough to support herself. She felt very frustrated inside. Despite Qianyun's firm insistence, Xiaozhen reluctantly accepted the money. She planned to keep it for her future marriage as a backup fund. During dinner, the young girl ate as much as a family of 4. The feeling of frustration was no longer just with Lu Shujin. Salted fish number 6. The host is just a big eater. Qianyun Xian. Get lost equals after dinner. They discussed important matters. Xiaoyan, we wanted to transfer your household registration to our name, but your uncle is in the military and the rules are stricter. In the capital, even if you buy a house, you can't register there. You either get married or find a job. With a house and a year of work, it's fine. Without a house, you need 3 years of work. So, for now, finding a job is the most important. Your uncle and I have found a few suitable options for you, and we want to finalize them soon. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for working so hard for me. Don't worry about the house. I've saved some money, and when I find a good opportunity, I'll buy one. Sorry to trouble you about the job. It's no trouble at all. Let me tell you, I currently have 3 job options. Since you have a high school diploma, one is as an office clerk at the radio station, responsible for organizing files, writing, or editing drafts. Qianyun, Shujin, and the behind-the-scenes salted fish system Old Six all looked at each other with complicated expressions. Qianyun is quite lazy about studying. Her math and physics scores are okay, but her history and politics are terrible. She prefers self-study, but still has to go to school for exams. Once, she argued with Old Six because he wouldn't let her cheat. That time, she scored 18 in history and 28 in politics, which made her teacher call her a traitor. Her handwriting was so bad it looked like a dog crawling, and even her Chinese teacher's grading was more forgiving. The two of them. This job has no hope. Are they recruiting talent for the radio station? No, they're recruiting internal troublemakers. They're trying to destroy the station from within. The second option is the cultural troupe. They are recruiting now. You sing very well and are physically strong. Auntie sees your spirit. You're just as good as soldiers. You should go for an interview, the villagers said. Isn't that enough? As the most influential person in the village, the tough and brave leader, the hero of the roads, if you join the army, you would be at a soldier's level. Singing? That seems a bit too small for your talent. Qian Yun shook her head. If she joined a cultural troupe, she would have to perform outside often. Several military districts would need exchanges, and the J Province military district next door is a sensitive area. She can't join the cultural troupe. The third option is the expansion of our courtyard's red flag kindergarten. There is an opening for a music teacher. After a 1-month trial, you can become a permanent staff. This job doesn't have as good benefits as the first two, but it's easy. You get weekends off, and when the kids are on holiday, you are too. The kindergarten is just inside the residential area, only a few hundred meters from our home. Commuting is convenient. Both of them brightened up. No need to think. Of course, she should be a music teacher. Xiezhen didn't know about Xian Qianyun's glorious history of being labeled as a 28-point traitor back then. Based on elders' advice, she said, if you want to find someone from the army as a partner, the cultural troupe is the best choice. Being close to the source gives you an advantage. Maybe in the future, you'll get married in the residential area. The music teacher job is easy, but for finding a partner, the broadcasting station and the cultural troupe are more popular. No. Annie Zhen, I want to be a music teacher. I'm lazy by nature, and very energetic jobs aren't suitable for me. Lazybones number 6. It's not about suitability. There's simply no choice. All right, as long as you like it. I'll contact the kindergarten director. The interview will be in the next day or two. Your voice is loud and clear. Just listening to you sing in the village makes me happy. I know all the other kids applying. Your skills are the best. Auntie believes you can do it. Whenever Xian Qianyun is praised, she instinctively places her hands on her hips, tilts her head back, puffs out her small chest, and proudly says, "That's right." She shows no modesty at all. Her personality makes Lu's family feel quite curious and even a bit fond of her. Lu Shujin's eyes sparkle as she looks at her younger sister. My little Yun is truly wonderful in every way. The next morning, by 6 a.m., the courtyard had already started to smoke with cooking fires. Aunt Luo was making breakfast. Lu Shujin sat on a small stool, reading her textbook carefully, without blinking. Behind her, Xian Qianyun wore a homemade multi-pocket dress, holding a comb in one hand, carefully braiding her sister's fishbone braid. The versatile Dodo has learned many skills. Braiding hair and makeup are easy for her. It's great to have an older sister. She can style all kinds of beautiful and fun hairstyles. Currently, braided pigtails are popular, either one or two, tied with hairbands on each side, which fits the fashion of this era. But in the old 6th era, it might seem a bit old-fashioned. She took out various fancy fabric-made large bow hair clips from her pocket. She chose a wine red one that matched today's outfit. After clipping it in, she clenched her fists happily. Fifth sister's features combine the best of her parents, gentle and elegant, tall and graceful. Usually, she ties a simple ponytail for studying, but today, with her stunning fishbone braid, she looks truly striking. When Aunt Luo came to call them for breakfast, she looked at Lu Shujin and exclaimed, "Who is this little fairy?" Xian Qianyan replied, "She's from my family." Lu Shujin blushed and gave her a shy glare. Nearby, Yi Chunxue had just finished washing up. She pushed open the window and saw the two sisters in the yard. Seeing Xian Qianyun's unique new hairstyle, she shivered with excitement. She ran downstairs to grab the steamed buns her mom made and hurried to Lu's house. "Little sister Jean. Is she the little sister you often talk about, Sister Yin? Her hands are so skillful. Your hairstyle today is absolutely beautiful." "Yes. Yun. She's Chunxue, who often takes care of me at school." "Hello, Chunxue." "Hello, Sister Yun." Xian Qianyan looked at Chunxue's eyes, which seemed glued to fifth sister's head, and asked with a smile, "Chunxue, it's only 6:30 now. If you have time, do you want me to braid a new hairstyle for you too?" Her surprise was so sudden that she stammered a little. "Really? Sister Yun, you're so kind. After school, I'll treat you to candied hawthorns." "No need to be polite. Sit down quickly." One girl squinted and smiled, biting her bun. Another, with her round doll-like face, tied her hair into a bun shaped like a flower, then added a light purple bow with lace on the side, making her look playful and cute. Xian Qianyan said, "This hair clip is for you. I made it myself. It's one of a kind. You can't refuse." Yi Chunxue beamed happily at her small mirror, showing off her beauty. She joyfully held Qianyun's arm and shook it. "Sister Qianyun, you are my angel. I will treat you to a month of candied hawthorn sticks." Before Xian Qianyan could reply, there was a squeak. A handsome, fair-skinned boy on a bike stopped in the middle of the road between the two houses and called out, "Chunxue, are you ready? We're leaving now. I'm here." Yi Chunxue pulled Lu Shujin's hand and pushed open the small courtyard gate. Chun Junli looked at the cute little green plum with her adorable bun and fresh purple dress. He paused for a moment, feeling his ears turn pink. Inside, he was surprised. Today, his desk partner was so cute it felt unfair. Oh, he really wanted to hide her so the boys wouldn't see. Soon, Yi Chunxue, sitting behind Chen Junli on his bike, hugged her slender waist and waved happily at the new girl, Sister Qianyun. The three of them, on two bikes, gradually disappeared around the corner of the shady path. Today, Xian Qianyan was busy too. She had an interview for a music teacher position at Hongqi Kindergarten. Lu Shujin was already riding her bike to school before 7 a.m., and Qianyan's interview was at 9 a.m. She took her time eating breakfast and walking to the kindergarten with Aunt Shen, just to get familiar with the way. The vice principal of Hongqi Kindergarten was the sister of Commander Shi, a comrade of Lu Shujin's. She had already set her sights on this position for her relative, who was the niece of her sister-in-law's family from the suburbs. But a week before the interview, her name was added to the list of candidates. Looking at the information, she was still a country girl. Vice Principal Shi didn't pay much attention to her. The interview was conducted by two directors, the head of teaching and care, and two experienced music teachers. It was fair and just. When she arrived at the school, she found there were 6 candidates for the interview, most of whom were familiar faces, except for Xian Qianyan. The interview had 2 parts. In the first part, each person sang a children's song to test their basic skills. Half of the candidates would be eliminated here. The remaining candidates would then give a music lesson to the children, which directly tested their teaching ability. Kindergarten children don't need to learn characters. The main focus is on developing good habits, safety awareness, drawing, singing, and dancing. Teachers only need a middle school diploma, and patience and a caring attitude are more important. Among all the interviewees, only Xian Qianyan is a high school graduate, standing out clearly. Lazy fish number 6, an alien who just barely passed each subject to get a diploma. The principal and Xiejun are classmates. When she learned that her old classmate was helping her child's chances for an interview, she was quite hopeful because she knew her old classmate was reliable. Seeing her education background and household registration, she felt a bit disappointed. If she had a household registration in the capital city, she probably wouldn't be applying for a kindergarten teacher position. The benefits and salary for primary school teachers are much better. The vice principal asked suspiciously, "Xian Qianyun, you only finished high school. Why are you applying for a kindergarten teacher job?" Without much thought, Xian Qianyun replied, "My handwriting is ugly and hard to read. Kindergarten teachers don't need to teach children to read and write." Everyone. The people present were first shocked by her blunt honesty, then fell silent. Such an embarrassing thing, and she dared to tell the truth. The competitors looked at her in amazement. Her handwriting must be very bad, so bad that even elementary students wouldn't dare to teach. The principal awkwardly cleared his throat a few times, then regained his serious and professional demeanor. "Please draw lots and sing a children's song in order." Xiejun had already prepared for this part of the interview. She brought a collection of children's songs and several tapes, worried that the rural area might lack teaching resources and that Qianyun might struggle to sing a few songs. She never expected that Qianyun had a secret weapon for cheating, shake shake. A quick search and she could find anything easily. Qianyun drew the fourth lot and sang a children's song called My Good Mom, which doesn't exist in this world. The lyrics are warm, showing the greatness of a mother's love and expressing a child's gratitude. With Qianyun's excellent voice and lively expressions, she easily advanced to the second round. Now only 3 contestants remained. In the first round, everyone realized that this dark, rural girl was the strongest, both in education and singing skills. Their confidence was shaken, especially the relative from the Sher family. Qianyun chose Little Jumping Frog as her teaching song. The other girls, only 18 or 19, were inexperienced, shy, and reserved. But Qianyun, who had no sense of shame, puffed out her cheeks, stuck out her butt, and taught while jumping herself. The whole teaching process was lively and fun. The children seemed to meet a big friend, and the classroom atmosphere was excited and energetic. The principal was so pleased he couldn't help but smile widely. They at Hongqi Kindergarten really need teachers who can connect with children like this. There were 3 competitors. During the class, the other 2 watched while Xian Qianyun completely relaxed and showed her true teaching style. The 2 looked discouraged, thinking there was no hope. Sher Jiejia, the daughter of the head teacher Sher, was also a kindergarten teacher. Today, her cousin came for an interview. She thought her aunt's support was foolproof. After finishing her own class and preparing to celebrate with her cousin, she saw on the notice board that the accepted candidate's name was one she had never heard before. What's going on? Was someone else chosen instead? The vice principal was also quite annoyed. Xiejun, who recommended the candidate, was very strong, leaving her no room to find fault. Seeing her niece come over with an unhappy look, she hurriedly told her to go home first to prevent her from saying anything inappropriate, and then left. When Jiejia returned home, she saw her cousin, who was staying at her house, lying on the bed crying. "Cousin, I didn't get the kindergarten teacher job. I can only work in the cafeteria now."
Boo-hoo.
Jiejia's mother was from a rural area outside the city. Her cousin was her younger aunt's child. Now that she was of marriageable age, her big aunt wanted to help her find a good match, get a job in the city, and maybe marry a city person. Everyone wanted a chance to become a city person. No one wanted to stay a rural worker. Jiejia comforted her dryly. "Working in the cafeteria isn't so bad. You often get to eat meat, and you won't go hungry."
Wow.
Her cousin cried even harder. If she had just arrived in the capital, she would have run straight to the well-paid cafeteria staff. In the countryside, there are many children, and eating meat a few times a year is not easy. Everyone in the family supported her working in the cafeteria. But after living at her big aunt's house for a few months and going through some matchmaking attempts, she had learned a bit about the dating scene. "Cousin, being a teacher is much more respectable than working in the cafeteria.
Boo-hoo.
I told teacher Zhang I wanted to go for the interview. Later, the matchmaker came to pass the message that if I got the job, the marriage would be settled.
Boo-hoo.
I've been practicing nursery rhymes at home for a month.
Why?
When Jia went downstairs, the vice principal's aunt also arrived. She wanted to make it clear that she wasn't unwilling to help. If both candidates were equally strong, they could argue about it. But Lu Zhengwei, a relative from the countryside who only finished high school, had much stronger teaching skills. She couldn't risk her career over this. Her aunt hinted at her point and then left. Jia and her mother looked at each other. Jia thought for a moment and decided to tell her cousin's matchmaker about some conditions for the marriage. My niece does not want to be a military spouse. She understands the hardships and difficulties of that role because she has seen it herself. So, she usually considers dating only civil servants or people working in public institutions. Currently, she is interested in Xiao Zhang, who she finds most suitable in terms of appearance, age, and job. The only issue is that her family has many siblings, which makes the burden a bit heavy, but she can't find any other faults. Luo Lanxiang is quite worried. Once she gets her niece married off, her support for her family will be mostly over. But now, something unexpected has happened to disrupt her plans. Sure, Jia feels uncomfortable seeing her mother upset and her cousin in pain. Mom, who are Uncle Lu's relatives? She asks. The whole neighborhood knows that their daughter was mistakenly switched at birth. That relative is the cousin who was found and brought back from the foster family where she was raised. They probably have a good relationship, so they brought her to the capital together, Luo Lanxiang explains. Jia widens her eyes in disbelief. Uncle Lu's family is so generous. They take care of even distant relatives? And they arranged a job for her too. Luo Lanxiang rubs her forehead and frowns. She's just a girl from the countryside. To get her household registration, she has to work. Lu's family is on the same level as your dad's family, or else. Never mind. You go upstairs to comfort your sister. The temporary worker at the cafeteria will keep working. I'll keep thinking of ways to handle this. Jia's eyes turned thoughtfully. I heard that the real daughter grew up in a poor rural area. Her life must have been tough. Maybe she prefers working at the cafeteria, since the food is good and she can get some extra benefits. Her mother's expression sharpens. That's a possibility. After discussing for a while, mother and daughter decide that Jia should go and test the situation. Xian Qianyan needs to handle the paperwork tomorrow. She must change jobs soon. Jia hurriedly finishes dinner and rides her bike to Director Lu's house. Although the two families' men work together, their houses are far apart. Aunt Luo hears the doorbell and comes out to open it. It's Jia, the daughter of the senior officer. Xia Zhan stands at the door. Jia, is something the matter? Thank you, Aunt Xia. I won't come in. I heard that Qianyun is your relative. She was accepted into our kindergarten and she's my colleague. I just want to say a few words to her. Is that okay? Xia Zhan is puzzled. Jia is not an ordinary girl. What could she want to say to Qianyun? She can't stop her, so she calls Qianyun over. Seeing Qianyun's dark skin, Jia felt a flicker of dislike in her eyes. The countryside people, weathered by sun and wind, are not very fair. The teacher's demeanor still suits her younger cousin better.
Gomatsin, hello.
I am Jia, also a teacher at Hongqi Kindergarten. We need to talk there for a few words. Is it convenient for you? She pointed to an old tree not far away. Xian Qianyan nodded. It's convenient. Xiezhen quickly called out, Xiaoyun, come in and change your shoes, then take a walk to digest your food. When Xian Qianyan returned from the yard gate, Xiezhen immediately pulled her aside and quietly warned, Jia is very clever. Be careful not to be led by her. Okay, Auntie Zhen. To make it easier for residents to walk, there are benches along the shaded path between the trees. The two sat on a bench under the old tree. Jia looked at Xian and tentatively asked, Comrade Xian, if there was a job in the cafeteria, would you be willing to take it? The benefits for cafeteria workers are very good, with year-end bonuses and even meat. The regular meals are great too. No slim person works in the cafeteria. Xian thought for a moment and asked, does the head chef have six-pack abs? Salted fish number 6. Jia was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xian with a, "What are you talking about?" expression. Six-pack abs are good for soldiers, good for chefs, so combining both. Are you joking with me? The chefs are all quite old, but their apprentices might really have six-pack abs, haha. Forget it, the apprentices probably aren't skilled enough yet. I think I'd rather be a kindergarten teacher. Jia got anxious and gently explained, "Actually, my younger cousin Luo Xiaomai, who is here with you for the interview today, is looking for a partner. She likes teachers because they share common interests. Her family said that as long as she passes the interview, they will get married. She really needs this kindergarten job, so she wanted to ask you. She's working in the cafeteria now, and they can swap shifts. That way, her marriage prospects will be better. The cafeteria has good benefits, and our family is willing to add another 100 yuan. Her mother's offer was no more than 200 yuan. She thought Xian Qianyun, this naive village girl who's never seen the world, would be easily tempted by 100 yuan. Xian Qianyun, who had already accumulated a fortune in her space, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She is no longer the naive outsider who was amazed by natural ingredients when she first arrived on this planet. Her mouth has been spoiled by Fifth Sister, and she no longer cares much for the cafeteria food. I think working as a kindergarten teacher is easy, with winter and summer vacations. Working in the cafeteria is busy all year. Sorry, I can't help with this. During holidays, she plans to go south to collect rent and buy some goods to earn extra money. Jia was very surprised. This village girl is too unambitious, just for the sake of ease? The temptation of food and money doesn't move her at all? Or is she deliberately pretending to be indifferent? Then I'll add 100 or 200 yuan to exchange your job. If my cousin can't become a teacher, this marriage is off. To you, it's just a job, but my cousin will lose a good match. You wouldn't want that, right? Xian Qianyun gasped 3 times, hiss, feeling so frantic, yet so familiar. That's not right. A man using work as a bargaining chip for marriage. Don't you think that's a problem? How can that be a good marriage? My cousin, like you, comes from the countryside. She wants to settle in the city. This marriage is her dream. Whether it's good or not, only the people involved know. Oh, I see. I have a better idea. Since you're a formal teacher at Hongqi Kindergarten, why not swap with your cousin? You exchange your cafeteria job for her good marriage, and you save 200 yuan. Oh my, I'm such a genius for coming up with this brilliant plan. Jia's face instantly darkened. Her family is well off, and they don't lack food or money. She would be crazy to trade a decent job for working in the cafeteria. When she saw Xian Qianyun's teasing expression, her face sank. This village girl was actually mocking her. In the end, Jia finished with, "You're truly a cruel and selfish person." And they parted on bad terms. Xian Qianyun went home and thoroughly exposed Jia's plans, gaining the support of Lu's family. What a flaw. She looked down on rural folks and pretended to be kind, asking others to do things for her. Who would tolerate that? But since she hadn't yet worked with her future colleagues, this grudge was already formed. Of course, the marriage with Luo's cousin was off. Zhang Yuejin is already 25 years old this year. He graduated from college and, because of his good grades, became a math teacher at a middle school for children of soldiers. His family is not well off, but not very poor either. His parents are both working. His mother is a cafeteria dishwasher, and his father is a security guard at a state-owned enterprise. He has 6 siblings, and he is the second oldest. His mother raised all the children with leftover food from the cafeteria, managing to send each of them to middle school. Lu Yuejin is the smartest among the children. With the whole family supporting him, he studied all the way to university. According to an agreement with his family, he plans to give half of his salary back to his family within 10 years of working. His family is very hopeful about Luo Xiaomai, who works in the cafeteria. Having someone in the family working there means they won't go hungry. However, Zhang Yuejin hates the greasy smell on his mother. During his youth, some classmates from better-off families, jealous of his grades, would mock him by insulting his mother's job as a dishwasher. These memories are still painful for him. When he found out that his match was not accepted into a kindergarten teacher program, He immediately decided not to tell his family and refused the match. He then started a second round of matchmaking. To outsiders, Xian Qianyun is just a poor rural relative who came to stay with Lu Zheng. Now that she has a good job, her match should be better, though not too high. Because of her background, Zhang Yuejin, who is an ordinary family guy, was once again noticed by the matchmaker. Xian Qianyun was excited about the matchmaking. In her previous life, she was a starship warrior fighting with mechanical armies in space, so she never had time for dating or matchmaking. When she learned she was going on a date on the weekend, she was so excited she fidgeted with her hands. System Lazy Fish number 6 said that her host, who is a good-looking, food-loving, six-pack abs enthusiast with a gloomy personality, would need great courage to be her match. On the second day of registration, other colleagues greeted the new co-worker politely, except Shi Jiejia, who snorted, picked up her books, and turned away. After Xian Qianyun left the office, colleagues immediately whispered among themselves. What was going on? Did the new co-worker offend the daughter of the leader's family? I know. Teacher Shi's cousin is also on the interview list. If she doesn't stand out, the Shi family's relative will be one of us. Teacher Shi must be unhappy about this. Oh, I see. It looks like the new co-worker has a strong background. Even the deputy director didn't dare to interfere. I heard she is a relative of Commissar Liu. Otherwise, how could a deputy director be so quiet? Xian Qianyun enthusiastically finished her class and went to rest in the office. She took a sip of goji berry and red date tea, following Uncle Lu's health tips. The director approached with a smile. Qianyun, how do you feel about your first day at work? Very good, director. Singing is my hobby and I really enjoy this job. That's great. By the way, during the interview, you sang My Good Mother. Do you have the sheet music? The lyrics are very meaningful. I want to use this as part of the kindergarten curriculum. Yes, I do. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Your Little Jumping Frog song is also nice. Where did you learn these songs? They sound so fresh. An old classmate said that this girl comes from the countryside, and there's treasure in rural areas. These two songs are even better than those in the textbooks. I used to work in the city's transportation team, traveling south and north, encountering many new things. I collected songs from different places, so I have quite a few. Holding a trembling hand, she looked at the huge collection of materials, like a treasure chest. Suddenly, the director's book slipped from his hand, and a colleague sprayed half a glass of water in surprise. A colleague nervously asked, Are you a recorder for the driver? Everyone's eyes focused on Xian Qianyun. If she was just a recorder, that wouldn't be strange. Xian Qianyun shook her head. I am a driver, an experienced one, driving long distance for almost 2 years. Liar number 6. Hey, experienced driver isn't the best way to put it. The whole office atmosphere froze. What kind of treasure did they bring in? A female driver who can operate a big truck. Such a rare presence. The director trembled. Then why did you apply to be a kindergarten teacher? If you can drive, it's not hard to find a job as a driver in a government agency. Nowadays, being able to drive is a remarkable skill. Liar number 6 secretly muttered. With your temper, if you get angry, you might just do something crazy, no matter if you're a leader or not. If you meet a bad person, you might even tie them to the front of your truck as a warning. Xian Qianyun looked serious. I've been traveling for almost 2 years, and I've long since let go of my youthful arrogance. Suddenly, I want stability, to find a good partner. Ahem, a happy family. Being a kindergarten teacher suits me very well. Just joking, being a driver isn't easier than being a teacher. She traveled through a wormhole to this planet where she can settle down, so why bother with all the chaos? Everyone. Are 20-year-olds already shedding their youthful recklessness? Salted fish number 6. Don't listen to her nonsense. When the host's fierce side erupts, she can be wildly unstoppable. Everyone feels that Xian Qianyun's language skills are not very good. Xian Qianyun's Chinese teacher. That's right. Inside, everyone is full of mixed feelings, envy, admiration, curiosity, and one person even feels jealous. In short, they now have a very impressive new colleague. Before Qianyun arrived, Xiejun asked if there was a suitable young talent to introduce to his family's new niece. He introduced Zhang Yuejin and Luo Xiaomai, who are colleagues of his mother, and Xian Qianyun and him, who are connected through the middle school leadership at the local school. Neither side knows about the complicated background involved. The matchmaking was scheduled for the weekend at a government-run restaurant. Xian Qianyun suggested this, and Zhang Yuejin felt a bit unhappy. He was about to spend a lot of money just to meet someone. But because the girl had a decent job and respectable relatives, he still prepared well and went to meet her. The man in front of him had carefully styled hair, a clear and gentle face, a tall and slim build, and neat, proper clothes. Although he wasn't yet handsome enough to make hearts race, his first impression was very good. Zhang Yuejin's smile was strained. His first impression was that he looked very dark. His second impression was even darker. It was like working in the fields so hard that you turn as dark as an African. But upon closer look, his eyes were bright, his nose high and straight, and his lips attractive. His dislike lessened a bit. The girl had a balanced, energetic figure, full of vitality. Looking a little longer, her shining eyes were lively and captivating. Of course, for Zhang Yuejin, nothing was more attractive than a relative with a political rank. So even though he knew she was from the countryside, he still came. After exchanging a few words, they sat down. Xian Qianyun straightforwardly said, "I have a big appetite. Everyone can eat their own food." Zhang Yuejin was surprised. This girl was pretty good. She wasn't trying to take advantage of him. He had to send part of his salary home, so he tried to be polite and declined once, but then agreed. He secretly felt pleased that this match might work out, until he saw Xian Qianyun carrying 6 bowls of rice, a plate of pine nut fish, a plate of braised pig's trotters, and a plate of pickled vegetables with sliced meat. Her meal nearly took up the whole table. Zhang Yuejin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Does his boss have a grudge against him? Introducing a girl who could make him broke. Xian Qianyun sincerely said, "I am an honest and upright person. People in our village say that being able to eat is a blessing. Maybe I am especially lucky." Zhang Yuejin. Salted fish number 6. Her small mouth kept talking. "We are a good match, so don't worry about supporting me. Our village chief said that if there's not enough food, he will send me grain from the village," implied meaning, I can support myself, so my match should not worry. Hearing this, Zhang Yuejin slightly relaxed. He wondered if Xian Qianyun could really eat all the food on the table. Soon, the noisy state-run restaurant became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at a certain person who finished all the food little by little. Then, everyone looked at him with pity. Poor young man, his partner's stomach is like a bottomless pit. No wonder he is so thin. Even if he is starving, he would still want a partner like that. True love. Zhang Yuejin's mind was full of thoughts. His appearance is okay, his job is good, and he has strong connections with important leaders. Can these make up for his big appetite? But her hometown provides grain, so this match might be a bit useless. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon. Maybe he should keep dating her for now. His gaze grew colder. Within a month, the two went on several dates. Xian Qianyun grew bored. Teacher Zhang mentioned that life in her countryside was tough, but there was a hidden sense of superiority in his eyes. So, dating is this boring, like buying and selling at a market, weighing various conditions and backgrounds. Old Lu from a similar time and space kindly explained, some people fall in love at first sight, some develop feelings over time, and others only look for the most beneficial partner, without caring about feelings. Clearly, she is the latter. If you haven't built a relationship with Uncle Lu, she probably won't pay attention to you. No passion at all. She plans to end the next date because she finds no meaning in this matchmaking. Because the chef at this restaurant cooks very well, Xian Qianyun keeps coming back and has become familiar with the waiters. Seeing the cute little girl, she even casually gave her a hairpin. While waiting for Zhang Yuejin to come in, the usual waiters looked around sneakily, then approached Xian Qianyun and leaned down to whisper in her ear. "Yunjia, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Your blind date isn't honest." Over the past month, he's brought 2 other girls to eat with him. Usually, it's just a one-on-one date, which is more genuine, but sometimes it's one too many. However, she looked up and observed again. One of the best-dressed girls has become more intimate with him each time they meet. Yesterday, they even held hands. Isn't that a sign they're interested in each other? You shouldn't be passed around like a commodity. If a guy likes you, he won't keep you waiting or playing games. That's not a good sign. Someone came in to take the order. The young girl, worried that Qianyun might get hurt, hurriedly reminded her a few more words before leaving. Xian Qianyun exclaimed internally, "I need to go. Isn't this just a backup plan in the dating game?" Qianyu number 6 immediately became nervous. Would the host lose control and cause chaos? Xian Qianyun paused for a few seconds, then surprisingly realized she felt no emotion at all. "I feel a bit uneasy inside." It's not that his charm has decreased. Xian Qianyun must be too insecure and feels she doesn't deserve him. Although you say you can support yourself after we get married, if your big appetite is inherited by our child, are you worried I might feel overwhelmed? Maybe that's why you refused me. Since the conversation was open, Xian Qianyun kept her eyes on the menu on the small blackboard, thinking about the new dishes the chef just introduced. She didn't really listen to him and replied perfunctorily, "Yes, you're right. Everything you said is correct. Zhang Yuejin, as expected. You're a good girl. You will find the right person someday. I have some things to do, so I won't keep you for dinner today. Goodbye, Comrade Xian." As an experienced matchmaker, he ended with a kind-hearted farewell. At this moment, Xian Qianyun was stretching her neck, looking at the food window, and said, Okay, goodbye. "Xiao Zhu, is the pickled vegetable stew delicious? Bring me 2 plates to try the taste. Salted fish number 6. It seems difficult for her to get married. She should marry the pickled vegetable stew. News quickly spread that Zhang Yuejin and his father, the new director of the textile factory, were engaged to the daughter of the factory director. One looked high-class, the other lower. One came from a wealthy family, the other from a modest background. The daughter who returned from studying abroad fell in love at first sight with a talented, handsome young scholar. If her father is good-looking, then her family's genes, like a winter melon body, pancake face, and small eyes, could definitely be improved. For Zhang Yuejin, his future father-in-law was truly from a wealthy, powerful family, completely different from previous relatives he had close ties with. So, combining everything, one focused on appearance, the other on background, they were both happy. His superior heard the news and went to chat with Xiezhen. That Zhang Yuejin told me a week ago that Xian Yun's appetite was too big, and if she had a child like that, he couldn't support it. I was understanding at the time, but a week later, someone else told me that the textile factory's director's daughter was engaged to our middle school teacher, the most handsome teacher Zhang. I started to think this person isn't very honest. Xiezhen also disliked this kind of opportunism. Forget it. Maybe it's just fate. I also thought about it. Xian Yun still needs to find a family with good conditions. A girl with a good appetite, from a well-off family, and elders who are happy about it. She can eat well, sleep well, and stay healthy. Her friend couldn't fully agree but could only nod with a guilty conscience. He was secretly annoyed, having to prepare enough food for 8 people in a day. An ordinary family simply couldn't handle that. This matter had already been settled, but Zheng's cousin heard that her favorite match had gotten engaged in just a month. She went to see her rival, curious about what kind of fairy could win teacher Zheng's heart. When she looked, she saw that the rival wasn't as pretty as her, and her figure was average. Only her status as the daughter of a factory director made her seem out of reach. The young girl felt her heart break. She was overwhelmed with jealousy and anger. She rushed forward, scolding Zhang Yuejin for being shallow, saying that he would accept such an unattractive partner just because she had a good background. Her family was already trying to think of ways to stop her from doing something rash. Zhang Yuejin, angry that his fiancée was upset, tried to calm her down while also politely insulting his previous match, feeling overwhelmed. At Red Flag Kindergarten, a teacher's relative had a child who was usually picked up after school by the teacher. That day, the teacher had something to do after class and offered to help take the child home. The child's grandmother was waiting at the gate of the residential area, took the child, thanked the teacher, and then walked away holding her grandson's hand. The teacher was the child's favorite, kind and lively in class, giving out little red flowers to well-behaved children. She told them that at the end of the term, the child with the most flowers would get a big toy as a reward. The little boy looked back, reluctant to leave, waving goodbye to the teacher with a cute, adorable smile that melted hearts. He grinned happily, waving as he left. Just then, Zhang Yuejin, who had just finished scolding Luo Xiaomai and comforting his fiancée, was about to go out to buy some small scarves. He looked up and saw his blind date from a week ago, smiling dreamily and waving at him. Behind him, Xiao Doding, following the teacher's instructions, crossed his thumb and forefinger to make a heart shape and showed it to the teacher. Then Zhang Yuejin saw someone, boldly and shamelessly, stretch both hands above her head and make a big heart shape in front of everyone. What a disgraceful act. Such a loss of morality. He cursed inwardly. These village girls never stop. Although my fiancée is not very pretty, she was raised with love. She is insecure, stubborn, and a bit awkward and bossy, so I don't want to try to please her by lowering myself again for a while. He angrily stepped forward. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him, and Xian Qianyan saw Zhang Yuejin. Comrade Xian, as a woman, how can you be so shameless? Xian Qianyan was shocked. How do you know I am shameless? Alien worldview. What's the use of face? It doesn't fill your stomach. As the saying goes, a person without shame is invincible, so of course, you should be shameless. Zhang Yuejin. Lazy fish number 6. 6. Xian Qianyan thought for a moment and realized something was wrong. The other person still looked angry. No, Comrade Zhang. Your words don't sound like an objective statement. They're full of strong, insulting intent. Zhang Yuejin. It feels like I've met an abnormal person during this blind date. He took a deep breath and said, I am already engaged and about to get married. We clearly agreed to end the blind dates. Why did you go back on your word? Before Xian Qianyan, confused and about to ask, how did I go back on my word? Zhang Yuejin's mouth started talking rapidly like a machine gun, not giving her a chance to speak. Comrade Xian, please don't bother me anymore. Marriage depends on matching backgrounds. Your crazy behavior, more like love, is just harassment to me and could seriously hurt my fiancé. Please stop this inappropriate and vulgar act. You know you came from the countryside with the help of relatives. Your education, words, and actions are very mismatched with mine. Plus, with that gluttonous appetite, not to mention ordinary families, even wealthy families might not be able to support you. Eager to learn, Xian Qianyan immediately responded. Gluttonous? What does that mean? Zhang Yuejin. He felt his heart tighten. This uneducated village girl's disgusted look deepened even more. Gluttonous is a mythical fierce beast, naturally extremely greedy. In simple terms, you are just a big eater. A super big eater. Xian Qianyan was unhappy. I call myself a food lover. I want to give all the delicious food in the world a home. Did I do something wrong? Why do you look down on me? Zhang Yuejin felt like he was talking to a wall. His anger was surging wildly inside, and he said even more harshly, Why? Not only because you're greedy and rustic, but also because you're vulgar and uneducated. That day on our date, I saw a child reciting a poem. Suddenly, a spring breeze comes, and you casually responded with, black pepper sauce poured over grilled steak. Oh my goodness. I almost wanted to end the date right then. If I hadn't come to the city to look for work, borrowed help from relatives, how could a preschool teacher like me get an interview with someone like you who lacks cultural knowledge? I can write poems that are neat and rhyme well, yet you insult my literary talent. Even my fellow lazy friend, number 6, is speechless. You're a poor student who can't even pass Chinese class, so what literary talent do you have to insult? We are done here. Don't come back and bother me without shame. My love for my fiancé is clear to everyone. Neighbors, please bear witness. Lu Xiaomai came to cause trouble. After everyone finished gossiping, a dark-skinned girl approached Zhang Yuejin. His love life is really lively, but everyone knows that the daughter of the factory director's family is the best match Zhang Yuejin can hope for. He wishes he could cut ties with other girls completely. Some say he's snobbish, but people aim higher and water flows downward. It's understandable. Some people value benefits more than love. People from the textile factory's family courtyard only think that Xian Qianyan cares for the talented young man Zhang Yuejin and is bothering him. A kind auntie advised, "Yes, girl, since childhood, many girls have chased after Yuejin, but he's already engaged. You shouldn't do anything unseemly." Xian Qianyan rolled her eyes. She doesn't care for this weak, soft scholar without six-pack abs at all. You might misunderstand, and a good explanation would suffice, but instead, she was attacked personally, disliked her rural background, criticized her hearty appetite, insulted her literary talent, and slandered her high standards in choosing a partner. This narcissist, who thinks he's so special, even dares to accuse her of pestering him. In the next second, Xian Qianyun's lips curved into a gentle smile, rare and soft, but her eyes were cold as icy lakes, dark and chilling. The system, lazy fish number 6, shivered in fear. Oh no, the alien is angry. Comrade Spicy Hot Soup, don't spread lies. I'm not spreading lies. Doing such a hooligan act in broad daylight. What do you want me to call you? Spicy Hot Soup. Look at the sharp, captivating lines from the past. Today, they look so ugly. Zhang Yuejin. Are you speaking human language? He blushed and shouted, I'm not hot pot. Xian Qianyan pretended to be surprised. Really? Then are you Comrade Xiao Suro? But no, Comrade Xiao Suro has thick hair. Your hairline has receded, and your hair is thinning. You're heading for baldness. Zhang Yuejin was so angry, he almost couldn't breathe. I'm not Xiao Suro. And I definitely don't have a bald spot. As someone who can see 3 girls in a month, he already knew this guy was the same kind. But he had confidence. How could this rural girl be so popular? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xian Qianyan continued, I just remembered, your surname Zhang. Zhang Yuejin was trembling with anger. Finally, he remembered who he was. Your comrade Zhang Yuan, right? But I remember Zhang Yuan has long legs like the spring water by the Seine, captivating everyone. Why are your legs so short now? How did you go from a graceful swan to a toad? Zhang Yuejin's face turned red, then black, then white. He couldn't take it anymore and shouted, While you're dating me, how many other people are you seeing? How many? His pride was completely shattered. The onlookers around were stunned. This unremarkable girl was actually a butterfly among flowers. Xinyi number 6. The names she mentions are all in the top 10 of the national food snack rankings. But she's not a flirt. She's just a foodie. A kind-hearted aunt looked at her with envy but advised, Young girl, you can't do that. People need to be faithful. If you're so indecisive, no good young man will want to marry you. Xian Qianyan disagreed. Annie, that's not how it is. This guy. What's his name again? He's dating me and 2 other girls at the same time. According to his logic, isn't that like mocking those who date multiple people? People of the same kind tend to stick together. Zhang Yuejin was suddenly exposed for something he couldn't hide. He was so ashamed, he almost died. He was smart enough to read books, so he quickly turned the tables and attacked. You're dating 7 people at once? Too many to even remember my name? You're a flirt, shameless, and extremely vulgar. Qianyan Xian chuckled coldly. Haha, the person I'm supposed to meet for marriage is you. What does your name matter? Since you're already engaged, let's end it here. Xiao Suru. Oh, wait, chocolate. Zhang Yuejin's face grew paler. Earlier, when dealing with Luo Xiaomai, he had been fussing over his fiancée inside, sweating profusely. He wasn't sure if it was from the cold wind giving him a headache or from frustration building up. He felt a buzzing in his ears, and his vision blurred. From your expression, it seems you're not. Are you Guxiangxiang? Suddenly, he collapsed with a thud, fainting from anger. Help! Yuejin has fainted. Hurry! Take him to the community clinic. System Lazy Fish number 6. With such strength, how dare he provoke his mighty host? Xian Qianyun clapped her hands and spat. Weakling. Then she stylishly flicked her short hair, mounted her new bicycle, and with a flash like lightning, disappeared at the entrance of the textile factory's family compound. Zhao Haoran, who was visiting his aunt with his comrades and happened to be on the second floor nearby, watched her leave. After seeing the rest of the scene, he exclaimed in surprise, "This girl is fierce. Normal people hide their feelings, but she's using this to shame her fiancé." Zhao Haoran looked at Xian Qianyun's departing figure with disdain. Such a shameless girl. Remember this so you don't get scammed in a blind date. Don't blame me. You're single too. I heard your family has a long line of potential matches, and maybe one of them is this dark-haired girl. Soon, rumors spread through the textile factory's family compound. A man and a woman on a blind date, and the one cheating with multiple partners was so angry he fainted. Young people these days are truly wild and free. After several versions of the story circulated and reached the military district's family compound, it was already 3 days later. One woman was no longer cheating with 7 partners but 10, 20, and had even married several secretly. In the evening, Xian Qianyun rode her bike, humming, "The vast sky is my love. Beneath the lush green mountains, flowers are blooming." She leisurely passed through the gate of the family compound. On the quiet tree-lined path, she had recently become familiar with Qin's dog, Wangkai. She met it on the way, brought by Uncle Tai for a walk, and happily patted its head. When I got home, I parked the car and cheerfully shouted, "I'm back." The response was Lu Shujin's rare loud voice, Xian Qianyun. Oh no, calling her by her full name, fifth sister is going to be angry. As expected, before I even stepped inside the main house, Lu Shujin was already holding a feather duster, waiting for me. Sister, what did I do? Don't be impulsive. Lu Shujin moved, but of course, she couldn't catch Xian Qianyun, who was quick and agile. Bad girl. I'd rather you be caught by a thief with a sack over your head than joke about your reputation. You definitely wouldn't do such things. You made up stories about being unfaithful to tease someone, and now the dirt is all over your name. The Lu couple and Aunt Luo were stunned by this sudden scene. Good heavens, how did the gentle and quiet girl turn into a furious dinosaur? And what does a sack over your head even mean? It sounds so strange. Xian Qianyun moved like a sneaky snake, defending herself. Sister, you said in the city I should be more careful because there are dangerous people everywhere. I can only talk instead of fighting. It's not my fault. That guy with glasses first insulted me as shameless. Lu Shujin stopped, her anger growing. What nonsense! If he dares to insult you, fifth sister will settle the score with him. She was alone and weak, so she immediately turned to her 2 strong supporters, her parents, asking for help. Mom, Dad, Qianyun isn't like that. Please support us and go to that. What was it? The guy with glasses house to get justice. She didn't know her sister's blind date's name, only that his surname was Zhang.
Ugh.
That glasses-wearing guy. Everyone. It seemed like little Shujin had broken some kind of spell. It was a bit frightening. Honestly, Zhang Yuejin, who was furious and cut down the love interests, ended up fainting from the shock of the blind date. The factory director's daughter, worried about her fiancé, was furious and wanted to settle scores with Xian Qianyun. With her family, future mother-in-law, and matchmaker, the enemy team had 5 minutes before reaching the battlefield. Zhang Yuejin's leader, the matchmaker, was overwhelmed. She didn't believe Xiezhen was trying to trick her, but she was worried Xiezhen might be deceived by that rural girl. She wanted to warn her early, but was pulled away by the factory director and his wife, heading straight to the military district compound. She was anxious and sweating coldly in the cold weather, knowing she was about to face a tough situation. They specifically asked to visit Commissar Lu's house. The young soldier immediately contacted Lu's family. Lu Shujin transformed into a strong woman, waved her hand, and said, "Let them in. We need to have a good talk. Why should my good sister be falsely accused by them?" Then, the factory director's family followed behind, along with a group of curious onlookers smelling the sweet melon aroma, all eager and bustling toward Lu's small house. The gossip-loving aunt started to speak. "Hey, who are you all? What are you doing at Commissar Lu's house?" Mother Zhang said. "What are you doing?" "While my son is matchmaking with relatives from the Pumpkin Alley state-run restaurant, they are cheating and playing multiple games, dating 7 men at once, and insulting my son. I've never seen such a flirtatious woman be so brazen." The neighbor from the military district's residential area felt a pang of worry. Lu's daughter was still in school, so she could only be Xian Qianyun. A female voice said, "That can't be true. Miss Xian wouldn't do such a thing." "Why not?" She herself gave her name. "What was it again?" "Son, you tell us." Zhang Yuejin, with a cold face, pushed up his glasses and said firmly. She said herself that she was seeing spicy hot pot, crispy pork, fish balls, chocolates, fragrant hot pot, and one more she didn't mention, and there were exactly 7 of them. No wonder he's such a clever student. He remembers things so well. Aunt Saixia pushed people aside and said, "That can't be true. My son is the manager of the Gourd Alley state-run restaurant. This girl either works or stays at home or hangs out at the restaurant. She couldn't possibly be seeing so many people at once." Grandma Chen added, "Exactly. My wife also works in the restaurant's kitchen." She said Lu's relatives are a bunch of greedy girls who have eaten their fill of the restaurant's dishes several times. She said they were dating with crispy pork, fish balls, more like they were having red braised pork, sweet and sour pork, osmanthus fish with pine nuts, sweet and sour tenderloin, and candied sweet potatoes. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "You're all from the same family compound. Your hearts are biased. Why don't we confront her directly? This girl works during the day and doesn't go out at night. She doesn't eat at home. The state-run restaurant will find someone to verify. We have plenty of witnesses." The person speaking's child was in Xian Qianyun's class. When the child came home, they said that teacher Xian was generous, often giving soft, fragrant egg cakes as rewards to the children. Naturally, she would defend her own. Besides, she wasn't lying. Everything she said was true. The Lu family's courtyard gate was wide open. Lu Shujin stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her sharp gaze like an eagle's, acting like a guardian waiting sternly. Xian Qianyun rarely lowered her head and stood behind the 5th sister, one foot nervously drawing circles on the ground. When Zhang Yuejin and his group arrived, Lu Shujin took the lead. "You four-eyed fool. Why do you call my sister shameless? She didn't even pay attention to you." The onlookers in the family compound were stunned. Usually, Lu Shujin was a gentle lady, but in the past month, she had changed completely. She no longer looked like a rural girl. Instead, she seemed more like a city girl, polite and well-mannered. Today, her image was shattered. Zhang Yuejin was furious. It was clear they were sisters. Both had sharp tongues. "She didn't pay attention to me. As soon as I appeared, I made a big heart gesture at me, right in front of everyone. Isn't that showing love?" He even made the gesture as he spoke. Xian Qianyun sensed something was wrong, but she knew Zhang Yuejin wasn't a good person either. "I was just making a gesture to our classmate, who said I was showing love to you. I like broad shoulders, a slim waist, 8-pack abs, a tall and handsome figure, looks like Panan, and is incredibly charming and strong, a real tough guy. Do you understand what a tough guy is? You, with your soft appearance, are not interesting to me. You. Stop arguing here. It's obvious you're interested in my fiancé and deliberately bothering him. The little kid from our class is in your family compound. If you're unhappy, go find them and settle it." The little one made a small heart gesture to me, and I responded with a big one. "Did I bother you? You came up angry, criticizing me for being a country bumpkin, calling me a glutton, saying I'm uncultured. I could stand here and not fight back. You think you're so special. Only women should bother you. I'm going against the flow to make you see you're nothing. Look at you, narcissistic, with a broken self-esteem, unable to handle anything. If you're upset, blame your thick skin and arrogance, thinking you're the center of everything, loved by everyone." Humph. Zhang Yuejin's face turned as red as a dye shop. He hadn't looked carefully behind him earlier, especially after the fight with Luo Xiaomai, and he was already irritable.
So,
Did he see things wrong? Everyone fell silent. If Xian Qianyan was telling the truth, then this whole thing was just a big misunderstanding. If anyone had a calmer temper, this situation wouldn't have happened. Mother Zhang, no matter what, you made my son faint from anger. Apologize and make amends, or this matter isn't over. Lu Shujin, it's your son's fault for misunderstanding my sister. He spoke rudely first and flirted shamelessly. My sister is very reasonable, but she's been forced to spread rumors about herself. Now there's gossip everywhere, causing serious emotional harm to my little Yun. She demands an apology. Someone who is seriously hurt emotionally nodded in agreement, saying, "My sister is right. My heart is broken. I can't sleep or eat well. She must apologize." The Lu family. In the past few days, Xiaoyan still had a good appetite and was cheerful as usual. Neighbors in the residential area. Every evening, you can hear Sister Xian humming happily as she walks along the path. Her heartbreak seems a bit careless. Both families think the other is shameless, and some onlookers are already munching on sunflower seeds, watching the drama unfold. When Shi Jiejie returned, she heard that Lu's relatives had caused a scene at the matchmaking event, making the other party faint. She was happy, thinking this scandal could be reported to the principal, who would surely kick out this annoying person. She then pulled her gloomy and sad cousin to join the crowd. Pushing into the crowd was quite a scene. Zhang Yuejin. What are you doing here? Zhang Yuejin turned around, looking shocked. Oh no! She forgot that Luo Xiaomai also lives at the military compound with relatives. Luo Xiaomai quickly understood what was happening. You refused me because of work, and now you're here matchmaking with this brat. Do you know she stole my teaching job? She turned around, eyes blazing with anger. You shameless Xian Qianyan. You've had your eye on Zhang Yuejin all along, so you used your relatives to snatch the teacher position. Stop talking nonsense. The interview was fair and square. I earned that job with my own ability. I wouldn't even want a free ride from someone like Zhang Yuejin. Zhang Yuejin felt that familiar feeling again. His chest was tight, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. Damn that Xian Qianyan. Can't she just curse him directly? How dare you insult my son? That shameless village girl. Zhang Yuejin, you better explain. I don't see how I compare to this ugly girl. So, it turns out that the person who went on a blind date with a jealous woman and set conditions to get into a kindergarten teacher interview before getting married is you. Are you marrying your wife or your job? You say what you think, I say what I think, and the three of us are arguing loudly. The daughter of the factory director heard about this and was unhappy. Her fiancé almost married someone else. Although she understood what both sides wanted, women are naturally emotional and still hope that the other person cares about them. In summary, the fiancé's pursuit was more about the relationship than feelings. The factory director and his wife looked very upset, as if their faces were black like a pot bottom. They regretted it. If they weren't already engaged, they would want to start over and choose a new husband. So, they took their daughter and turned to leave. Staying longer would only make them lose face. Zhang Yuejin saw that his father-in-law's family left, so he didn't want to argue with the two crazy women and went after them. Luo Xiaomai felt unhappy. Tears like broken pearls filled her face with resentment. She wanted to ask Zhang Yuejin for an explanation, but Shi Jiejie held her tightly. Her cousin, who was love-struck, was still reluctant to let go even though the man was already engaged. Not to mention her. Even their Shi family was being laughed at. Xian Qianyan didn't know when she took out some snacks from her pocket and started chatting with the aunt next to her. Hey, what's so good about these superficial guys? Why do they keep thinking about them? The aunt said, these handsome guys have good jobs and good salaries, so they're pretty good. Xian girl, if you like strong men, just find someone from the military for a blind date. They're all tough and powerful. When you have time, come to my house on the second floor. You can often see a bunch of strong men sweating and shouting on the playground. It's exciting. You're dark but have nice features, put on some makeup and find a really handsome guy. Then your kids will be super adorable. Xi and Xianyun gave a thumbs up. Wow, the aunt really knows her stuff. Xiezhen, standing nearby, said, Thank you, but you're spoiling my girl. An aunt came over and asked, Qianyun, have you really never gone on blind dates with Xiao Suro, Zhang Fishball, or Malatang? I'd like to meet them, but they don't like me. They're the handsome guys from the next village, the dream lovers of our female friends, super handsome.
Girls are crazy about them.
I'd have to wait in line just to see them in my dreams. Salted fish number 6, you almost convinced me. You're so bold, making up stories about yourself. TSK, TSK. Our family believes you, but outsiders probably won't, and that might affect your chances of dating. Fate brings us together from thousands of miles away, but without fate, we would never meet face to face. She playfully tousled her short hair, looking proud. Someone as charming as me can't possibly be without a partner.
Ah.
It hurts, sister. In the end, the proud person was pulled into the house by Lu Shujin, holding her ear. The onlookers, seeing the main characters leave, still lingered, whispering and chatting as they headed home for dinner. Shi Jiejie was busy trying to find out about Xi and Qianyun's many romantic interests, hoping to chase this selfish girl out of the kindergarten. After some investigation, she realized it was all a misunderstanding and, feeling disappointed, she went home. Seeing her crying younger cousin, she got angry. Are you done yet? That person is about to get married. It was hard enough to get you from the countryside into the cafeteria. Why keep pushing for more? Just go back to your family and keep farming. Seeing this, Luo Xiaomai cried even louder. She absolutely refused to go back. Besides her love life being difficult, life in the city was sweet and comfortable. She didn't want to leave. I don't want to. Do you know who I've been introduced to lately? Either factory workers or the son of a slaughterhouse worker. They all smell of sweat. The son of the cafeteria manager is shorter than me, only 20, and looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s. He even sent a matchmaker to visit me. Am I so bad that I accept anyone? I refused, and the matchmaker scolded me for being ungrateful. Boo-hoo. Shi Jiejie rolled her eyes. If you didn't have an uncle who was a teacher, maybe they wouldn't look at you. You're average-looking, with a graceful figure, long shiny black hair, barely considered pretty, and yet you have so many demands. If others are better, why not find someone from a good family? Zhang Yuejin is handsome, well-educated, and has a good job, probably the best match in Luo Xiaomai's entire dating history. Forget it. Let her mom worry about it. One day, Aunt Luo was smashing a cockroach with a slipper, muttering, It's so cold. How come there are still cockroaches? Lu Shujin was reading at home on the weekend when she saw a faint, creepy thing under Aunt Luo's newspaper. Suddenly, she remembered something. Aunt Luo, if you find a cockroach at home, don't let Xiaoyan see it. Aunt Luo smiled and joked, There's no guarantee about that. Cockroaches don't listen to people. If we tell them not to scare Xiaoyan, they'll just hide quietly. Xiezhen knew that the two sisters had a good relationship and also thought that little girl was like an old mother, worried about this and that. Xiaoyan is afraid of cockroaches? I thought she was fearless, haha. Lu Shujin looked a bit troubled. Mom, it's not fear, it's just... She didn't know how to explain. Just then Qianyun, who had been sleeping in late, came downstairs and saw Aunt Luo throwing something outside. Aunt Luo, what are you doing? I saw a cockroach and hit it. Lu Shujin saw her sleepy sister suddenly brighten her eyes. The result was, the women in the house looked confused as they watched Xi and Qianyun twist her waist and spin around, singing, Pure-hearted cockroach, spicy and hot. Tonight, she comes to your house. With her little love bug, let's dance together. Xiezhen's forehead twitched. Girl, are you worried about this strange song? Lu Shujin looked serious. No, Mom, our whole neighborhood will be affected. Aunt Luo and Xiezhen. Sure enough, as Lu Shujin predicted, within a few days, the children in the neighborhood were holding up long cockroach antennae, gathering in groups, excitedly singing, Pure-hearted cockroach, spicy and hot. Everyone in the neighborhood. Where did such an inappropriate song come from? This song spread like a plague, not only taking over the entire neighborhood, but the little kids going to school and large areas falling under its influence. Commissioner Liu came home and mentioned the matter. Who started this terrible song? Xian Qianyan suddenly raised her hand to reply, but was quickly silenced by fifth sister covering her mouth. Xie Zhen and Aunt Luo laughed awkwardly, hee. So, Commissioner Liu didn't know that their family was the source of this song. In winter, the city of Zicheng looked gray and dull. The trees appeared as black silhouettes, scattered along the streets like ink splashes on a painting. This peaceful, solemn city was full of history and cultural charm. The cold morning wind was sharp like a knife. Everyone wrapped themselves tightly in cotton clothes and scarves. Surprisingly, snow started falling in big flakes. The children in the family compound looked out the window and cheered. When the snow fell even more heavily, they could play snowball fights. The smell of roasted sweet potatoes filled the streets, making people crave them so much they almost cried. Xian Qianyan first tried all the restaurants in Purple City, big and small. She even wrote a book called Purple City Food Guide, which detailed the best dishes at each place. The Liu family loved reading it. After finishing her food project, she started looking for a house. She bought 2 courtyard houses, a small Western-style building, and an old house in a promising area, based on analysis from salted fish snow. 6. A shop was also necessary. She chose a location near a school. She wanted to open a grocery store selling some new things she thought of for this time. The shop was already being decorated, but she hadn't found anyone to watch it yet. Salted Fish number 6 said, "Host, the shop will be ready before the new year. Do you plan to leave it empty?" Xian Qianyan replied, "I have a few suitable people in the family compound. I'll decide after the new year." One of her targets was Aunt Xianglan from the family compound. Her husband died 3 years ago. She had 2 children, 5 and 11 years old. The military district sympathized with her and kept her housing. Although she received subsidies and a pension, she struggled to raise her children with her in-laws, only managing to get half of her share. She made a living sewing with a machine. Another target was her student's older sister, the daughter of a regiment commander. The siblings were living with their stepmother. On the day of her college entrance exam, the sister had diarrhea and couldn't take the test. Her family didn't allow her to repeat. The girl got a job at a pastry factory but was forced to give it up to her stepsister. Now she's being pressured to marry. Last month, she went to the women's committee to complain, and her family finally calmed down for a while. They lived in a simple house. Xian Qianyan often carried snacks like pine nuts and chestnuts in her pocket. During her free time, she would chat with the older women in the military district, trying to learn more about their characters. Today was another day for gathering information. She carried a basket of roasted sweet potatoes to share with the senior intelligence personnel. Her generosity made her the youngest member of the family compound's intelligence center. When she arrived, her old friends were watching a family leave, looking in their direction. They seemed to hold important positions. "Shaoran, you're here. Annie, what are you looking at? Did you see that? That's Commander Liu. I heard he adopted a daughter. Today, the whole family just picked her up from the train station." Qianyan took out a warm sweet potato and started to split it among her close friends. Is adopting a child really so unusual? Her friends looked curious, like animals in a field. The oldest, Grandma Ague, had her hands in her sleeves, with a wrinkled face and bright eyes that stood out. 20 years ago, things were very chaotic. Do you think only your sister was mistakenly taken? 5 years ago, Major Liu's mother visited us every year. She's gotten too old for long trips, so she hasn't come lately. She's quite straightforward and told me that the girl they adopted looks very much like the Major's mother, about 90%. But their own daughter doesn't look like the Liu family at all. Just now, when the family was together, without Liu Pingping, everyone looked uncomfortable. Everyone's ears perked up. You suspect. 6 months ago, Major Liu took a long leave to H province, saying he was searching for relatives. I believe the girl they adopted is probably his own child, and Baozhu disagreed. That can't be true. If they really made a mistake and the child is theirs, they wouldn't hide it. Look at Sister Qianyan. Since Xu Jin came back, apart from occasionally buying things to visit old Liu and his wife, she hasn't stayed here. Major Liu just said he adopted a child. How could it be his own? I think she's probably a relative from their hometown. Old Mrs. Xia has seen more salt than you've eaten rice. She's kind and knows right from wrong. The woman from the Liu family has her eyes on top of her head. Those military wives from good families, they smile with their eyes almost closed. But us rural folks, we don't get noticed. Liu Pingping is the one she spent so much effort raising. She can play the piano, draw, even participate in English competitions. She's talented, but also very proud. Plus, she doesn't get along with her mother-in-law. One was carefully raised at home for over 10 years, and the other was never around, yet they look alike. You tell me, isn't her heart biased? The girl looks just like the Liu family members, full of spirit. Major Liu and his son feel guilty about that shy girl. I can see through all that. I'm sure I'm right. Grandma Ague took a sip of tea to soothe her throat and continued, we have plenty of relatives to help raise children. Our family compound isn't short of relatives. Qianyun, Luo Xiaomai from the Shi family and Da Xiao's nephew. You've seen how relatives are registered in one household register, right? It involves property, so trust what I say. Xi and Qianyun nodded thoughtfully. This was the perfect start for a story about a fake and real daughter in a romance novel. Thank heaven for giving sister Wu such wise parents. Luya was raised as a treasured gem. She won't cause trouble, right? So what if she does? Since they already favor their biological child so much, do you think the new girl will have a good life? As outsiders, what can we say? Besides, we don't know if that girl is good or bad. By the way, Xiao Yun, don't play with Liu Pingping. That girl is sneaky and cunning. Let your sister stay away from her. She might cause trouble, and if you get hurt, there's no one to complain to. She's really sly. Her son got into a fight at school with other boys because of Liu Pingping. When she found out, she naturally went to the Liu family. That mischievous girl pretended to cry and told her friends about being bothered by others. Unfortunately, her second brother overheard and went to fight the boys. If Auntie had watched Douyin, she would know this girl is a manipulative troublemaker, pretending to be innocent. In the end, she could only blame her son for being too naive, used as a pawn by others. After 3 days of mixed fights between boys and girls, the second brother tearfully ended his first crush. Coincidentally, a few days later, Liu Xiaozhi carried a basket of fruit and met Xi and Qianyun on the way home from work. Though they were somewhat distant, they decided to walk together. Xi and Qianyun was straightforward and honest. Thinking about the other true daughter in the family, Liu Xiaotian, and the Liu family situation, she asked directly, Xiaozhi, have you ever felt jealous of your sister? Liu Xiaozhi frowned. In terms of blood relations, I am your cousin. Don't you even want to call me sister? This cousin had been in the capital for nearly half a year. From Liu Xiaozhi the student to just Xiaozhi, she was now informal and unreserved. It would be better to call her Xiaozhi the student. I'm just not familiar with you. Haha. She was too lazy to argue. I don't feel jealous. After all, I enjoyed 20 years of good days that weren't really mine. She replaced me and endured hardships to support her younger brother. I feel guilty toward your sister and her parents. When they decided to give up on me, I was really sad. I cried every night and fell asleep with tears still on my pillow. After all, such good parents only belonged to me for 20 short years. In the years to come, although they may have the title of adoptive parents, I know that the balance will always tilt high in their favor. In high school, once I didn't do well on a test. My mom said, your grades are already there, whether you're sad or not. It doesn't change anything. It's better to let go of sadness, review your mistakes, and try to do better next time. I now have a positive attitude because my parents gave me 20 good years. My starting point is much higher than that of an ordinary girl.
There's no reason to be jealous.
Just focus on living your own life. Ultimately, negative feelings only hurt yourself. Lian Yu Lu, the sixth, admired. You, sister, have a very high level of awareness and are very open-minded. Xi and Qianyun replied, that's true, but I don't share blood with her. I come from a distant interstellar exploration era. To avoid being captured for research, you'd better just be your Xian family girl. Because Lu Xiaoji has a calm mind, Lu Xiujin let go of her prejudices caused by fate's tricks. They are not very close, but they get along well enough. In the end, the two sisters were busy in the kitchen with Aunt Luo. Lu Xiujin was cooking, and that night, the entire Lu family ate until they were full. Xian Qianyun, touching her big belly like a watermelon, looked very satisfied. Her years of hard work finally laid the foundation for her to become a landlord. Her time in the capital flowed like a spring, gentle and beautiful. To celebrate the upcoming New Year, the military district held a New Year's celebration party. The kindergarten affiliated with the military district was to perform shows. The children in kindergarten are young and usually perform dances and sing. As the future hope of the nation, people are very tolerant of their performances. It's not about perfection but about the hope and vitality they bring when they appear. The entire kindergarten was responsible for 3 performances, usually selected from the older classes. At this time, the music teacher had to take on a big responsibility. Xian Qianyun, with her excellent vocal skills and rich song repertoire, was transferred from the preschool to the big class after officially becoming a full-time teacher for a month. So, before the New Year's party, her task was quite heavy. She quickly searched Douyin. She teaches 2 classes and selected 2 songs from Douyin's music library. The first is a fun, dream-filled song called Big Courage Explosion, with the English parts changed. The second is Half-Life Snow, in a student version, with lyrics perfect for the young soldiers to sing, paying tribute to their elders and heroes. How many heroes have appeared in China's 5,000 years? Faces touched by war, stirring emotions. The New Year unbreakable, the red boat fearless in danger. Revolutionary spirit forever in our hearts. Fearless of snow and wind, never regretting joining China. Our children shed blood but not tears. These 2 songs are unique for this era. Their lyrics are very emotional. During the kindergarten pre-selection contest, they were immediately approved. Xian Qianyun entered her busiest days in her career. Her close friends haven't gone out lately because of the cold weather. Xian Qianyun just made a new product, a warm face mask knitted from yarn, with a wide gap for the eyes, a slit for the nose, and a thinner section for the mouth to prevent stuffiness. Wearing it gives a bandit-like look. So she avoided black and used bright-colored yarn instead. She gave a few to her friends. When they received them, they found it a bit awkward but, for friendship, they reluctantly put them on. Grandma Ague, over 80, doesn't care much about appearance. She prefers warmth over style. She chose pink, making her friends look at her with surprise. Aunt Baozhu, who has a great view of the handsome men from her balcony on the 2nd floor, chose dark purple. Aunt Shenghua picked yellow, intending to give it to her daughter for school. The scarf might let in some wind, so she chose a more protective one. She just tried it on herself. Xian Qianyun loves money. She chose bright red. When the flower for women as beautiful as flowers from the military district's compound put theirs on, pink, purple, yellow, and red, they looked like neon lights, startling the returning soldiers. Where did these colorful bandits come from? Upon closer look, it turned out to be a mix of the neighborhood's older women and a little girl among them. Passerby. Not to mention the strange combination, but what kind of hat or mask is that? A face shield? A head covering? It's so ugly. Only 2 eyes showing, looking very scary. A simple-looking head covering. After a few days, many families came to ask about it. Xian Qianyun directly carried the goods to Aunt Xianglan's house. The shop was still being decorated and needed to air out. Since it was close to the end of the year and she was busy with kindergarten matters, she decided to put the shop on hold for now. Aunt Xianglan practiced making the head coverings, and for each one sold, she earned a 2 yuan commission. Most families in the residential area had good conditions and were willing to buy the anti-freeze device. Because they thought the round shape on top looked odd, they decided to wear a hat instead. Soon, they learned how to knit sweaters at home. Xian Qianyun didn't mind. She just wanted to be happy and had earned a little money anyway. While she was teaching children to sing, the matchmaker and came to visit, playing the role of a friendly helper. This time, following Siejin's request, the family's background was not only similar to Siejin's family, but also had a handsome young man in the honor guard. He was tall and straight, with long legs, standing at 1.88 meters. He looked very handsome, with a noble appearance. His father was the deputy director of the Foreign Trade Department, and his mother was a leader in the Education Bureau. They lived in the diplomatic staff compound. With such a strong background and excellent personal qualities, why was he still available on the marriage market? Siejin listened to the description and thought he was perfect. She asked, "Such an outstanding young man, why hasn't he found a partner yet?" Her friend, the matchmaker, said, "His family has been urging him, but he insists on waiting a bit longer to find someone. Because he's performed well and got promoted, he's already 25. His parents are so happy they want to celebrate with fireworks at the door. He's busy with military duties, but when he has leave, his family quickly arranges things. Your girls are so lucky. The young man is on leave now and at home." Siejin caught the implied meaning in her words. Girls? Although her family was not around, her friends still leaned in secretly and whispered, "Your daughter is still in high school, but she's of age, and her grades are excellent. She's a good match." I just want to tell you honestly, there's an old saying, "The early bird catches the worm." Such a good young man, it would be a pity to miss him.
But
I know you want Qianyan to meet him. She just finished high school, and working as a kindergarten music teacher is easy to explain. But if the other side finds out she's from the countryside, living with relatives, and only has a city household registration after half a year, would they be willing to consider her? So I had a clever idea. Just say she's the daughter of a political officer. This weekend, bring both girls along. Keep the good opportunities close. Whoever likes her will quickly find a match. We two girls sat together, choosing for him. No, I think that's underestimating our own children. Zhenjin, think differently. Your two girls are choosing for him. That sounds like lying. When Siejin's old classmate first met her, she was eloquent and charming. She almost got caught up in her words, but Siejin, a wealthy young lady raised in a scholarly family, grew up with strict family values and noble manners. She was stubborn and refused to get involved in trivial matters, insisting on finding a match for Qianyun. Her old friend looked at her stubborn and precise attitude and was speechless. Anyway, the matchmaking was scheduled for Saturday noon at a state-run restaurant. This was Qianyun's idea from the start. Her first date had to be at a state restaurant. Since Siejin insisted that Qianyun go alone, then little black girl would go instead. When her old classmate first saw Qianyun, she had a dark face and a big appetite. Definitely not a popular choice in the matchmaking market. But after visiting her often, little black girl still had some charm. Maybe this talented young man would be captivated by little black girl's charm. She was responsible for introducing the two, but love depended on fate. This plan was set. After returning home, Xi and Qianyun found out her date was not only a soldier with the classic 8-pack abs, but also the most outstanding member of the honor guard, with perfect manners and appearance. It was like a dream come true. She smoothly danced to Charleston. The tape of the song had been recorded in her space earlier. Joyful music filled the house. Even Aunt Luo, sweeping the floor nearby, couldn't help but sway to the rhythm. Lu Shujin danced more reservedly, but still happily with her mother, while Lu Dongliang waved around wildly, like a big gorilla. Commander Lu watched the happy family, sipped his tea comfortably, and unconsciously nodded along with the music. Xi and Qianyun's clothes were mostly designed by Aunt Xianglan, made into sporty outfits that looked youthful and energetic. On the day of the date, she surprisingly wore a formal outfit. Anyone familiar with fashion design could tell that the cut and lines were high-end. It showed how much her village boss valued this date. Before leaving, Siejin repeatedly reminded her not to hum, "Pure-hearted cockroach, spicy hot," and tidied her hair and collar. Everything was ready, and finally, she rode away on her bike. Soon, he heard a familiar singing voice. "You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, I never get tired of it." Siejin thought, She should just stop singing everything. They arrived at the familiar state-run restaurant. Little sister cheerfully greeted Qianyun. This person was definitely the top contributor to the restaurant sales. In the language of the era of the salty fish, she was a VIP. Winter in Purple City is mostly covered in snow. Luckily, today's snow was light, with tiny flakes drifting in the air, creating a quiet, beautiful scene amid the bleakness. Zhao Haoran wore a military cotton hat and a green military coat, walking slowly. Before leaving, his mother handed him a very ugly face mask to keep warm. He looked at it for several seconds, wishing he could just throw it out the window. He didn't have high hopes for big life events. Since childhood, girls had always pursued him, causing him a lot of trouble. When he joined the army, things finally quieted down because he was no longer harassed by crazy girls, and he became cold toward the opposite sex. After all, as he got older, every new year, his family and relatives would push him to get married, like a relentless parade. Finally, he relaxed. He didn't even understand why. Every time he was on leave at home, the matchmaking list seemed to grow longer. He would see one girl after another, but never felt any spark. It was like completing a training task just to satisfy his parents. So, he didn't pay much attention to the details of the matchmaking candidates. He only knew that today's date was with the daughter of a division-level political commissar. When he reached the door of the state-run restaurant, he pushed it open. Warm air hit him. He took off his hat, hung his coat on the rack, and looked around at the customers. His eyes stopped on a girl sitting alone at a table, wearing a purple sweater and short hair. He strode over confidently. "Are you Sister Xian Qianyun?" As he got closer, he saw her skin tone, close to the purple of her sweater, and remembered her face from the textile factory's family compound, where she had been acting arrogantly that day. His jaw dropped. Zhao Haoran was struck by lightning. That scheming woman who was playing both sides. Could the daughter of a political commissar really do something so crazy? His best friend's cursed luck had actually set him up on a blind date. Qianyun looked up and saw a handsome face with sharp features and beautiful eyes. His posture was tall and straight like a white poplar tree. Even with a short haircut, he exuded strength and elegance. His demeanor was as bright as the moon in the sky, making people admire him. Her eyes lit up instantly. He was truly attractive. "I am Xian Qianyun. You must be Comrade Zhao Haoran. Sit down quickly. Are you hungry? Today I'll treat you. Salted fish number 6. No wonder he's a fan of good looks." Zhao Haoran looked upset. Normally, anyone would leave immediately after meeting such a careless girl, but out of politeness, he took a deep breath and sat down. He didn't respond to Xian Qianyun but looked at her seriously and said, "Xiao Suro." Qianyun frowned, thinking, "Isn't that a delicious dish from Dodo? Spicy hot pot. Fish balls." She seemed to understand and asked, "That day, when you argued with Zhang Yuejin at the textile factory's family compound, were you there?" Zhao Haoran nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, I was there." Her promiscuous behavior was just witnessed, and he expected her face to show panic or embarrassment. But in fact, nothing happened. Qianyun smiled happily and said, "You probably don't believe it, right?" That was a lie to him. Zhao Haoran's expression remained unchanged. "You think I'm easy to fool?" Qianyun immediately understood. "You don't believe me?" During that time, I kept a strict schedule, either at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Neighbors and restaurant staff can all testify. I didn't have time for anything else, not even 7 or more activities. He, Zhao Haoran was silent. Could it be that he misunderstood? If that's true, your character is fine. We can continue our blind date. Qianyun clenched her fists excitedly. She liked straightforward and honest, handsome men. Some people might judge without asking, just making assumptions. Salted fish number 6 teased. "Since you like him so much, why not pretend to be full?" The alien nodded. "Okay." Salted fish number 6 was shocked. "Is this guy serious?" Then number 6 watched as the original 4 bowls of rice turned into 2 bowls, doubled in size, and pressed down firmly. The usual 8 dishes were now only 6, but the handsome soldier looked at the table full of food and couldn't help but gape. Old 6. Host. Is this what you meant by okay? Qianyan thought to herself with a charming smile, I have a big appetite. Don't be scared. I can make money and won't take advantage of others. Zhao Haoran was stunned and simply replied, not sure if he understood her. From time to time, he glanced at his stomach hidden under a purple wool sweater, wondering if it would puff out as he watched the delicious food disappear quickly. Even though the black creature in front of him finished all the dishes, he couldn't see the outline of his stomach and thought it was amazing. When they finished eating and left, his younger sister returned the bill money to Qianyan with a meaningful smile, saying, Your blind date asked me to give you the money. He paid for the meal. Zhao Haoran thought, it's not very gentlemanly for a girl to pay for the meal on a date. A few steps away, the waitress, Xiao Mei, suppressed her excitement and quickly leaned close to Qianyan's ear, whispering, That soldier is amazing. Go for it. You must get him. Qianyan, who had a very big appetite, surprisingly didn't scare away the soldier. He was from a good family, had a good character, and was generous and easygoing. Such good luck. When would it ever come to her? Qianyan turned to the waitress and made a teasing face, signaling she understood the hint. At first, Zhao Haoran didn't feel any romantic sparks with Qianyan. He was just curious why a girl who wasn't tall or muscular could eat so much. Out of curiosity, he even arranged 2 more dates during his leave. During the second blind date, Qianyan wondered why Zhao didn't seem to have stars in his eyes when he looked at her. She blurted out, You won't mind that I'm dark, right? Zhao Haoran pursed his lips. How should he answer this? If his partner was as white as snow or as dark as coal, most men would choose the former. After all, white covers 3 flaws, and children tend to inherit their parents' skin color. His family was all fair-skinned. If he ended up with Xian, wouldn't his children be chocolate-colored? Out of politeness, he replied carefully, No, your skin tone is quite unique. We've just met, so I don't dislike or like it. Then he immediately looked for salted fish number 6. Old 6, I'm not dark in my interstellar era either. I'm not glowing white, but I'm not rolling in ink like now. Number 6, the fish looked very serious and said, When you come to this planet, you should know the phrase, adapting to local conditions. Others cross regions and struggle, and you cross wormholes and travel through time. Your reaction to adapting is quite strong. But I noticed you look a little paler than before. Maybe over time, you'll return to your original skin color. She thought for a moment and agreed. Although she felt a bit upset, to the carefree village boss, she forgot about it in just a few minutes. It wasn't until Comrade Zhao kept asking her out that Xi and Qianyan felt she might have a chance. Both families were very excited. Red flag kindergarten. Outside, the cold wind howled and whistled. The branches trembled from the frost, snow fluttered like cotton, flying everywhere. The pure, clear children's voices passed through the glass and corridors, seeming to chase away some of the cold. Many people stopped to listen. Great Courage Explosion had a lively tune, simple lyrics encouraging children to bravely chase their dreams, full of praise and confidence. Half-Life Snow Student version was even more impressive, containing admiration and remembrance for heroic ancestors and the spirit of revolution. The principal sometimes stood at the music room door listening to their rehearsals, her eyes turning red. Several elders in her family had their names engraved on the hero monument. The vice principal and Shijia were almost biting their handkerchief out of jealousy. Once these songs were performed at the military district New Year's Eve party, the kindergarten would be praised. Xian Qianyan, a village girl, would definitely catch the attention of the senior leaders. Having such a good impression could lead to awards or other benefits later, which was very tempting. They cursed inwardly. Unexpectedly, a week before the party, the principal had to urgently go back to her hometown for some urgent matter. The vice principal temporarily took over as principal and was busy preparing the New Year's program, so busy she hardly sat down. But she looked radiant, as if she had received some great good news. On her first day filling in as principal, she called Xian Qianyan over and said she couldn't handle 2 programs alone. She asked Shi Jejia to take charge of Half-Life Snow student version. Xian Qianyan sneered, Vice Principal, my uncle and your brother are comrades at the same level. Do you want me to ask my uncle to talk to your brother tonight? The vice principal had never been looked down on like this before, especially by someone from the countryside. Since you refuse to follow the organization's arrangements and your thoughts are problematic, you might as well take leave and stay at home. I heard your daughter is in her 3rd year of high school and your son is still in elementary school. Should I go to their school to speak about how they bully others and like to steal peaches? I am just a common person, and if I lose this job, I don't mind at all. The vice principal's face turned red with anger. He pointed his finger and shouted, You! How dare you threaten me? How dare you? What a big show of authority. I've been training for half a month, and now you want to take it away just like that? If there's a complaint box or a report letter, I'm not afraid of anything. If you're not afraid, come on and try. After saying this, the village bully rolled his eyes and turned to leave, leaving the vice principal nearly fainting from anger. During lunch break, Shi Jejia quickly sneaked into her aunt's office to ask if everything was going smoothly. She only saw her aunt with a furious face, so angry she hadn't even eaten. Did that village girl refuse to cooperate? Cooperate? She said she's not afraid of those with shoes and wants to complain about me, even to your cousin's school, to boast about how I steal others' fruit. Shi Jejia was so shocked she didn't know what to say. Is she relying on Lu Jingwei's support, so she's acting so arrogantly? The vice principal had calmed down a lot. He took a sip of water and said coldly, I don't believe a simple villager can cause trouble. But we can't do things openly now. You should tell your aunt to think carefully. We must ensure these 2 songs bring benefits and not let this villager take all the credit. The list of performances for the event had been decided after discussion. The principal was originally going to attend the meeting at the art troupe, but now it was the vice principal. She held the newly released list in her hand and had a vague plan forming in her mind. There are 20 performances in total. Great Courage Explosion is the 8th, directed by Xian Qianyan. Half-Life Snow, student version, is scheduled for the 12th, but on the paper sent to the art troupe, it was written as Shi Jejia. The version returned from the kindergarten was rewritten by hand, and Half-Life Snow, student version, was moved to the 16th position, still directed by Xian Qianyan. Also, performances by elementary and kindergarten children don't need rehearsals, mainly because it's so cold, and young children would suffer from the back and forth. Xianyu number 6 wants to take leave. Xian Qianyan knows that every winter, he enters a recovery period for a month. During this time, she can't use Douyin or read novels, but it doesn't affect much else. I didn't expect that during the time old 6 was in sleep mode, someone would take advantage of the situation. On New Year's Eve, the vice principal used his position to make things difficult for Xian Qianyan. The makeup teacher assigned her class to Shi Jejia. Xian Qianyan felt like she wanted to tie up those troublemakers in a dark village. She was busy helping the children with their makeup and clothes, like a spinning top, unaware that the program list she held was fake. After she finished directing Courage Explosion, on stage, the soldiers and parents reacted very enthusiastically. Her colleagues hurried over, saying a child's clothes had a problem and the backup was at the kindergarten. Luckily, her next program was at number 16, so she had plenty of time. She handed the students to other teachers and rode her bike to get the clothes. When she just returned with her small bag and hadn't entered the hall, she heard the familiar tune, Half-Life Snow, student version, being performed on stage. Xian Qianyan. Show up. She pushed open the backstage door, rushed to the side of the curtain, and saw Shi Jejia, the little thief, sitting in her spot, smiling falsely and directing. Thinking quickly, she asked a staff member for a copy of the program list. Good grief. Are Shi's niece and nephew playing a palace intrigue drama? At this point, she couldn't just rush up and cause a scene. She turned around and saw her guilty colleague, the usually friendly older sister, nervously approaching. She said, Qianyun, forget it. If we make a fuss now, our entire kindergarten will become a joke. Xian Qianyun's eyes suddenly sharpened. Do you know what they are planning? Are you working with them to distract me? That evasive look and hesitant tone said everything. She didn't want to do this, but Director Sure arranged a job for her daughter. She had no choice but to go along with it, even if it meant doing something she didn't want to. Qianyun was usually lively and generous. She often brought snacks to the kindergarten and shared them with her colleagues.
She felt guilty about it.
She pulled at Qianyun's sleeve and apologized. Sorry, Qianyun. We come from ordinary families, but Director Sure has a powerful background. If we oppose her, you'll be targeted at the kindergarten. Can we really have a good life like this? It would be better to show some kindness, to remember your good qualities. The cold, commanding presence of Qianyun made her feel unfamiliar. Is your task not finished yet? For example, if I investigate later, she might say the list was copied incorrectly. Are you playing the role of the loyal assistant who made the mistake? Director Sure and Jia Jia are not involved at all. Maybe they will even try to shift the blame onto me. Are you impatient, uncooperative with colleagues? The colleague lowered her head in shame, wishing she could hide away. A young voice, firm yet innocent, echoed in her ears. Throughout China's 5,000 years, many heroes have appeared. Their faces in wartime touch our hearts. The spirit of revolution is forever in our minds. We face snow and wind without fear, never regretting fighting for China. Our children shed blood, but not tears. The senior leaders sitting at the front had all fought many battles. Each one risked their life for the new country, fighting enemies and risking everything for the nation and its people. Even sitting here, their bodies might still carry the scars of war. These are their medals of honor. They stand tall with strong spines and brave hearts, working hard to protect our land. The bright young stars on stage now sing sincerely, expressing respect and gratitude for their sacrifices. Besides the veteran soldiers, the new generation has taken up their legacy, continuing to guard the peace and safety of millions of homes. Almost everyone was moved to tears. When the song ended, everyone stood up and clapped loudly, applause lasting a long time. Jia Jia, standing in the crowd, was also filled with excitement. She felt guilty, but not too much. If it weren't for her aunt's clever tricks, this honor, recognized by the entire military district, would have belonged to that annoying outsider. She puffed up her chest proudly. Xian Qianyun looked at the deafening response below and sneered coldly. When Director Sure and Jia Jia excitedly came backstage, Xian Qianyun crossed her arms and looked at them coldly, her eyes like a frozen lake. Their expressions softened a little. Teacher Xian, is there something you want to say? Jia Jia's eyes were full of challenge. Deputy Director, is there anything you want to tell me? Sure woman approached Xian Qianyun and whispered in her ear. In this situation, do you dare to cause trouble? It was just a mistaken copy of the program list. You were in a hurry to get props and missed the performance. Teacher Sure Jia Jia had to step in to keep the show running smoothly. She did this to help you. If you cause trouble now, you're ungrateful. Of course, we all saw the hard work and effort of Teacher Xian and the team during these nearly a month of practice. I will definitely try to support you as an outstanding student this year. She punched her again and handed her a small, sweet date. How can such a woman be the deputy director? Teaching children in the country. She's quite mean. When the children finished their performance and came off stage, they surrounded Teacher Xian like a flock of little swallows. Teacher Xian, why didn't you make it to the show? Don't be sad. We performed very well and didn't embarrass you. Yes, Teacher Xian. Next time, we'll check the props carefully. I want you to be in front of us during the next performance, so I can smile even more happily. Teacher Xian was surrounded by her caring students, and her mood improved a lot. Meanwhile, the two women from Sure's side looked less smug than before. Missing the performance was Teacher Xian's fault. This was a lesson for her. Don't be too arrogant. When Teacher Xian got home, her family wasn't back yet. She took a shower first. Aunt Shun, Sister Wu, and Brother Dongliang had all returned, looking angry. Everyone knew what song Teacher Xian was practicing. Teacher Sure Jia Jia was shameless. They knew she was cunning, but they didn't expect her to scheme against their family. It was really mean. Xiaoyan, why is it not you performing, but Shurjejia? Your class practiced the song for a month. Before she could answer, Uncle Lu came back, looking very angry. His face was dark as a pot. The old general and the commander praised Shurjejia, saying she's very thoughtful and came up with such a good song. I don't like it. I said this song was practiced by my niece at kindergarten for a month. Why is it now Shurjejia's? Director Shur quickly explained that teacher Xian left her performance supplies at the kindergarten and went back to get them. Since the performance was coming up, teacher Shur had to take over the role. The song wasn't even created by teacher Xian. She just heard it somewhere. It's a good song and has been included in the kindergarten's teaching materials. Comrade Lu, even if teacher Xian is your relative, you shouldn't believe everything blindly. Our Jejia helped teacher Xian out this time. I'm so angry. That woman was secretly putting eye drops in Xiaoyan's eyes. Luo Dong said she was careless at work and couldn't keep up with the schedule. This was completely unreliable. I wanted to say more, but when I saw the old generals looking tired and ready to go back to rest, I felt speechless. Xiaoyan told me about the tricky actions of the Shur family's niece. Uncle Lu was so angry he wanted to go find his old friends to fight, but his family stopped him. Xu Jin was both angry and scared. I know Xiaoyan's temper very well in the Dark Village. Not just our village, but nearby villages and towns all know that the village bully uses fists and tricks, throws latrines, and ties people up with sacks, basic moves. During the half-year in the capital, life was too peaceful. The wild days when my sister acted recklessly have faded from my memory. Now, everything is clear. She pulled Xiaoyan aside. I'll ask Dad to help you get justice. You must not act rashly. Xu Jin thought that no matter how strong her sister was, if a child was bullied, the parents should step in. Plus, last time, Qian Yun ignored her reputation, and she worried the girl might act out again and get into trouble. It was better for her parents to step in and protect her. Qian Yun gently rubbed her sister's face. I understand, sister. Xia Zhan looked distressed. Your colleague is the real troublemaker. If you cause a fuss, that colleague might take the blame, making you look petty and aggressive. You won't benefit from that. Will causing trouble get Uncle Lu criticized by his superiors? Not really. Uncle Lu earned his rank step by step through his military achievements. The old leader personally trained him. He's like a son. He trusts Uncle Lu's character and wouldn't falsely accuse others for personal gain. But we have no proof. Today's incident can still fool many who don't know the truth. Xian Qianyun and her family assured her they were fine. Lu Shujin wanted to sleep with her sister tonight, but was refused. Lu Shujin had a premonition that Xiaoyan wouldn't just let this go. Later that night, the light in Xian Qianyun's room was still on. She took out a loudspeaker she bought a year ago in the most developed city, S-City. She was a mech warrior. Because of her strong physique, her long ting mech was specially made for her by the military district. As the owner of the mech, she needed to understand its structure and maintenance, so she took a mech manufacturing and repair course. After arriving in this time, she studied the technology of this era and the tools from old 6 time using books and dodo. Upgrading a loudspeaker was easy for her. By the way, she took out her smart assistant, Dundan, from the space. The 2 women from the Shur family and her old colleague would never expect that when they left, she casually brought home a few tiny, hard-to-see, adorable creatures. Dundan had already analyzed the listening data and reported useful information to her. Listening to Dundan's report, she felt speechless. Her sister's colleague had betrayed her just for a job. She felt cheap and was very sad. That evening, the deputy director boasted to her husband about today's success. Unexpectedly, a song brought many benefits. It turned out that Director Shur's former soldiers praised her and even suggested that Jia Jia meet her grandson. They also mentioned giving an award for advanced thinking to Hongqi Kindergarten. Jia Jia was quite a beauty, sweet, fresh, and lovely. But she had high standards and kept looking for the right person. From their conversation, she learned that General Zheng's grandson was truly outstanding. No wonder they went to great lengths to compete for her attention. Water can be very deep, but such talented people shouldn't be easily taken down by someone like Shirjaja. She also learned some secrets about her husband from private talks, and Xian Qianyan showed a sly smile. The red amplifier had been upgraded. Its loudspeaker function was divided into several levels. She had improved it to make the sound louder and wider. She turned off the lights, covered herself with a quilt, and quickly fell into a sweet dream. On a winter morning, the trees were covered with sparkling ice crystals. The sky was gray, making the whole world look like it was wrapped in gray cotton. Smoke rose from the family courtyard, and the smell of breakfast filled the streets. People went to work and school, and the noise gradually woke up. Suddenly, the lively morning was interrupted by a sharp, piercing sound. Ahem. Hello, comrades in the family courtyard. Xian Qianyan unusually did not get up on time. Instead, she wrapped herself like a bun and slowly rode her bike to the center of the villa area. The building in front of her was General Zheng's home. Let me introduce myself. I am Xian Qianyan, the music teacher at Hongqi Kindergarten. This month, I rehearsed 2 pieces, Great Courage Explosion and Half-Life Snow, student version. I thank Deputy Director Shi for supporting my performances. A week before the concert, the director had to take leave, and the deputy director temporarily took over. She asked me to give Half-Life Snow to her niece, teacher Shi Jejia. I refused. She said I lacked awareness and didn't obey higher-ups. I told her if she wanted my peaches, she should report me. I thought she would give up, but I was wrong. She used her job to bribe my colleagues, giving them a fake program list, making me believe my piece was the 16th, but it was actually the 12th. When I was sent away, I thought I had enough time to leave, but as soon as I returned to the hall, Jejia had already taken my spot. I thought, how talented are these two? Why not act in a play about office struggles, scheming, and fighting for success? Truly gifted. After the New Year's concert, we had a few days off. Many leaders are resting at home today. Now the whole family compound is buzzing. Who is this? So bold. Daring to confront directly like this. And what's with that loudspeaker? The sound is so clear, no noise at all. Everyone can hear everything perfectly. The members of F4 are united. They know their little Yun is right. It's all because of that scheming girl, Jejia. Uncle Liu and his family are confused. Lu Shujin breathes a sigh of relief. Yun really has grown up, knowing how to speak up instead of fighting. Really, we all went to the same kindergarten. It's okay to keep things internal and not tell outsiders, but I heard Jejia use my song to get an award for outstanding members. Maybe some innocent young people are fooled by her, falling for her false charm. If I knew and didn't report it, wouldn't I be helping her do wrong? That's so shameless. So today, I bravely stand up to expose their wicked deeds. Jejia was completely awakened by the loud voice. Covering her ears, she screamed desperately. Shut up. Shut up. Her good marriage. It's about to be ruined. Director Shi was reading the newspaper. When he heard the clear words, his face turned pale. He called the security guard to drag the girl away. This is slander. Absolute slander. Beneath his furious anger, there was a flicker of guilt. He deliberately ignored what he couldn't see.
Why?
Her own younger sister's character is truly questionable. As her brother, how could I not know? But as long as that girl has no proof, I will definitely punish her severely. Otherwise, our whole family will have to leave the residential area.
Ah.
There was a perfect match for a wealthy son-in-law, and it was about to slip away. Being in the education system, Director Shi, taking advantage of her position to do wrong, only caring for her own family, exploiting and oppressing others' labor, such behavior is extremely harmful. The kindergarten she works at is the place where the future of our country is nurtured. How can such a bad person be a role model for teachers? I hope the leaders investigate this matter carefully. My personal loss is small, but the damage to the land of education and its purity is serious, and she should be severely punished. Xian Qianyan thought to herself. Thanks for Dundon's speech. What a person. With her language skills, she could only say in a few words, Watch me teach you a lesson. Obviously, she shouldn't say that aloud, and it would be better if lazy old Six could help refine her words. In the villa area, all the important figures were awakened by these righteous words. General Zheng was trembling with anger. Wasn't that innocent young man hinting at his good grandson? This young girl was upset but didn't go to them privately. Instead, she made such a fuss, embarrassing the entire family compound. Next to him was a tall, handsome man with elegant manners. He twitched his mouth and said that his heart was mistakenly given away. If his grandfather hadn't asked him to go on a blind date, and if the girl hadn't been highly conscious, he wouldn't have looked at her even once. After all, he and his parents lived elsewhere and had just been transferred back to the capital. The girl who reported the incident was quite fierce. She wasn't afraid of retaliation. Grandpa, do I still need to go on a blind date with Shurjudja? Should we investigate this? Old General Zheng waved his hand. First, find out which kid Xian Qianyun is. Acting so wildly. She's dragging our family's reputation through the mud. Does she know what family shame should not be exposed means? The neighboring veteran commander was also speechless. He asked the guard beside him, whose kid is Xian? Commissioner Liu found his adopted daughter this year. Xian Qianyun is related to her foster parents. Commissioner Liu's daughter was saved by her, so the Liu family took her in and treats her very well. She loves her country. Looks like this girl has a fiery temper. But the Shi family did go too far. No wonder the young girl is so angry. Let's go see. Recently, General Qin has been at home. He lives close to the Liu family and has a good relationship with them. Xian Qianyun is memorable. She always happily rides her bike to work. The Liu family is often filled with laughter because of this lively girl. Would such a child deliberately slander others? I believe Xian Qianyun is telling the truth. However, causing such a big fuss in social matters is not good. It will surely offend those proud old folks. Old Zheng is not only one of the proud old men he mentioned, but also directly involved. If the story is true, even if he was deceived, he feels like his eyes are blind. Back then, with his sharp eyes, he couldn't see through people's hearts. His daughter-in-law nearby also feels helpless. Her son, who is usually the center of attention, is dating a girl with questionable morals. It's bad luck. That girl named Xian, she really is something. If she secretly reports things, others will investigate. Then, the matter can be handled properly, and their family won't get caught up in trouble. She couldn't help but complain. Maybe Xian knows that Shurjudja got close to us because of that popular song, and she's jealous. She's so eager to take back her credit, maybe to gain honor or a chance to climb higher. Not to mention our son. Such a greedy troublemaker. No decent family would want to marry her. I'm just waiting to see if that Xian girl can get married. If the people from Black Village and Fishy Six are involved, they would just say, it's all overthinking. Don't provoke Xian Qianyun. She's a big eater and karaoke star. If you provoke her, she's a true troublemaker, full of greed. If she gets caught up in these things, she wouldn't be able to keep her big picture in mind. Would she still be a dominant figure? She is truly a leader among troublemakers. Do you think Xian Qianyun is done after just one story? No. She's turned on replay mode, looping again and again. Everyone. This troublemaker is really fierce. Director Shi's place is not far from the main yard. On holiday, she planned to sleep in. But her sister-in-law's call immediately came, saying Xian Qianyun was now reporting her for falsifying evidence in front of the entire family compound, trying to take someone else's achievement for her niece. She jumped up like a fish and shouted, "Crazy! Truly crazy!" While dressing, she quickly told her children to pass a message to the teacher involved. If they want to keep their daughter's job, they should know what to do. As soon as she stepped into the kindergarten, a clear and sharp accusation hit her directly, almost making her feel faint with shock.
Sinki Aniwin.
That damn country bumpkin. She is going to ruin herself and Jejia. Director sure didn't care about her image. Riding his bike quickly, he followed the sound to the center of the villa area. It was another thunderbolt. The broadcast was playing right at Jinglau's house.
Sinki Aniwin.
You're spreading false rumors. You're jealous of Judge's abilities and want a good marriage, so you're deliberately causing trouble. The guard called by Director Shi also arrived. Commissar Liu protected Qianyun and the Shi family as they confronted each other. Xin Qianyun immediately stopped the replay and loudly said through a small speaker, "Why is the guiding teacher on the list for the art troupe the same as Judge? Didn't you handle that? And that fake one, the program number is wrong, but the guiding teacher is correct. That's me, Xin Qianyun. I trained the children for 28 days. Judge guided her class, Class 3. Are you saying the list was written incorrectly? With so many coincidences, it's not just a coincidence. Our class has 30 children. I don't believe you can bribe all 30 children to say that on any of those 28 days, Judge was the one rehearsing. How did she become the guiding teacher for our class's program?" The whole scene fell silent for a few seconds. Then someone came forward to mediate, while others tried to stir up more details. The old commander couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Everyone disperse! Disperse! It's not proper to gather and argue. Come inside and talk." The teacher who made the mistake hurried over, repeatedly shouting, "This is all a misunderstanding. It was my fault. I was careless and made a mistake that caused this misunderstanding.
Please blame me."
Director Shi isn't like this. Stop arguing. Everyone come inside and talk. Since this place was close to Jinglao's house, the commander asked for his opinion, hoping to use his living room. The old man naturally agreed. Director Shi's family sat together, Lu's family sat separately, and the careless teacher sat alone in the corner, looking nervous and timid. The old commander asked the political commissar of the military district to oversee the proceedings. "Comrade Xian, do you have any evidence for everything you've reported?" "I am talking about evidence. Everything is connected. The kindergarten makeup teacher has issues. She never applied makeup to my class, which made me busy and distracted. I didn't notice the problems with the program list earlier. Their methods are so smooth that I suspect this isn't the first time Director Shi has done something like this. The term for tracing back the source is root cause. She has checked out the places she studied and worked at. There must be other victims like me." Lu Shujin's face is firm, and her voice is strong. "My sister is right. Director Shi has always been smooth sailing, but when she was exposed, she looked panicked. Her brother gave her a sharp pull, and she quickly pretended to be shocked. You're just being unreasonable. Without proof, you're slandering me and Jia Jia. Jia Jia helped you out of kindness, but you didn't return it. Without evidence, it's just defamation." Old Zheng exudes a powerful presence that most people can't handle. His sharp eyes stare at Xin Qianyun. "Girl, if you don't have real proof, you're just spreading false accusations and slander." Xin Qianyun isn't intimidated by the elder's commanding aura. She crosses her arms behind her head and leans casually on the sofa, saying nonchalantly, "Don't scare me. Everyone here older and more experienced than me. Aren't they all clever old foxes?" "Xiao Yun!" Lu Commissioner quickly calls out, making a desperate gesture and warning her carefully, "Be polite to the elders. This isn't home, girl." Seeing Lu Shu's look, Qianyun has no choice but to straighten up and say, "Seriously, you want proof?" "I have it." She doesn't speak further, but gives her colleagues a meaningful look. She has many high-tech gadgets. She's not afraid of gathering evidence. It just takes some time. It's not impossible to get it. If she doesn't cause trouble today, she might get the benefits from Director Shi's theft. She simply can't swallow this feeling of being pushed aside. Her colleagues shudder when they see her knowing smile. Did she figure it out? How does she know? What does she know? She's just an ordinary person, no powerful connections or influence. As long as she keeps her daughter's good job and acts as a scapegoat or a punching bag, she's fine with that. Leaders, this matter has nothing to do with them. It's all my fault. Please punish me. I don't want my carelessness to ruin the unity of Hongqi Kindergarten. Really? Please punish me. Director Shi, Teacher Shi, and Teacher Xian are all innocent. Everyone's expressions slightly changed. To win over colleagues with work, they needed time to find clues through investigation. This dark girl is quite clever. Xian Qianyun sneered, "You want to take all the credit yourself. I won't pity you. Have you ever heard the saying, The maliciousness of honest people is like sand in rice or unclean fish bones, causing unexpected pain. If I didn't cause trouble, I would just be one of your stepping stones. The colleague shrank back, afraid to face Xian Qianyun. Everyone present wasn't stupid. Given Xian Qianyun's description of the whole situation, could Director Shi be innocent? However, this dark girl has a rebellious streak. She's not stupid, but definitely not smooth. If she's unhappy, she will cause trouble for everyone. Old Commander Zheng isn't as impatient as old Zheng. He slowly said, "You must understand, without evidence, they haven't done anything wrong, and there will be no punishment." Director Shi exclaimed. "Commander," old Zheng looked a bit angry at Xian Qianyun's carefree attitude. He understood that the Liu family niece wasn't entirely innocent. If it's true, she must be punished severely. But this rebellious girl also needs good guidance. Otherwise, in the future, if she faces unfairness, she might not report it but cause a scene, which would be bad. As a leader, it's most important to avoid subordinates acting like that. This brat's temper needs to be tempered. You're not in a hurry to find evidence, but are rushing to declare your grievances to everyone. Are you jealous of the honor of the advanced personnel? Is your request for an award, and maybe to introduce my grandson to you? Old Zheng, how can you say such things about my girl? Liu Commissioner shouted. That's too much. What's too much? Thinking you're special just because you rehearsed a nice song? If you're doing things for fame and profit, that kind of attitude isn't respected. He wanted to wake up those present who were blinded by greed. If everyone followed their selfish desires, wouldn't everything fall apart? Uncle Liu couldn't see it clearly, but his good friend Xin Lao saw the underlying criticism. Shi Jieji really disappointed him. My little Yun isn't like that. Uncle Liu, stay calm. Xian Qianyun gave a comforting look, then turned to the old man. You only got half of it right. My original intention in practicing singing was to share good songs with everyone. This award can be given to anyone, but it definitely cannot go to a thief who steals others' work, Master Shi. Xian Qianyun. Who are you calling a thief? His daughter was still crying at home, a girl in her 20s, tears and snot streaming down her face, showing how heartbroken she was. Shut up. Later, we'll go to the martial arts practice area to compare skills. Lulu, she's just visiting relatives. You're ruining our friendship over someone who isn't related, and you've only known for half a year. Stop. Don't argue, let me finish. Old General Zheng, if your grandson is interested in Jiajia's looks or your past friendship, that's fine. But if you think a girl who can sing such a beautiful song is high-minded and noble and want to match her with someone, forget it. I am the one with high ideals and noble character. I already have a marriage prospect. He's from the honor guard, with good looks, a strong build, and a noble aura, handsome and impressive. And someone like me, a girl with pure character, wouldn't cheat on her partner, Liu Shujin. That's right. Xiao Yun is a good girl. We're not here to listen to your narcissism and show off your boyfriend. Zheng Sund, this girl's skin is really thick. Old Zheng was completely confused by people who didn't follow the usual way of doing things. He thought, which fool from the honor guard would fall for someone like this? Won't it cause chaos at home? What do you want? Give me a few days. I'll gather evidence, then deal with those who need to be punished and those who should leave. Principal sure couldn't sit still. Who? Do you want to leave? Who exactly do you want to leave? Do you think this is your kindergarten? You're so arrogant and reckless. The one who should leave is you. Let's just say Teacher Sue made a mistake. You're the principal, and you can't even get a list right? You didn't notice such a big mistake? You're making it worse. Your ability is too low. You're not fit to be vice principal, and you're supposed to teach and nurture students. You're blind and heartless. I do a better job as principal. At least I'm honest and upright. Liu Shujin. My sister is right. This is the unspoken understanding between the two sisters every time they argue. Everyone, you really are too much, sister.
Just go away.
Director Shi was so angry that she felt dizzy, and her ears buzzed. You. Old Zheng already realized that this boastful person was a real troublemaker. If she had any intention of flattering them, she wouldn't be so reckless. If this person weren't a young woman but a soldier from her youth, she would definitely teach her a lesson with fists. He hoped his subordinates would follow the rules. That independent-minded person was just a troublemaker. Hongchi Kindergarten is managed by the military district. Because of her bad influence, they would send someone to investigate. In an organization, when hardworking people are bullied, everyone might choose to give up. After all, the fruits of effort can be stolen, so why work so hard? Such bad practices are a big obstacle to social progress. Xin Qianyun immediately threw the evidence she overheard into the mailbox of Director Shi's husband's workplace to report it. Before the kindergarten's results came out, the Shi family's son-in-law was demoted. Rumor has it that Director Shi was so angry she fainted. A week later, the results were announced. Because of her limited ability, Director Shi was transferred from Hongchi Kindergarten to a less important department with a minor position. Her salary was greatly reduced. In the past, when walking in the staff compound, everyone politely called her Director Shi. Now, she sat in a shared office with 6 others, busy with trivial matters, feeling mentally exhausted and looking much older. Her daughter, Jia Jia, was saved by her aunt, who was in charge. Everyone knew her aunt was a vested interest, so they understood her involvement. After a week of leave, she returned to work normally. But everyone in the staff compound knew what had happened. She felt that everyone's eyes were full of contempt. Plus, her engagement to General Zheng's grandson fell through. She often went home to cry with her love-struck cousin. Teacher Su's daughter's job was obtained through favoritism, but it was discovered and cancelled. The extra position was open for a fair and just exam. In the end, Teacher Su was docked 3 months' salary for mistakes made at work and had to write a self-criticism, but she kept working. However, her daughter lost her job and she also offended colleagues. Everyone knew she would stab others in the back, so they naturally didn't want to get close. She had no words for her hardships. Xin Qianyun finally let out a breath and earned the nickname Spicy Pepper, the most untouchable person in the staff compound, and was awarded the title Xin the Troublemaker by Old Zheng. Old Zheng raised a Labrador, but because Labradors don't feel full easily, they tend to become overweight. That day, when Qianyun left Zheng's house, she saw the big, strong man she often met during walks. "So, this big Labrador pig belongs to you," she said. The strong man angrily barked back, "Woof.
Woof.
Who's the pig here?" "You're the pig," Zheng Sun, who was following behind, thought. He knew that the strong man's ego had grown because his grandpa took care of him, but he didn't expect a new breed, Labrador pig, to appear. Qianyun said, "Wei Meng, you really need to lose some weight. You can't compare to Wang Kai for my family. No wonder Xiao Bai doesn't like you." Xiao Bai was a beautiful female dog in the community yard. Wei Meng and Wang Kai were rivals. Wei Meng barked, "Woof.
Woof.
Don't hit a dog's face. Don't expose a dog's weakness, you bad guy." Zheng Su said, "Wei Meng, if you don't want people to call you a pig, eat less." Wei Meng barked again, "Woof.
Woof.
Little master, you traitor. You're turning your back on me. Equals 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 with one annoying person less in the kindergarten." Qianyun felt pretty good. She didn't think Jia Jia could cause any trouble. Early in the morning, on the road leading from the community yard to the kindergarten, she could always hear a certain rebellious kid singing freely. "Vast sky, my love, beneath the green mountains, flowers are blooming." One day, Qianyun wondered why recently only fifth sister and Yi Chunxiue went to school. She also noticed that Chun Junli, the bamboo horse behind Xiao Shui, hadn't been seen for days. When Lu Shujin came back and asked, she found out that the young couple had a disagreement. Both of them had strong pride and didn't want to admit defeat. They were stubborn donkeys, refusing to back down. Qianyun suddenly had an idea. Her modified small speaker might come in handy. When fifth sister finished school and left, Yi Chunxiue, looking a bit upset, said goodbye and went home. Not long after, Chun Junli, with a gloomy face, rode his bike silently, nodded at Qianyun standing at the door, and then pushed his bike into his yard. She took out her small red speaker, turned it to the second level, making sure the volume was loud enough for those nearby to hear without disturbing others. Then she took out a tape recorder, played the edited background music, hitting the climax part, and held the loudspeaker, performing an immersive show for Yi and Chen's families. If only we had been less stubborn back then, I wouldn't feel so regretful now. How do you remember me, smiling or silent? Over the years, has anyone made you feel less lonely? Later, listening to the song feels more emotional. While out for a walk, Wang Kai saw his good friend Xian Qianyun and immediately ran over. Xian quickly reached into her pocket, pulled out some dog food, and gently handed it to Wang Kai, who happily leaned into her. In a flash, without missing a beat, she continued singing with a deep, heartfelt look at Wang Kai in her arms. I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately, you have already gone far away, disappeared into the crowd. Wang's mom, walking the dog. Wang Kai, casually chewing his treat, was just enjoying himself. Later, tears in her eyes, Xian Qianyun finally understood. Some people, once missed, are gone forever. Wang Kai, if you like Xiao Bai, be brave and pursue her. Don't let pride stop you. Otherwise, when you realize it, Xiao Bai will be gone in the vast sea of dogs. Wang Kai, I don't understand, but this dog food tastes really good. Apart from two young teenagers leaning against the wall, looking up at the ceiling with a sad love song drifting in from an open window, expressing past memories and regrets, tears streaming down their faces. The rhythm picks up again, and Xian continues singing. After a repeat, with a loud bang, the front doors of both houses are slammed open. Yi Chuanxue and Chen Junli look at each other with tears on their faces. In a moment, they run toward each other and embrace tightly. Chen Junli, I won't be stubborn anymore. I won't be stubborn again. Thinking about you not being with me years from now makes my heart ache and I can't breathe. Yi Chuanxue, me too. I don't want to realize later that you're gone. It's too painful, too hard. Just imagining that scene makes me feel like I'm falling apart. Our future together shouldn't be full of regrets. Woo-woo. I won't be mad at you anymore. Everyone else. Love at 16 or 17 isn't about weighing pros and cons. It's simply liking someone, pure and innocent, so pure it's almost shocking. So tender it gives you goosebumps. Having finished her task, Xian Qianyun coldly pushed Wang Kai aside, put away her small speaker, and smiled like an auntie. It's more interesting to watch others fall in love. Her and Shi Jiejia's conflict became completely public. When they met at the kindergarten, one sneered, and the other glared with anger. The colleague involved saw Qianyun as if she were a mouse seeing a cat. Other colleagues secretly praised Qianyun for being brave. Shi Jiejia, relying on her aunt who is the deputy director, took some lesson plans for public classes and even participated in the excellent teacher contest, but mostly left the work to others because they were too timid and afraid of trouble. Because Director Shi was transferred, a position was left vacant. The director was on leave until after the new year, so a new deputy director was suddenly appointed close to the holiday. Is Xian Qianyun about to have a good day? No, because she reminded everyone of the rebellious soldiers led by old Zheng. The old man decided to teach her how to behave and handle things carefully, not just act impulsively. The new deputy director was appointed by his close friend, whose daughter used to be responsible for moral education. Since the new deputy director took office, every teacher in the kindergarten has to submit a weekly moral education report, and once a month, there is a moral progress test. Before the new year, they arranged a test, and during the dormant period of the salted fish number 6, the 28 points enemy, history was reenacted. This time it was the 30 points enemy. Shi Jiejia looked at the scores on the bulletin board. Her rivals, fail, in bright red made her lose her composure. She slapped her thigh and laughed loudly. The new deputy director looked at teacher Xian's messy handwriting and the glaring 30 points, with a vein throbbing on her forehead. Everyone, including the kitchen aunt and cleaning lady, who had only elementary school education but could read, all passed, even excelled. Only the high school student, Xian Qianyun, failed. Old Jung still told her to work on her temper. This academic underachiever, she just wanted to destroy her right there. She doubted the authenticity of her high school diploma. Xian Qianyun confidently said, I passed and graduated, so I am a graduate. You can't look down on students who do poorly. The deputy director. Shokupka Hajime, I have a calligraphy practice book here. Take it home and practice. Look at what she's writing. It's embarrassing for our kindergarten. Director, teaching is tiring enough during the day, and I have to do chores at home too. I'm too busy and simply can't find the time. Aunt Luo sneezed. Haha. How did your Chinese teacher treat you back then? My homework is always graded last, especially the essays. I look like I'm about to go to the execution ground. You really have self-awareness. Do I look like I'm about to face punishment? If I fail the exam, my salary will be cut in half. And I don't care if the kids in your class laugh at my grades. I have no shame. I don't mind at all. The vice principal quickly covered her chest and took several deep breaths. She's close to retirement and isn't here to cause herself stress. She almost shouted, Get out. Calming down, she pointed outside and said, Go out. Xian Qianyun pouted. Okay, but I can do well in physics and math. How about I take exams in those two subjects? Get lost. When the school bell rang, Xian Qianyun was afraid the vice principal would force her to practice calligraphy, so she grabbed her bike and quickly disappeared. A colleague brushed her messy hair in the wind and said with difficulty, The new vice principal looks like she's about to explode. Can she not explode? Even caterpillars look more elegant than her handwriting. Everyone. The vice principal was still in her office on the second floor when she saw Xian, who was driving recklessly. She clenched her fists in anger and tightened her grip on the calligraphy practice book. As soon as she got home, she went straight to old Zheng's house. Uncle Zheng, can I resign? What's wrong? That troublemaker not listening? Not paying attention in class. That's enemy agents. That's fake soldiers. I've been working here for so many years, and except for those who can't read, no one has ever failed. And look at her handwriting. Still a high school student. No wonder she can only teach singing in kindergarten. She's misleading children. Old Jung picked up the test paper on the table, looked at it for a few seconds, then immediately rubbed his eyes. Xiao Zhang, quick. Bring me the famous calligraphy books. Hurry. I need to wash my eyes. Xiao Zhang and the vice principal. After experiencing the shock, old Zheng, now calm, asked a question from the bottom of his heart. I can't believe such positive songs are performed by that girl. It's so contradictory. Too contradictory, Xiao Zhang. There's something I don't know if I should say or not. Because of the investigation into the New Year's Eve party, we found out that the pure-hearted cockroach hot and spicy song you dislike so much was also her idea. Old Zheng was so frightened that the files in his hands fell. He suddenly touched his forehead. Oh my head hurts so much. I need to rest for a while. Don't mention that girl to me lately. The next day, the information about the talented guard team member that old Zheng was looking for was handed over by Xiao Zhang. Seeing the impressive resume, he was a bit confused. His eldest son came home and suddenly saw the documents. Dad, why do you want Xiao Zhao's information? Are you planning to promote him? You know that troublemaker in our family compound, right? Why are you arguing with a young girl? She's just a bit fiery. Zhao Haoran is her boyfriend. How can this fool be so blind? How could he like that rough guy? Old Zheng's face darkened. Sharp as he was, old Zheng quickly caught on. What's wrong? This young man looks good, has good character, and a nice family. I was planning to introduce him to the younger son. A few days ago, he even asked if he was interested in a blind date. He told me he's been seeing a girl recently, he said, scratching his head. I thought she was a noble daughter, but it turns out she's from our family compound. Old Zheng's face grew even darker. This troublemaker got incredibly lucky. The Zhao family was very willing to marry into Zheng's family, but since Lu's family's girl was first, they couldn't just stop their son. Doing so openly might offend people. Anyway, the son said he was still getting to know the girl and had no serious relationship. So, they suggested Zheng's daughter, and Zhao Haoran still didn't understand how a small stomach could hold so much, so he planned to continue dating Xi and Qianyun. One day, the two families happened to meet. Old Zheng felt mixed emotions. His daughter was fair, beautiful, college-educated, and worked in a government office, but she couldn't compare to the dark-skinned, fiery-tempered countryside girl. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Zhao looked so proper and disciplined. Was his taste really that strong? Does he like dark-skinned, fiery little peppers? His good friend, who was also Zhao's father's classmate, casually asked, "Does your son know Xi and Qianyun?" Old Zheng's daughter is no match for her. The Zhao parents looked confused. Who's Xi and Qianyun? Lu's political commissar's daughter was found, and she didn't even change her surname. Old Zheng and his friend both froze. Her real name is Lu Shujin. The girl Zhao's getting engaged to is from Lu Shujin's foster family, here to visit her biological family. The Zhao parents were stunned. What did you say? That night, they called the matchmaker to complain. I told you, you're so scheming. Are you deliberately trying to deceive us? How much did you get from that girl? He was just a rural person coming to enjoy the autumn breeze, not even having an urban household registration. Yet, you introduced such a girl to my dear son. Do you know that because she is the daughter of Commissar Lu, we also rejected the daughter of Commander Zheng? Turns out, she's a Western-style girl. I won't let this go easily. Old friend Xiezhen felt a bit guilty, but since so much time had passed, he still confidently said, I was talking about the girl from Commissar Lu's family. They really treat her like their own daughter. If you don't believe it, go ask at the family compound. The most important thing is, Howren personally saw her. If he wasn't satisfied, why would he meet her multiple times? He must know her name. So, Qianyun's identity is known to Xiao Zhao, and he still wants to keep in touch. What does that mean? It means your son has feelings for her. I was just helping to connect them. Don't be angry. That girl is lively and very talented. In half a year, she'll be a city girl. We are all equal in socialism, and your family's status matches hers. When Zhao's mother heard that her son was willing to meet her in person, her anger eased a bit. But when she heard about matching family backgrounds, her fury flared up. She immediately hung up the phone with a loud snap, upset about the mention of socialism and equality. Her eldest daughter married the son of the director of the Natural Resources Bureau, and her younger daughter was already seeing the second son of the Luo family, one of the 8 big families. If her son could marry the daughter of the chief of staff, it would be a perfect plan for the Zhao family's next generation. As elders, they would have done their duty. Today, Zhao Howren finished work and went straight to the family compound to meet Qianyun at a restaurant he recommended, one run by a descendant of a famous chef. He couldn't quite understand his feelings. He felt especially hungry when eating with Qianyun. Usually, he was quiet and cold, but Qianyun could talk nonstop, sharing funny stories from her hometown. Her chatter wasn't annoying at all. It was quite interesting. He didn't realize his lips were curling into a slight smile, nor did he notice the little bit of anticipation in his heart. He didn't expect to hear any amusing stories today. He knew when she finished work. But soon after entering the family compound, he saw her carrying a guitar, walking past him with a look of relief, as if she had escaped a disaster. This wasn't her fault. Since the vice principal set her sights on her, she rushed home after class, forgetting she still had her guitar in her hands. Just as Zhao Howren wanted to call out to stop her, he heard a loud crying. Even Qianyun, who was riding her bike, stopped when she saw it was the top student from Aunt Siping's family. He was carrying his backpack, holding a test paper and crying sadly. Little Tiger, why are you crying? Did you do badly on the test? Little Tiger nodded while sobbing. Qianyun felt a wave of sadness. Both of them were struggling in life. Lao Lu still hadn't recovered well. Although she had improved in her makeup exam, she only gained 5 more points. She gently patted his head, turned her guitar to the front, took off her gloves, and started playing. The soft melody was like a warm spring breeze, gentle and soothing. She sincerely sang to Little Tiger, "Don't be lost, don't be nervous. The sun sets, but there's moonlight. It will light up your path in life and take you to where you want to go. Don't hesitate, don't be sad. The moon has gone to sleep, but the morning sun will rise." Look up at the sky, and it will shine. The loved ones will be there with you. Today was a sunny day, no snow. The air was cold but clear, with no dull, gray feeling. Zhao Haoran stood nearby, watching someone's beautiful outline. He gently nodded his head, fully immersed. His singing was bright and far-reaching, full of warm strength, as if it could heal all wounds. He seemed to hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly another little boy ran over and shouted, "Teacher Xi, don't pay attention to him. I only scored 58 and didn't cry. He scored 99, just 1 point away from full marks, and he acted like the sky was falling." At school, I comforted him when he failed, and when we got home, he was crying again. Xi and Qianyun's expression froze. Little Tiger's face turned red from crying. He sincerely said, "I got a simple question wrong because I was careless. How can I be so stupid?" The two poor students nearby quickly looked angry. Qianyun immediately put away her guitar, put on her gloves, and prepared to leave. Little Tiger, tears still in his eyes, said reluctantly, "Teacher Xi, don't go. I really like the song. It made me feel better. Can you sing it again?" Xi and Qianyun rolled her eyes. "I only scored 35 on my exam today. How can I comfort you, a top student, when I'm just a poor student with 35? Don't your conscience hurt? Goodbye." After saying that, she stormed off quickly, disappearing in a flash. Zhao Haoran quickly covered his mouth to hide his laughter. Little Tiger cried so hard he hiccuped, then looked blankly at his classmate Ernyo and asked, "Is Teacher Xi an idiot? Ha. Ha ha." Zhao Haoran finally couldn't hold back his laughter. In the world of top students, isn't scoring 35 points considered foolish? Ernyo pondered, "If Teacher Xi is a fool, then does my score of 58 mean I am a fool too?" Zhao Haoran and Xiaohu. "You're really clever. Why don't you say you're a tea-egg?" Zhao Haoran's outstanding appearance attracted many glances. He felt a bit uncomfortable and quickened his pace. His comrades lived nearby, and before coming, he asked Lu Zhengwei for directions, so he didn't need to ask again. A friendly ant couldn't help but start a conversation. "Little soldier, are you new here?" Zhao Haoran nodded, not daring to say much. The ant's strength was quite formidable. Once she started talking, it was hard to leave. Seeing the gathering of relatives, he felt like fleeing. Finally, he arrived at the small Western-style building where Lu's family lived. When Aunt Luo heard the doorbell, she saw a tall, handsome young soldier standing at the door, looking like a pine tree. "Hello, I'm looking for Comrade Xi and Qianyun." Aunt Luo's heart fluttered, her niece's blind date. This girl was so lucky. Neighbors nearby stretched their necks like duck necks, feeling envious of the good relationship, while the petty-minded muttered, "That girl is so dark and still a country bumpkin, eating so well. Is Commissar Lu really so foolish? Why isn't he keeping such a top-notch young soldier for his daughter?" Qianyun's frustration from retaking exams instantly vanished when she learned they were going to a restaurant run by a chef today. Zhao Haoran looked at her face, which shifted from cloudy to bright sunshine, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Tonight," he officially proposed, "I want to try dating you seriously." Qianyun's lips were still puffed out, looking pleased. She paused slightly, then smiled and said, "Okay." Although she didn't feel the fluttering sensation often described in novels, she thought this was a steady, long-term relationship. The process didn't matter, as long as the outcome was good. Zhao's parents discovered the misunderstanding and planned to call their son back home to end this mistaken blind date. Due to the time difference, they never expected that within just a few hours, their son would confirm his relationship. Zhao's parents were overwhelmed with emotions. Mother Zhao's lips trembled. Is she really as beautiful as a fairy's? Yes, her skin is a bit dark, but it doesn't affect her lovely features. The man indeed was swayed by her appearance. The eldest daughter is gentle and obedient. The son is independent and self-reliant, and the third daughter is spoiled and stubborn. They can handle the eldest daughter well, but the other two are more difficult to manage. How Ran, Xi and Qianyun's background doesn't match ours. Mom, it's the modern age. Don't say such ridiculous things. Not just me. Luo Xuanyu studied abroad and has been chasing after my sister since they were young. But he hasn't shown much enthusiasm. If we really can't warm him up, then we should start over. Hearing this, the sister who just came out of her room immediately got angry. Brother,
What are you talking about?
you don't know I've liked him since I was little. Even when he studied abroad for 3 years, I never gave up. Why are you trying to stop me? You like who you like, I like who I like. Our parents don't approve of your relationship, so why drag me into it? Are you jealous of me? The youngest in the Zhao family is spoiled and loved by everyone. She's had everything she wanted since childhood. But in love, she faced setbacks. Luo Xuanyu only sees her as a sister and has rejected her many times. Still, Zhao Xiuxiu is like a moth to a flame, completely immersed in her obsession. Hao Ran is disappointed and frustrated. Do you know why he finally agreed to meet you for a blind date? Because the girl he's been thinking about, Song Xintian, rejected him for 6 years. Even when they studied abroad together, he didn't get what he wanted. Heartbroken, he agreed to the family's matchmaking. I overheard him chatting with some friends at a gathering. He still cares about Song Xintian, loves her but can't have her. It's not about who he marries. He said his future would be dull and lifeless, like a dead pond. He doesn't love you. Aren't there plenty of good young men around you? Why not find someone who loves and cares for you? Why cling to Luo Xuanyu like this? The Zhao parents were also shocked by their son's words. The Luo family's son was planning to marry into their family with such feelings. They wanted to advise him, but then thought about Luo's incredible wealth and overseas connections. As a foreign trade official, having such a son-in-law would be a great advantage. In the end, for the sake of the family's future, they chose to stay silent. This marriage still needs to happen. Anyway, their daughter likes him. Girls often have to work hard to win a man's heart, and Luo Xuanyu would surely be moved. It would be a win-win for both the Luo and Zhao families. I won't listen. I don't care if he loves someone else. As long as I can stand by his side for the rest of my life, I'll be happy. Brother, even if you don't help me, you can't stop me from chasing happiness. If you do, I'll hate you forever. Then she ran back to her room crying. Looking at her stubborn sister, Zhao Haoran felt helpless. They are close in age and grew up together, sharing a deep bond. Since they were young, as the older brother, he has always been very kind to his sister. He can't understand her stubbornness. Why insist on loving someone who doesn't love you? What do you hope to gain? The next day, Qian Yun noticed that her fifth sister seemed a bit off. She was almost face-to-face with Lu Shujin, staring into her eyes. Sister, did you have trouble at school? Shujin gently held Qian Yun's face and rubbed it softly, looking troubled. Why can people's disguises be so deep? I always thought Lu Pingping was just a bit delicate, but I didn't realize she was. What? The word you used fits perfectly, heartless. Her parents adopted a poor girl from the countryside. Isn't that a good thing? Today, during break, I went to the bathroom on the 3rd floor, but it was crowded, so I went to the 1st floor. I saw 5 stylish girls blocking Lu Xiaotan in the bathroom. Lu Xiaotan's hairband had fallen off, and she looked disheveled. She wasn't hurt, but she was soaked, and the mop in the bathroom was thrown on the floor. Did you step in to help? I gave you a self-defense weapon and pepper spray to carry with you. Don't worry, I always carry them. I immediately went to stop them. I scored 5th in our grade, and they know the teachers are familiar with me, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. I said I would tell the teacher about this, but they said it was just an accident. She slipped in the bathroom and knocked over some dirty water. They said it wasn't their problem and told me not to be so kind-hearted. Lu Xiaotan is an adopted girl, trying to steal someone else's place, pretending to be pitiful at home, jealous of Lu Pingping, and stealing her things. Knowing the inside story from Grandma A. Gui, Xian Qian Yun disdainfully pursed her lips. Reporting to the teacher depends on Lu Xiaotan herself, giving a statement. If she doesn't resist, you can't always be there to save her. That's what they say, but not every girl is born brave enough to stand up for herself. Think about me before I met you, my parents. My fake parents never felt the urge to resist. Instead, they were more worried about doing things wrong and getting scolded. The more they were hit and scolded, the more humble they became. After I pulled her out of the bathroom, she cried for a long time and then told me it was all Lu Pingping's idea. If my parents didn't have a strong background, she told me to stay away from her to avoid being involved. Hearing this made me feel both sad and sorry. I don't know her well, but Lu Pingping is still part of our community. I wonder if it's just a misunderstanding. However, after Lu Pingping met with a student from class 10 this afternoon, she looked at me very deeply. My close friends have already told me that Lu Pingping is very cunning and a powerful person. They warned me to stay away. Lu Xiaotian probably didn't lie about her. I also know Lu Pingping's motives. What are they? Like you, Lu Pingping is fake. Lu Xiaotian is actually the biological daughter of Captain Lu. Lu Shujin was so shocked she jumped up. What? Are you sure? Why would the biological daughter be adopted? Half of the students in our class are from our community, but no one knows about this. Of course, it's all planned by the Lu family. Sister 5, you should be grateful to have such good parents. Uncle Lu and Aunt Xia are incredibly kind. That couple, their natural love for bloodlines was taken away by zombies. What kind of strange metaphor is that? Do you think it's normal? The biological daughter found her real parents, but her life is so hard. Instead of trying to make things better, they pretend she's adopted and keep her pretending to be the captain's daughter. You have to understand how much this affects her future and marriage. My old friends say that Captain Lu's partner is very superficial. She's a snob. She carefully raised her daughter to be impressive, good at singing, dancing, and speaking English. With the reform and opening up, these skills are highly valued. When Lu Xiaotian first came to the community, I saw her. Before she found her real family, she was just like you, ordinary. Even a phoenix falling into a chicken coop loses its shine. Snobs definitely want their daughter to marry into a wealthy family to strengthen their ties. Only Lu Pingping is truly impressive. Lu Shujin still looked confused. I can't imagine such parents, especially since they went to so much trouble to find Xiaotian. Compared to outsiders, blood relations are more important. However, with 2 children, some have family ties but no love, while others have love but no blood relation. It's hard to judge whether this is fair or not. Not everyone is like Uncle Lu and Aunt Xia. After work, Xia Zhen saw the 2 girls whispering excitedly and was surprised. She asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Xian Qianyun said, "Aunt Xia, you're back. We're talking about whether Lu Xiaotian is the real daughter and Lu Pingping is fake. The fake is actually sneaking in and causing trouble. Isn't that strange?" Xia Zhen tried to hang her bag properly, but was so startled she let go, and it fell to the ground. It's better if you just talk about this at home. The Lu family has announced that Xiaotian is their adopted daughter. If others hear, they might scold you for causing trouble. But the older generation says Xiaotian looks like Lu Yingzhang's mother. I think she's probably a relative. Otherwise, why would they ignore their own daughter and keep pretending? That's just unfair and cruel. Xian Qianyun's eyes sparkled. Aunt Xia, no need to guess. Lu Xiaotian is real, and Lu Pingping is fake. It's okay to say that out loud. We can probably find the answer by checking their blood types at the hospital. Xiezhen found it funny. Girl, you've been causing trouble lately. Old Jing saw you, and Uncle Lu is now frowning and glaring. Xiao Zhao is even dating someone. You should behave more now. Qianyun grinned happily, and Lu Shujin believed her completely. Everything her sister said was true. Qianyun was so sure because she had tested it herself. They had several advanced medical devices that could easily check DNA. It was simple, just send a few tiny blood-sucking drones to collect samples, then run the tests. If anything was unclear, they could find out. That night, Grandma Ague said she went into action. They relied on looks to guess, but some aliens used high-tech methods to get answers directly. Xian Qianyun liked Lu Shujin not only because her sister's cooking was delicious, but also because she was a warm-hearted girl. After learning about Xiaotian's situation, she wanted to help as much as she could, just like her sister once saved her. She told Xiaotian that her father was a political commissar, a higher rank than Lu Yingzhang. Lu Pingping wouldn't dare mess with her, so Xiaotian felt a little more at ease. Every day, Jin would come home angry and complain to her family about how the Lu family favored the two girls. Lu Pingping has 20 yuan in pocket money each month, not including cafeteria fees. In summer, she only spends money on food. She has no other expenses. Summer told her that her mother said she has never seen the world and doesn't understand much. Since she has too much money, she might get tricked easily. So, her mother decided to wait a few years until she matures in the capital before giving her pocket money. Every day, Summer helps with chores at home. Lu Pingping doesn't have to do anything. At most, she sets the table. What's worse is that when Lu Pingping gets her period, her mother makes Summer wash her soiled underwear. She probably doesn't wash them like Baozi does, right? No, she didn't wash them. When her mom came back, she scolded her, saying she's selfish and self-centered. When her sister has her period, she's already weak, and she doesn't help with small things like this. Summer asked her, "So, if I have my period, would Lu Pingping also wash my underwear?" Her mother was at fault and then scolded Summer for talking back to her parents, making her stand for half an hour. What kind of strange parents are they? Xiezhen frowned. If it's too much, you can go directly to the Women's Federation. This kind of passive suffering is the worst for the heart. Jin said, Summer said that after her college entrance exam, she will get a subsidy, and then she will move to the university and not come home anymore. Commissioner Lu looked down on Lu Yingzhang's way of parenting and said unhappily, "How is the girl doing in school?" From what I hear, the place where she grew up is remote and backward, with conservative and feudal customs. It's strange that her family was willing to send her to high school. Jin's anger grew. Dad, you wouldn't believe the reason she was allowed to study to high school. Before she was 12, she had her head shaved, didn't braid her hair, didn't need to deal with lice, and didn't waste water washing her hair. You think she studied because she wanted to. There's an old widow in the village, probably from a landlord family. During a famine, she shared her grain to help the whole village. Everyone was kind to her. Summer was saved by her when she had a fever as a child. She often helped her with chores. The old woman was literate, so she taught Summer to read and write, even bought her elementary textbooks. When her family found out, they beat her badly, saying she's a toad trying to fly. Her leg almost got broken, but they also discovered that Summer was very clever with calculations. The children from proper families who go to school normally aren't as quick-witted as Summer. Someone clever thought of a plan. During exams, they could have her cheat for them. Her family said they might even produce a college student that way. The person they wanted her to cheat for was her most beautiful cousin. Soft-hearted Xiezhen was so angry her eyes turned red.
Such a poor child.
You think it's over, but they have already arranged everything for the summer exams. They plan to marry her off to a 30-year-old widower with a high bride price. The Lu family. What kind of heartless people are they? Breaking the law, treating a good girl like she's not human. It's truly wicked and crazy. Summer will definitely seek help from the old lady. The old lady passed away when Summer was in her second year of high school, but Summer has her own plans. There are 2 kinds of herbs on the mountain in their village. If mixed accidentally, they become a sleeping potion that can make someone sleep for 3 days and nights. Summer has already planned to drug her entire family the day before the college entrance exams and then run away. Staying means risking death, and even if she survives, she would be treated like an animal. Running away offers at least a chance. She didn't expect her biological parents to come looking for her, so now she ignores their favoritism. Her main goal is to study hard and live with dignity. Such a good girl. Old Lu is truly blind and doesn't cherish her. Summer says the old lady is her greatest benefactor in life and her only family. When Captain Lu first came to pick her up, she was full of hope and admiration, loved and pampered by her parents. But she soon realized that life was not as good as it seemed. Lu Pingping is clever and always takes advantage of her, and she is still the one scolded. But the old lady once told her, "Be patient when you need to, take action when it's time." Back then, she didn't know she wasn't her biological daughter, only that their bond was weak. The old lady told her not to let others' oppression and belittling make her doubt herself, and not to chase after what she has lost. If no one loves you, learn to love yourself. This advice has supported her all the way to now. While the Lu family feels sorry for Summer, they also admire the kindness and compassion of the old lady. Did she tell her parents about her life with the bad people? She did, but it's funny. Her parents' guilt only lasted a week. During that time, Lu Pingping kept crying and insisting she wanted to leave, saying she was sorry for Summer, that she was to blame for taking over Summer's life. Her parents' favoritism returned to normal. That week, they only gave Summer 30 yuan. They didn't mention her usual pocket money. The Lu family. Some people really don't deserve to be called parents. Xiejin advised her daughter to help this pitiful girl at school whenever she can, and to invite her over to play. She also asked Aunt Luo to cook a nice meal to cheer her up. Mom, don't worry. We are now good friends. Summer is very smart. When she first arrived, her English was the worst, and her mock exam score was in the 10th class. But she improved quickly. If her final exam results are excellent, she can join the top class. She said she will work hard to be in the same class as me. Lu Pingping's cleverness lies in the fact that smart people speak out, while fools act. Because of her outstanding temperament, she is also one of the school beauties and naturally has many admirers. If some admirers are powerful and not very smart, they can be very useful. Today, after Xi and Qianyan finished work and went home, the school called. Aunt Luo's voice suddenly raised. What? Xu Jin had a fight with a classmate and the parents are called to the school? But Commissar Lu and his wife haven't returned yet. Xi and Qianyan signaled Aunt Luo to hand over the phone, then directly said, Okay, I will go there right away. Aunt Luo, how did you, who is younger than Xu Jin, become a parent? Before she could react, Qianyan had already left quickly. Aunt Luo, how did this child change so fast? She called Xiejun at her workplace and learned that Xiejun had already left and was probably on her way home. There was nothing she could do but wait. At the high school section of the school for children, she was stopped by the security guard. I am Lu Shujin's family. I was told by the school to come here. You can call the office to ask. Before she finished speaking, she met Sister Xiao, who teaches here. Confirming her identity as someone from the staff compound, the old man let her go. After asking around, she finally found the director's office. At the door, she heard her fifth sister's voice. A boy bullying a girl is shameless. She stole things. Commander Lu took her in, fed her, gave her a place to stay, and paid for her schooling. But she betrayed her sister by stealing stationery, and I heard she even stole money. Students with such corrupt minds should be expelled. Pa. Summer is Commander Lu's real daughter. She and Lu Pingping were switched at birth. They took over someone else's nest and really think they are magpies. Disgusting. A loud sob sounded, followed by others gasping in shock. Summer, I know you look like Grandma. Everyone in the staff compound says you are her biological daughter. If that makes you feel like you belong somewhere, I really don't mind, said Lu Pingping. She relies only on the fact that her foster parents cannot let go of their years of companionship. Lu Xiaotan has nothing special, just a rough hometown accent, a stingy and cautious look, and when food drops on the ground, she immediately picks it up without brushing off the dust and puts it in her mouth. She was scolded by her mother for a long time before she slightly changed. Such an unpresentable daughter is only suitable to be a foster daughter. Xiong Pengpeng looked down on her and said, A sparrow wants to be a phoenix. Lu Shujin, aren't you good at studying? Why are you so stupid? You believe everything others say. Be careful, someone might stab you in the back for your ungratefulness. Lu Shujin's sense of shamelessness towards Lu Pingping once again refreshed. This isn't just a scheming girl, but a tea master. There was a knock on the door. The homeroom teacher saw that the person coming in was a young girl, about 17 or 18, and initially thought it was a parent coming to notify her. Who are you looking for, student? Xi and Qianyan confidently approached Lu Shujin and Lu Xiaotan and introduced herself. I am Lu Shujin's family member. Her uncle and aunt are not home, so I am here on their behalf, the homeroom teacher. Nonsense. Xiong Pengpeng. Don't be fooled by his broad shoulders and strong build. I heard Lu's father is a military district political commissar. He's quite nervous inside, afraid that if the other person swings a big fist, he might be in trouble. Having this girl come as a family representative is just perfect. Lu Pingping. This person isn't a relative from Lu's hometown. She secretly felt pleased. If she had to deal with Lu Shujin's parents, it would be really hard. Luckily, this rustic girl came along, so funny, acting as a representative.
Haha.
Because the door was pushed open, Xiong Pingping's parents arrived right after, making the office feel a bit cramped. The homeroom teacher saw Xian Qianyun's twitching mouth and thought, today has already taken up a lot of time. Forget it. Let's handle the matter first. Since both families. Everyone is here. Let's talk about today's matter. Lu Pingping lost her new pen, and Xiong Pingping led the way to take out Lu Xiaotan's school bag from the desk, shook it out clean, and the pen fell out. Xiaotan refused to admit it, and a few people argued. Xiong Pingping directly threw Xiaotan's books and bag from the third floor. Just below, someone was mopping the floor and many books hit the water bucket, getting dirty. Xiaotan tried to stop them but was too small and couldn't hold back. Lu Shujin happened to pass by their classroom, saw what was happening, and rushed straight at Xiong Pingping. Xiong Pingping was okay physically, with a solid build, but after moving a few steps, his face accidentally hit a cement pillar and turned blue. The homeroom teacher learned about the whole incident and contacted the parents involved. Lu Xiaotian's mother said, since Xiaotian made a mistake and is still young, stealing small things, the school should handle it according to the rules. I also feel ashamed about this. The homeroom teacher. The parents of Lu and Xiong were okay and said they would come immediately. However, Xian Qianyun's arrival gave her a surprise, and she felt that only the Xiong family's parents seemed a bit more reliable. The middle-aged man was overweight, with a round belly, average height, sparse hair, and a few strands of black hair covering his bald spot. It seemed he was used to cleaning up after his son. Secretary Xiong was very calm. When he heard about the incident, he felt his son hadn't caused much trouble, just acted foolishly. When a female classmate's belongings were stolen, why did you rush forward to be the protector? If not foolish, what is it? Lu Pingping pretended to be serious and said, Xiaotian probably mixed up our pens and accidentally put it in her own pencil case. I won't pursue this matter. As for Xiong classmate, who dirted Xiaotian's book, I apologize on his behalf.
He meant well.
But Lu classmate bumped into Xiong classmate. I hope Lu can apologize. Uncle Xiong, what do you think? Secretary Xiong didn't like Lu Pingping because his son's head was full of nonsense, and he often stood up for this girl when trouble happened. Considering Lu Pingping was from a military compound, he didn't dare say harsh words. He turned around, standing 1.75 meters tall, facing his 1.85-meter tall son, feeling that the atmosphere was off. He suddenly slapped him hard. If you're so stupid, hide behind others. Like a machine gun, aim and shoot wherever. Your mother and I both graduated from Hwada. How did we end up with a pig-brained kid like you? Truly, everything has its limits. Lu Pingping's face changed at his words. The homeroom teacher quickly stepped in. Don't hit the child. Let's talk nicely. Father Xiong looked at Xian Qianyun and the others standing nearby, feeling confused. Where are the parents? Cough, cough. We will compensate and apologize for the book that was dirted. Sorry. The child was impulsive. Xiong Pingping covered his face and said stubbornly, I was doing the right thing. Why are you pushing me aside? Dad, you're too much. If anyone should apologize, it should be Lu Xiaotian, the little thief, and this wild girl, who charged over like a wild boar. Xian Qianyun snorted, feeling like she was dealing with a naughty kid. Lu Xiaotian has improved a lot since she first moved into the dormitory. After all, the camp commander and his wife wouldn't let her go hungry. Her face has gained some weight, and her complexion is rosy. But compared to Pingping, who smells of snow cream, wears the most fashionable bow in her hair, a cashmere coat, and lambskin shoes, Xiaotian still looks plain, like a maid next to a young lady. Xian Qianyun plans to speak, but Xiaotian cuts in first. I didn't steal anything. You deliberately framed me at home to make my parents think I have a bad character. I didn't expect you to do the same at school. What are you up to? Do you want my classmates to ostracize me? To drown me in rumors? I didn't steal anything, and I won't admit to something I didn't do. Xiong Pingping says, Pingping's pen fell out of your book. You're just trying to lie. He immediately gets a kick from his father. Shut up. Pingping's eyes fill with tears. Sorry, I was mistaken. You didn't steal anything. So many pens are the same. It's normal. Xiong Benben insists. No. That pen was a gift from me. It even has a carving on it. Pingping, don't protect her. That despicable thief isn't worth you hiding the truth for her. Xiong classmate, stop. This also involves your injury. I'm sorry, everyone. Suddenly, everyone turns their attention to the applause. Xian Qianyan says, that was a great performance. But about the theft, I suggest reporting it to the police. Otherwise, Xia Tian will be branded a thief. At least among acquaintances, her reputation will be ruined. Let the police clear her name. Pingping's face tightens with worry. Xian Qianyan then asks Xia Tian, did you touch that pen? No. After Xiong Pingping shook the pen out, he threw my book downstairs. I tried to stop him from throwing the book, so I didn't have a chance to touch the pen. Even simpler now, with fingerprint technology. If Xia Tian didn't touch it, her fingerprints wouldn't be on the pen. Comparing the fingerprints on the pen might reveal the real culprit. Handling the situation practically is one thing, but scaring the guilty is enough. Pingping's expression reveals her panic. The homeroom teacher, a nurturing gardener of students, sees everyone as lovely flowers. She doesn't think much about it. But Xiong's father, caught in the treacherous political world, immediately notices something suspicious. Someone's innocence, even if they didn't do the thing, can be ruined by rumors. If they don't clarify, the false words and gossip can become like deadly blades. It's important to clear things up. Lu Shujin. My sister is right. The homeroom teacher's forehead twitched. It's actually your sister. Summer's eyes were already filled with tears, her heart feeling heavy like the ocean waves, hitting her chest wave after wave. Since Grandma passed away after the Spring Festival Gala, no one has stood up for her or protected her. Now there are two people in front of her. The homeroom teacher nodded thoughtfully. Summer has the simple, honest nature of a rural child. Even after being adopted, she takes good care of her school supplies and clothes. The young girl doesn't like wearing arm covers because she thinks they look old-fashioned, but Summer has been wearing them since school started. Her pencil has been used down to less than an inch, and she tries to use every bit. Would such a child steal? Or are they taking things from their foster family? Homeroom teacher. The pen is here. I will ask the police to come tomorrow. Xian Qianyan. The police are very busy. I don't think we need to go to such trouble. Tomorrow we can stage a little scene to see if we can scare the mouse out. I'll discuss it with the homeroom teacher later. Lu Pingping grew nervous, her eyes fixed on the pen, her hands instinctively clutching her fingers. Xian Qianyan suddenly remembered something.
Oh.
There's a blood test method now that can show if two people are related. Isn't it true that Xie Tongxue thinks Summer is eating and drinking other stuff and being ungrateful? We could have her and the Lu family do a DNA test. Then it will be clear who is the real daughter and who is just occupying someone else's place. Her gaze suddenly turned cold, staring at Lu Pingping. Lu Pingping felt guilty and nervous, realizing Xian Qianyan's words. Her face turned pale, like a blank sheet of paper. Xiong Dad's sharp eyes flicked between both sides, his mind stirring with shock. What kind of story is this? It's so exaggerated. I know you're from the countryside too. I feel sorry for Summer, but I can't just accuse her without proof. My parents would never allow anyone to bully me. She steadied her mind. As long as her parents acknowledge her, Xian Qianyan, an outsider, can't force her to do a blood test. Are you thinking that your parents only accept their biological daughter, who grew up in the countryside, and see you as a fake? Because after years of careful training, you look more like a noble lady than their real daughter. But we can test her grandmother's blood and Summer's DNA. I'm sure the old lady would be happy to do that. Xian Qianyan smirked sinisterly and said to Lu Pingping. She scared her so much that she backed into the wall, trembling and shouting, "You're lying. You're lying. Seeing the curious and suspicious looks from the people in the office, her deepest secret was exposed. She couldn't see or hear clearly anymore. The sky darkened, and in the square darkness, she finally saw the way out of here. Everyone looked at Lu Pingping, who was panicked and running away. Except for Xian Qianyun and two others, everyone else was shocked. Xiong Pingpeng was confused. He looked at Summer, then at the dark door outside. He felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. Dad Xiong asked curiously, "Is everything you said true? It seems that classmate Lu knows about this. Otherwise, why would she be so scared?" Dad Xiong looked at Summer and her sisters with sympathy. Xian Qianyun said, "Do you know what kind of life Summer has had with Lu Pingping's real parents? Before she was 12, she was a little girl with a rough, uneven shaved head. Summer didn't feel much about it. She grew up in hardship, and over time, she became numb and used to it. Grandma helped her heal most of her despair and pain. Now she can eat well, wear warm clothes, and study peacefully. Even if she faces some unfairness, she's better than before. She feels lucky and content." Qianyun pretended to hug her and wiped her red eyes with a handkerchief. Summer thought, "Wow. My good friend's little sister. Your onion juice on the handkerchief is a bit strong." Xian Qianyun muttered to herself, "You should learn from the fake daughter. Cry a little, get some sympathy, and the teacher will protect you more. A child who is too strong isn't loved." Everyone watched Summer cry because of her past suffering, feeling sympathy and pity reaching their peak. Lu Shujin continued speaking. The teacher's handkerchief was already wet. Xiong Pengpeng looked with innocent, clear eyes and said, "How is that possible? You're making it up, right? How could there be such bad people in the world?" He was then kicked by his father again. "You're bad too, helping Lu Pingping bully Summer. If you don't change, you'll grow up to be a bad person." Pengping Xiong was not convinced. "I think even if Pingping made a mistake, she's not a bad person. There must be some misunderstanding." Xian Qianyun was speechless about single-celled creatures. "Pengping, have you ever heard the saying, loyal followers end up with nothing in the end?" "What do you mean? Are you insulting me?" "Let me explain. A loyal follower is someone who excessively pleases others, loses dignity and boundaries, often in relationships where emotional or material exchanges are unbalanced. It usually describes people who keep trying to please someone who doesn't like them back. From Baidu, I didn't. Pingping even bought me a drink and praised my bravery. She's the brave one, protecting her." Pingping's father slapped his own head hard. If this kid didn't look like him, he would seriously doubt whether he was adopted. Lu Shujin said, "She's in our neighborhood, likes the grandson of the military commander, and studies at the affiliated high school of Huada." Summer cried as she said, "When Chen Junyi was playing basketball in our neighborhood, she was always competing with other girls to give him water with snow pear juice. She even sent him love letters." Pengpeng heard the sound of his heart breaking. Pengpeng held his head high. "You are her rivals." "I won't believe what you say." Xian Qianyun rolled her eyes. "Tomorrow, go to our neighborhood and catch Chen Junyi. Make Lu Pingping answer in front of you. If Chen Junyi and you both fall into the river, who do you think she would save first?" For a green tea girl, this was a life and death question. "Definitely me. Everyone, this loyal follower is hopeless." Xian Qianyun immediately looked at Pingping's father. "Uncle Xiong, check his pocket money carefully. Lu Pingping's family can afford it, but look at her outfit. It's obvious her pocket money doesn't match. No matter how careful we are, it's hard to guard against thieves. I'm just worried that Pingpeng will give his heart and money, and in the end, when they get married, the groom won't be me. Isn't that a big loss? In our countryside, to deal with disobedient kids, we use bamboo whips and stir-fried meat. If one day isn't enough, we beat them for 3 days. If 3 days aren't enough, 5 days. That way, we can drain the nonsense from their heads." Pengpeng shivered with anger. "You're a devil." Pengpeng's father's glasses flashed with a cold light. It seemed quite reasonable. "My eldest son is like a soaring eagle, not with us anymore. My 2 daughters are married, and I recently had a young child with my older age, planning to raise him close by. In the past, I would only give a slap or a kick when annoyed, but this child is tough-skinned and thick-skinned, so I feel the pain myself. Looking back now, if I don't teach him properly, he'll keep going down the path of blindly trusting others and never come back. Xian Qianyun keeps encouraging. You and Auntie can have a singles match and when tired, do a mixed doubles. Otherwise, all your hard-earned family business might be handed over to others by your son. That would be so sad. Lu Shujin agrees. My sister is right. Dad Xiong's passion ignites. Xiong Pingpeng looks at his father's fierce eyes and nervously steps back.
Dad.
I'm your real son. Don't listen to outsiders' gossip. Uncle Xiong, wait for me outside. I have something to discuss with the head teacher first. He can tell this girl isn't an ordinary character. After talking for 15 minutes about how to clear up Xia Tianqing's innocence, the three leave the office. When they meet Dad Xiong again, they find Pengpeng and his mother have already gone home. Xian Qianyun secretly whispers to Dad Xiong, Uncle Xiong, do you want to relive your youth? What do you mean? She glances at his head. Dad Xiong feels a bit unhappy. Baldness is his sore spot. Back in the day, he was a handsome, charming school heartthrob with thick hair. His wife was crazy about him then, but as he aged, he started to look more like his grandfather. Little girl, don't tease me. I have a temper too. Without much fuss, she pulls out the latest breathable, realistic wig from her bag, Space. This idea was inspired by a video where she changed her wig using a universal socket. When she told Old Six she wanted to start a business, making wig patches, he looked speechless. Old Six's words were, Host, can't you do something normal like other time travelers? This craft isn't even available in this era. The alien is very proud. I have it in my space. I can make any hair color and texture. I'm going high-end. Think about those involved in politics. So much brainpower used. That's my target. Then she got busy and forgot about this project, since she's not short of money. Dad Bear looked at the dark hairpiece and said with dislike, My relative from Port City brought me this. It looks unnatural and is hard to manage. If you're going to introduce this to me, forget it. No, Uncle Bear. This is my exclusive design. The glue is made from natural plants and can be reused hundreds of times without causing scalp irritation. It's breathable and natural. If you don't believe me, try it on. I'll show you how. Dad Bear took it and touched it. It was indeed different from before. He hesitated but followed Xian Qianyun's instructions and put it on. Suddenly, a sales expert named Bing Bali took out a mirror and held it in front of him. Wow, you carry a whole bag of tricks. Why do you have a wig with you? It was originally for another uncle to try. Today I met you, and we seem to have a connection. I wanted to let you try it first. When he looked in the mirror, he was surprised. His hair looked so different. He looked 10 years younger. His scalp also felt comfortable, and he saw a shadow of his youthful school days. Dad Bear was very happy and said cheerfully, Girl, how much does this wig cost? I'll teach Pengpeng a good lesson at home, so he won't make mistakes again. I think you're a good person, so I'll give you a 20% discount. If you have any questions, just come to the community office. But I have some suggestions about classmate Xiong. Lu Shujin came out of the office and handed some snacks to Xia Tian. The two young girls tiptoed to watch Xian Qianyun and Dad Bear whispering for a long time. After years of knowing each other, she felt someone might get into trouble. After talking with Dad Bear, he looked very pleased, occasionally touching his new hair, and happily went home. The three girls rode 2 bikes. Qianyun, who was strong, carried Xia Tian. Xia Tian wore a pink windbreaker given by Qianyun and chewed on snacks offered by the sisters. She hugged Qianyun's waist, looking very happy. The next day, after all the students in Xia Tian's class arrived, the homeroom teacher, followed by Xian Qianyun, who had taken leave, came to the classroom with a serious face. She placed a plastic bag with a pen on the podium. I need to talk about what happened yesterday. Xia Tian was caught stealing Lu Pingping's pen. She plans to call the police to prove her innocence. The students immediately started talking loudly. If she called the police, it meant Xia Tian probably didn't do it. But the pen really did fall out of her bag. You're so silly. You could let someone put something in her bag to frame her. You know, a year ago, The school beauty senior was accused of stealing. At that time, some classmates proved she was in gym class the whole time and didn't go back to the classroom. In the end, she transferred because of all the rumors. I'm so scared. There are dangerous snakes hiding around me. Xi and Xianyan already sensed that a few students in the class were acting suspiciously. The homeroom teacher continued, now the police have fingerprint testing. Summer said she never touched that pen, so her fingerprints shouldn't be on it. But there are fingerprints from the real thief. Someone in the class gasped. Summer was so confident, yet she wasn't worried about calling the police. It seemed she was truly framed.
Wow. Who could it be?
Exactly. Summer seems innocent. Some students looked pale with fear. Others were panicked. All of them were under Xi and Qianyun's mental control. She focused on 3 students. The teacher kept speaking. I asked Summer if she wanted to give the person a chance. There's a suggestion box here. When you line up later, go in one by one. The pen and paper are on the podium. You can write down what you saw or say you have no clues. I hope the person who made a mistake will be brave enough to admit it. If the police get involved, it's not a simple matter. Summer is the child of soldiers, and falsely accusing a military family could affect her parents' jobs. One student reacted strongly, sweating coldly on her forehead and her heart pounding. Xi and Qianyun's sharp eyes quickly looked at her. Someone timidly asked, she's related to Lu Pingping. Lu Pingping isn't pursuing it anymore. Isn't that good? Summer stepped forward. If she lost her pen, I won't pursue it. But now I've been falsely accused of stealing. If she doesn't pursue it, and this makes me seem guilty, it leaves room for rumors. Who will take responsibility for the possible serious consequences? I need to prove I am innocent. The teacher added, rumors can kill. Remember that, everyone. She remembered the student who had to drop out because of rumors. If that student had been more assertive back then, maybe the outcome would have been different. Everyone started lining up, one by one going inside. When they entered, they closed the door, placed their notes, and then came out again. Throughout the process, Xi and Qianyan said nothing. After collecting all the notes, they had a clear understanding of the facts in about 40 minutes. That girl finally admitted she was afraid her parents might lose their jobs. The other 2 suspicious classmates had gone back to the classroom to get water and accidentally witnessed everything. Summer had just transferred schools, and with a classmate she had known for nearly 3 years, plus the support of the well-connected Xiong Pingpeng for Lu Pingping, they backed off. Did Lu Pingping tell you to do this? The girl nodded, then shook her head. Lu Pingping complained to me that her parents favored their adopted daughter and neglected her. She said she wished they hadn't adopted Summer. But then she quickly covered her mouth and said she was in a bad mood and talking nonsense. I wanted to stand up for her, so she lowered her head in fear. Class teacher, I apologized to Summer. Please don't tell my parents, okay? The teacher said it was hard to believe she wasn't angry. Even small things can ruin a person. She was just talking nonsense, and you want to get revenge? How could you do that? Your parents will definitely be informed. The girl started to cry. But that's just how Lu Pingping and I get along. The first time she complained about other girls, I just teased her a little. Then Lu Pingping gave me a hairband. After that, whenever I helped her deal with annoying girls, she would give me gifts. That's why. The teacher's face darkened instantly. How could Lu Pingping do such a thing? It was hard to believe she was so cunning at such a young age. Xi and Qianyan sighed, impressive. Her methods are clever. She just complained, and you acted on your own. If she said you misunderstood her words, she could say she was misled. Giving gifts to friends is normal, so she can deny everything easily. You're the one who's in trouble now. Everything is your fault. Summer sneered. I knew from living under the same roof with her, she's just born bad, just like her real parents. The teacher didn't tolerate this incident and called the parents. She advised them to teach their child to be kind and have good morals, not to ruin their character for small gains. The girl was publicly criticized at school and apologized to Summer during the morning assembly. She couldn't stand the strange looks and soon transferred to another school. If she had taken it lightly, she wouldn't understand that a simple evil thought could be devastating to another girl. Meanwhile, Xiong Pingpeng was sent away, no, exiled to the countryside. Was that thin wig Xian Qianyan was selling? No, it was actually a tool to cut off Lu Pingping's support system. Peng Peng is full of naive foolishness that hasn't been touched by knowledge. Forget about passing college or university. If he can just get a diploma, his parents will be very happy. So, taking a year off to experience life in the poorest areas didn't affect his studies, because for a poor student, studies aren't really studies. Xin Qianyan said that the actions of Summer's foster parents seemed made up to him. There are no such bad people in the world, which shows Peng Peng is too out of touch with reality. He needs to see those struggling at the bottom. Maybe then, he won't only think about love and affection, and won't see being a loyal follower as life's goal. Flowers in a greenhouse can't withstand storms. Uncle Xiong, open his protective cage and let the kid roll in the mud, face the storm. Maybe one day, he'll be able to stand on his own. Secretary Xiong gently touched his head, feeling very pleased. He thought Xin Qianyan was right. After thinking for a day, he sent 2 strong men to protect his son, just to keep him safe and prevent hunger. The day after finishing the leave of absence paperwork, he sent his son on a train. Xin Qianyan sincerely wishes Peng Peng well. Peng Peng, let the storm come even stronger. Peng Peng, sniff, sniff. He's no longer Dad's favorite, the wig is. Sniff, sniff. Lu Pingping was devastated when she found out her biggest admirer was gone. She lost her little savings, and her usual threats and accusations also disappeared. Because she was afraid of DNA testing technology and scared of Xin Sitao, who often loudly announced things at the big yard, she has recently been behaving herself at home and not causing trouble. She often has nightmares. In her dreams, the fierce Xin Qianyan transforms into a 6-meter-tall monster, holding a large needle and stabbing herself. Then she holds a small loudspeaker and tells everyone in the family compound that Lu Pingping is a fake daughter. The scene shifts again. Her hair is cut unevenly, her cheeks are sunken, looking like a skeleton. She bends over, carrying a pale, thin child on her back, pregnant with another in her belly, sitting in the fields. She is like a bent plow, forever trapped in the farmland. Mrs. Lu notices her daughter hasn't been herself these days and immediately asks if Xia Tian has bullied her sister. Xia Tian responds with words she learned from Qianyan. Mom, Lu Pingping got into trouble with Sister Qianyan. Sister Qianyan told her to behave, or she would tell everyone our biggest secret through her little loudspeaker. That's why she's been looking like this these days. Mrs. Lu seems to be choked. How did she get involved with that troublemaker? Oh my God. That girl isn't afraid of anyone, not even her commanding officer. Her father is just a company commander. We can't afford trouble. You're not friends with Lu Shujin? Ask her to talk to that troublemaker. Tell her not to bully Pingping. She's just a distant relative. Why is she so arrogant? Shujin says she doesn't dare. Sister Qianyan was a sharpshooter in the militia back in the village. Even the wild boar are afraid of her. That's not a troublemaker. That's a fierce troublemaker. After that, Xia Tian's mother calms down. Xia Tian finally gets some peace and can hold on tightly to her 2 best friends' support. Bum Pingpeng was taken to a remote rural area with winding mountain roads. The place is poor and isolated. He has to work every day just to get some food, feeding pigs, loosening soil, planting seeds, weeding, herding cattle. His skin is torn from the hot sun. He cries while working, crying while eating, crying while sleeping. He feels like the darkest time of his life has arrived. He cried for a whole week until his tears ran out. The 2 bodyguards couldn't bear to watch. They promised not to let him starve, but they didn't help at all. Humans are very adaptable. Even in hellish conditions, he gradually got used to it. The pampered young master, who didn't even know what sweet potato leaves looked like, started working properly and even learned to tell good seeds from bad. What really made him upset was the neighbor's daughter, Arya. Arya is only 14 but skilled in all kinds of farm work. Whenever she has free time, she helps her big brother whose crying and tears are streaming down his face. As they spend more time together, they become more familiar with each other. Second sister told her that her biggest dream was to finish school and then find a job to leave the mountains. Every day, she had to walk 2 hours along a steep mountain path to go to school. This was the happiest part of her day because it gave her hope. Pung Pung didn't understand. He didn't like reading. It gave him headaches. When it rained, his uncle would drive him to school. They came from two very different worlds and couldn't understand each other. But now, if he had to choose between studying or working hard in the fields, he would still choose to go to school and learn because farming was too hard. 6 months later, after her 15th birthday, her family started planning her marriage and told her to stop going to school. In their world, girls belonged to others and had to marry and rely on men. That was their final goal. Pung Pung's father said that the law says girls can only marry at 20. His face, shriveled like dry bark, made him laugh loudly. We marry at 14 here. 20 is too old. Girls shouldn't stay at home so long. 14 is still too young. How can she marry? You're all just making trouble. The law says so. What law? Our ancestors have always followed this rule. Go away. Stop bothering us. Pung Pung asked two bodyguards nearby for help. They looked helpless too. Even if official documents and government officials came to promote new rules, they would be driven away. It was very hard to do any work in such remote, backward places. I have a lot of pocket money. I can help pay for second sister's wedding. He shared his idea with her, hoping she would leave with him. He wanted to go to the capital with his friends and continue studying. Her face, once numb, briefly lit up with hope, like fireworks at night, but it quickly disappeared. Her father had already arranged her marriage. She was to marry a boy she had never met, who was only a year older than her, 16. She couldn't refuse and had to listen to her elders. Pung Pung felt like the castle of ice and snow he built as a child was collapsing. His days in the capital and life in this small mountain village were two completely different worlds, and they kept tormenting him. The next time I saw Arya was after a year. She was a 16-year-old girl, still a bit childish, but she was pregnant. When I touched her belly, I felt a gentle, motherly warmth. Her mother looked at her daughter, still young and innocent, with pride and happiness. Pung Pung felt like he was stabbed again. It hurt so much. 10 yuan had bought her a lifetime of innocence. It was absurd and sad. 10 yuan in the capital was just a few buns and some drinks. He hadn't cried in a long time, but that night he sobbed for a long while. A year had passed, and Pung Pung was about to leave. Before he left, he secretly gave some money to Arya through the bodyguard. His face was dark from the sun, but he looked stronger, with muscles that showed his strength. His eyes no longer had the innocence they once did. They were deep and full of sadness. Since Arya got married, he had become quiet. It turned out that Xia Tian was telling the truth. If she hadn't been found, she would have become another Arya. Such a life path made onlookers feel suffocated. The first thing he did when he returned to the capital was to go see Xia Tian. He looked at her, a strong boy with a dark, bear-like face. He almost didn't recognize him. Bear's Pung Pung bowed deeply to her. Sorry, Xia Tian. I hurt you before. This surprised Xia Tian so much she didn't respond right away. Was this really the young master, Bear Pung Pung? Only Bear Pung Pung knew that what made him sad wasn't just Xia Tian or Arya, but thousands of girls raised under the control of traditional ideas about family and marriage, becoming slaves to those thoughts. They wouldn't fight back. They would just follow old customs. That suffocating set of rules, once you stepped into it, it was for life. Mother Bear felt sorry for her younger son, but since Father Bear had made his decision, she couldn't stop him. Pung Pung didn't like studying, but he was talented at drawing. Since she couldn't secretly give him pocket money, she prepared lots of drawing paper and paints. If he was unhappy, he could also use drawing to relax. In the first week after he arrived, he was so busy crying he didn't even have time to draw. After getting used to it, he picked up his paintbrush. He started by painting natural landscapes, simple old farmers, shy friends like Arya with pursed lips, and later endless winding mountain roads. In his paintings, there are mostly children. They wear old clothes, and some shoes even show big toes. But as they walk to school, their cheeks are rosy, they have bright smiles, and their eyes sparkle like stars. Poverty and backwardness can't extinguish their desire for knowledge. Knowledge can light up a bright future. Maybe as he experienced more, he became more mature. His idealized view of Lu Pingping shattered. The once devoted admirer was gone for good. His classmates all took the college entrance exam. Because he delayed a year before taking it, his scores in cultural subjects were still not very high. But they were much better than before, at least passing. With his special talent for painting and the unique feeling in his work, he was unexpectedly accepted by the Central Academy of Fine Arts. On the day he received the acceptance letter, Dad Xiong ran around their community excitedly 3 times, shouting, "My son got into university! My son got into university!" He was so happy that he earned the nickname Crazy Laugh Third Brother. His excitement was so wild that even a wig was blown off by the wind and landed on an ant's face, frightening her. She looked surprised, with her face sticky and eyes closed, screaming wildly. Fortunately, Dad Xiong quickly noticed that his little heart was missing and hurriedly found it again. But those are stories for another time. Speaking of which, the winter holiday everyone has been looking forward to is coming soon. The little kids in kindergarten worked hard all semester to earn their small flowers, and now it's finally time for the prize day. Teacher Xian selected 3 brave little warriors based on the number of small flowers they earned. They will receive wishing stars, which they can use to make wishes to Teacher Xian. A girl named Yao Yao hopes to get a fairy wand so she can be a little fairy. It's just a market toy, a thin wooden stick wrapped with colorful ribbons, topped with a bow, and hanging a small bell. When shaken, it makes a ding-ding sound. The girl waves her wand and recites as if casting magic, looking very cool. Big Fish licks its lips, seeming to imagine something, then takes a sip of water and says, "Teacher Xian, can I have a small basket cake? The smallest one, please." He knows that the bigger and more expensive things are. His family's children are average, and every time it's someone's birthday, his mother makes a long-life noodle dish with a boiled egg. He envies the children who get to eat cake on their birthdays. So Teacher Xian said that well-behaved children have a wishing star. This semester, he's been very good. He hasn't been naughty or bullied others. Back then, the cake was made of agar and protein, and it would harden after a day. As for Dodo, he said he wanted a small toy gun. Teacher Xian taught them how to fold paper guns, and he liked it for a long time. But his disliked younger brother tore it up, so this time he wants a wooden gun that can't be torn or broken. Some older men were selling wooden toys from a basket on the street. He had seen them before when following his sister. Because he knew they weren't expensive, he dared to ask for one. Xian Xianyun remembered Dodo's stepmother and his half-brother, and her feelings of anger started to rise again. Take a deep breath, stay calm. She recorded the wishes of the 3 little heroes. There's still a week before the official holiday. On the last day, she plans to become a fairy and make their wishes come true. First, the ribbon fairy wand isn't cool enough. Yao Yao, the little fairy, deserves a magical wand like the shining, sound-making Balala the fairy's wand that sparkles brightly. To avoid revealing her alien identity, she used materials available in this era. For example, she made colorful, shiny paper from candy wrappers, fixed it with wire into a fist-sized, multicolored diamond shape, and added a heart-shaped frame around it. Inside the diamond, she placed lights and a rotating mechanism to create a dazzling effect. She took electronic parts from toys bought in S-City, recorded a cute, adorable voice using a voice changer. The most beautiful and adorable little princess, transform. She added a cool transformation music similar to that in magical girl shows. At the end, she said, to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect peace, the beautiful and charming princess, I, in the name of justice, will defeat you. But no, the little princess can't only fight evil, she must also do good deeds. She categorized the wishes and added another message, to promote love and hope, to pass on truth, kindness, and beauty. The kind and just socialist successor princess will always love you. She set up a button, press left to symbolize defeating evil with justice, and right to symbolize loving everyone forever. After hearing the effect, Xi and Xianyun nodded and said, "Perfect." If Xinyu number 6 were here, he would just sigh and say this person can be a village bully, a troublemaker, and a toy developer all at once. Truly impressive. Applause is deserved here. Dayu, this foodie, could just buy the cake directly, but since she's the youngest, she prefers the bigger one. With her personality, the bigger, the better. Dodo. I feel sorry for her. Her old friends told her many things about Dodo. Her clothes don't fit anymore. Her stepbrother, raised by her stepmother, is chubby and white, like a little cabbage, growing in the field. The wooden toy gun is a simple wish, but it's what the kids have been working hard for all semester, just to stop her little brother from smashing her toys. Her stepmother probably won't buy him toys. Dodo treasures every toy at kindergarten, so it's clear that her little brother smashed her few precious belongings. She thought for a moment and went straight to the department store. At the toy counter, she looked around and chose a tin air gun that shoots 80 shots, sturdy and durable. Then she picked the most expensive remote-controlled tank toy that makes boom-boom sounds, every little boy's dream. The tank costs 150 yuan. Xi and Xianyun waved her hand and bought it. On the last day of the semester, the Liu family was wide-eyed, watching Xi and Xianyun, dressed in a blue chiffon dress, wearing a plastic crystal crown, with purple sheer wings on her back, slowly come down the stairs. She then gracefully spun around in front of her family. "Hello, family. Little fairy Qianyun is here to fulfill everyone's wishes." Lu Shujin smiled and said, "Your Highness Fairy, before casting magic, eat your breakfast first." Princess Shujin is right. Although aliens aren't afraid of the cold, she still put on a thick coat before going out. When Shujin helped her dress, she shouted, "I'll take off my wings first, then put them on at kindergarten." When leaving with Shujin, a big box was tied to the back seat. She waved to the women at home. "Princess Luo, Princess Xie, go inside quickly, it's cold outside." Being called princess at such an age made both of them a little shy. Uncle Lu looked a bit jealous and said, "You only care about those two girls. The two princes are tough and resistant to cold. You brat." Uncle Lu scolded with a smile. Looking at his son, who was smiling foolishly, he thought that raising a daughter was definitely more interesting. Xi and Xianyun took off her cotton coat in the office and put on a pair of purple gauze wings, causing her colleagues to gasp in surprise. "Teacher Xian, did you make these wings yourself? They look so beautiful. If you had long hair, you'd look even more like a princess." She combed her hair neatly and put on a crown. "Washing my hair is too much trouble. Sometimes I want to shave it like my brother." Colleague. Wow, your soldier brother shaves his hair very short? How can a girl want to shave her head? Your class's little kids have been asking for Teacher Xian to fulfill their wishes. Is there a treasure in this box? The short-haired fairy effortlessly lifted a big box, proud. Of course there is. The fairy wand is her masterpiece. It will definitely dazzle everyone. Tremble, little ones. As expected, the moment Yao Yao saw the fairy wand, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Then Xian Fairy raised it high and pressed the button. The lights in the colorful diamonds turned on, shining with vibrant colors. The girls gasped, "Wow, wow, wow, wow." When the voice of justice echoed through the classroom, the girls' exclamations turned into uncontrollable screams, then exploded into enthusiastic shouts. At the moment Yao Yao took the fairy wand, she proudly lifted her head, becoming the most beautiful princess in the class. The boys weren't interested in princesses' treasures. Teacher Xian carried 2 large boxes, each labeled Happy Holidays, holding the biggest cake. The princes and fairies cheered. "One is a gift for our brave fish warrior to take home and share with his family, so they know how well fish performed this semester. And the other we share with the whole class. Hooray for the fairy queen. Hooray for the cake." Dodo stared intently at the magical big box. Teacher Xian must have hidden his wooden gun inside too. His chest was pounding with excitement, like a drum. His little face was flushed with joy. He was so eager. Xi and Xianyun took out an iron toy gun. Realistic and cool-looking model, every little boy's dream toy. Dodo's eyes widened, his mouth open wide. He felt like he was dreaming, so unreal. This was one of the happiest dreams of his life. Why one of the happiest? Because dreaming of being hugged by his mom was also one of the happiest dreams. Teacher Xian handed him the toy gun and gently touched his face. When the remote-controlled tank appeared, the classroom became a little quieter. The boys' eyes widened like big drums, and many of them were so surprised that they forgot to wipe away their runny noses. Teacher Xian, is this a reward for next semester? Yes. This semester, I'll let Dodo play with it first. When school starts, Dodo will take it back to kindergarten. The small tank will become part of our toy corner, and everyone can play with it then. A few seconds later, cheers erupted again. Round and chubby, Zheng Xiaobang ran over, hugging Teacher Xian's leg. Teacher, I want to be your bride. I heard that marrying a bride costs a lot of money, but I don't need to pay. Just make some toys for me to play with. The other children weren't happy about that. Teacher, I want to be your bride too.
Me.
The fairy princess looked annoyed. The motives of these little brides were not pure, and she refused. One by one, the children were picked up by their parents. The happy laughter gradually faded away, and peace returned quietly. Teacher Xian looked at Dodo, who was excited, with a small gun hanging around his neck and a little tank in his arms. After a while, he frowned in worry. Are you afraid to go home? Are you worried your little brother will cause trouble again? Dodo nodded. Brother Xiao, who gave me his old toys. My little brother has new toys, but he likes to break mine. When he does, he laughs. One time, I got so angry I pushed him. The auntie locked me in the closet until evening. Only when my sister came back did she rescue me. Since then, I don't want to bring toys home. I leave them at Xiaohu and Ernyo's house. When I want to play, I go there. Teacher, can I leave these two toys at Ernyo's house? I promise he will take good care of them. Xiaohu likes reading, and I'm worried it might bother him when I play. Teacher Xian took a deep breath and bent down to Dodo. Don't be afraid. I'll go home with you and talk to your family. Tell them these two toys are borrowed and shouldn't be broken. You need to take care of your little brother at home. Does that sound good? Dodo touched the gun on his chest. He really wanted to sleep with his own toys. Teacher Xian was so capable, she could definitely make Auntie listen. He nodded. Turning around, Teacher Xian's face darkened. What was that thing called again? She only remembered the surname Qian. Sister Dodo gave up her job because she was worried that the Qian family might bully Dodo while she was away. In return, she made sure her brother could eat enough every day and get 10 yuan of pocket money each month. Eating enough didn't mean eating well. Only when they had some extra money could she treat her brother to something better. But that woman didn't stop after getting the job. She even tried to use her as part of a marriage deal. Unable to bear it anymore, she went to the women's committee to complain. Her stepfather still thought they were being unreasonable. Now she was only a temporary worker, and the person she replaced would return next year. She didn't know what to do without income. Luckily, Qianyun's grocery store was hiring, and when they asked if she wanted to work there, she gladly agreed. Qianyun changed out of her dress and took Dodo back to the staff housing area. On the way, Dodo suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to take the toy gun home, but the toy tank was too expensive. His little brother might throw a tantrum, and he couldn't protect both toys by himself. It would be better to leave them at Brother Ernie's house. After all, Ernie also loved toy tanks and planes. Qianyun remembered Ernie, the lively boy who once scored 58 points on a test. So they went to Ernie's house first. It was the second meeting between the two mischievous boys. Brother Ernie, the teacher gave me this toy as a reward. I can play with it for the whole winter break. I'll leave the tank at your house. Please help me take good care of it. Ernie stared at the toy tank he had always dreamed of, speechless. I. It's settled then, Dodo said. Even after Dodo left, Ernie was still too happy to believe his luck. When they arrived at Dodo's home, the boy's mood changed. He had been cheerful just moments ago, but now he looked nervous and held his toy gun tightly. Qianyun sighed and knocked on the door. A plain-looking woman opened it. She was first surprised, then frowned when she saw the boy. Teacher Xian, did this kid cause trouble again? Comrade Qian, it's cold outside. May I come in to talk? The woman didn't dare argue with her. Qianyan saw the boy already sitting at the table, eating a meat bun. In the corner of the kitchen was a wooden bed with a thin quilt and a few old women's jackets spread on top. I wonder what brings Teacher Xian here today? The woman asked. It's like this, Qianyun said. Dauda did very well this term, so he was rewarded with a toy gun to play with during the winter break. He'll need to return it to the kindergarten afterward, so I came to remind you to help him take care of it. If it gets broken, the family will have to pay for it. Mrs. Qian's face changed color. That little boy had no toys, so he treasured everything tightly. Teacher Xian came over to remind her, probably to watch her son closely and prevent him from bullying that little kid. She immediately lost her temper. A little kid who couldn't even fight back in her hand was trying to call someone to support him. Dream on. Teacher Xian, since it's a precious toy, don't give it to the kids. Kids are tough and playful. It's normal if they accidentally break something. We have 4 children at home, and our conditions are simple. Giving him such an expensive toy might be intentional to harm us. Take it back, take it back. Her son, sharp-eyed, immediately saw the toy gun that boys liked most. He loudly protested. You can't take it. You can't take it. I want to play. I want to play. Her maternal love made her change her mind. She quickly put on a different face and said, since his little brother wants to play, then let it stay. Teacher Xian, we'll take good care of it. Xian Qianyan was fed up. She blocked her hand from reaching for Dodo. You're right. Such an expensive toy isn't suitable for children at home. Dodo, I'll take it back now. If you want to play, go to my house, okay? Dodo immediately handed over the toy gun without hesitation. His younger brother had set his sights on it, so it wasn't his anymore. He's not stupid. Xian Qianyun glanced at the small mechanical spider in the corner of the kitchen. After saying a few words to Dodo, she left. That mischievous kid saw his brother's teacher leave and immediately jumped down from the table, rushing over to punch and kick Dodo. You're doing it on purpose, right? Just so I can't play. I'll beat you up, I'll beat you up. The woman didn't even lift her eyelids, only shouting, Xiaoyong, stop making trouble. Eat your food properly. Suddenly, a loud bang. Everyone was startled. The cold winter wind swept through the room like a beast. Looking at the fallen door, mother and son were stunned and instinctively hugged each other. The dim yellow light bulb inside the house flickered violently in the swirling snow and wind. The shadows flickered, and beyond the fallen door was darkness. A figure approached in the snowstorm. In the flickering light, that face became clearer and clearer. The woman looked at those cold, wolf-like eyes that flickered in the light and shadow. The howling north wind was in her ears. This strange scene made her legs tremble, and she hugged her son tightly. She wasn't supposed to leave, was she? Aunt used to hit him before. His younger brother was mischievous and broke bowls. Instead of admitting he was innocent, they blamed him for not watching the younger brother properly and punished him with sticks. When his sister found out, she beat her younger brother. Even when their father found out and slapped her, she still said that as soon as she saw Aunt move her fingers, she would find a way to get back at her son. After that, Aunt stopped hitting him, but the younger brother would secretly punch and kick him behind his sister's back. Since the younger brother was small, his strength was different from an adult's. When Aunt hit him with a stick or electric wire, it didn't hurt much, just bruises or scrapes, similar to everyday bumps and falls. He didn't want his sister to get hit by their father again, so he kept quiet. Aunt ignored when she hit his younger brother, even saying, "Good job. You should hit him." She only stopped when her brother had vented his anger. The loud crashing sound of the door scared Dodo, but when he saw who was coming, he felt his wish come true again. Every time he was bullied, he imagined a hero from a comic book flying in on clouds, holding a long sword, shouting, "Monster, show your true form." Then Aunt and his brother would turn into 2 annoying gray mice, squeaking and begging for mercy. But reality was different from his dreams. His hero wasn't a strong man but a beautiful fairy who came riding the wind and snow, scaring Ant and his brother into mice. Xian Qianyan was very angry. In her time, young creatures were very precious, hope for the entire Star Alliance. Anyone who hurt or mistreated young creatures would face serious punishment. Luckily, she arrived just in time. Using her mental powers, she checked how much force the little brat had used. His kicks had made the area swell and turn red. On this side was a row of single-story houses, 10 families living together. The entire door had been kicked down with a loud noise. The neighbors, wrapped in cotton-padded coats, came out to see what was happening. The first thing she saw was that the door of Su Lianzhang's house was gone. This was a residential area. No one with bad intentions would dare come in. Could it be that the stepmother caused so much trouble that even the cold wind was annoyed and blew her door down? As they got closer, they saw Xian Sido also there, holding Dodo in a corner, applying something to his little leg. "Teacher Xian, why are you at Su Lianzhang's house?" Just then, Su Lianzhang returned and saw a large crowd gathered at his door. The closer they got, the more strange it seemed. After a while, he finally realized where was his door. Mrs. Qian saw her husband return and shouted happily, rushing into his arms. She pointed at Xian Qianyan and said, "It's her. It's her. She broke our door. In this cold weather, does she want our whole family to freeze? This is unfair. She should pay for the damage for our door." Onlookers shrank back, crossing their arms, showing disbelief. Xian Qianyan is a bit rebellious, but usually she is kind and never causes trouble. She is generous. Xian Qianyan held Dodo and went to Lieutenant Su. "Today I took Dodo home. After I left, I heard him shout for help. I heard that the stepmother has been mistreating the children. I was worried about him, so I rushed to help. I also couldn't stand how she treated us, so I accidentally fell, people. The first part is normal, but the rest sounds like nonsense." An older woman said, "I think you hit Dodo again. When you married Lieutenant Su, you knew you would be a stepmother. You were scolded by the Women's Committee 2 months ago. You're a mother yourself, but you can't get along with a child. How heartless. Lieutenant Su, don't marry a stepmother as a stepfather. They are your own blood, and the treatment is worlds apart." Everyone started criticizing her, showing how much they disliked her actions. Lieutenant Su was overwhelmed with complaints, his face darkening. Because of instability behind him, he missed 2 chances for promotion. He glared at his wife angrily. "I didn't hit him. I swear." He has toys but refuses to share with his brother. He even asked teacher Xian to take his toys home to play. Such a selfish child, and now he's falsely accusing me. "You're all so unfair." He covered his face, forcing out a few tears. Damn Xian Qianyan, when did that little brat ever shout for help? That shameless village girl is lying. Mom is right. He got a reward at kindergarten, and I wanted to play with his toy gun. He immediately told teacher Xian to take it away. "He's bad," neighbors muttered. "If it's in your hands, you might take it back from Dodo." A son takes after his mother, but Lieutenant Su disagreed. Dodo is 8 years old and doesn't care for his younger brother. He looked at his son with disapproval. Dodo shrank into Xian Qianyan's arms. When Su Wenru just got off work, she saw a crowd at the door. Bad memories flooded back. Dodo, battered and bruised, curled up in the corner of a punishment, calling out faintly, "Mom, sister, come save me." She hurriedly pushed through the crowd, seeing Xian Qianyan holding her brother, and immediately relaxed. Xian Qianyan saw her and said, "Sorry about that. We accidentally broke your door. They were just playing with beans." She then turned to the outside and said, "Aunties, come in and give a witness." The kind-hearted neighbors didn't delay for a second. Xian Qianyan half removed Dodo's pants, revealing large, frightening bruises on his thighs and calves.
Dodo.
"I don't feel pain, so why are the bruises so bad?" The older women gasped in shock. "Is this even human? That's too harsh." Su Lianzhang saw it himself and became angry. The man surnamed Qian, noticing his husband's signs of anger, hurriedly said, "That's impossible. Xiaoyong only kicked lightly." How could a 4-year-old have that much strength? The neighbors didn't believe him. They remembered how badly this woman had beaten Dada before. Don't blame Xiaoyong. I think you're the one who kicked him. I didn't. I really didn't. In the end, she received a slap from Su Lianzhong as punishment. As for the door, Su Lianzhong didn't have the nerve to ask Xian Qianyun for compensation. Before leaving, Qianyun whispered a few words to Su Wenzu, easing most of her anxiety. Su Lianzhong took out tools to fix the door. Otherwise, the whole family would freeze tonight. He wondered why this broken door could be kicked in by just a girl. It was too fragile. If Salted Fish number 6 were here, they'd probably say, haha, the girl you mentioned is actually a walking battle fanatic. The next morning, Qianyun waited for Daodu to come play. They had made plans yesterday, but Daodu didn't show up. Erniu came instead.
Teacher Xian. Teacher Xian.
Hurry to Daodu's house. Uncle Su is taking the siblings back to their rural hometown. My parents said it's very poor there, no electricity, no running water, and they can't even afford plain rice. Daodu might starve. Xi and Qianyun cursed softly. Erniu was riding his mother's girl's bicycle, and she put him on the back seat. Hold on tight. With a whoosh, they sped off. Su Lianzhong had already gone to the army early in the morning. Su Wenzu was hugging her brother and the man surnamed Qian, standing face to face in a standoff.
I am an adult now.
I don't need you to decide my life. We won't leave. This is not your decision to make. I heard that back home, there are many single men. I don't know what kind of good family your grandparents can find for you, a high school student. Reading books is useless. You'll just have to go back to the countryside to farm. Always patient. Dodo also got angry. You bad woman. Don't bully my sister. Captain Su is really out of his mind. How could he send such a gentle girl back to the countryside? The neighbors felt especially sorry for the siblings, but in the end, they couldn't decide for the Su family. Suddenly, a loud screech of brakes sounded, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. When Zheng Xiaoping got home, he was so happy he jumped into Grandpa Zheng's arms like a little bird. Great-grandpa, today our teacher Xian turned into a fairy and made lots of toys. She also gave us a big cake to eat. It was so delicious. Grandpa Zheng thought of Xian the troublemaker and doubted, can that dark little boy really turn into a fairy? It's true. Teacher Xian wore a beautiful blue chiffon dress and had a pair of lovely purple wings. She really is a fairy. Having wings doesn't make someone a fairy. Maybe he's just a mischievous moth, always causing trouble. Soon, his guess came true. The next day, Xian the troublemaker went for a walk with her brave companion, and her familiar mischievous voice broke the quiet winter morning. When Xian Qianyun arrived, Xiaoyong shouted at the gentle siblings, "Two troublemakers. Get out of our house." Then, she suddenly floated in the air, kicking her legs a few times. When she looked up, she saw a big black face. "Let go of my son." Xian Qianyun grabbed Xiaoyong by the collar like a chick, unsure of what to do. She scraped her thick coat, and fluffy white cotton hurriedly spilled out. "You crazy person! What are you trying to do to my son?" "My new cotton coat." Then, she suddenly felt a pain in her forehead. Xian Qianyun took out a 1 yuan bill and pressed it heavily on her forehead, like a zombie talisman. "Repair fee. Get lost." She threw Xiaoyong into his mother's arms, then pulled the Su siblings over and marked them twice each. The black and gray cotton was so thin and light that it couldn't even puff up. She reached out her hand, checked a few times, and showed all the neighbors clearly. This heartless person. Such evil deeds. Using brand new cotton to make diapers for stepchildren with black-hearted cotton. What is this person really after? Then Xian Qianyun took out a small megaphone from her purse, and everyone instinctively took a step back. It looks like she's about to cause trouble. Family members of the community, I am very honored to introduce the troublemaker of our community, Mr. Qian. She turned up her voice to the maximum, covering the surrounding neighbors. Even in the villa area, because old Zheng said it should be handled privately, she thought excluding his family from the issue was the right approach. Unknowingly, they have a habit of walking their dog. Mr. Qian, as a stepmother, You have been abusing your ex-wife's children. You even poisoned the breakfast of your stepdaughter before her college entrance exam, causing her to have diarrhea and miss the exam. She wanted to retake it, but you refused. You then took a job, only to have your stepdaughter's biological sister take it away, claiming it was to feed the stepchildren. You also violated marriage laws by selling people. Luckily, the Women's Committee stopped you. Look at this. Your son wears a brand new cotton-padded jacket, while the stepchildren wear cheap, black-hearted cotton. Does the Qian family really can't afford proper clothes? Is this moral decay or human nature's distortion? Keeping such a person in our community will corrupt the atmosphere and break our unity. We ask all kind neighbors to provide evidence of Mr. Qian's abuse of his ex-wife's children. We shouldn't let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel. Old Zheng hid behind a big tree, his face dark with anger. How could a stepmother be so cruel? How could Su Xiaozi allow such evil things to happen to his children? Is this even human? Auntie Jia seemed to have important information and hurried over anxiously. You say Wenru's diarrhea before the exam was caused by the stepmother's poisoning? I remember now. She bought laxatives from the pharmacy a week before the exam. She said her child was constipated for 5 days. Do you know why I remember so clearly? The doctor repeatedly told her only 1 pill was allowed, but she asked about the 17-year-old daughter. The doctor said at most 3 pills. I was nearby at the medicine shelf, and she didn't see me. I was very puzzled. Her own daughter is 19. I only knew Wenru was sick before the exam, thinking she had heat stroke. If she had diarrhea, it must have been her doing. Call the police and arrest her. This is too terrible. Mr. Qian, panicked, looked anxious.
I didn't do anything.
You're spreading false accusations. Last year, Lieutenant Su went out on a mission. Wenru stayed at school studying. Dodo had a fever and was confused, but Ernie saw that Dodo wasn't playing with him and went to his house. She stopped him. A little mischievous spirit slipped inside when she wasn't looking. When it noticed something was wrong, it immediately called for help and was sent to the hospital. TSK, 2 legs with no good flesh, all purple and blue. The doctor quickly contacted the Women's Committee. She also argued that Dodo had stolen something, so she punished him harshly. Wenru angrily slapped her hard. The person named Xian reacted quickly. This rebellious girl. She dared to hit her. With a fierce look, she raised her hand to strike again, but Xian Qianyun grabbed her wrist. She twisted her hand behind her back, holding her tightly, and said, "Come on." Wenru immediately straightened up, full of anger. She took a deep breath, spread her legs, raised her hand, and swung left and right, hitting loudly. Pa pa pa. Xian Qianyun said, "Keep going. This is a family matter. Outsiders shouldn't interfere." Interfere? Who's the one holding back the troublemaker? Does Dodo have the medical records? Of course, they keep records at the hospital. Realizing what was happening, Xiao Yong and Xiao Niu rushed over to bump into Wenru. Since Xian Qianyun was a bit scared, Ernie followed suit and hugged her. "Let go of my mom. I'll beat you up." Suddenly, a loud stop interrupted everything. Everyone turned their heads toward the ancient tree 10 meters away.
The short Ernie shouted, "Wow.
The old tree is a spirit." His mother quickly covered his mouth. "You fool. That's General Zheng. Do you want to get your dad in trouble?" He pulled his strong mother and slowly walked over, looking at Qian, who was beaten into a pig's head, the angry and sad Wenru siblings, and Xian Sitao, who was pretending to be busy looking at the scenery and dared not look at him. A group of happy onlookers cheered loudly, "Let go now."
Oh.
Xian Qianyun thought to herself, "Why is the old man taking a walk here?" Qian, who was freed from restraint, immediately wanted to complain to General Zheng. He shouted, "Shut up. Everyone to the family committee office. Contact Su Qianjin. Come here immediately." "Yes, Commander." Xian Qianyun looked at her gently reddened hand and took out some ointment from her bag. "Foolish girl, your hand is tired from hitting. Change to another one. Be smarter and apply this quickly. Winter cotton shoes are hard to grip, but in summer, plastic soles are really fun to peel off. The village troublemakers who steal chickens and tease girls can be turned around with just a plastic shoe sole. Salted fish number 6. Is it really because of the plastic sole? It depends on who is stealing the stuff. Qian Moma shivered as a thunderous roar exploded in her ears. Exine Qianyun. Shut up. Yes. General, what's that? That damn red horn. That's private property. It was confiscated. She pouted in defiance.
Fine, take it.
I can always get another one. Holding the tool used for the crime. Old Zheng finally relaxed. Old Zheng saw Qian Momu's swollen face, which was a bit painful to look at. Nearby was a small clinic that handled minor family injuries. Sue family member go next door and put some ointment on it. But this ointment costs. Her gaze shifted to Xian Qianyun. That girl wouldn't hold her down. If she got beaten like this, it's definitely her fault. She should pay. Xian Qianyun didn't even lift her eyelids and said calmly, "How about I pay 50 and you let me slap you a few more times?" It's worth it. In the next second, she swiftly dodged a gust of wind, then supported herself on the corner of the table with one hand, smoothly did a backflip to avoid a second shadow, and then jumped out of the office. Old Zheng waved the ruler that was on his desk and roared, "Little brat, if you have the guts, don't run. This morally corrupt troublemaker." A rebellious voice came. "A gentleman talks and doesn't fight. If you want to run, go ahead. I make my own choices in life." If salted fish number 6 were here, they'd probably say, "Host, doesn't that hurt your conscience to say that? If you can fight, then do it. Only when forced do you speak. Isn't that your motto?" Everyone was stunned. Such skill. The troublemaker is too scary. Not only can't she fight back, she can't even scold properly. And she dares to challenge Old Zheng. The name troublemaker truly fits her. Old Zheng's wise tiger eyes flashed with brilliance. What a promising kid. But then he remembered her terrible political exam scores and felt disillusioned. Which military unit would accept an enemy spy with a political exam score of 35? Su Xianjin was called over, and once again, he faced a lot of family troubles. No matter how annoyed he felt, he had to hide it in front of Old Zheng. When his 2 children were in the countryside, everything was peaceful. But as soon as they came here, the whole family was in chaos. He just wanted things to go back to normal, to enjoy his wife's gentle care and family harmony. Why is it so hard? Since the children dislike their stepmother, wouldn't it be better to live apart? Why do outsiders always like to criticize his family? Su Wenru had chased after Qianyun when she ran away. When her father arrived, kind neighbors quickly informed her, and everyone watched as that troublesome girl followed Su Wenru like a bodyguard. Old Zheng sat in the main seat in the middle. She wisely pulled Wenru to sit far from Old Zheng. The old man sneered, "Aren't you tough? Why did you come back?" Xian Qianyun grinned mischievously, "Hee, I am Wenru's spokesperson now. Call me the justice messenger or the future socialist successor." Old Zheng's face twitched with anger. If there weren't so many people, he almost shouted from the bottom of his soul, "If you're really a future socialist successor, why did you score only 35 on the political exam?" He then realized something else. This girl's shamelessness was beyond limits. Get to the point. Su Xianjin, as a soldier, if the rear is unstable, how can you protect the country and people? Today, everyone is here. Solve the problem. If you can't even manage your own family, how can you lead the soldiers? Qian Moma said, "Xianjin, look at what your good daughter did to me. I'm her elder. And that Xian Qianyun is just a troublemaker in our family compound." The family members watching the scene were locked outside. Otherwise, Qian Momu would have been drowned in spit. Xian Qianyun said proudly, "Thanks for the compliment. If I were a troublemaker, my dream would be to stir things up right in your face. Everyone, shui you call me trash. Kilma too, granules wow. Everyone." Xian Qianyun proudly declared, "My sister says that's smart English." Su Wenru spat and awkwardly smiled. Smart, clever. The officials present for mediation were half country folks who didn't understand, and half educated people who did, but it was very frustrating. Their accents weren't just different, they sounded completely unrelated. Brat, your broken English is as bad as your ideas in class. Say one more English word, and I'll have your uncle deal with you. No more nonsense. Focus on the real issue. Su Qianjin looked at his daughter and son, then made a firm decision. They can't get along with their stepmother, so I plan to send the two kids back to our hometown. My parents and siblings are there, and it will be easier for them. I plan to use half of my salary for their living expenses. Qianmomu was startled and silenced by Su Qianjin's fierce gaze. Old Jung nodded. Instead of constant fighting and chaos, it's better to separate. Wenris Su used to be afraid to cause trouble because she had no one behind her. After her mother passed away, her father was her only support. Dodo was only 8 years old, and to have a safe place, she had to tolerate her stepmother. Now she no longer needed to. I don't agree with going back to the hometown. There are no good roads there. To get to the county, you have to ride a cart, and the roads are so bad that cars can't even get in. Plus, Dodo's education is a problem. The education environment and facilities in the capital are much better than in the countryside. If Dodo studies at home, she spends 2 hours on the road every day. We are also your children. Xiao Yong can get the best education in the capital. As his parents, you can't favor one over the other. Part of the salary is actually for my grandparents. Our family has many children, but how much of that really goes to me and Dodo? Also, when my mother was sick, she told me her dowry was 300 yuan and a delicate gold bracelet. I hope today you can return my mother's belongings to us. Qianmomu instinctively shrank back. She didn't know that the bracelet had already been taken by her. Su Qianjin was a bit annoyed. But you all keep fighting every day. The training was already tiring, and every time we come home, there's a fight. Maybe I should just retire and the whole family go back to farming. Are you satisfied with that? After leaving the army, a job would be arranged, but those were just angry words from Su Qianjin. Wenris Su's eyes filled with tears. She wanted to find a good man to live with, but how did her family become like this? Was it her and Dodo's fault? If harmony in a family requires sacrificing them, and now they refuse to compromise, then it's their fault. They're so innocent. Su Wenru noticed her disappointment in her father, and tears welled up in her eyes. She forcefully wiped them away. If she had a chance, she wouldn't be weak. She would fight for herself and her brother. We're not going back to our hometown. I found a new job that provides food and accommodation. You return my mom's belongings, and give me half of your monthly salary to cover Dodo's school expenses. We will live separately. You're talking nonsense. Half of your salary? Do you want me, your dad, and Xiao Yong to live on nothing? If that's not possible, then we go back to our hometown. You transfer to a different job, and everyone goes back together. Will the stepmother go back? Impossible. Their political commissar was also present. After hearing both sides, he thought for a moment and asked, Xiao Rou, is your boss at this new job reliable? She couldn't send Dao back home. Educational issues are very serious. So, her suggestion could be discussed. Xian Qianyun cleared her throat and said, Commissar, don't worry. I know this boss well. She's really kind, sincere, gentle, talented, charming, and broad-minded. Ahem, she couldn't help bragging a little about herself. Anyway, Xiao Rou will be taken care of by her, so there's no need to worry, everyone. Such a long list of compliments. No need to go overboard. Old Jing took out something and said, I also know this boss. I don't know about the things you mentioned, but I do know this person is shameless, reckless, arrogant, lawless, and even the dumbest among those who fail exams multiple times. Xian Qianyun. She felt that this unlikable old man was criticizing her, but she had no proof. Su Wenru lowered her head, clenched her teeth tightly. In this situation, she couldn't laugh out loud. Otherwise, it would ruin the scene. The little brat had already sent someone to investigate her household registration in the dark village. Although his personality was annoying, his actions were surprising. He was building roads and water channels, buying farm machinery, opening workshops, and actively protecting vulnerable groups. The villages and towns with strange names had all improved economically. However, in other places, women often suffered from domestic violence. Around Dark Village, it was the opposite. Most reports came from men. Those women who experienced violence were also sent for education. Violence is wrong, regardless of gender. Because there is a local legend in that area. On the mountain, there are fierce spirits, and wild animals like tigers, boars, bears, and wild dogs are considered close friends. If a woman in the village is abused, the abuser will become a target for these spirits, experiencing a memorable lesson that will last a lifetime. Old Jung thought that strange villages often have strange stories, so it was normal to have a strange character like Xian Qianyun. After all, negative times can turn into positive ones. However, he trusted the official investigation and believed that the praise from the local leaders for the rebellious youth was sincere and well-meaning, so he made the decision. Xiao Rou should take her brother to live and work where she is. Her mother's belongings are not something to be taken lightly. His gaze was not on Su Qianjin but on Qian Momo. That pair of sharp eyes seemed to ward off evil spirits, and Qian Momo shivered, hiding behind her husband. Su Qianjin sighed. If she continued living in the capital, she would earn half her salary. He sends money to his parents back home every month. If his daughter and son moved back to their hometown, it would cost much less than living in the capital. If they stayed in the capital, he would give half his salary to his parents, and the rest would be used to support his younger son. Little Yong is spoiled, always wanting new clothes and toys. Qian Momo felt like she had a shield in front of her and gathered her courage to speak. Su Wenru has a job now. She earns her own salary and doesn't need to be exploited. We all need to live too. Besides, she's already 18. Old Su has fulfilled his duty as a parent. Old Zheng and the other officials looked at the couple with disdain. Why only mention salary? What about bonuses from tasks and other rewards? I'll have the finance department calculate your average income over the past 5 years, including bonuses. The couple immediately fell silent. Su Wenru looked at them firmly and said, "This is my mother's belongings." Su Qianjin, don't insult your clothes. Everyone was on their children's side. What could he do? The bracelet is lost. I'll replace it with money. He hung his head, instinctively touching his pocket, then relaxed in this situation. Write 3 agreements. If you have anything to add, say it now. A harmonious family depends on everyone's effort. Be honest and kind. Stop causing trouble. Our family will be much more peaceful. Such a cruel stepmother truly shocks the senses. The stepdaughter took drugs before her college entrance exam. You dimmed others' light, but cannot illuminate your own path. Someone stubborn is more eager than anyone else. Exactly. I was so angry at this brat that Zheng Lao rolled his eyes. Because the story about gentle college entrance exams was so long ago, the young man at the pharmacy probably forgot about it. No evidence, no way to report it. Mr. Money has been in detention for a year, responsible for cleaning the family committee building for a year. I found something for you to do so that the heartless person has no time to cause trouble. Since the store only opened after the new year, when Ro and Dodo still need to stay for a month. The political officer repeatedly reminded everyone that during this time, both sides should get along peacefully, enjoy a safe new year, and if any trouble happens again, Su Qianjin might have to leave the army. When Su Wenru received the agreement, she immediately hugged her brother. The second person she hugged was her kind, beautiful, lovely, gentle, and virtuous boss, Xian Qianyun. Don't worry. People must stay away from negative energy. Dodo has been in a suppressive, critical environment at that home, which isn't good for her mental and physical health. From now on, live well. Aunt Xianglan said she will help take care of Dodo. Su Wenru couldn't hold back anymore, and tears fell like rain. Thank you, little Yun. If there's a next life, I would work as a cow or horse for you. Let me feed you grass?
Dream on.
Next time, we'll both be little fairies living in a place full of delicious food. You cook good food, I'll help you fight. Yeah, that's decided happily. Su Wenru, tears in her eyes, suddenly burst out laughing. After the people left, the older women gathered around. When they learned someone was protecting the siblings, they were all happy for them. Su Wenru knew that over the years, It was thanks to kind neighbors who secretly protected them, helping the siblings avoid much suffering. She bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all so much. Really thank you. Dodo and I will make you proud. We will repay everyone. Repaid? Just live your best lives and raise Dodo well. That's the best thanks. Yanjin, you're educated, you say it. May all good intentions be fulfilled, safe, happy, and smooth. Most people didn't understand the words, but knew they were good wishes. Everyone chimed in. Exactly, exactly. They all wished the poor sister and brother happiness for the rest of their lives. The warmth of everyday life soothes the hearts of ordinary people. Even when the road is difficult, there is always someone returning home each day. Excerpt from the internet. I am truly a good host. In the evening, I went to eat at Shueishan to treat myself. Pure-hearted cockroach, spicy and hot. Tonight, she comes to your home. She hummed a song, feeling very happy, swaying her head as she rode her bike home, eager to share the good news with her family. Wait, what did she see? Old Zheng was walking home with the mighty dog when he met old Zhao, who was also walking his golden retriever, Jean Gang. She quickly hid behind a big tree, planning to wait until the two men left before going back. Unexpectedly, the mighty dog and Jean Gang had a rivalry. When Jean Gang saw the mighty dog, he immediately ran into his owner's arms. Jean Gang was slim and well-trained, so old Zhao easily picked him up, and Jean Gang gave a teasing smile at the mighty dog. Sinkiani Win. She can understand this dog's expression. Teasing, outright teasing. The mighty dog exploded and barked at old Zheng. Woof woof woof. Owner, I want a hug too. I want a hug. Everyone present fell silent, including Xi and Qianyun, who looked like a thief. Is this Labrador crazy? With that bulky size like a gas tank, doesn't he realize it? Old Zheng couldn't take it anymore and roared. Zhao Taijian, stop bringing Jean Gang here to show off. Are you trying to kill me? Then he turned and shouted at the mighty dog. Let me hug you. Do I have a grudge with your old waist? If you want to be hugged, then lose some weight. You're as fat as a pig. I really owe you. Woof woof woof. Owner, try it. Jean Gang is showing off that someone is hugging him. He's provoking me. Owner, you are a strong master. Old Zheng was furious. Why are all the surrounding dogs so unruly? Old Zhao and old Zheng had been rivals since they were young. Both were elite soldiers sent to the capital to train new recruits. Their relationship was full of sparks and thunder, like a fierce storm. Could there be tenderness between apprentices? Of course not. From youth to old age, they competed. Old Zhao with himself, and old Zheng with the soldiers he trained. Now both are retired, and even their dogs compete. Old Zhao proudly said, Now that I'm old, my strength isn't what it used to be. My dog has no self-control at all, eats like a pig. The mighty dog barked. Woof woof woof. I'm not a military dog, so why do I need self-control? What's wrong with eating like a pig? I didn't eat your rice. Bad person. Old Zhao. So your owner can't even carry you. You're so weak. Zhao Taixian. Shameless. You say you can carry like Wei Meng. If you can, come carry him. Old Zhao's expression flickered, joking around. The once mighty lion will eventually grow old. Even his back is old. Carrying? Who's raising whom? If you're so good at raising pigs, go work on a pig farm. On the other side, one person and one dog were insulted repeatedly. Xi and Qianyun instinctively reached into her pocket for sunflower seeds, ready to watch the show. Toxic. Even a kiss from Westlake water could turn the fish into a mess. She didn't know old Zhao because his wife was in a nursing home. He mostly stayed with her and only came back during the holidays. From their words, it was clear they had a love-hate relationship. The military district has 4 divisions, all competing against each other. Old Zhao once led the first division, and old Zheng led the second division. They are fierce rivals, always fighting for the top spot. When 2 divisions face off, their desire to win is so strong it's like they've taken a stimulant, fighting fiercely, with no mercy. This tradition continues. The division commander often calls the 2 division leaders and reminds them, friendship first, competition second. But next time, they still end up fighting like crazy. Wei Meng really is too disappointing. As a dog related to the first division, he's so fat no one can carry him, and he's the subject of jokes. Old Zhao carried Jin Gang, feeling proud. Haha. Our first division is the best. Jin Gang is our division's pup. Old Zheng admitted, you guys in the second division are not as good as us. The last division leader couldn't even carry a pup. TSK. Suddenly, the sunflower seeds in someone's hand lost their appeal because Uncle Liu is the political commissar of the second division. By this logic, she's also a pup of the second division. How can she just stand by and watch? Old Zhao's vision blurred, and he saw something strange. When he looked again, he asked, "Who are you?" Old Zheng had already been beaten down and wanted to leave quietly, but Xi and Qianyun stopped him. "I'm a pup of the second division." "Wei Meng, wanna fly?" "Sister will take you." Wei Meng, still confused, suddenly felt weightless. Facing a sudden gust of wind, he closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them, he found himself in midair. Clouds, wind, leaves, eaves. Woo. Then he fell into a steel-like embrace. Once again, she was thrown high into the air by 5 or 6 meters. From this viewing angle, it was a rare sight in a dog's life. Old Zhao's pupils widened in shock. Where did that rabbit come from? Daring to slap his face. What kind of creature did it grow up to be? Dark fur. Terrifying strength. It's a black bear spirit. Old Zheng was stunned and was in the process of restarting. Old Zhao's pet, the Jin Gang, was furious. Seeing his rival, the Labrador pig, being lifted high and the dog's face swirling in the air, he felt jealous. He growled at his owner. "Master, I want to be thrown high too. I'm lighter than him, so I can definitely be thrown higher than the pig." The boomerang he shot earlier flew back and hit him right in the forehead. Old Zheng, now clear-headed, immediately stood opposite him, looked up, and snorted, "Zhao Taijian, why don't you throw your first division's dog high? Keep getting stronger. I believe in you." His tone was sarcastic and childish, like a 7 or 8-year-old. "Old Zhao, in the end, our second division is stronger. Even the Labrador pig can be thrown 5 or 6 meters high. The former division leader of the first division can't even lift a dog high." TSK. His teasing look was quite annoying. Old Zhao was so angry his eyes nearly popped out. Walking dogs and holding dogs is normal. Which pervert would throw a dog high? I've never seen that in my life. This is the first time. You guys are ruthless. Stinky girl, tell me your name. Whose pup are you? Qianyun, after crushing her rival's face, looked proud and shook her head gracefully, saying, "A real woman keeps her name and her family name. The mighty, brave, and strong Commander Shi is my uncle. He's our second division's ultimate weapon." Old Zheng. Ugh. There are truly shameless people in this world. He was so stunned by someone's shamelessness that he entered a dazed state and was restarting again. Because the restart took too long, he missed the only chance to explain.